11. Magnifico. Drew glanced over Shiloh's back to the speaker. Coronel Oliveri paused in the doorway of the stable to study the stallion with almost exuberant admiration mirrored on his dark and mobile features. Don Cazar, the Mexican officer, raised a gloved hand in a beckoning gesture. "Por favor, Excellency, this one, he is of the blood." Hunt Rennie joined Oliveri. "You are right. He is indeed of the blood," he assented. "It is past all hope then to offer for him?" Oliveri was smiling, but his eyes held a greedy glint Drew had seen before. Shiloh was apt to produce that reaction in any horseman. "He is not mine to sell, Coronel. He belongs to Senor Kirby, who stands there with him." "So?" Oliveri's open astonishment irritated Drew. Maybe he did have on rough work clothes and looked the part of a range drifter. But then when the Coronel had arrived here last night, he had not been too neat either. "A fine horse, Senor." Oliveri came on in, now including Drew in his gaze. "I think so, Coronel," Drew returned shortly. He gave a last brush to flank and smoothed the saddle blanket. "From a distance you have brought him, Senor." Oliveri walked about the stud as Drew went to fetch his saddle. "From Kentucky." Was he unduly suspicious, or was there a challenge in the Mexican officer's voice, a faint suggestion that the antecedents of both horse and owner were in question? "Kentucky," Oliveri stumbled in his repetition of the word. "I have heard of Kentucky horses." "Most people have." Drew tightened the cinch. Then his pride in Shiloh banished some of his stiffness. "He is of the line of Eclipse." Maybe that would not mean much to a Mexican, though. The breeding of Eastern American horses probably did not register south of the border. "Senor, such a one, he is not for sale." No, Drew knew that sounded curt, but Oliveri ruffled him. He added, "One does not sell a friend." Oliveri gave what sounded to Drew like an exaggerated sigh. "Senor, you have spoiled my day. How can one look at lesser animals when one has seen such a treasure? Don Cazar, the range harbors so many treasures, oro, and now this one. How is he named, Senor?" "Shiloh." "Shiloh," the Coronel made a sibilant hiss of the word. "An Indio name?" "No, a battle." Drew prepared to lead out. "In the war." "So. And this one is a fighter, too. I think. Senor, should you ever wish to sell, por favor, remember one Luis Oliveri. For such a horse as this, see, a man might give a fortune. Ah, to ride into camp before that puffed-up gamecock of a Mirinda on such a horse." Oliveri closed his eyes as if better to imagine the triumph. "Shiloh's not for sale, Coronel," Drew replied. Oliveri shrugged. "Perhaps now, no. But time changes and chance changes, Senor. So remember Luis Oliveri will give a fortune, and this is the truth, Senor." "Hunt." Drew was forced to halt as Johnny Shannon stood straight ahead of him in the stable entrance. "Teodoro Trinfan's come in with some news you ought to hear." "So? Well. I'm coming. Coronel, Johnny can show you the stock we have ready. I will be back as soon as I can." "Still I say," Oliveri shook his head as Rennie pushed past Drew and Shiloh and went out, "that after seeing this one, all others will be as pale shadows of nothingness. But since I must have horses, Senor Shannon, I will look at horses." "Buenos dias, Senor." He raised a hand to Drew and the Kentuckian nodded. But Shannon still stood in the doorway, and short of walking straight into him there was no way for Drew to leave. Johnny was smiling a little, just as he had back in tobacco in Topham's office before the race. "Seems like you've got you a four-legged gold mine there, Kirby," he said. "Better keep your eyes peeled, gold claims have been jumped before in this country. Kitchell'd give a lot to get a hoss like that to run south." "He'd have to," Drew said grimly. "In lead, if he wanted it that way." "Kinda sure of that, ain't you?" The smile had not cracked, nor had it reached those shuttered blue eyes. Why did everyone say Johnny Shannon was a boy? Inside he was older than most of the men Drew had known, as old and cold as the desert rocks in nighttime. Again the Kentuckian was teased by a scrap of memory. Once before he had seen old eyes in a boy's face, when it had meant deadly danger for him. When a man has something as belongs to him, he doesn't step aside easy if another makes a play to grab it, he said. For the first time then he did see a flicker in Shannon's eyes. And his hand tightened so on the reins that some fraction of his reaction must have reached Shiloh. The horse neighed, pawed with a forefoot. Just what I've always thought, too, Kirby. Shannon's voice was softer, more drawling than ever. And there was menace in it, but why? What did Shannon have against him? This was more now than the fact that they had both bristled, incompatible, at their first meeting. It was more than just instinctive dislike. No, Johnny Shannon was not a reckless boy. Drew Kirby knew that, if no one else on the range did. Coronel, Shannon stepped aside from the door. We may not be able to get you something as fine as this here prancer, but we ain't altogether lack kin in mighty good hosses. Come long and look 'em over. Drew rode off, out of the patio gate, giving Shiloh his daily workout, trying to guess what Johnny Shannon had against him. Had he been right in his fear that Johnny had not been unconscious back in Tobacco, that he had caught Ansa's greeting? Rennie was not too common a name, but he did not see how Johnny could possibly have hit upon the truth. What if he had, though? To Johnny, Drew could loom as a threat. He might be baffled as to why the Kentuckian had not made a move to claim kinship with Hunt. How much of Rennie's own past history was known to the people here? His escape from prison during the Mexican War was common knowledge. But, come to think of it, no one had mentioned his youthful marriage or the fact that he was a widower. Perhaps even Johnny had never heard that story, close to Hunt as he was. But Drew dared ask no questions. He was still puzzling over the situation when he returned an hour later. Nye, Aunts, and a couple of the other riders had some of the recently broken mounts out, showing them off to Oliveri. There was shouting, noise, and confusion around the corrals and Drew slipped past without pausing. He had finished with Shiloh and was on his way to the bunkhouse when Hunt Rennie hailed him. Drew! An imperative wave of the hand brought him to join Don Cazar and to discover Aunts already there, rolling his bed. For a second or two Drew blinked, the occupation fitted in too well with their worries of the night before. But Hunt Rennie was already explaining. Teodoro tells me that they've found traces of shod horses being driven back in the canyons. This late the grass is beginning to brown, but there are still some sections where stock can be wintered. I want to know more about this. Since both of you are newcomers, Rennie paused and then added, your riding away from here might appear to others that you had quit, were joining up with the Mustangers on your own. To hunt horses? Drew asked. Not wild ones. Sounds like trouble. Aunts tied his bedroll. In this country we expect trouble, from any direction, including up and down. Rennie returned. But I find it disturbing that broken stock is being herded back there. Such maneuvers can mean only one thing, stolen animals are being gathered for a run to the border. And some of them could be army-owned. A remount corral was raided just before I left town. I would not care, just now, to have any army mounts located on this range, no matter where they were hidden or by whom. If they are there, I want to be the one to find them and return them to the proper owners. It would please certain parties to find stolen stock hereabouts, particularly army. Now, he gave an order he obviously expected to be obeyed. If you do find anything, don't try to take over yourselves. That's final. This is nothing to rush into just to burn powder. And above all I want no mixing it up with any army patrol riding south. Do you both understand? Drew nodded. Yes, Sue, Aunts replied promptly. We just get high behind and take care. What the Mustangers got to do with this? Nothing. Except they can show you the tracks, and with them you can cover a good part of the country in question. There's been no Apache sign down there, and Running Fox will accompany you, only not so openly as to be noticed. You think someone may be watching the stronghold? Drew asked as he buckled his saddlebags. I don't know anything for sure. But a couple of incidents lately have suggested that someone knows a lot more about what's going on here than I like. It would be easy enough to lie out in the hills and keep field glasses on us down here. And when a man is familiar with the general routine of a place, he can guess a sight too much and too close just by watching the comings and goings. So, you're going to ride out within the hour and be well along before you camp tonight. We can't waste time. The nights were chill and the cold made them huddle turtle fashion into the upturned collars of their short riding coats and jam their hats down as far as possible on their heads. Winter breathed across the land now with the coming of dark. They traveled at an angle, the pace set by Teodoro who led a pack mule. Somewhere out there in the dark the Pima scout was prowling. But he had had his orders, no contact with the three travelers unless there was fear of attack. And both Aunts and Drew were alert, knowing that the farther one went from the stronghold the less one relaxed guard. Kinda nippy, ain't it? Aunt said. In the very dim light Drew could just make out that the Texan was holding his gloved hand to his mouth, puffing at the crooked fingers. Ain't as bad as ridin' out a norther, though. I mind me how just for war, I was ridin' for wages for old man Shaw then, we had a norther hit. I'm tellin' you, it was so cold Ramrod came out to give mornin' orders and his words, they just naturally froze up solid. Us boys, we had to go get wood axe and chop 'em apart, for we knew what we was all to do. Now that's what I call bein' cold. Drew laughed. Don't think it ever gets quite that cold hereabouts. It was good being away from the stronghold, out here with aunts. It was as if he had been let out of lessons, or freed from a sense of duty and responsibility which was a growing burden. Nope. Texas sure is a lot of country, a whole bag with odds and ends stuffed in any which way. Course this is new range to me. But what I've seen of it, were you just able to run off banditos and get Apaches off in it for good, why, it might be a right respectable sorta territory. A man could carve hisself out a spread as he could brag on. You'd like it? Aunts blew on his fingers again. Maybe, all things bein' considered, as they say. I've heard tell as how all a man needs to start his own brand is a loose rope, a runnin' iron, and guts to use them. It's been done, and is bein' done all time. Only I don't think as how old man would take to havin' any such big-ideaed neighbor here. Not much cattle, though, to interest a wide-loop man. Now hosses, everyone says as how they's plenty of wild stuff. You got you Shiloh, Drew, and you said you made a full deal with old man get some more good-lookin' and actin' wild ones and you're in business, runnin' your spur our brand. 3-4 years, and luck a man has always got to hope for, and you've more'n just a stake, you've got roots and a spread. We have, Drew corrected. Why'd you suppose I wanted that full deal? There's free land to be had in the valley. Some of the ranchers cleared out when the Apaches started right in, and they're not comin' back. We might look over what Trinfan has picked up as long as we are out here. I know the old man hasn't contracted for anything but gettin' rid of that pinto stud. We could make an offer for any good slicks, put the spur on them and run them in on the range. Rennie has already said that's all right with him. Hooey. Aunts muffled one of the old spirited war yells into a husky whisper. You and me, we're goin' to do it. Ain't nobody can put hobbles on a pair of Tejano as has their Che-Win teeth fast on bit. It was something to think about, all right. But future chances should not take a man's mind off the job immediately ahead. Only tonight, out here, Drew had a feeling of being able to do anything, from touching the sky with his uplifted hand to fighting Kitchell man to man. That, however, was just what Hunt Rennie did not want and what Drew had promised not to do. Horses to be found back in the rough country, hidden away in the maze of pocket canyons where there was water and enough browning grass to keep them from straying. There must be hundreds of places ready to be used that way. But how come Kitchell could hide out in Apache country? Nothing Drew knew of that tribe fitted in with the idea of a white outlaw band sharing their hunting ground unmolested. It had never mattered to an Apache whether a man rode on the north or south side of the law. If his skin was white, that automatically made him prey. Drew said so now. Teodoro answered that. Apaches want guns, senor. Their arrows are deadly, but guns are always better. I'd think, Ons cut in, that any guns Kitchell have he'd be hangin' on to, needin' them his own self. Can't be easy for him to get them, neither. Not here, no, Teodoro agreed. But south, that is different. There is big trouble in Mexico, this French emperor fights Juarez, so there is much confusion. In wartime guns can be lost. A party of soldiers are cut off, as was Coronel Oliveri almost, men can be killed. But a gun, it is not buried with a man. A gun is still useful, worth money, if he who picks it up from beside the dead does not want it for himself. So, such a bandito as this Kitchell, he could take horses, good, trained horses, maybe from the army, and he would run them south. He would sell them for money, probably much money. But also he could trade for guns, 2, 3, 5 guns at a time. Not as good as those his own men carry, old ones maybe, but good enough for Apaches. He would then bring these north, give them as payment for being left alone. Why wouldn't the Apaches just kill him and his men and grab what they have? Drew pointed out what seemed to him the obvious flaw in the system. Apaches, they are not stupid. Guns they could take. But once such a gun is broken, where can they get another? They cannot walk into Tobacco or Tucson to buy what they need. Kitchell's men do, perhaps, it is thought that they do so. Also when he trades at the border it is with men who would meet the Apaches with fire and bullets. Apache war parties are never large. Perhaps in all this part of the country there are not more than 100 warriors, and those scattered in small bands. I do not say that this is truth, Senor Kirby. I only say that it would explain many things, such as why Kitchell has not been caught. Makes sense, Ons commented. Always did hear as how Apaches were meaner and snakes but they wasn't stupid. Keep a tame gunrunner to work for M, that sounds like tricky sorta play they cotton to. If it is so, man who gets Kitchell may just rid this country of some of them two-legged wolves into bargain. According to what I've heard, Drew said, this Kitchell claims to lead a regular Confederate force that hasn't surrendered. If he wants to make that valid, he wouldn't dare any such deal. I'll bet you without waitin' to see a whole card, Ons replied, that if that coyote was ever ridin' on our side, which I don't stretch ear to, he cut loose them traces long ago. There were them buzzards we had us a coupla run-ins with back in Tennessee, 'member? Scum, some of them wearin' blue coats, some gray, but they was all just murderin' outlaws. What did they whine when they was caught? Did Yankees run them in, then they was unlucky Reb Scouts. And, when our boys licked up a nest of varmints, why, we'd taken us a mess o' respectable Yank, irregulars, cordon to their story. Course none of their protestin' kept M from stretched necks. His hand went to his own. I oughta know, seem as how I was picked up with a parcel of M and was close 'nough to feel wind when a news swung by. This here Kitchell, I'm talkin' Bible oath he's same mangy breed. Maybe so he started out to be Reb, but that was a long time ago and he crossed over river long since. And, some of them beauties back east, they'd a lapped muddy water outta an Apache's boot tracks, did it mean Savon, their dirty hides. Sounds to me, Teodoro, like you've some plain, straightforward thinkin', there, a mighty interestin' idea. And, maybe we're just goin' to attend to provin' of it. Not by ourselves, Drew corrected. We have our orders. Sure. But there ain't no order ever given what says a man has to stand up and be shot at and he don't shoot back. No, I ain't sniffin' up trouble's hot trail like a bush hound. But neither am I goin' to sit down and fold my two hands together when trouble hits as it's like to do out here. Drew agreed with that, though he did not say so. Rennie must know the circumstances. They would have to defend themselves if it came to a fight. But he could hope that, if Kitchell had stalked some hidden canyons with stolen horses, the outlaw leader had left no guards on duty thereabouts. With Running Fox prowling ahead and with him and Aunts using all the scout tricks they had learned in wartime, they should be able to learn just how correct Teodoro's suspicions were. 12. See, senors, the land lies so. Hilario Trinfan's crooked body pulled together in a lopsided perch as he squatted range fashion beside the morning campfire. He had smoothed a space of ground the width of his two hands and was setting out twigs and stones to create a miniature relief map of the countryside. Here is the water hole to which the Pinto comes. Above that we were, moving in from this side. To do so we crossed here. A black-rimmed nail stabbed into the dust. It is then we see the tracks, 5 ahead, all shod horses, but not ridden, save for one. Apaches could have been running them, Drew commented. No, Trinfan shook his head. This far from pursuit the Apaches would not have moved so. The Indio, he eats horseflesh. There would have been signs of a fire. Or one of the animals cut down. These horses were being moved with care, not pushed too hard. We trailed them on to here. Hilario stabbed his finger into the dust again. Then, Teodoro, now tell them what you saw. The younger mustanger hung over the crude map. I climbed, senors, up over the rocks. It is bad, that ground, high, steep, but with care one can reach a ledge. And along that one can go to look down into the next canyon. A good place for horses, there is water and grass. I stayed there watching with the glasses Don Cazar gave my father, the glasses which bring the far close. There were poles set up in the rocks through which they brought those horses, making it like a pen we build for wild ones. But those in it were not wild. How many, and what brands? Aunts wanted to know. Teodoro shrugged. There are many trees, rocks, one cannot see everywhere. I counted 20 head, there is room for more. As to brands, even the glasses could not make those plain to the eyes of one lying above. But there is no other ranchero who would run horses on the range, and Don Cazar's manadas are not driven in here. Does he want the wild ones to run off his mares? Horses would be kept so for only one reason, that they must be hidden. And in such a place as we found they could be left for maybe a month, or more. Don Cazar's riders do not patrol this far away from the stronghold. Had it not been that the Pinto causes so much trouble, even we would not be here. What about the Pinto? If he's all you say, wouldn't he try to get at this band? Asked Drew. No reason if they are saddle stock, no mares among them, Aunt said thoughtfully. But would those hombres who put em there just leave, no guards or nothin'? That is what we do not know, Hilario replied. We took every precaution against being seen when Teodoro climbed to look into the canyon. And, this I believe, we were not suspected if there was any watcher. Otherwise, senors, we would not have been alive to greet you when you rode in last night. This Kitchell, he is like an Apache, here, there, everywhere. Today I am easier because you have brought the Pima, because we have 2 more guns in this camp. Why didn't you pull out yourselves? Aunts asked curiously. Because, were we watched, that would have made our discovery as plain as if we stood out in the open and shouted it to the winds. For 3 days before we found that trail we had been building a pen for wild ones, casting about for the tracks and runs of the Pinto's band. Having done so, we would not leave without completing our drive. And, should those out there suspect, Trinfan shook his head, we would not have lived to reach the stronghold, and that is the truth. This is also truth, Padre. Faquita came to the fire and picked up the coffee pot, pouring the thick black liquid into the waiting line of tin cups. It is time for us to finish and be on the move, not to just talk of what must be done. Drew looked up in surprise. The girl was wearing breeches, ready to ride. In addition, instead of the gunbelts which all the men wore as a matter of course, Vakita had tucked a pair of derringers in the front of her sash belt. Their small grips showed above the faded silk folds. "She goin' with us?" the Kentuckian asked, as the girl kicked dust over the campfire and stowed the empty pot in the cart. "Ain't that dangerous, for her?" Hilario got to his feet with a lurch that made his crippled state only too plain. "Senor, to hunt the wild ones is dangerous. You see me, twisted like a root, no. Not tall and straight as a man should be. This was done by the wild ones, in one small moment when I was not quick enough. Among us, the Mustangers, it is often the daughters who are the best riders. They are quick, eager, riding lighter than their brothers or their fathers. And to some it is a loved life. With Vakita that is true. As for danger, is that not always with us? In war danger is a thing which one man makes for another. In this country the land itself fights man, war or no war. A cloudburst fills an arroyo with a flood without warning, and a man is drowned amidst desert sand where only hours before he could have died for lack of that same water. There is a fall of rocks, a fall of horse, a stampede of cattle, sickness which strikes at a lone traveler out of nowhere. Yet have you not ridden to war, and come now to live on this land? See, we have danger, but a man can also die in his bed in the midst of a village with strong walls. And to everyone his own way of life. Now we ride." They did indeed ride, following a trail which, as far as Drew could see, existed only in the minds of the Mustangers. But the three Mexicans swung along so confidently that he and Ernst joined without question or argument. At a distance they circled the waiting pen with walls of entwined brush and sapling, ready to funnel driven horses into a blind canyon. The Pinto's band must be located, somehow shaken out of the rocky territory their wily leader favored, before that drive could begin. Water, Trinfan said, would be the key. Horses must drink, and they were creatures of habit, never ranging far from some one hole they had made their own. Trinfan blankets already flapped about the Pinto's chosen spring. They had seen the horses approach several times in the past 2 days and shy away from those flapping things with the fearsome man scent. "As long as La Bruja is with them," Vakita said, coming up beside Drew, "they will not come." "La Bruja." "The witch, as Anglos would say. We call her so because of her cunning. She is the wise one who keeps lookout. I say she is possessed by the evil one. It is possible the Pinto is her son. Together they have always outwitted the hunters. But La Bruja is old, she runs more stiffly. Last time in the chase she began to drop behind. She is of no use, only a nuisance. It is the white one I wish to drop rope over." "The white one?" "See. She is Neve, the snow of the upper mountains. Among our people you will hear many tales of white ones, without a dark spot on them, the ghost stallions that run the plains and no man may lay rope over. But this mare is the truth. And someday," her eyes shone and she seemed to be making some vow Drew would be called to bear witness to. "Someday she will be mine. Not to trail south and sell, no, but to keep, always." "She must be very beautiful," he commented. "It is not only that, senor. You have a fine horse, one which beat Don Cazar's Oro, is that not so?" "Yes. Shiloh. And to you that one is above all other horses. If you lost him, you would be, like hungry, inside you, is that not also so?" "Yes." Her earnestness triggered that instant response from him. "So it is with me since I have seen Neve. Men find such a horse, for years they follow the band in which it runs to snare it. They will suffer broken bones, as did my father, and hunger, and thirst, because there is one tossing head, one set of flying heels before them. Sometimes they are lucky and they catch that one. If they do not, there is in them a pinch of winter even when the desert sun is hot. Once I loved all horses, now there is this one which I must have. I hope you get her. Señor, last season I hoped. This season I have belief that my hopes will come true. Ah, look, the Indio. She pointed with quirt and Drew glanced left. He saw what appeared to be an outcrop of rock among many others move, then rise on sturdy legs to meet them. Running Fox, a brown blanket twisted over one shoulder, the rest of him stripped down to breechclout and moccasins, padded up to Hilario Trinfan and spoke in the guttural Pima. The mustanger translated. The horses are still there. But there is a camp of 2 men on the north slope above the canyon. Both men are Anglos. They are armed with rifles and take turns watching. Can we reach a place from where we can read the brands on the horses? Drew asked. Trinfan questioned the Pima. See. But you cannot go there by day. You must go in at dusk, wait out the night, and then see what you could in the early morning. Leave before sunup. Otherwise the watchers may be able to locate you. He says, Trinfan smiled, that he could go at high noon and would not be seen. But for a white man is a different matter. Waste a whole day just waitin'. Aunts protested. Señor, when one balances time against death, then I would say time is the better choice, Hilario replied. But this day will not be wasted. If any watch us, as well as those horses, they will see us about our business and will have no doubt that we hunt wild horses, not stolen ones. So Drew and Aunts joined the mustangers hunting. To Aunts this was something he had done before. Drew remembered that the Texan had been working with just such a hunting party when his family had been wiped out by the Comanches in '59. But to Drew it was a new experience and he was deeply intrigued by what he saw and the reasons for such action. All they sighted of the Pinto's now thoroughly thirsty band was the stud himself and a black mare, La Bruja, looking down from a vantage point high on a rocky rim. And the hunters did not try to reach them, knowing that all the wild ones would be long gone before they could reach that lookout. This is the 4th day. Hilario Trinfan sat his buckskin at the water hole, watched Teodoro make careful adjustment of the blankets tied on the bushes. They will be wild with thirst. Tomorrow the blankets will be taken down. There will be no sign of man here. By mid-afternoon the Mares will be ready to fight past the Pinto for water. He cannot hold them away. So, they will come and drink, too much. Perhaps he will come, too. If he does, Trinfan snapped his fingers, I shall be waiting with a rifle. We take no more chances with that one. Anyway, the Mares will be heavy and slow with all the water in their bellies. They can be herded into our trap. Then he will come, see, that one will come, no one can take his Mares from him. He will be mad with rage, too angry to be any longer so cunning. We shall have him then. And there will be no more killings of studs here. At dusk Running Fox slipped down to the camp, but not far enough into the circle of firelight to be sighted by any watcher in the night. Then with Drew and Aunts he was off again. Within less than a quarter hour Drew could have laughed wryly at his past satisfaction in his prowess as a scout. Compared to this flitting shadow he was a bush bull crashing through the brush. Aunts was better, much better, but even he was far below the standard set by the Pima. The trio climbed, crept, crouched for long moments waiting for Drew knew not what, some sound, some scent, some sight in the night which Running Fox would accept as assurance of temporary safety. The Kentuckian had no idea of how long it took them to reach the perch into which they at last pushed. A breastwork of rock was before him, the half-circle of a shallow cave cut off a portion of the star-pointed sky above. Stay, here. The 2 words were grunted at them out of the dark. Then nothing. Running Fox had vanished in a way which could make a man believe they had been escorted not by a living Pima, but by a ghost from that long-forgotten race which had left their houses scattered in canyon niches up and down this country. It was cold, even though the half-cave shielded most of the wind. Drew unrolled the blanket he had carried tied about him, and he squeezed down beside Aunt's. Their combined body warmth ought to keep them fairly comfortable. Drew doubled his hands inside his coat, wriggling his gloved fingers to keep them from stiffening. "Sure do wish there was some way a fella could bring him a little invisible fire along on a trip like this," Aunt's commented. "Ain't goin' to be what I'd name right out as a comfortable night." "Never seems to be any easy way to do a hard thing," Drew assented. He hugged himself, his hands slipped back and forth about his waist. Under his 2 shirts, he had added the second before he left the stronghold. The band of his money belt made a lump and now his hands ran along it. He had had no occasion to open any of those pockets since he had left Tobacco the first time. Now, to take his mind off immediate discomfort, he tried to estimate by touch alone how many coins still remained in the 2 pockets. The middle section of the 3 divisions held his papers. There were those for the horses, the parole he had brought from Gainesville, the 2 letters he had not been able to bring himself to deliver to Hunt Rennie. One was from Cousin Mary, and the other was a formal, close-to-legal statement drawn up by Uncle Forbes' attorney. Both were intended to prove the identity of one Drew Rennie beyond any reasonable doubt. Drew's fingers stilled above that pocket. It felt too thick, bunchy under his pinching. Whatever. He squirmed around, free of the blanket, and began to pull off his gloves. "What's matter?" the Texan began in a whisper. "Just a minute." It was a clumsy business, pulling the belt free from under his layers of heavy clothing. But Drew got it across his knee. His chilled fingers picked at the fastening of the pocket. There was no packet of papers there, neither the sheets for the horse, nor the much-creased strip of the parole, nor the sealed envelope which had held both letters. Instead he plucked out what felt like shreds of grass and leaves, dry and crackling. "What is it?" Aunt's leaned forward. "My papers, they're gone." Drew rummaged frantically, turning the pocket inside out. "When, who? What papers, compadre?" Drew explained. "You've been wearin' that there belt constantly, ain't you?" "Yes." Except, he suddenly tensed. "That night, down by the swimmin' hole, when you thought you saw somethin' in the bushes, remember?" "I remember." "Looky here, who'd want 'em, and why?" "Shannon." And in that moment Drew was as certain of that as if he had actually seen Johnny stripping them out of the belt. "How'd he know you were carryin' anythin'?" "He knew I had the belt. I left it with Topham when I raced Shiloh, and he saw me give it to him. And, aunts, he must have heard you call me Rennie in the Jacks. If he did, he'd want to find out more. Rennie's not a common name. And Shannon's not stupid. He'd figure anything valuable I'd be carryin' would be in this belt. How come you didn't know it was gone?" "I don't know. Seemed just as heavy and that pocket didn't ride any different when I had it on. No reason to open it lately." "So, what's he got?" "Your hoss papers, your parole outta Army, and them 2 letters. Yeah, he's got just 'bout all he needs to make one big war smoke for you." "And I can't prove he has them," Drew said bleakly. "Just by making him one little private fire," Aunts went on, "he could about put you out of business, compadre. There's only one thing to do." "Such as?" "Johnny Shannon has got to do some talkin' his own self. And we can't wait too long to invite him to a chin-waggin' party, neither." Aunts was right. Shannon had only to slip that collection of papers into the nearest fire and he would put an end to Drew Rennie. Of course Drew could obtain duplicates of the letters and horse papers from Kentucky, but that might take months. And he did not know whether the parole could be reissued from Army records. Why, at this moment he could not prove that he had served in the East with the Army of Tennessee. Let Bayless come down on him now and he was defenseless. "We can't ride tonight," Aunts added. "But come first light we give a look-see herein, then we move, straight back to Stronghold and Shannon. Also, I'm sayin' this 'cause I think it's good advice, Drew. Now's time you've got to go to old man and tell him truth, quick as you can. Sure, I know why you didn't want to claim kin before, but now you'll have to. Drew shook his head. Not now, not with nothing to back up my story. Shannon could give me the lie direct. I'm thinkin' you're showin' less brains than a dumb cow critter, amigo. But, listen, I'm backin' your play. Does Shannon cut up rough, he's got two of us hitchin' a holster steady and gettin' ready to loose lead. No, I'm not goin' to drag you in. Yeah, and I mean yeah. We joined trails a long time back, by that there mill pond in Kentucky, and we ain't split tin now. If a storm's walkin' up on us slow, or comin' fast with its tail up, it's goin' to be both of us gettin' under or out together. Drew put on the belt again. His impatience bit at him, but what Aunt said made sense. They had been sent here to do a job and in the morning they would do it. Then they could ride back to the stronghold. How he was going to handle Shannon he had no idea, but that he would have to he was sure. The first light was a grey rim around the world as they lay flat, training the glasses Hilario had loaned them on two horses grazing not too far below. Well, that's it. U.S. As big and plain as paint on a Comanche face and almost as ugly. Them's army mounts and I don't see no troopers hereabouts, Aunt said. Running Fox materialized in his ghostly fashion, and they retraced at a better speed and less effort the path which had brought them to the canyon perch. Just as they were about to top the ridge behind the Mustanger camp, the Pima held up a warning hand. Long knives. Troopers. They went to their knees and made a stealthy crawl to the crest of the ridge. There were troopers down there, all right. The Trinfans sat on their saddles while an officer walked up and down before them. Running Fox put a finger on Drew's arm and motioned to the left. The horses of the Mustangers were browsing in a small dell, their night hobbles unloosed. Together the trio moved in that direction. The Pima slipped ahead with a speed and efficiency of motion his companions envied. He had the two nearest horses in hand, leading them toward the bushes. Looks like we ride bareback. Aunt's caught at a hackamore, then mounted. Move. Drew waved Running Fox to the other horse. We can't wait to get another horse. You ride for the stronghold, make it straight to Rennie and report. I'm stayin' here. I can say we were fired and Trinfan took me on as a hand. Aunt's was the better rider under these circumstances, and the better scout. To wait to pick up a third horse was folly. What about Shannon? Shannon'll have to wait. Drew slapped the Texan's horse. It reared and then pounded off. Drew turned to walk back to the camp. He rounded the end of the ridge and stopped short. The round and deadly mouth of an army colt was pointed straight at his middle, covering the disastrously empty pocket of his money belt. 13. A lantern provided a very small and smoky light on a table of 3 boards mounted on boxes. If the furniture was makeshift, the walls of the room were not. Logs and adobe were just as effective for the purpose of confinement as stone blocks. Drew sat up on a bunk shell of board holding straw, and rested his head between his hands. He could follow the action which had brought him here, trace it back almost minute by minute over the past 3 days. How he had come here was plain enough. Why was another matter. Lieutenant Spath, back in the Mustangers' camp, might have accepted the Kentuckian story. Or he might at least have been uncertain enough not to arrest him, if only Trooper Stevens had not been one of the patrol. Once before Stevens had been most vocal about Rebs who were too free with their fists. Spath's trooper guard, reporting the escape of Running Fox and Aunts, had condemned his captive fully as far as the lieutenant was concerned. The troopers had then searched their prisoner and to them a loaded money belt worn by a drifter did not make good sense either, unless too much sense on the wrong side of the ledger. Drearily Drew had to admit that had he stood in the lieutenant's boots, he would have made exactly the same decision and brought his prisoner back to the camp. So here he was now, just where Bayless had promised to see him, in an army detention cell, with no proof of identity and the circumstantial evidence against him piling up by the minute. All they needed was some definite proof to tie him to Kitchell and he was lost. He had to pin his hopes on Once, and Don Khazar. Drew ground his boot heel into the dirt floor. That was just what he had sworn he would never do, call upon Hunt Rennie for help. Especially now, since the troopers had discovered those army-branded horses back in the canyon and Bayless would try to use that against Rennie. Once's escape had been a short-sighted solution, Drew knew. To the captain such action only tied the range in deeper. The Kentuckian ran his fingers through his hair, trying to think of something which had not gone wrong. The plank door banged open and Drew's head came up with a snap. No use letting these Yankees think they had him worried. The lantern, feeble as it was, picked out the stripes on the blouse of the first man, the tin plate in the hands of the second. Drew looked down at the plate as it was slid under the bars and across the floor of his cell. "Stew, Sergeant. Ain't that overfeedin'?" Thought bread and water was more the captain's style for Reb prisoners. Drew was pleased that he was able to sound unconcerned. "Cocky one, ain't you?" asked the man who had brought in the plate. "All you Rebs is alike, never know when you're licked." "Get along, Farley, that's enough," Muller broke in. Drew picked up the plate and forced himself to spoon up its contents. The stuff was still warm and not too bad. After the second spoonful he discovered that he was hungry, that much he would not have to pretend. "Kid." Sergeant Muller's bulk shut most of the lantern glow out of the cell. "You young squirtsry all alike, never take no advice. But I'm gonna give it, anyway. When Captain sees you, you button your lip. He ain't one as takes kindly to no smart talkin', specially not from a prisoner. As far as he's concerned he's got you about dead to rights, hoss thievin' from Army." "I'd like to know what proof he has," Drew returned sharply. "Your patrol picked me up well away from those horses, in the Mustanger camp where I was workin', and Captain Bayless can't prove that's not true, either. Anyway, what difference does it make to you, Sergeant?" "Since you ask, I don't rightly know, kid. Maybe you was spoilin' for a fight in Jackson did push our boys. But you don't think so, Sergeant." Drew put the plate on the bunk and stood up to approach the bars. Muller was the taller. The Kentuckian had to raise his eyes to meet the sergeant's. The trooper's face was mostly in the shadow, but it was plain the man did not mean him any ill. "I got him reasons." Muller did not make any straighter answer. "But you think what Captain does know about you, kid. You go ridin' round with gold on you, more money than any drifter ever sees in 10 years or more. You're caught near where some stolen army stock is stashed away, and your partner lights out hell for leather, breaking through army lines. And we only got your story as to who you really are. I ask you, does that read good in the lieutenant's report when Captain gets it?" "No," Drew answered. "But what do you suggest doin' about it, Sergeant? Got anybody in town as will speak up for you, Kirby?" "Reese Topham. He did before. He doesn't know any more than what he said right then. Trouble is, Sergeant, anybody I could ask to back me up I'd have to bring out from Kentucky, and I don't believe Captain Bayless would wait for that. You work for Rennie, don't you? Hunt Rennie has nothing to do with this. He didn't know those horses were on the range. Because you put them there, Kirby." Muller made a lightning-about face. He snapped to attention facing the captain. "And what are you doing here, Sergeant?" "Prisoner bein' fed, sir." Muller reported stolidly. "And there is no need for conversation. Dismissed, Sergeant." The captain watched Muller leave before he turned once more to Drew. "Kirby, do you know the penalty for horse stealing in this country?" he snapped. "Yes." "Then you must know just what you have to face." "Captain," Drew began slowly, wanting to make his words just right. There was no reason to let Bayless think he could simply ride right over his prisoner. On the other hand, Muller's advice had been good, it would be dangerous to antagonize the officer. I had nothing to do with those stolen horses. We found them, yes, but they were already in the canyon. And there were 2 men guarding them, up on the ridge. They must have cleared out when your patrol rode in, but they were there the night before. You saw them? No, our scout did. What scout? That Indian who got away with your partner. I heard rumors that Kitchell had links with Bronco Apaches, but I didn't believe any white man could stoop so low. That Indian, Drew felt as if he were walking a very narrow mountain ledge in the dark, with a drop straight down to the middle of the world on one side, was a Pima, one of the Stronghold scouts. So, Hunt Rennie did know about those horses. Bayless pounced. He did not. He sent us to the Mustanger camp with a message, and the Pima rode scout for us. It's a regular order on the range, take one of the Pimas if you are going any distance from where you can ford up. You can find out that's true easily enough. Drew was striving to keep a reasonable tone, to find an answer which must pierce through Bayless' rancor. After all, Bayless could not have held his present rank and station so long and been all hot-headed plunger. What was this so important message Rennie had to have delivered to a camp of Mex Mustangers? Bayless bored in. Even in the lantern's restricted light Drew could see the flush darkening the other's face. They are having trouble with a wild stud, a killer. Mr. Rennie wants him killed, quick. He sent the 2 of us out to help, thought with more hands it could be done. Kirby. Bayless' fists were on his hips, his head pushed forward from his shoulders until his sun-peeled face was only inches away from the bars between them. Do I look like a stupid man, a man to be fed stories? You ride into town on a blooded stud, with a mare of like breeding, and a belt loaded down with gold. You give out that you served with Forrest, a looting guerrilla and a murdering butcher. You've heard of Fort Pillow, Kirby. That's what decent men remember when anyone says Forrest in their hearing. Only you can't even prove you were one of that gang of raiders, either, can you? Now I'll tell you just who and what you are. You're one of Kitchell's scavengers, come into town with gold for supplies and a chance to contact the people you want to meet. I've known for a long time that Topham, Rennie, and probably a dozen other so-called citizens of that miserable outlaw's roost are backing Kitchell. Now here's a chance to prove it. Not through me, you don't, Drew cut in. I'm just what I said I was from the beginning, Captain. And you can't prove anything different. I don't have to prove it, you've convicted yourself, Kirby. You can't account for the gold you're carrying. And, if you rode with Forrest, where's your parole? You know you were told to carry it. I can deal with you just as any horse thief is dealt with. Why, I'll wager you can't even prove ownership of those horses you brought with you. Where are your sale papers? On the other hand, Kirby, if you do give us the evidence we need against Kitchell and those who are helping him, then the court might be moved to leniency. How old are you? 19, 20. Rather young to hang. Captain, I can prove everything I've told you. In Kentucky I have kin. They can. Kentucky. Bayless snorted. Kentucky is far away, Kirby. Do you expect us to sit around waiting for some mythical kin of yours to appear from Kentucky with another set of lies to open this door? He pounded with one fist against the cell portal. I'm a reasonable man, Kirby, and I'm not asking too much, you know that. What are Kitchell, Rennie, Topham to you that you're willing to face a noose for them? Kitchell I know nothing about, except what I've heard, and that's not good. Drew sat down on the bunk, partly because the chill which had crept down his back had poured into his legs and they felt oddly weak under him. Reese Topham and Mr. Rennie, as far as I'm concerned they're honest men. I don't think, Captain, that you can prove I'm not, either. There is such a thing as overconfidence, Kirby, and it always comes to the fore in your kind. Bayless returned. But after you do some serious thinking I believe you'll begin to see that this is one time you're not going to be able to lie or ride yourself out. He left without a backward glance. Drew picked up the plate, pushed the spoon back and forth through the congealing mess left on it. He could not choke down another mouthful. Just how much power did Bayless have? Could he try a civilian by court-martial and get away with it? And to whom could Drew possibly appeal? Topham? Rennie? Apparently Bayless wanted them enough to suggest Drew testify against them. Did he actually believe Drew guilty, or had that been a subtle invitation to perjury? The Kentuckian set the plate on the floor and got up again to make a minute study of the cell. His thought now was that maybe his only chance would be to break out. But his first appraisal of the detention quarters had been the right one. Given a pickaxe and a shovel, and an uninterrupted period of, say, a week, he might be able to tunnel under one of the log walls. But otherwise he could not see any other way of getting free, save to walk out through the cell door. Drew threw himself on the bunk and tried to think logically and clearly, but his tired body won over his mind and he slept. Hey, you! Kirby, wake up! There's someone here to see you. Drew reached for a Colt which was no longer under his pillow and then rolled over and sat up groggily, rubbing one hand across his smarting eyes. The lantern light had given way to dusty sunshine, one bar of which now caught him straight across the face. All right, Kirby, suppose you tell me what this is all about. Drew's head came up, his hand fell. Hunt Rennie and Lieutenant Spath stood side by side beyond the bars. Or rather, not Hunt Rennie, but Don Cazar was there, for the owner of the range was wearing the formal Spanish dress in which Drew had first seen him. And his expression was one of withdrawal. They think that I'm one of Kitchell's men and that I had something to do with those stolen horses we found on the range. He blurted it out badly. They also showed me about $600 in gold found on you, Rennie returned. I thought you needed a job. You told Topham that, didn't you? Yes, Sue. Drew's bewilderment grew stronger. Hunt Rennie sounded as if he believed part of Bayless' accusation. That money's rightfully mine, Drew added. You can prove it? Sure. Back in Kentucky. Drew paused. Back in Kentucky proof would not help him here and now in Arizona. Kentucky? Rennie's withdrawal appeared to increase by a score of miles. I understood you were from Texas. Told you, Rennie, the lieutenant said, his story doesn't hold together at all. A couple of really good questions and it falls right apart. I came here from Texas. Drew took stiff hold of himself. He was walking that narrow ledge again, and with a wind ready to push him off into a bottomless gulf. Rode with a wagon train as far as Santa Fe, from there on with military supply wagons to Tucson. I was in Kentucky after the war, went home with a boy from my scout company. Who gave you 2 blooded horses and a belt full of gold for a goodbye present, scoffed Spath. Have you any proof of what you say closer than Kentucky? Rennie ignored the lieutenant's aside. I can account for your time on the range, or most of it. But you'll have to answer for this money and where you came from originally. What about your surrender parole? I know you did have papers for the horses, Callie saw them. Produce those. I can't. Drew's hands balled into fists where they rested on his knees. Sure you can't, you never had any. Spath returned. I had them. I don't have them now. What was the use of trying to tell Rennie about his suspicions of Shannon? And if Johnny had destroyed the papers as well he might have, Drew could never make them believe him, anyway. Kirby, this is serious, said Rennie. You ride in from nowhere with 2 fine horses wearing a brand you say is your own. You have more money than any drifter ever carries. You claim to be a Texan, and yet now you say all the proof of your identity is in Kentucky. And, you are not Anson Kirby's cousin, are you? That last question was shot out so suddenly that Drew answered before he thought. No. I thought so. Hunt Rennie nodded. Education is a polisher, but I don't think 3 or 4 years schooling would have made a Texas range rider ask for sherry over whiskey, except to experiment with an exotic beverage. There were other things, too, which did not fit with the Kirby background once Anson turned up. Just who are you? Drew shrugged. That doesn't matter now, as the lieutenant and Captain Bayliss have pointed out, if my only proof is in Kentucky and out of reach. I suppose you have heard of telegraphs? Rennie's sarcasm was cold. Communication with Kentucky is not so impossible as you appear to think. You give me a name and address, or names and addresses, and I'll do the rest. All you have to do is substantiate background in your army service, proving no possible contact with Kitchell. Then the captain will be forced to admit a mistake. Give Hunt Rennie the name of Cousin Meredith Barrett, of Aunt Mariana's husband, Major Forbes, the addresses of Red Springs or Oak Hill. Drew could not while there was a chance that aunts might find the papers or make Johnny Shannon admit taking them. The Kentuckian could not tell Hunt Rennie who he was here and now. I want to talk to aunts, he said out of his own thoughts. I've got to talk to aunts. He's gone. Rennie's two words did not make sense at first. When they did, Drew jumped up and caught at the bars. Gone. Where? Cleared out, got clean away. Again Spath supplied the information. Or so they tell us. He went back to the stronghold after he broke through our lines. But when a patrol rode down to get him, he was gone. Why? Drew asked. Why pick him up? Why? Because he's in this, too. Spath retorted. Probably rode straight to Kitchell's hideout. Now, Mr. Rennie, time's up. The captain authorized this visit because he thought you might just get something out of the prisoner. Well, you did, an admission he's been passing under a false name. We know what he is, a renegade horse thief. Drew was no longer completely aware of either man. But, as Rennie turned away, he broke through the mist of confusion which seemed to be enclosing him more tightly than the walls of the cell. Shannon. Where's Shannon? Hunt Rennie's head swung around. What about Johnny? He demanded. He took my papers, out of my belt. This was probably the worst thing he could do, to accuse Johnny Shannon without proof. What papers, and why should he want them? If Rennie had been remote before, now he was as chill as the Texas Northers aunts had joked about. The parole, the horse papers, some letters. You saw him take them. You know why he should want them? Drew shook his head once. He could not answer the second question now. Then how do you know Johnny took them? How did he know? Drew could give no sane reason for his conviction that it had been Johnny's fingers which had looted the pocket of papers and stuffed leaves and grass in their place. You'll have to do better than that, kid. Spath laughed. You must have known Shannon was gone, too. By the time he's back from Mexico he won't need to prove that's a lie. Drew disregarded the lieutenant's comments. Rennie was the one who mattered. And in that moment the Kentuckian knew that he had made a fatal mistake. Why hadn't he agreed to telegraph Kentucky? Now there was no hope. As far as Don Cazar was concerned, one Drew Kirby could be written off the list. Drew had made an enemy of the very person he most wanted to convince. The Kentuckian swung around and walked to the one small, barred window through which he could see the sun. He walked blindly, trying not to hear those spurred boots moving out of the door, going away. 14. 3 good strides one way, for another to measure the cell. Morning sun, gone by noon, daylight outside the window becoming dusk in turn. They fed him army rations, delivered under guard. And the guard never spoke. There was no use asking questions, and Drew had none left to ask, anyway. Except, by the morning of the second day after Rennie's visit, his wonder grew. Why was Bayliss delaying a formal charge against him? This wait could mean that the captain was not finding it so easy to prove he really did have a renegade horse thief in custody. But Drew knew he must pin no hopes on a thread that fine. What had happened to aunts? And Shannon, gone to Mexico? He must have ridden back with the coronel. Drew could expect nothing more from Rennie, or Topham. The Trinfans? Spath had marched them back, too, along with his prisoner, but the lieutenant had not had them under arrest. The Mustangers were well known in this district and could prove their reason for being where they were found. And Kitchell had raided one of their corrals last season, so they had no possible tie with the elusive outlaw. Probably by now the Trinfans had returned to their hunt for the Pinto. No, there was no use thinking that anyone was going to get him out of this, no one but himself, and he had bungled badly so far. Drew, his body tired with pacing the small cell, flung himself down on the bunk and listened to the sounds of the camp. He had pretty well worked out the routine by those sounds. The camp itself was a makeshift affair. Its core, of which this cell was a part, was an old ranch building. There were tents and a few lean-tos, on a plateau bounded on the east by a ravine, on the west by a creek bottom. Huts of stone, rawhide, and planks served as officers' quarters. In fact, it was no more a fort than the bivouacs he had known during the war. Unfortunately, this room was the most substantial part. If he could only get out, and pick up his horses, then perhaps he could head for Mexico. There was a war on down there, a soldier could find an anonymous refuge in a foreign army. Shelby's whole Confederate command had crossed the Rio Grande to do just that. That part was easy. To get out of here, that was what he could not accomplish. Two men always came together when they fed him, and they didn't open the cell door, but just pushed the plate through. A sentry was on duty outside. Drew could beat time to the sound of those footfalls day and night. And suppose he did get free of the cell, he would have to have a horse, supplies, arms. Drew rolled over on the cot and buried his face on his folded arms. He might as well try to get out of here by using willpower alone to turn locks. They left the lantern burning all night to keep a light on him, and the sentry looked in the peephole every time he passed. The Kentuckian did not know just when it was that he became conscious of the noise overhead. Lizards, maybe even rats, could move about the beams, hidden by the age-browned manta strips. But surely this was too late in the season for a lizard to be so lively by night when the temperature dropped with the rapidity of a weight-plunging earthward. And rats aloft. Drew did not change his position on the bunk, but his body tensed. No rat would stay in one place, gnawing with such purpose and concentration at a spot in the darkest corner of the cell roof. Aunts. How or why the Texan could be at work there, Drew did not know. But that there was a stealthy attempt being made to reach him from above he was now sure. His teeth closed on his wrist as he lay listening, to that scratching above, to the regular advance and retreat of the sentry. He heard the man pause by the door and knew he was under inspection. Well, let the Yankee look. He would see his prisoner peacefully sleeping. Now the trooper was moving on, the noise above became sharper. There was a slight crackle. The linen roofing sagged under a burden, and Drew caught his breath in a gasp. Miraculously the yellow cloth supported the object, a bulge as big as a saddlebag. A portion of the roof which had given way. The scratching, which had stilled, began again. Then the bulge was gone, pulled away from above. Dust sprinkled down from the disturbed manta. In the next instant Drew moved. Using his hands on either side of his body, he raked up the straw which filled the box bunk. In a swift moment, timed to the sentry's passing to the farthest point from the spy hole, the Kentuckian rolled to the floor, slapped and pulled the blanket into place over the mounded straw. Not too good, it certainly would not fool any inspection within the room. But in the lantern light and this far from the door, the improvised dummy might satisfy the glance of the sentry for some precious seconds. Drew was across the cell, flattened against the wall under the still quivering strip of material. More bulges appeared and disappeared, fragments fallen and retrieved. Then a sharp point pierced downward, the tip of a knife slitting the tough stuff. A slash, and the manta peeled back against the wall of the cell. "Senor." It was so faint a whisper Drew hardly caught it. "Yes." He looked up with desperate eagerness into what he had hoped to see, the dark splotch of a hole. A rawhide lariat smoothly braided, oiled into supple silkiness, dangled through. Drew got his hands on it, pulled it back against the wall as the sentry returned. He held his breath during that pause beside the spy hole, a pause which lengthened alarmingly. Then his body jerked in answer to a sound a half-second before he realized what manner of sound. The sentry had sneezed. He sniffled, too, loudly, then he went on to complete his beat. The blanket and the straw, they had worked. Drew pulled at the lariat, was answered by a return jerk. He jumped and began to climb. Then, with a wrench he was through the hole, other hands helping to pull. Come, pronto. The hands were pushing, urging. He wriggled forward. Teodoro Trinfan. But why? There was no time to ask, Drew could only obey directions. They made a worm's progress along the full length of the old ranch building, and dropped the lariat for a ladder to the ground. They crossed the small part of the camp near the ravine with the same caution they had used on the roof. Senor, Teodoro's lips were at Drew's ear as the boy pressed against him in a thin cover of shadow. Left, a big stone, put your hands on it, swing about and down. Drew had to take that on blind trust. He had no idea what kind of a drop waited below, and only by firm willpower did he follow orders. But his boot soles met a solid surface. Then he was caught about the waist and Hilario's voice whispered to him. Senor, you stand, so. Hands fumbled about him, looping him with a supporting lariat. Now, we go. Your hand, senor. Drew's left hand was caught in a tight grip which pulled him to the right, face to the wall. So secured, he inched along what he knew must be the face of the ravine, his toes on some small ledge midway between lip and foot. Somehow the three of them reached ground level, their diagonal course of descent putting some distance between them and the camp. In spite of the cold of the night, Drew was wet with sweat as they threaded through heady sagebrush. Now came the scent of horses, the sound of a hoof stamped impatiently on gravel. Trinfan. Topham. Here. See. At Hilario's hissed assent, a figure detached itself from the utter black of the bushes and moved forward into a sliver of moonlight. You got him? I'm here, if that's what you mean. Drew answered for himself. And you'll be gone, soon, the gambler replied. But there's one thing I have to know, Kirby. Were you telling the truth to Rennie? Do you believe Johnny took your papers? What had that to do with the matter at hand? Drew wondered. But from the urgency of the demand he knew it did mean a great deal to Topham. Yes, I'm sure. But I can't prove it, unless I find them with him. He may have destroyed them already. Drew put into words the black foreboding which had ridden him for days. Why? What do they mean to him? Evasions and lies had gotten him into this mess. Now he would see what stark truth would do. Because there were 2 letters, proof I'm Drew Rennie. Rennie? Topham repeated. In the light Drew could not see his expression, but his voice was that of a completely baffled man. Rennie? I'm Hunt Rennie's son. There, he had said it, and nothing startling happened. Well, what had he expected? A clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning, the sudden appearance of a cavalry patrol across the nearest hilltop. So that's it. Topham said slowly. And Shannon suspected? But why the mystery? Anne. Drew took the questions in turn. Shannon was at the Jacks when I met Aunts. I thought he was unconscious, but he probably wasn't. Aunts called me by my right name. As for why, my father doesn't know I'm alive. He was told I died at birth, along with my mother. They told me he was killed in the Mexican War before I was born. It was all because of an old family feud, too long a story to tell now. I've only known for about a year I had a father here in Arizona, but to make a claim on him, after all these years. Maybe you don't understand why I didn't want to. He was telling it badly, but he'd been a fool about this from the start. Understand? Yes, I think I can. There's a certain strain of bull-headed independence common to Rennies, I've met it head-on several times myself. And your choice was your own to make. But this. Yes, it is just the move Shannon would make, given suspicion to push him into action. And now it may be pushing him even farther. Drew was a little bewildered by Topham's ready acceptance of his story without any proof. But the tone of the last remark caught his full attention. What do you mean? What's happened now? I've had suspicions, pretty nasty ones, for some time. But I had your trouble, no proof. In the last 3 days I've picked up and sorted out a few very wild cards, and now they make a pat hand. Kitchell has had his contact hereabouts, all right, just as Bayliss has always insisted. You can't mean Shannon. Johnny Shannon. And if he's doing what I think he is. Topham paused. When he continued he had changed the subject. Last night Nye rode up from the range. Said that Kitchell made a raid, almost a clean sweep. Among other stock he gathered up was that prize stud of yours. Shiloh. And Shannon had the horse papers. The Kentuckian was thinking fast now. Yes, if Shannon is riding with Kitchell, now he can prove ownership of that stud and sell him anywhere without trouble. Topham could have been reading Drew's mind. But that's not as important as something else. Hunt went hellbent for leather out of here. He'll gather up that private army of his and try to trail the raiders. Maybe Kitchell will ride south, or maybe he'll head directly back into Apache country. Either way that trail's going to be as easy for anyone after him as walking barefoot through a good roaring fire. Hunt still has blind faith in Johnny. I was hoping you could help break that. That why you got me out of the camp? Drew asked. Partly. Hunt told me what you said about Johnny taking your papers. I had you sized up as being too smart to make a claim like that unless you really believed it. And I thought maybe you could prove it, given a chance. If you can get to Hunt now, tell him the real truth before Johnny rigs something of a double cross. Would he believe me any more than he did when I accused Shannon? Drew asked bleakly. I'll head south, all right. Nobody's going to lift Shiloh and get away with it as long as I'm able to fork a saddle and push. But if you're counting on my being able to influence my father, he stumbled over the word awkwardly, don't. I'm counting on nothing, Topham returned. Just hoping now. For a long time we've heard about Johnny Shannon being a young hothead who found it hard to settle down after the war. I think there are 2 Johnnies and we are just beginning to know the real one. You could be his prime target now. Fair of you to point that out. Drew thought that at last he had found a real motive for Topham's services. I'm likely to be bait, ain't that the truth of it? If you are, the trap is going to be there. But now, get away from here. Teodoro will ride with you as guide. And the army after me. That's it. Drew had mounted. That's what you want, isn't it? Me to pull the troops south. Hunting down an escaped horse thief they might slam into Kitchell. What a trick. Topham had planned it without asking Drew's support. But it called for enough audacity, luck, and nerve to be appealing. During the war the Kentuckian had seen such schemes win out time and time again. Why ain't Bayliss already ridin', he asked. Hasn't he heard about the raid? He's been heard to say a man can raid his own stock as a cover-up. What's wrong with him? Is he deaf, dumb, and blind? No, just prejudiced and ridden by envy until he's not able to think straight anymore. But he'll track you and follow quick enough. He sure will. All right, we ride. They did, Drew depending on the younger Trinfan's guidance. And, while Teodoro set a meandering trail, it was not one which a determined pursuer would have too much trouble following, come sunup or whenever that sentry discovered he was guarding a straw prisoner. Once when they pulled up to breathe their horses, dismounting to loose cinches and cool the backs of the mounts, Drew indulged his curiosity further. How come you knew just where to make that hole to let me out? Teodoro laughed. That was easy, senor. That was the Garza Rancho, only 6 months has the army been there. Many times we have camped within its walls when we brought in the best of the wild catch for sale. I know those buildings very well. When Senor Topham tells my father what must be done, we could plan well and quickly. I have heard what you said to Senor Topham, that you are the son of Don Cazar. Why did he not know of this? Why have you never lived here with him? He didn't know I was alive, and I didn't know that he was. My grandfather, my mother's father, he hated Don Cazar very much, because of a duel and other things. So my father took my mother away secretly, brought her to Texas when they were both very young. Then Don Cazar went to war and the news came that he had been killed. My grandfather went to Texas and took my mother home with him. She died a few months later, when I was born. It was only after my grandfather died, 2 years ago, that letters from my father were found among his private papers. These I discovered when I came home from the war, learning that my father was alive and here in Arizona. Only we were strangers. I did not know whether he would like me for a son, or whether I wanted a stranger for a father. So, when I came here I took the name of my compadre, my friend from the war, Once Kirby. I wanted to know my father before I made my claims. And Senor Juanito, for this he will hate you. Because I did not tell who I was at the start. Drew asked. No, because you are truly Don Cazar's son. Always Don Cazar, he treated Senor Juanito as a son, but I do not think that was enough. Senor Juanito, he is one who must have everything, all. Even when he was a boy, he was like that. Bartolome Rivas, he braids beautiful ropes, and he made one for Juanito. Always I wanted a rope like that. I would watch Juanito use it and wish. Then once we spent Christmas at the stronghold. It was after my father was hurt and Don Cazar had us to stay there so he could tend my father's wounds. Had he been with us when the wild ones stampeded, my father would not walk crooked, but we got him back to the ranch too late. But that is not what I would say. It was Christmas and Don Cazar gave to me a rope like that of Juanito, a fine rope which felt as if it was a part of a man's own arm when he swung it. 2 days later, that rope, it was gone, never did I find it. But I knew, I had seen Juanito watching me when I tried that fine rope. And I knew his thoughts, no one must have a rope as good as Juanito's. Not long after that he ran away, to join the army. But really that was because Don Cazar caught him beating one of the Indios. Only that is not generally known. The Indio was being taught by Don Cazar to have charge of the grain storage, and Juanito thought that Indios are as dirt, should have no place among Anglos. Senor Juanito would hate with a black hate anyone who had a right to be a son at the stronghold, a better right than he could claim. He must always be on top, at the head. Sometimes it would seem that he would, if he could, push aside Don Cazar himself. Now I think we should ride again. By dawn Drew had no idea where they were except that they pushed south. Whether they were now on the range he did not know. And how in the immensity of this hostile country, they could fulfill Topham's hopes and lead the troop patrol to Rennie's posse, was something the Kentuckian did not even try to answer. The border lay south. If Kitchell had made such a sweeping raid, he would be certain to run the animals in that direction, for the outlaw was fully aware of Rennie's reputation and temper, and knew that Don Cazar would trail him with set determination. This meant the outlaw must have set up some plan for avoiding pursuit. Rouse the Apaches? Or prepare an ambush? Either could work. Then Bayless' men could be a saving factor. If the Kentuckian could locate Rennie, and ride into his camp, or skulk close enough to it, that should bring the troops down. But where was Once? The Texan had not simply cleared out because of imminent trouble, Drew was sure of that. Had he followed Shannon to Mexico? This was one time when Drew could well understand the exasperation and frustration felt by an officer whose scouts did not report in as ordered and who had no idea of the disposition of reinforcements. Talk about going into something blind. But still he rode at a steady, mile-covering pace southward. 15. Still south. Teodoro pointed out the hoof prints deep in the soft earth beside the water hole. Drew steadied himself with one hand on the stirrup leathers as he stooped to see more clearly. He was groggy with lack of sleep and felt that if he once allowed himself to slip completely to ground level, he would not get up again. Rennie's riders. Teodoro was on one knee, conning the mass of tracks as if they were a printed page. See, there is the mark of Bartolome Rivas' horse. It has a misshapen hoof, the shoe must always be well fitted. How far are they ahead now? Drew had come to depend upon the young mustanger's judgment. Teodoro apparently was close to a Pima in his ability to retrace. 2 hours, maybe 3. But they will be at the pass and there they will stay. Why? I think they will lay a trap for the raiders. There has been no sign that they trail now behind driven horses. Don Cazar does not pursue, he rides to cut off the road to Mexico. Kitchel's men, they would not take the open Sonora trail, that is folly for them. So they travel one ridden by men with a price on their heads. If Kitchel now moves south to stay, he will have with him all that he can carry, and he must come this way. If he hasn't gone already. There is no sign, Teodoro repeated stubbornly. So we keep on ahead. Drew got down on both knees, splashed the muddy waterhole liquid into his face in an effort to clear his head. They had changed mounts twice since leaving the camp, both times at the water forts on the range. And the second time they had chanced 3 hours sleep and a hot meal. But the rest of the time it was ride, chew on jerky and cold tortillas, and depend on Teodoro's sense of direction to take them eventually to their goal, the Outlaws' Gate into Mexico. Drew had long since stopped looking over his shoulder for any thundering advance of cavalry. If Bayless was hunting the fugitives, he was not pushing the pace too hard. Not ahead, no. Teodoro drank from his cupped hand. We go so. He sketched a gesture east. Why? It is never well to be shot by one's friends. The mustanger achieved a half smile, stretching the skin of his gaunt young face. Always it is better to see before being seen. When they started he led the way to the left at a walk. Drew, aroused now, looked about him carefully. This was rough country cut by pinnacles of red and yellow rock, backed by the purple ridges of the greater heights. It was desert land, too. They had long since left the abundance of the valley behind them. Here was the stiff angularity of cactus, the twisted vegetation of an arid land. The crack of a carbine shattered the empty silence. Drew pulled on reins as a second shot dug up a spurt of dust just beyond Teodoro's mount. Hold it. Right there. That disembodied voice could have come from anywhere, but Drew thought it was from above and behind. Someone, holed up in the rocks, had them as perfect targets. The Kentuckian did not try to turn his head, there was no use giving the sharpshooter an excuse. All right, you. The voice was hollow, its timbre distorted by echo. Throw off your guns and get down, one at a time, Mex first. Drew watched Teodoro slide out of the saddle. Stand away from that hoss, easy now. The mustanger obeyed. Now you, do just like him. Drew followed instructions carefully. Hands up, high. Now turn around. They turned. A figure had detached itself from among the rocks they had passed moments earlier and came down toward them carbine ready. Aunts. Drew stumbled toward the Texan. The other's hat was gone. A torn shirt sleeve flapped about his left arm, allowing sight of a neckerchief knotted about his forearm. His coat trailed from one shoulder. What in the world happened to you? Aunts sat down suddenly on one of the boulders, his gaze on Drew. He shook his head slowly. I ain't saying things, he said. That's you, ain't it? Say, got any water? His tongue curled over cracked lips. Drew snatched the canteen from his saddle and hurried forward. More than a blood-stained bandage marked Aunts, he could see now. He waited while the other seized the canteen avidly and drank. Then the Texan was smiling at him. Seems as how we's always meetin' up, don't it now? Likewise it's always to benefit, too. Only this time I've got me somethin' to trade. You keep on going down this trail, compadre, and maybe you'll wind up with a spade patting you down nice and smooth. What happened? Once drank again with the discipline of a plains rider, a mouthful at a time. What didn't would be more like it, amigo? Yesterday, well, they got him, Haas, tried to get me. Only left their mark, though, Aunt said, regarding his arm ruefully. I've been wearin' off boot heels hoofin' it ever since. Tryin' to make it back to that there water hole. Who shot your horse? I didn't see no name printed big, cross his jacket, but I'm thinkin' it was Shannon. You were in Mexico? Aunt shook his head. No, and Shannon ain't there, neither. I trailed along, ridin' high lines careful, when he went with that there Mex coronel and his men. Stayed with him, 'bout a day, Shannon did. Then another man, Anglo, rode into their camp, had him a chin fest with Shannon, and Johnny saddled up pronto, beat it with stranger. Thought he might be headin' home, but he weren't. So I kept on ridin' into their dust and waitin' to find out what it was all 'bout. Shannon and this hombre, they hit it up a pretty good lick till they got well away from Sonora Trail. Then they skimmed it down till you'd think they had all month and a handful of extra Sundays to get wherever they was goin'. Plumb wore me down amblin' long way they did. I sure 'nough 'bout scraped off my hoss's hoofs cuttin' down his speed. Spent a whole day just loungin' round in one camp. I'd say they was waitin' for someone, only nobody ever showed. So they went on, me followin'. I'll tell you one thing. This new hombre Shannon took up with, he was a real hard case. A short trigger man if I ever laid eye on one. Anyway we just kept on, with me tryin' to think if and I should engine up to get drop on em or not. Seemed to me, though, as how it might be brighter to kinda just drift their way and see what's makin' em rattle their hocks out in middle of nowhere. Guess I weren't as smart as I thought I was. As I said, yesterday suddenly they give spurs and lit out. Me, guess I got kinda upset 'bout losin' em and followed a bit too hasty. Hoss came down with a hole in him. Me, I took another. Gave em a good sight of a man plugged where it means most and that musta convinced em I wasn't no problem no more. So, that was what happened. I just pulled as green a trick as a sodbuster tryin' to crawl a wild one. And where Shannon is now I don't know, only I don't think it's in Mexico. Probably with Kitchell. Hurriedly Drew filled in his own experiences and what he had learned from Topham. Aunts looked about him. For territory what looks so bare, he commented, this stretch of country sure must have a sight of population wanderin' round in it. Old man and his posse somewheres up ahead, and Shannon and that sidekick of his, and Kitchell maybe, as well as Yankees hot foodin' it behind you, or so you hope. Lordy, this gonna be Battle of Nashville over again, do they all meet up? All we need is a coupla bull pups up on one of them ridges and we could blow them all to hell and gone. Just which bunch is goin' to claim us first? Senors, that is already decided, Teodoro said quietly. Drew looked up. Where had they come from, those four? Out of the rocks themselves. He only knew that now they were there, rifles over their forearms, ready to swing sights on the three below. His heart gave a lurch, Apaches. And then on the far right he recognized Greyfeather, Rennie's chief scout. And it was Greyfeather who pointed to them and to the way ahead, who gave an emphatic wave of the hand which was an order. Leading their horses, they obeyed, the Pimas falling in behind. The backdoor route to the pass was a rough one. They had to leave the horses and climb, two of the Pimas always in sight behind, guns ready. Aunt sighed. Seems like we have lots of luck, all of it plain bad. These Injuns run us in and as far as old man's concerned we're just what everybody claims we is. We're a coupla saddle bums as is only on loose cause we got up earlier and owned faster hosses than sheriff. How'd we ever get our saddles slipped round so wrong, anyway? I did it, Drew said bitterly. It's not any of your doing, Aunts. Tied myself up in a string of lies and now they have me tight. So help me, Aunts, if I ever get this unsnarled, I'm never goin' to open my mouth again to say more'n yes or no. The Texan laughed. You ain't never been one to color up a story redder'n a Navajo blanket. And don't take on whole pack of this when only 'bout salt bag is of your buy-in. You ain't responsible for Kitchell, nor Johnny Shannon, nor Bayless wantin' to down old man. Can't see as how much of this is your doin', after all. Rennie had set his ambush at the pass with care. At first sight there was no evidence of men lying in wait, but from the heights over which the Pimas brought their charges, Drew caught glimpses of men crouched behind sheltering rocks. The bulk of the range posse was gathered in a hollow on the south side of the pass and it was there that Greyfeather delivered his catch. Don Cazar surveyed them almost without interest. Bayless released you then, he said to Drew. No. Reese Topham and the Trinfans broke me out. Drew kept to his recent vow of truth-telling. And, he noticed with a spark of something approaching satisfaction, the truth seemed able to shake Rennie a little. Reese Topham broke you out. Why? The demand was quick and to the point. He wanted me to play fox for the Army's hounds, bring the troopers south, here, Drew replied. Bayless wouldn't march out and Topham thought that you needed some support, with Kitchell apparently on the move. Telling the truth did not mean you had to tell all of it. There was no reason to bring Shannon into this now and antagonize Rennie all over again. He what? His father was staring at him now with pure amazement. But that doesn't make sense, he added as if to himself. No. I think it does, Sue. Kitchell wouldn't have dared to raid the range if he were going to stay in this country, would he? And after such a raid he'd head south. You believe that much or you wouldn't be here waiting for him now. Nobody knows how many men ride with that gang, and maybe he can pull in the Apaches, too. They wouldn't pass up a good chance to get back at you. You have the reputation of being about the only white man in this territory to make them turn tail and give up a fight. Now, supposin' you do get Kitchell stopped here at the pass, and the Army patrol comes in behind him. Then together you can finish him, and perhaps some Bronco Apaches into the bargain. It could work. Drew paused and then went on. Of course, I have a good reason of my own for being here, apart from not wantin' to swallow Captain Bayless' brand of justice. Kitchell's men took Shiloh. And nobody at all, Sue, is goin' to run off that horse, not while I'm able to do something about it. Seems to me, Sue, Aunts cut in now, that 3 more guns is gonna be healthy for you to have round here. Does fight work out way it can? Me, I don't make no big brag on my shootin', but I never did wear no 6-gun, nor tote no carbine, just for show. Of course, if you think we're Kitchell's plants, Drew added, then keep us under guard. Only we're not and never were. Topham planned this? Rennie still showed surprise. I don't. A bird called flutingly. Rennie stiffened. Men moved, up slope, into cover, without direction. You too. Get up there, behind those pointed rocks, Don Cazar directed with a stab of his finger. I'll be right behind you. We ain't about to give you no trouble, Aunts said as he obeyed, and Drew agreed as he followed the Texan into hiding. I'd like a rifle just 'bout now, Aunts remarked. Only thing I've ever held 'gainst a 6-gun is that it don't throw lead as far as a fella could sometimes want it to. But I think we've sorta been ruled out of this here fight, lest enemy gets close enough to spit at. Now they could see down the cut of the pass. The narrow passage wound between rocks and Drew, though he could not spot them, did not doubt that Rennie's forces were snuggled in where a surprise volley could do the most good. Somethin' sure is comin'. Aunts had one hand flat on the ground. Feels like whole Dongate Army hoofin' it in fast. Drew was aware of it, too, the vibration carrying through stone and soil. The drumming of hoofs, horses coming at a run. Now it was more than vibration, a distinct roll of sound magnified and echoed. And he caught a shout or two, the cries of men hazing on laggers. It must be Kitchell on his way through to the border. A dust haze, rising like smoke. Then the foremost runner of the band appeared in the cut, the whites of its eyes showing, patches of foam sticky on chest and shoulder. 5, 10, an even dozen, but not a grey coat among them. One light buckskin had almost startled Drew into rising until he caught a second and clearer look. The leaders were through and a second wave was coming. Drew counted 20 more horses before the first rider appeared. His face was masked against the dust by a neckerchief drawn up to eye level. But, unlike the ordinary range rider, he wore an army forage cap in place of the wide-brimmed hat of the plains. As he spurred by below Drew's perch he glanced up but seemed to have no suspicion that he was under observation. There came more horses, and Drew stopped counting. But the grey he sought was not among them. The shouts of the drivers were louder. And then, as 3 men appeared bunched, there was a crackle of shots. 2 of the riders fell, one leaning slowly from the saddle, the other diving into the dust. The third tried to turn but did not get his horse around before a mule pushed into him, followed by another and another. The horse thieves were trapped. Drew could hear the sharp snap of shots along the pass. More than those 3 must have been caught in the ambush. The mules, braying and running wild, thundered on south after the horses. Then a saddled horse, riderless, galloped by with a second at its heels. Confused shouting rang out, without any meaningful words. This was as much a muddle, Drew thought, as any battle. You never saw any action except that immediately about you, mostly you were too busy trying to keep alive to care about incidentals. Come to think of it, this was about the first time he had ever sat out a fight, watching it as a spectator. The roll of firing was dying down. Once grinned at him. "Takes you right back, don't it now?" he asked when he could be heard. Old man, he's got him some of General's idars, work good, too. I didn't see Shiloh in that band. Drew stood up. Couple of duns, no greys. Come to think of it, Once agreed, that's right. But look at that bay down there. He pointed to one of the saddled horses that had a dragging rein caught in a dead juniper stump and was trying to pull loose. Got THRR brand. Some of these must be from Range Raid. Hey, down here. The hail broke down the pass from the north. Rennie climbed over his rock barricade, and other men came out of cover to move up the cut. Since no one tried to stop them, Drew and Nance went along. Got us 2 of them ready to talk. Jared Nye strode to meet his employer. They're Kitchell's gang, all right. Only he ain't with them. Patron, for the first time since he had known him, Drew saw Bartolome Rivas run. He was weaving in and out among the fallen men in the pass. They ride. He was half choked by the effort to force his message past heavy gulps for breath. Who rides? Rennie demanded. 3, 4 men, that way. He waved a plump hand to the east. They go like the wind, Don Kazar. And one, he rides the big gray. Drew whirled. The big gray, there was only one horse to be named so on the range. Some of the outlaws had escaped the trap and one was riding Shiloh. Drew found the horse with the tangled rein, jerked and tore at the leather strap, and was in the saddle when a hand caught at the rein he had just freed. Where do you think you're going? Hunt, Rennie demanded. Drew snapped the rein out from the other's hold. There was only one thing he wanted now, and that was getting farther and farther away with every second he wasted here. After Shiloh. He used spurs on the horse and it leaped ahead. For all he knew, any one of the posse might take a shot at him, so he rode low in the saddle. He heard startled cries, saw Bartolome Rivas stumble as he got out of the path of the wild horse. There were rocks, sand, a body which the horse avoided in a leap, then there was free ground and Drew settled down to ride. A horse was coming up from behind, they need not think they were going to stop him now. Drew turned his head as the mount pulled level with his own. He was ready to fight if need be. Only the man in the saddle was Hunt Rennie. "Better find out which way to go before you break your neck or that bay's legs," Rennie called. "Out beyond that pillar, then east." Drew nodded. But Rennie did not fall back. He was riding his heavy-duty horse, a grulla famous for its staying power. And now the Kentuckian regained his proper share of common sense and began to pull in the bay. As his father had pointed out, a broken neck or a horse's broken leg was not going to bring Shiloh any closer. He heard the sound of other horses and glanced back as they wheeled around the pillar to the east. 4 riders were bunched, Aunts, Nye, Teodoro, and Donnelly. That made 6 of them in all, pursuing 4 fugitives over miles of countryside which might have been shaped with no other purpose in mind than to shelter men on the run. But perhaps they could come up with the quarry soon. Shiloh. He had to get Shiloh. Drew began to call upon all the horseman's knowledge and scout's lore that he possessed. Those qualities, rather than fighting power, were what he believed he needed now. With luck, always with a large-sized helping of luck. 16. Now that you have that bucked out, how about a little sound reasoning? Hunt Rennie still held his position, riding stirrup to stirrup with Drew. The worst of it was, Don Cazar was right. This was no time for raw emotion to replace thinking. Already it was almost dusk and their quarry could not be traced into the dark, even if they had the aid of a full moon. The Kentuckian reined in. Growing shadows masked the country ahead, rough territory, which he did not doubt the fugitives knew far better than he did. All right. It was difficult, one of the most difficult things he had ever done, to admit even that much that he must follow Rennie's lead. What do I do now? You still think you can go it alone, want to? Rennie's face was shadowed, and his voice again held that remote note. It's my horse. Drew was defensive. Stolen on my range, Rennie retorted. This is far more my fight than yours. If we didn't get Kitchell back there at the pass, and I'm inclined to believe that we did not, then I want him. You don't kill a rattler by cutting off his rattles, you go for the head. But this rattler's on his homeland and he knows where to hole up. We have only one card to play against him. What's that, Sue? Water. Oh, I know all the rumors that the Apaches have secret water holes back in the hills, and they may have introduced Kitchell to some of them. But the hills are behind him. He'll want just one thing now, to get south, across the border. He's lost a large number of his men, probably all of his loot, back there at the pass. He can't hold out here any longer. Once he's into Sonora we can't touch him, I know he has friends down there. Could he try to take the wagon road south? As a last resort, perhaps. The pass was the only outlet through which he could run that band of stolen horses and his pack mules. But there are other places, at least 2 I know of, where a few men, riding light, can get through. I believe he'll try to head for one of those. Make it ahead of us now. Rennie laughed shortly. If he does, he'll have a warm reception. The Pimas are already scouting both passes. We plan to close the border when we set up that ambush. Meanwhile, he glanced back, Teodoro. See, Don Cazar. How far are we from your hunting campsite? 2, maybe 3 miles. Slow riding in the dark, Don Cazar. We'll head there. That, except for the hole behind us which Bartolome will cover, is the only water for miles. And we're between Kitchell and the border spring. One thing he will have to have is water. We stake out the pools and sooner or later they will come to us. It made sense, but still Drew was impatient. Out there one of Kitchell's men, or perhaps the outlaw himself, was riding Shiloh. The fact that Rennie's plan seemed a gamble did not make it any easier to follow. But the Kentuckian could think of nothing better to offer. The moon was rising as they came to the water hole near the Mustangers' camp. Men and animals drank together, and when Drew dismounted his weariness hit hard. Fatigue was a gray cloud in his brain, a weight on arms, legs, body. Voices around him sounded faint and far away as he steadied himself with a grasp on the stirrup leathers and fought not only to keep on his feet but awake. "What's the matter with you, boy?" Drew tried to lift his head, tried to summon words to answer that demand. A sullen kind of pride made him release his hold and stand away from the bay, only to reel back and bring up hard against a rock, grating his arm painfully. He clung there for a moment and got out. "Nothing a little sleep won't cure." He spoke into the dark outline of Hunt Rennie. "I'm all right." Drew made a painful effort, pulled himself away from the rock to fumble at the cinches of the bay's saddle, only to be pushed aside. "Steer him over there, Perce," bed him down. The Kentuckian's last scrap of protest leaked away. He hardly knew when a blanket was pulled up over him as he lay in a rock niche, already drifting into deep sleep. Voices awoke him into the gray of early morning. The light was hardly brighter than moonlight, but he could make out Hunt Rennie, sitting cross-legged, rifle to hand, while Chino Herrera squatted on his heels before him. Chino had not been with them when they left the pass. And there was Greyfeather, too. Their party had had reinforcements. Drew pushed away the blanket and sat up, realizing he was stiff with cold. Fire, hot coffee, there was no sign of either. He yawned and jerked his coat straight about him. His attention suddenly focused on an object which lay on the ground at Chino's left. It was a book, the same size as the 3 he had bought at Stein's. Without thinking, Drew moved forward, was about to reach for the volume when he heard the click of a cocked Colt. A hand swept down on the book. "You, hombre, what do you want with this?" Herrera, with no friendliness in either voice or eyes, was holding a gun on him. "That book, it looks like the ones I bought in town." Drew was startled by the vaquero's enmity. "Give it to him," Rennie ordered. For a moment Herrera seemed on the point of open dispute, then he obeyed. But for some reason his weapon remained unholstered. Drew took up the volume. "History of the Conquest of Peru," he read out. The binding was a match for that of the other 3. But, there was something different. He weighed the volume in his hand. That was it. This book was heavier. "Well, hombre, you have seen such a one before." "Yes, this is bound to match those I bought from Stein. And one of those was History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is surely a part of the same library. Those, what did they have in them?" Rennie appeared content to let Chino ask the questions, but he continued to watch Drew and the book. "Have in them?" Drew repeated. "Why pages?" They were books to read, The 3 Musketeers, The Count of Monte Cristo, and History of the Conquest of Mexico. "That's all, just books." "Open this one," Rennie told him. The Kentuckian had trouble obeying. And for the first time he saw he did not hold a book composed of pages but a type of box. The cover resisted his tugging. Then, as if some catch had been mastered, it opened so suddenly he almost lost his grip on the book. The core of those once separate pages had been hollowed out to contain a nest of raw cotton on which lay. The Kentuckian gasped. Even in this subdued light those stones glittered, and their settings were gold and silver. Drew saw elaborate pieces, the like of which he had never seen before. "There was a mule shot back in the pass," Rennie explained. His pack was opened. 3 books were in it, one of them fell out and burst open. "This one?" "No, it held gold coin. Hard Times by Charles Dickens, the contents hardly indicative of the subject, were they? Upon investigation a Wonders of the World produced more coin. And, as you see, History of the Conquest of Peru was even more fruitful." "You are sure this binding matches that of the books you bought?" "Certain. This was bound to order, as were the other 3. They were part of someone's personal library, had no bookplate, though. And what was Stein's story concerning them? An old prospector named Lutterfield found them in a trunk in some cave he located out in the desert country. He brought them in to trade for supplies. Lutterfield, Rennie repeated thoughtfully. Yes, that could be. Trunk in a cave. Herrera was skeptical. But why leave books in a trunk in a cave? One of Kitchell's caches. Or else left by someone who cleared out in 61 and had to travel light. If anything remains, perhaps Lutterfield can locate it for us later. Anyway Rennie took the book box from Drew, clapped the cover over, hiding the treasure, won't go to Mexico now. And if the owner is still alive, we may even find him, who knows. You had your sleep out, boy. Drew found Rennie's expression one of indifference. Maybe Don Cazar no longer regarded him with the cold dislike Drew had met at the camp, but they were still strangers. What he had once said back in Kentucky at a remote and distant time was very true now. Maybe Hunt Rennie doesn't know I exist, maybe we won't even like each other if and when we do meet. I don't know. Now Drew thought he did know. Was this insurmountable barrier all his fault? Because he had been so sure he wanted to go it on his own, come to his father as an equal and not a beggar? But could he ever have acted differently? Too independent, too defensive always, Alexander Maddock had made him like that. Now it seemed that his grandfather had won, after all. Because his grandson was the kind of man he was, there would be no meeting with Hunt Rennie to claim kinship, nothing more than what now existed. I'm all right. After too long a pause, Drew replied to his father's question. Do we just keep on sittin' here? If necessary, Chino, pass those supplies you brought in. We eat cold, at least for now. You look ready to up saddle and ride. Once was waiting behind Drew's rock. His arm rested in a sling with a neat and reasonably clean bandage about his wound. How's that hole? Drew asked with renewed concern. Nothin' much more 'n a nick. Say, old man's like a real doc, ain't he? Carries Doc's things in his saddlebags and patched me up last night so I'm near as good as new. After I drunk wrinkles smooth out of my belly and had me some shut-eye, why, I'm as right as 4 aces in any man's hand. Course I sure could do with some coffee, 'bout strong 'nough to float a hoss-shoe gentle-like. But we ain't bend in lip over that this sunup. Lordy, this jerky sure gives a man's chewers a workout. They chewed away at the dark sun-dried carn of the border country. There was about as much flavor in it as in a piece of wood, but it kept a man's insides busy and about half satisfied. And they did have water. Drew looked out over the land about them. Rennie had their small force stationed to cover every approach to the water hole, and with the Pimas here too, Drew was sure that they would not be surprised. Would Kitchell follow the pattern Rennie expected, try to water here? And then strike for the south? With his men scattered, many killed or taken at the pass, he had very little choice. For some reason the quartet of fugitives must have been trailing quite a distance behind the main band, and so had been warned in time by the gunfire. Was one of that for Shannon? And what would it mean to Rennie if Shannon did turn up now with Kitchell? Drew jerked back against the boulder, reacting to a screech from somewhere out in that wild country, a fierce, mad sound which tore at the nerves. He had heard its like before, but never rising so to the pitch of raw intensity. It was the challenge of a fighting stallion, one of the most terrifying sounds ever to break from the throat of an animal. From the pocket meadow came the answering squeals of their own mounts, the pounding of hoofs as they fought their stake ropes. Don Cazar. It was Teodoro. The Pinto comes, and would fight. Again that shriek of rage and utter defiance. The rocks echoed it eerily, and Drew found it hard to judge either distance or direction. The wind was rising, too, scooping up dust to throw against men and boulders. But that wild stud could not be too far away, and what had stirred him to this point of vocal outburst? Teodoro, Rennie called, get back there and see if you can quiet those horses. Drew reached for the carbine he had taken from the boot on the saddle of the captured bay. Army issue. Spencer. He appraised it with the sharp, quick scrutiny of a man who had had to depend on enemy weapons before. Just how had this fallen into outlaw hands? The arm was well kept, ready for action. Horses turned mean, turned man-killer at times. And the Pinto was reputed to be a murderer of his own species. Not just content to protect his band from a raiding stallion, he actually went out of his way to seek and force a fight with other males. Could it be that now the wild killer had been drawn from hiding to meet a strange stallion? And could that stranger be Shiloh? It would mean the men they sought were circling back to this water hole. Shiloh and the Pinto. Even when saddled and ridden, the Kentucky stallion might respond to the challenge. And so handicapped he would have no chance. Drew bit hard on his underlip. The yap-yap of a coyote sounded brazenly from the ridge behind which Drew was almost certain the Pinto had trumpeted. "Pass the word," said Rennie. "Riders coming." Aunts hissed it on to Donnelly, who hid in the brush behind. Drew lay tense, as if his whole body was able to listen and assess sounds. Waiting, as always, fretted the nerves. Imagination gave birth to sounds, made the quiver of a bush unnatural, planted in a man a growing sense of eyes boring down on his body, nakedly visible to the enemy. Drew's muscles ached. He forced tight rein on his imagination and began the hard task of consciously schooling himself past the danger of a freeze when and if attack did come. Wind moaning about the rocks, sand blown in eyes and face. Twice Drew half put out his hand to the canteen which lay between him and Aunts. Both times he did not complete the reach. His tongue felt swollen, the saliva in his mouth sticky, sickly tasting. No sun, this was going to be a cloudy, overcast day. He half arose. That scream came again, this time closer, more rage-filled. Drew turned his head. "Cover me." He did not give Aunts a chance to protest. That slope. He had been studying it carefully for long moments of the wait, gauging the distances between bits of cover, the tricky open spaces he would have to cross. But the riders they had been alerted to expect were not in sight, and if what he truly believed was about to happen did, the outlaws might never reach the water hole at all. He was running, dodging, working his way up to the crown of the ridge. But he was still too low to see what was going on at the far side when that scream of challenge was answered. The answer was deeper in tone, but it carried with it the same rising note of anger and fighting promise. Although Drew had never seen Shiloh prepare to give battle, he was sure he had just heard him voice such readiness. The Kentuckian flung himself flat before he reached the skyline, wriggling on in a desperate crawl. Then he lay panting in a small earth dip, only a ragged fringe of grass between him and the down slope. Even in the swirl of wind-blown dust there was no mistaking Shiloh, rearing and fighting to dislodge his rider, wheeling about in a circle. 3 other horses and their riders had edged well beyond the circumference of that circle, the horses neighing and snorting. The squeal of the Pinto was ear-wrenching, though as yet the killer stud had not appeared in plain sight. The cry triggered Shiloh into a fantastic effort. He reared, striking out with front hoofs, perhaps in an effort to keep his balance. Drew fully expected to see him crash over and back. Apparently his rider feared the same fall. In the dusty murk the man separated from the horse. Shiloh whirled and pounded back, away from his rider, and as he went he voiced once more his answer to the Pinto. Drew sighted a dark spot moving in to intercept the gray. Then the spot turned broadside and he appreciated what had made the Pinto so elusive to hunters. The mottled red and white patches of the wild stud's coat melted into the landscape in an uncanny fashion, making the horse seem to appear and disappear as he trotted back and forth. The Kentuckian tried to bring the Spencer in line with that weaving, distorted barrel of spotted body. What was the range? Too far, he was afraid, for a shot to count. But he knew that he could not lie there and watch the Pinto cut down Shiloh in one of those vicious, deadly, equine duels. The Kentucky horse had no fighting experience, and his greater bulk and height would mean little against the wily cunning of the murderer who had already tasted blood too many times. To allow Shiloh to be ripped to pieces was utterly unthinkable. The men down there no longer mattered. Drew rose to one knee, steadied the carbine, and fired. Did the Pinto really flinch from a bullet striking home? Or had the dangerous sound of gunfire caused his old caution to win out for an instant over his bloodlust? The red head with the dangling white forelock tossed, and then the wild horse whirled and ran. Shiloh, teeth bared, ready and willing to come to battle, followed. Drew was on his feet. Then he was pulled backward by a jerk out of nowhere, and he fell under a brown, mostly bare body which pinned him firmly to the ground. 17. Drew struggled wildly, but he could not break the grip which held him down. He was looking up into the face of Greyfeather, and none of his writhing made any impression on the Pima's hold. There was a sprinkle of shots. Then a whirl of the wind brought sand up over them, blinding eyes, filling mouth and nose. Even the Indian flinched from that, and Drew managed to tear loose. He rolled down the grade, bringing up against a small tree with a jolt which drove most of the air from his laboring lungs. He pulled his arm up across his face, trying to shield his eyes from the blast which thickened steadily, gasping for air to breathe. And the wind voiced a howl which arose as alarmingly as the stallions screaming. Stallions! Drew clawed his way up to his knees. But there was no seeing through that murk to where Shiloh had been. Then he was on his feet, stumbling along. The big gray must be hidden somewhere. Drew! A figure blundered into him from behind, almost sending him to the ground again. Get down, you fool! Hands clutched at his body, trying to pull him earthward. Let me go. Shiloh! Get down! Ansa's whole weight struck him, and he fell, the Texan sprawling with him. It was only then that he heard the spatter of rifle fire and understood that they were in the middle of an exchange of lead slugs. Keep down! Ance, his voice ragged with anger, snapped the command in Drew's ear. What in thunder you tryin' to do? You gone completely loco, amigo? Walkin' right out to get yourself shot like them bullets was nothin' but pecans or somethin' like. For the first time Drew realized what he had done, blown Rennie's carefully planned trap sky high. His shot at the Pinto must have been warning enough for the fugitives. But why were they trying to make a fight of it now, when to cut and run would have been the smartest move? Unless, having seen only one man, they believed he was alone. He tried to rub the dust from his eyes and think coherently. But all that was in the forefront of his mind was that last sight of Shiloh following the Pinto to battle. All right. Drew shifted in Ansa's hold. It's all right. Not that it was, but at least that was the best way he could express his return to reason. And the Texan appeared to understand, for his grip loosened. The dust which had blown up an opaque curtain dropped as quickly. They lay together on the far side of the ridge, but the space below was empty. They saw no men, no battling horses, nothing. They've hightailed it, someone called from the crest of the ridge. I tell you. I got one of them. He's over between those two bushes. He'd pulled up to take up fella runnin' and went out of saddle. Other man got his hoss and lit out. Drew stood up. Where you goin' now? Ance demanded. Where do you think? The Kentuckian asked dully. After Shiloh. He went on foot, down the slope, across the open where the gray had unseated his rider and turned to take up the Pinto's challenge. Since the horses were no longer in sight, there was only one way they could have gone, to the east. Drew was in the open when another of those wild sand and dust flurries caught him. Buffeted here and there, staggering, his arm up over his face, he was driven by its force until he brought up against a rock wall. With that as a guide he kept on stubbornly, because once more he had heard the scream of the Pinto. In triumph? Drew shivered under a thrust of fear which left him sick. He was sure that that murderous red and white devil had finished off Shiloh. Along the wall, keep going. The dust was thinning again. Drew's hand was on the Colt Topham had supplied. The Spencer lay back on the ridge. But if any kind of fortune favored him now, he was going to shoot the Pinto, if it was the last thing he ever did. There was a clear space ahead once more. The sullen gray sky gave only dulled light, but enough to see by. Drew had heard many stories of the fury of the stallion battle, and he had seen fearsome scars ridging the hides of two of the range studs. But actually witnessing such a battle shook him. Teeth, hoofs, blood on Shiloh's shoulders and flanks, a strip of flesh dangling. But Drew saw that the Pinto was marked, too. The wild horse was trying for a final throat grip, and Shiloh was on the defensive, running, wheeling to kick, once getting home on the Pinto's ribs so that the spotted horse squealed with pain. Shiloh had a torn ear and a gash open on his neck. The two battlers twisted and turned in a mad fury of movement. Drew edged on, Colt ready. But to fire now was impossible. The Pinto's hoofs crashed against the saddle and Shiloh gave ground. With a scream of triumph the wild one's head snaked out, teeth ready to set on the larger horse's throat. Hopelessly, Drew shot, it was all he could do. The white and red head tossed. Shiloh had wrenched back. The Pinto drove against the gray and crashed down. It lay kicking as the larger horse hit out with 4 feet, bringing them heavily down on the Pinto. The Pinto let out a cry of rage and pain that seemed to startle even Shiloh. The gray backed away from his writhing enemy and stood shivering, his head outstretched, nostrils distended. Drew fired for the second time and the helpless kicking was stilled. Shiloh moved, limping. Blood matted with dust stained his coat, making him almost as red and white as the range stud. Drew holstered the Colt and went to his horse, crooning softly as he caught one of the chewed and broken reins. He was trying to examine what seemed to him terrible wounds, when Shiloh started neighing. The Kentuckian looked back. Once and Rennie, with Teodoro and Chino bringing up the rear, were coming. The young mustanger went to look down at the Pinto. He is dead. That was an observation rather than a question. Teodoro knelt in the dust, drew his knife and cut loose strands of the long mane hair. I shot him. Drew was more intent on Shiloh's wounds. He was killin' Shiloh. He pushed back the thought that although his horse was still on its feet, the Pinto might have killed him, after all. Except for horses ripped by shellfire in battle, Drew had never seen any wounds such as these. He was deadly afraid that those 2 bullets had not really saved the stud. Let's have a look, Chino, bring my saddlebags. Hunt Rennie was beside Drew. Can you lead him back to the water hole? He asked. See if he'll walk. Somehow they did it, Drew and Once, Rennie and Teodoro. They coaxed, led, supported Shiloh when they could, and brought him to the water hole. And then they worked to stop the weakening flow of blood. Drew kept the young horse quiet while Rennie stitched up the worst of the tears. He'll do. Rennie washed his hands. Can't move him for some time, though. He must have given a good account of himself meeting that murderer for the first time. Lucky. Sue, Drew found it difficult to face Rennie. As his anxiety over the horse's condition had faded, he had had time to think of something beyond his own affairs. I want to say thanks. He got that out in a rush before he added the admission he must make, I spoiled your plan to take Kitchell. Rennie's dark eyes held his as they had always been able to do. Then Drew had the odd sensation that the 2 of them were all alone in a place not bound by space or time. Don't say you're sorry. If you did, I wouldn't believe you. You made the move you had to. If it had been Oro out there, I would have done the same. Drew responded to that impulsively. You're generous, Sue. His father's black brows drew together in a slight frown. Generous? No, that's the truth. As for losing Kitchell, we may not have. Those who got away have Greyfeather, Nye, and others on their trail. And I do not think they will find such hunters easy to fool. Also, we have a prisoner. Don Khazar's acceptance of their failure was so placid that Drew was led to make a wild guess. Not Kitchell himself. Rennie smiled. No, we weren't that lucky, you must have had the lion's share of that commodity here today. We have a Mexican, name unknown. He was shot down while trying to pick up the rider Shiloh got rid of, who just might have been Kitchell. But this prisoner may be moved to tell us about the 3 who got away. If these wind storms keep up, they could powder over the trail and the boys will need help. The Mexican, his shoulder bandaged, was propped up against the saddle they had taken from Shiloh. He stared at them sullenly, his gaze finally centering on Don Cazar when they took places opposite him. Some of that coffee for him, Chino, Rennie called. Herrera brought over a tin cup from the fire now blazing. As the Mexican took it awkwardly with his left hand, still watching Rennie glassily over the brim, the latter used fluent Spanish, only a word or two of which Drew understood. The man grunted and then was assailed by Chino in a hotter flow of his native tongue, until Rennie silenced the vaquero's outburst with a wave of hand and spoke again. Drew sniffed the aroma of the bacon Donnelly was frying, his stomach protesting plaintively. "What are they sayin'?" he whispered to Aunts. Old man pointed out nice and plain what Mex is in for, lesson he speaks up. This hombre, Rennie thinks maybe he don't run regular with Kitchell, more'n likely he came up from south, could be to guide gang back there someplace. If and Mex can prove that, old man promises to talk for him with law. So far he ain't said nothin' much in answer. They ate. The prisoner's round face expressed surprise when Rennie had him provided with an equal share. He sucked his greasy fingers avidly after he had wolfed down his portion. A moment later he asked a question of his own. Rennie replied, nodding vigorously, as if to make assent more emphatic. Aunts translated. Mex wanted to know if old man meant what he said about talkin' up to law. If so, he may loosen his jaw some. I'd say, if he's a guide from down there, he wouldn't be too set on coverin' for Kitchell, not when that might mean gettin' his own neck stretched. Yeah, now he's beginnin' to run right over at lip. The prisoner did loose a flood of words, Rennie and Chino listening intently, Donnelly coming to stand behind the others. Drew guessed by his changing expressions that the Anglo rider was as much at home in Spanish as Aunts. The Kentuckian regretted his own ignorance, the few words he had picked up along the trail from Texas certainly were no help now. The Mexican wiped his good hand up and down the front of his worn jacket, and then smoothed a patch of soil. On it he drew lines and explained each of them, much as Hilario Trinfan had done for the horse hunters days earlier. What's he sayin' now? Drew demanded of Aunts. That it's true he was sent to guide Kitchell south. That train of hosses and loot was gang's prime pickings. Some of it was to grease their way in with this hombre's patron, don't know who he is, some Mex general or such. Kitchell, he rode behind because he had waited for a gringo to meet him. They was makin' up time when they heard fight goin' on in pass. Kitchell headed back here to fill canteens. Mex was goin' to guide south by another trail, one he knows. He's layin' it out for old man now. It's a pretty rough one. They'd have to take it slow. Could be we could catch up before Kitchell makes it, specially since he don't have this Mex liad in him now. When it was necessary Rennie could move fast. He was on his feet giving orders almost before Aunts had finished the translation. Their party was to be split in two. Drew and Aunts were to stay with the wounded Mexican and Shiloh, and prepare to defend the water hole if the outlaws made a second attempt to come in. The rest of them would ride for an already designated rendezvous point where they would meet the party sent to trace the fugitives. Why do I stay, Sue? Aunts protested when Don Cazar had finished. You can tend that arm better on the ground than in the saddle. Ain't no hurt there any more. Aunts hurriedly pulled it from the sling. Anyways, that ain't shootin' hand, neither. But one look at Hunt Rennie's face reduced him to muttering. Drew watched their preparations quietly. Then he gathered up 2 canteens and filled them at the water hole, went back to loop their carry straps over Hunt Rennie's saddle horn. Ons had a bad arm, so it was right that he should not go chasing hell for leather over rough country. But Drew Rennie, he was left because he was useless in another way. He was a man who could not be depended upon, who had sprung their trap because he cared more for a horse than he did for the success of Rennie's mission. And in a way Hunt Rennie was perfectly just in that judgment. If it were all to do over again, Drew knew he would make exactly the same choice. Shiloh was his, about the only good thing he had ever possessed, or might ever have in the future. If, in order to keep Shiloh, he had to give up what he knew now was a very vague dream, he would surrender the dream every time. Although he knew that was the truth, the Kentuckian was desperately unhappy as he made a lengthy business of adjusting the canteens. About the worst words one could ever speak, or think, were, "too late." This was all too late, 20 years too late. They might have had something good together, he and Hunt Rennie. Now it was too late. As Drew heard the crunch of boots on gravel close behind him, he swung around. "Full canteens," he blurted out. And then, ashamed of his own confusion, he forced himself to look straight at his father. "Good luck, Sue. We'll need it. I'm leaving you Jose, he'll do some prowling. Wouldn't do for you to be jumped by Apaches. If we don't come back in 3 or 4 days and Shiloh's able to travel, you take the Mexican and head back to the stronghold, understand? I mean that." "Yes, Sue." Drew had lost his right to protest, lost it the instant he had betrayed their ambush. Now he turned quickly and hurried to where Shiloh stood. The last thing he wanted to see was Hunt Rennie ride away. Aunts kicked earth over the fire when they were gone. "No use showin' smoke," he remarked, and Drew readily agreed. The horses, with the exception of Shiloh, were hobbled and allowed the restricted freedom of the pocket-sized meadow running back from the water hole. Aunts and Drew divided the night into 2-hour watches. "Don't see as how they'd be fool enough to try Che-Win back on their trail again, though," Aunts commented. "They need water. Accordin' to what this guide of theirs says, they'll need it doubly bad before they finish that road of his. They might just be crazy enough to try here, men have gotten away with tricks such as that before." Drew. Aunts was only a shadow among shadows, a voice out of the dark now. "You made up your mind about what you're going to do when this is all over? Pull out, California maybe? I don't know. Sure you don't want to stay?" "No." Drew put explosive emphasis into his reply. "A man can be too stubborn and stiff-necked for his own good. A man has to do what he has to," Drew snapped. "I'm Tenant in. Give me nudge when it's time." He rolled in a blanket, settled himself with his Colt close to hand, and lay gazing up into the cloudy sky. What was the matter with him, anyway? All he had to do was stick to his decision. And that was the best one for him. Resolutely he closed his eyes and tried to will his mind a blank, himself into slumber. Drew. Before his eyes were fairly open his hand was reaching for the Colt, only to meet a numbing blow on the wrist. The Kentuckian rolled an instinctive reaction and a second, body-jarring stroke caught him in the ribs. He was left gasping, still not fully aware of what had happened. "All right, you, on your feet." A hand hooked in the collar of his coat to jerk him up. Somehow Drew did find his feet and stood bent over, his hands to his bruised side, breathing in small painful gasps. A rib had either been broken in that assault, or it was cracked. There were 2, 3, 4 figures moving in the moonlight. Then the one fronting him turned and he saw the face clearly. Shannon. "Only 3 of 'em, Benito and these 2, one of the others reported. "How's Benito?" There was authority in that inquiry, but it came from the one man who kept well back in the shadows. "Got him a hold shoulder. Able to ride?" "Dunno, Sue. He'd better be. We need him to find Gravero. These 2 we don't need." "That's where you're wrong, Colonel. This here's about best cover we could get us now." Shannon laughed. "Mr. Drew Rennie, come outta Kentucky to find his pa, touchin' story, ain't it? Real touchin', like somethin' outta a book. Well, does his pa find us, his sonny boy'd be real handy, now wouldn't he? You have a point, Shannon. We'll take him. And other one, Colonel, Sue. Kitchell, if Kitchell that shadow was, came out into the moonlight. He wore the gray shell jacket of a Confederate cavalryman, and the light glinted on the cords of a field officer's hat. Who are you, boy? He faced to the left and Drew looked in the same direction. Aunt stood there, the barrel of a Colt pushed against him just above the belt line. Ensign Kirby. Shannon laughed again. "'Nother big man, says he rode with General Forrest. That true, Kirby, you were one of General Forrest's command? It's true, Aunt drawled. Means nothin' now, war's long gone, hombre. Maybe it's over back east, not here. You stayed to the end, boy. Yankees took me prisoner before that. Sergeant Wayne. Yes, Sue. Aunt's captor responded. Put him to sleep. 18. Drew lunged and then reeled back as Shannon laid the barrel of his Colt alongside the Kentuckian's head. He was half dazed from the blow, but he managed to get out his protest. You murderin' butcher. Kirby ain't dead, he'll just have a sore head tomorrow, Kitchell returned, as the man he called Sergeant Wayne straightened up from the Texan's crumpled form. And you keep a civil tongue in your head when addressing a superior officer. Shannon, no more of that. The order stayed a second blow. Oughta shot him for real, Sue. No. Not a man who rode with General Forrest. Kitchell hesitated and then added, will be long gone before he wakes. Tie this one in the saddle if he can't hang on by himself. You may be right, Shannon, about him having his uses in the future. Say, Colonel, this here gray hoss, he's got hisself all hurted bad. Can't know how go long with us. One I should shoot, I'm. That whine came from the meadow where they had left the horses. No, leave him. Won't do Kirby any good, and that's a fine horse, might just see him again some day. Sergeant, you fill all the canteens. Take any supplies you find here. Then we'll move out. Drew, his wrists corded to the saddle horn, both ankles lashed to the stirrups, swayed in the saddle as Shannon took the reins of his horse and led it along. The pain in his head and the agony in his side resulting from even the most shallow breaths, brought on a kind of red mist which shut off most of the surrounding night. He had no idea how the outlaws had managed to jump the camp. And who was the extra man with them now? Only 3 had escaped during the horse fight, but 4 rode in the present party. He could not think straight, it was all he could do to will himself to hold on and ride. Drew was thirsty, so thirsty his tongue was a cottony mass in his mouth. The day was light and sunny now, and they were single-filing through a region of bright, colored rock wind-worn into pinnacles, spires, and mesas. There was no water, no green of living things, just rock and sun and the terrible need for a drink. Maybe he moaned, Drew could not be sure. He saw the man riding ahead turn in the saddle. Blue eyes, the man had, with no honest life in them. Once before the Kentuckian had seen eyes such as those. It had been in a cabin back in Tennessee in the dead of winter. A young bushwhacker wearing Union blue, with a murderer's eyes in his boyish face, had watched Drew with the same incurious glance which held nothing of humankind. Shannon, the bushwhacker, 2 of the same killer breed. But to recognize that no longer mattered. Nothing mattered save water. His mount stopped. Drew looked dully at the ground. Then his attention shifted to the man standing beside his horse. Down with you, fella. Gray jacket, torn and threadbare, yet gray. Drew frowned. Sergeant Rennie, Buford Scouts. He tried to identify himself to this strange Confederate, but the words that got out were a thick mumble. Then, somehow he was on the ground and the man was holding a canteen to his mouth, dribbling blessed liquid over that choking cotton. Drew drank. Sergeant Rennie, must report. General Buford. He was able to talk better now. What's that he's sayin'? Something 'bout some General Buford. Don't know who he is. Buford? Buford rode with Forrest. Those words were spoken by a different voice, sharper, better educated. Drew opened his eyes, and for the first time actually saw the men he had been traveling with. The officer, who was maybe in his mid-30s, had a beard trimmed to a point and eyes half sunk in his head. And Shannon, he had a half-grin on his lips as he stared down, enjoying what he saw when he surveyed Drew. The one Kitchell called Sergeant Wayne was a big fellow, even though he was thinned down. He had a square sort of face, jaw too heavy for the rest of it. Then, Drew's eyes came to the last man and stopped. To the first three there was a uniformity, the remnants of military training still clung to them. But this shrunken figure with a wild gray beard, watery, bloodshot eyes, a matted thatch of hair on which a broken-rimmed hat perched, ragged and filthy clothing. Not gonna haul Mex much farther, you ain't. Observed this scarecrow with a touch of relish in the relaying of bad news. He's outta his head now, gonna be clean outta his skin come sundown. All right, said Kitchell. We'll camp here, in that shade. His gesture indicated some point beyond Drew's range of vision. They're gonna be sniffin' long right behind us, the sergeant said dubiously. You're forgettin' we've got a sonny boy here. Shannon loomed over Drew. He'll buy us out. Maybe from Rennie, not from them Yankee troopers. I told you, Shannon lost his grin, Yanks ain't gonna come all way down here. There's too much pointin' in other direction. That is, if you was as good as you said you was, Lutterfield. The old man grinned in turn, widely set yellow tooth stubs showing ragged. Ain't never failed you yet, boy. Old Amos Lutterfield, he's got him those what believe what he says like it was holy writ, he sure has. Them troopers'll go poundin' down Sonora Road huntin' what never was, till they drop men and hosses all along. Then Nahada and his bucks'll tickle 'em up a bit, and they'll forget there was anyone else to hunt. Drew lay in the position where they had dumped him, his hands still tied, the ropes on his ankles now knotted together. Had the season been high summer they would have baked in this rock slip, but it was still uncomfortably warm. He heard a low moaning and saw Kitchell and Lutterfield bending over the Mexican. It was plain that the wounded man had suffered from his enforced ride. Some time later the Kentuckian was pulled into a sitting position. His hands loosened, he was allowed to feed himself, but the carn tasted like wood splinters when he chewed it. Not much like range. Shannon asked him. Don't worry none, it won't last long, Rennie, no, it won't. You did take my papers. I sure did. You thought I was clean outta senses back there in Jacks when that fool Texan called out your name, didn't you now? Well, I wasn't and what he said sure made me want to know a little more, seein' as how Hunt Rennie might well be Pa. He owed me a pa, you know. Real pa was killed gittin' him out of prison. I didn't want no drifters cuttin' in on what was rightly mine, in a manner of speakin'. So I just waited chance to get at that belt of yours. Found what I wanted, and that sorta made up mind. Colonel Kitchell here, he wanted me to go south with him. They have them a war goin' on down there, a man can always get ahead in wartime does he like soldierin'. But I weren't sure 'bout goin', till I found out as how I might just be pushed out, anyway. Why did you think that? Hunt Rennie's always treated you as a real son, hasn't he? Like a real son? Like his idea of a son, you mean? Work hard, and havin' books pushed at me. Always jawin' about education and bein' a gentleman. Do this, don't do that, this right, that's wrong. Bein' soft with Injuns, Lord, I was sick of bein' his kind of son when I went off with Howard. Rennie wasn't even ready to fight war proper, big man here, 'fraid to try it where he wasn't. Rightly he was sick of me, too, only his precious duty wouldn't let him say so. But as long as he didn't know about you, he'd try, and keep on trying. I had me a good place to hole up on th range. With you there he mightn't hold on to his patience. First off I thought I might settle you permanent, then you got took up by Bayless. Shannon laughed. That sure was a switch. Captain thought you was Kitchell's man, when he shoulda looked a little closer in a coupla other places. But you were shot, by Kitchell's men. I was creased by th shotgun rider on th stage we tried to stop. Boys brought me in close to town and dumped me on th road, gave us a chance to make up another tale to fool Bayless. Me, I've been ridin' with Colonel Kitchell since '64. We come west from Kansas long th end of that year. Colonel, he saw what might be done out here where it's a long ride between sheriffs and th army had to think, 'bout Injuns most of th time, what army there still was in th territory. Me and old man Lutterfield, we could help th Colonel better not ridin' with him, but for him, as you might say. And now you're goin' to Mexico. In time, Rennie, in time. Th Colonel's thinkin' out some plans. Don Cazar, he was too lucky at th pass. You're not goin' to get back those horses or mules, or what they were packin', Drew said. We'll see, we'll see. Certainly Shannon's confidence was in no wise shaken. Th Colonel, he didn't want to call in Nahata and his bucks, now maybe he'll have to. What we need is a layup till we can make some good plans. And Benito, he'll arrange that. If he lives. Drew closed his eyes wearily. His face was one bruised ache where Shannon's blow had landed, and his side was constant pain. You'll see, Shannon promised. We've got us a big ace in th hole, th range boys don't know as how I'm with Kitchell, not yet. That's how we took you so easy back to th water hole. I just rode up to Jose, got that there Pima listenin' to me till Lutterfield sneaked up and put him out of business. Lutterfield, he don't look much, but he was runnin' in this country with th Injuns 30 years ago. He's got th Apaches listenin' to him good. And I can talk us through th posses, maybe even into th stronghold later. You're a clever man, Shannon, Drew commented dryly. And you're too free with that lip. Drew's head rocked under a stinging slap which made fiery wheels of pain roll in his head. He must have been sent very close to the edge of unconsciousness for a moment or two. That's enough, Johnny, said Sergeant Wayne. Th Colonel says to keep him ready to move. You battin' him round like that don't do no good. So Topham had been right, Johnny Shannon was Kitchell's man. Not that it mattered now. Even if, by some miracle, Drew could get away from this pack of wolves, he had no idea of where he was or which way to go. One man alone and lost in this country faced death as certain as the bullet Johnny Shannon had already loaded for him. There was only one thing, he was still alive, and as long as a man lived he had hope. Nye and Greyfeather had trailed this bunch from the water hole. Perhaps the wind and sand storms had muddled the tracks, but Drew still had faith in the Pima. And Rennie's party had followed with the knowledge of the Mexicans' bolt hole to the south. Why, right now they could have circled ahead, could be waiting for Kitchell again as they had at the pass. An attack could give him a thin chance of escape. He had best keep his mouth shut and not provoke Shannon, maybe feign being more helpless than he was. The outlaws had difficulty in getting the Mexican on his horse when they were ready to move on in the evening. Drew, seeing the man's swollen face, his half-closed, set eyes, thought he was in high fever, probably no longer conscious. Kitchell ought to have sense enough to know Benito might not last out the night. But it was plain they were now pushed for time. They had been on the way for a while before Drew noticed that Lutterfield was not with them. His reappearance was far more dramatic than his going. A horse clattered up from behind at a pace not in keeping with the rough footing, and the rider drew level with Kitchell. Soldiers comin', Colonel. Got a couple o' them Pima scouts sniffin' th trailin' some o' Rennie's men with too. It ain't true. Shannon's protest was loud. I see them, bright and clear, mows up to where we stopped last. If'n you wants to sit round waitin' for 'em, do it. I'm clearin' out, ain't nobody can say Amos Lutterfield was here. Nobody but us, Shannon said coldly. Lutterfield. Even Drew's head came around at that. The moonlight was silver bright on the barrel of the Colt in Kitchell's grasp. Sergeant, suppose you take precautions to ensure the continued company of this man. I don't intend, Lutterfield, to let you curry favor by pointing out our trail to the army. I'd answer your proposed desertion as it deserves, with a bullet, but a body on our trail would provide an excellent signpost for any pursuers. The rope which had been coiled on Wayne's saddle swung out in a perfect loop and tightened about Lutterfield, pinning his arms to his sides. His protests and roars of anger went unheeded and he rode on as much a prisoner as Drew. Move out. Kitchell motioned with the Colt. Those 2 peaks ahead, according to Benito, the cut we want is between them. Across that we're free. The army can't follow us into Mexico. But Kitchell still kept to a cautious pace. The risk of losing a mount was one he dared not run. Drew debated the idea of booting his own horse from their line of march and trying to ride for it. He need only hide out and wait for the troopers to pick him up. If he had had hands free and been able to move in the saddle to dodge bullets, he might have tried it. The night wore on and Drew was driven to admiring the outlaw's nerve. Kitchell did not hurry. In fact, he followed the old cavalry custom of resting mounts at regular intervals, seeing that each of the weary horses had nostrils and mouth wiped out with a dampened cloth. At the 3rd halt he allowed them a drink of water before a smaller portion was given the men. Whatever else the outlaw might be, he was an experienced field commander. They had the peaks looming above them when Benito gave a gurgling gasp and stiffened, tall in the saddle, before he looped into a limp, dangling bundle of a man. Kitchell called a halt. He dismounted to examine the Mexican before he beckoned to Wayne. He's dead. We'll need his horse. Put him down behind those rocks over there, Sergeant. You know where we're going, Sue? Shannon asked. Enough to get us across the border. We can take cover there, make some other arrangements. Benito's patron would not welcome us with empty pockets. Hurry, Sergeant. I only got 2 hands, Sue. Wayne had freed the body of the Mexican but was having trouble dragging it into the appointed hiding place. You help him, Shannon. We have no time to waste. What about him? Shannon's thumb indicated Drew. I don't see how he can get away. Hurry up. Johnny dismounted with visible reluctance, but not before he blasted Drew's hopes by looping the reins of the captive's horse around his own saddle horn. And in addition Kitchell stood there with drawn gun. They had disposed of the body and Johnny was back when a sudden command boomed out of the air. Freeze! Shannon leaped, putting his horse between him and the open. He had the reins of Drew's mount in his hand. Kitchell went into a half-crouch, and was startled into snapping a shot in the general direction of the voice. Drew sat statue still. It was only too easy in this tricky light, bright though the moon was, to seem one of the men those ahead were hunting. He had no desire to stop a bullet now. But Johnny had ideas of his own. Under his direction Drew's horse broke to the left. There were shots and Drew flattened himself as best he could on the saddle horn, but not before he saw Kitchell spin around in a crazy dance and fall. All right, all right. Shannon's voice was broken, ragged, almost as if he were sobbing. You ain't got me yet, not by a sight, you ain't. A knife flashed, cutting the ties which kept Drew's left boot to the stirrup. The Kentuckian was dragged down and held while the knife sliced again. 2 more shots, then silence. Drew lay face to earth. The fall from the saddle had brought him down on his injured side, and he was in too great pain to take much interest in his surroundings. Then he was dragged, pulled over on his back. I got Drew Rennie here. The call was one of desperation. Yeah, hear that? Drew Rennie, old man's son. I read them letters he had, it's truth. You come take me in, he gets a knife clean across his throat. I want me a hoss, water, and an open road south. Do I get or does Mr. High and Mighty Rennie get him a son who ain't speakin' no more? Johnny? Is that you, Johnny? It sure is. Me, Johnny Shannon. And I'm ridin' outta here free and clear or else I'll do what I said. I mean that, Rennie. I surely do mean it. You lose me and you get your real son, good bargain, ain't it? You won't ride free for long, Johnny. You know that. I can have me a pretty good try, Rennie. This here's my country and I know it well, better'n any but your men. Give me your word and I'll go. Drew tried to fight back the darkness which was closing in, a dark stronger than mere night shadows. Give him what he wants. The words echoed hollowly. Shannon drew a deep breath. He laughed softly. And Drew made a great effort. He could see the bulk of the other's body poised between him and an opening between the rocks which must give on the pocket in which the outlaws had been surprised. Johnny was set like a runner ready on the mark. The Kentuckian could hear the scrape of horses' hoofs on stone. They must be bringing out a mount, keeping Hunt's part of the bargain. Only, Drew suddenly knew, Johnny was going to keep him. He saw the gun hand shift against the rock, Johnny was taking aim into the pocket. Why? By trusting to Rennie's word he would have a slim chance, so why spoil it by some treachery? All right, Johnny, it's ready for you. Now you get them hands up, Rennie. Sorta guessed you'd come yourself. I'm gettin' out, all right. Do I take you along? There ain't goin' to be no trailin', none tall, do they want Don Cazar to keep on breathing regular? Get them hands up, high. With all the force he could summon Drew kicked at Johnny's crouching body. Shannon cried out, there was a shot. Then Johnny cried again, this time with a choke cutting off the word as he arched convulsively against the boulder. In the half-light the arrow projecting from between his shoulder blades stood out with unnatural clarity. Arrow? Drew's wits worked slowly. The arrow must have come from one of the Pimas, Rennie had been covered, after all. So he had not believed too much in Johnny's promises. You there, kid? Someone came through the rock gap. Hey, he's here all right, but he's hurt. Nye's grasp on him brought the pain in Drew's side to an agony he could no longer stand. He was crushed down into darkness. Ribs are cracked, not broken, that's something to be thankful for. All right, you can let him down now. Give me that pad and some water, I want to see how much damage there is here. Drew tried to turn his head away from the touch on his swollen cheek and jaw, but he was held steady to endure it. Best we can do for the present. You can leave the rest to me, Nye. Drew opened his eyes. There was a fire nearby, but the flickering of the flames concealed more than they revealed of the face above him. He found the words to say rather than ask. You knew, before Johnny told, you knew. Teodoro told me, yesterday. I didn't lie. Johnny took the papers. He admitted it at the last. But why didn't you come to me? Put muddled feelings into words, attempt to explain what he did not fully understand himself. It was hard even to try, but you always faced up to the hard things. Wanted to know, if it was right, for both of us, had to know that. If you'd be welcome, that it. Well, what did you decide? What had he decided hours, days ago? Too late. But somehow that came out differently than he intended, as a question rather than a statement. No, the answer was uttered flatly, in a voice you did not argue with. Suppose we begin all over again. You willing to try? Better say, are you, Sue? Drew had whirling memories of all that had gone wrong since he had tried things his way. Then he saw a smile on his father's face, bringing him in where? To what? Suddenly he was eager to find out. Took the long way around to get home, didn't you? Hunt Rennie asked softly. I think we can make it worth the effort. Now, suppose you try some sleep, you've a pair of cracked ribs which'll have to be favored for a while. I think you've been too knocked about lately to make good sense. There'll be plenty of time. Plenty of time. Drew blinked. Yes, Sue. Obediently he shut his eyes. A blanket was pulled up, tucked in about him. For a moment a warm hand rested protectingly on his shoulder. And that reassuring pressure carried over with him into sleep, as if what he had long sought without recognizing was his, never to be lost again. The Gifts of Asti. She was the guardian of the worlds, but her world was dead. Even here, on the black terrace before the forgotten mountain retreat of Asti, it was possible to smell the dank stench of burning Memphis. To imagine that the dawn wind bore upward from the pillaged city the faint tortured cries of those whom the barbarians of Clem hunted to their prolonged death. Indeed it was time to leave. Varta, last of the virgin maidens of Asti, shivered. The scaled and wattled creature who crouched beside her thigh turned his reptilian head so that golden eyes met the aquamarine ones set slantingly at a faintly provocative angle in her smooth ivory face. We go. She nodded in answer to that unvoiced question La had sent into her brain, and turned toward the dark cavern which was the mouth of Asti's last dwelling place. Once, more than 1,000 years before when the walls of Memphis were young, Asti had lived among men below. But in the richness and softness which was trading Memphis, empire of empires, Asti found no place. So he and those who served him had withdrawn to this mountain outcrop. And she, Varta, was the last, the very last to bow knee at Asti's shrine and raise her voice in the dawn hymn, for La, as were all his race, was mute. Even the lute of Memphis would not sate the shaggy-headed warriors who had stormed her gates this day. The stairway to Asti's temple was plain enough to see, and there would be those to essay the steep climb hoping to find a treasure which did not exist. For Asti was an austere god, delighting in plain walls and bare altars. His last priest had lain in the grave niches these 3 years, there would be none to hold that gate against intruders. Varta passed between tall, uncarved pillars, La padding beside her, his spine mane erect, the talons on his 4 feet clicking on the stone in steady rhythm. So they came into the innermost shrine of Asti, and there Varta made graceful obeisance to the great cowled and robed figure which sat enthroned, its hidden eyes focused upon its own outstretched hand. And above the flattened palm of that wide hand hung suspended in space the round orange-red sun ball which was twin to the sun that lighted Erb. Around the miniature sun swung in their orbits the 4 worlds of the system, each obeying the laws of space, even as did the planets they represented. Memphis has fallen, Varta's voice sounded rusty in her own ears. She had spoken so seldom during the last lonely months. Evil has risen to overwhelm our world, even as it was prophesied in your revelations, O, ruler of worlds and maker of destiny. Therefore, obeying the order given of old, I would depart from this, thy house. Suffer me now to fulfill the law. 3 times she prostrated her slim body on the stones at the foot of Asti's judgment chair. Then she arose and, with the confidence of a child in its father, she laid her hand palm upward upon the outstretched hand of Asti. Beneath her flesh the stone was not cold and hard, but seemed to have an inner heat, even as might a human hand. For a long moment she stood so, and then she raised her hand slowly, carefully, as if within its slight hollow she cupped something precious. And, as she drew her hand away from the grasp of Asti, the tiny sun and its planets followed, spinning now above her palm as they had above the statues. But out of the cowled figure some virtue had departed with the going of the miniature solar system, it was now but a carving of stone. And Varta did not look at it again as she passed behind its bulk to seek a certain place in the temple wall, known to her from much reading of the old records. Having found the stone she sought, she moved her hand in a certain pattern before it so that the faint radiance streaming from the tiny sun, gleamed on the grayness of the wall. There was a grating, as from metal long and used, and a block fell back, opening a narrow door to them. Before she stepped within, the priestess lifted her hand above her head, and when she withdrew it, the sun and planets remained to form a diadem just above the intricate braiding of her dull red hair. As she moved into the secret way, the 5 orbs swung with her, and in the darkness there the sun glowed richly, sending out a light to guide their feet. They were at the top of a stairway, and the hollow clang of the stone as it moved back into place behind them echoed through a gulf which seemed endless. But that too was as the chronicles had said, and Varda knew no fear. How long they journeyed down into the maw of the mountain and, beyond that, into the womb of Urb itself, Varda never knew. But, when feet were weary and she knew the bite of real hunger, they came into a passageway which ended in a room hollowed of solid rock. And there, preserved in the chest in which men born in the youth of Mempher had laid them, Varda found that which would keep her safe on the path she must take. She put aside the fine silks, the jeweled cincture, which had been the badge of Asti's service, and drew on over her naked body a suit of scaled skin, gemmed and glistening in the rays of the small sun. There was a hood to cover the entire head, taloned gloves for the hands, webbed, clawed coverings for the feet, as if the skin of a giant, man-like lizard had been tanned and fashioned into this suit. And Varda suspected that that might be so. The world of Urb had not always been held by the humankind alone. There were supplies here too, lying untouched in ageless containers within a lizard skin pouch. Varda touched her tongue without fear to a powdered restorative, sharing it with La, whose own mailed skin would protect him through the dangers to come. She folded the regalia she had stripped off and laid it in the chest, smoothing it regretfully before she dropped the lid upon its shimmering color. Never again would Asti's servant wear the soft stuff of his livery. But she was resolute enough when she picked up the food pouch and strode forward, passing out of the robing chamber into a narrow way which was a natural fault in the rock unsmoothed by the tools of man. But when this rocky road ended upon the lip of a gorge, Varda hesitated, plucking at the throat latch of her hood-like helmet. Through the unclouded crystal of its eyeholes she could see the sprouts of yellow vapor which puffed from crannies in the rock wall down which she must climb. If the records of the temple spoke true, these curls of gas were death to all lunged creatures of the upper world. She could only trust that the cunning of the scaled hood would not fail her. The long talons fitted to the finger-tips of the gloves, the claws of the webbed foot coverings clamped fast to every hand and foot hold. But the way down was long, and she caught a message of weariness from La before they reached the piled rocks at the foot of the cliff. The puffs of steamy gas had become a fog through which they groped their way slowly, following a trace of path along the base of the cliff. Time did not exist in the underworld of Urb. Varda did not know whether it was still today, or whether she had passed into tomorrow when they came to a crossroads. She felt La press against her, forcing her back against a rock. "There is a thing coming," his message was clear. And in a moment she too saw a dark hulk nosing through the vapor. It moved slowly, seeming to balance at each step as if travel was a painful act. But it bore steadily to the meeting of the two paths. It is no enemy, but she did not need that reassurance from La. Unearthly as the thing looked, it had no menace. With a last twist of ungainly body the creature squatted on a rock and clawed the clumsy covering it wore about its bone-thin shoulders and domed skull head. The visage it revealed was long and grey, with dark pits for eyes and a gaping, fang-studded, lipless mouth. "Who are you who dare to tread the forgotten ways and rouse from slumber the guardian of the chasms?" The question was a shrill whine in her brain. Her hands half arose to cover her ears. "I am Varda, maiden of Asti. Mempher has fallen to the barbarians of the outer lands, and now I go, as Asti once ordered." The guardian considered her answer gravely. In one skeleton claw it fumbled a rod, and with this it now traced certain symbols in the dust before Varda's webbed feet. When it had done, the girl stooped and altered two of the lines with a swift stroke from one of her talons. The creature of the chasm nodded its misshapen head. "Asti does not rule here. But long, and long, and long ago there was a pact made with us in his name. Pass free from us, woman of the light. There are two paths before you." The guardian paused for so long that Varda dared to prompt it. "Where do they lead, guardian of the dark?" "This will take you down into my country," it jerked the rod to the right. "And that way is death for creatures from the surface world. The other, In our old legends it is said to bring a traveler out into the upper world. Of the truth of that I have no proof. But that one I must take. She made slight obeisance to the huddle of bones and dank cloak on the rock, and it inclined its head in grave courtesy. With La pushing a little ahead, she took the road which ran straight into the flume-veiled darkness. Nor did she turn to look again at the thing from the chasm world. They began to climb again, across slimed rock where there were evil trails of other things which lived in this haunted darkness. But the sun of Asti lighted their way, and perhaps some virtue in the rays from it kept away the makers of such trails. When they pulled themselves up onto a wide ledge, the talons on Varda's gloves were worn to splintered stubs, and there was a bright girdle of pain about her aching body. La lay panting beside her, his red forked tongue protruding from his foam-ringed mouth. We walk again the ways of men. La was the first to note the tool marks on the stone where they lay. By the will of Asti, we may win out of this maze after all. Since there were no signs of the deadly steam, Varda dared to push off her hood and share with her companion the sustaining power she carried in her pouch. There was a freshness to the air they breathed, damp and cold though it was, which hinted of the upper world. The ledge sloped upwards, at a steep angle at first, and then more gently. La slipped past her and thrust head and shoulders through a break in the rock. Grasping his neck spines, she allowed him to pull her through that narrow slit into the soft blackness of a surface night. They tumbled down together, Varda's head pillowed on La's smooth side, and so slept as the sun and worlds of Asti whirled protectingly above them. A whir of wings in the air above her head awakened Varda. One of the small, jewel-bright flying lizard creatures of the deep jungle poised and dipped to investigate more closely the worlds of Asti. But at Varda's upflung arm it uttered a rasping cry and planed down into the mass of vegetation below. By the glint of sunlight on the stone around them the day was already well advanced. Varda tugged at La's mane until he roused. There was a regularity to the rocks piled about their sleeping place which hinted that they had lain among the ruins left by man. But of this side of the mountains both were ignorant, for Memphr's rule had not run here. Many dead things in times past, La's scarlet nostril pits were extended to their widest. But that was long ago. This land is no longer held by men. Varda laughed cheerfully. If here there are no men, then there will rise no barbarian hordes to dispute our rule. Asti has led us to safety. Let us see more of the land he gives us. There was a road leading down from the ruins, a road still to be followed in spite of the lash of landslip and the crack of time. And it brought them into a cup of green fertility where the lavishness of Asti's sowing was unchecked by man. Varda seized eagerly upon globes of blood-red fruit which she recognized as delicacies which had been cultivated in the temple gardens, while La went hunting into the fringes of the jungle. Their dining on prey so easily caught as to be judged devoid of fear. The jungle-choked highway curved and they were suddenly fronted by a desert of sear desolation, a desert floored by glassy slag which sent back the sunbeams in a furnace glare. Varda shaded her eyes and tried to see the end of this, but, if there was a distant rim of green beyond, the heat distortions in the air concealed it. La put out a front paw to test the slag but withdrew it instantly. "It cooks the flesh, we cannot walk here," was his verdict. Varda pointed with her chin to the left where, some distance away, the mountain wall paralleled their course. "Then let us keep to the jungle over there and see if it does not bring around to the far side." But what made this? She leaned out over the glassy stuff, not daring to touch the slick surface. War. La's tongue shot out to impale a questing beetle. These forgotten people fought with fearsome weapons. But what weapon could do this? Memphr knew not such. Memphr was old. But mayhap there were those who raised cities on herb before the first hut of Memphr squatted on tidal mud. Men forget knowledge in time. Even in Memphr the lords of the last days forgot the wisdom of their earlier sages, they fell before the barbarians easily enough. If ever men had wisdom to produce this, it was not of Asti's giving. She edged away from the glare. "Let us go." But now they had to fight their way through jungle and it was hard, until they reached a ridge of rock running out from the mountain as a tongue thrust into the blasted valley. And along this they picked their slow way. "There is water near," Les thought answered the girl's desire. She licked dry lips longingly. This way. Her companion's sudden turn was to the left and Varda was quick to follow him down a slide of rock. Les' instinct was right, as it ever was. There was water before them, a small lake of it. But even as he dipped his fanged muzzle toward that inviting surface, Les' spined head jerked erect again. Varda snatched back the hand she had put out, staring at Les' strange actions. His nostrils expanded to their widest, his long neck outstretched. He was swinging his head back and forth across the limpid shallows. "What is it?" "This is no water such as we know," the scaled one answered flatly. "It has life within it." Varda laughed. "Fish, water snakes, your own distant kin, La. It is the scent of them which you catch." "No. It is the water itself which lives, and yet does not live." His thought trailed away from her as he struggled with some problem. No human brain could follow his unless he willed it so. Varda squatted back on her heels and began to look at the water and then at the banks with more care. For the first time she noted the odd patches of brilliant color which floated just below the surface of the liquid. Blue, green, yellow, crimson, they drifted slowly with the tiny waves which lapped the shore. But they were not alive, she was almost sure of that, they appeared more a part of the water itself. Watching the voyage of one patch of green she caught sight of the branch. It was a drooping shoot of the turbine, the same tree vine which produced the fruit she had relished less than an hour before. Above the water dangled a cluster of the fruit, dead ripe with the sweet pulp stretching its skin. But below the surface of the water. Varda's breath hissed between her teeth and Les' head snapped around as he caught her thought. The branch below the water bore a perfect circle of green flowers close to its tip, the flowers which the turbine had borne naturally 7 months before and which should long ago have turned into just such sweetness as hung above. With Le at her heels the girl edged around to pull cautiously at the branch. It yielded at once to her touch, swinging its tip out of the lake. She sniffed, there was a languid perfume in the air, the perfume of the blooming turbine. She examined the flowers closely, to all appearances they were perfect and natural. "It preserves," Le settled back on his haunches and waved one front paw at the quiet water. "What goes into it remains as it was just at the moment of entrance." "But if this is 7 months old?" "It may be 7 years old," corrected Le. "How can you tell when that branch first dipped into the lake? Yet the flowers do not fade even when withdrawn from the water. This is indeed a mystery, of which I would know more." Varda dropped the turbine and started on around the edge of the lake. Twice more they found similar evidence of preservation in flower or leaf, wherever it was covered by the opaline water. The lake itself was a long and narrow slash with one end cutting into the desert of glass while the other at the foot of the mountain. And it was there, on the slope of the mountain that they found the greatest wonder of all, scenting it before they sighted the remains among the stones. "Man-made," he cautioned, "but very, very old. And truly the wreckage they came upon must have been old, perhaps even older than Memphis. For the part which rested above the water was almost gone, rusty red stains on the rocks outlining where it had lain. But under water was a smooth silver hull, shining and untouched by the years." Varda laid her hand upon a ruddy scrap between 2 rocks and it became a drift of powdery dust. And yet, there a few feet below was strong metal. Le padded along the scrap of shore surveying the thing. It was a machine in which men traveled, his thoughts arose to her. But they were not as the men of Memphis. Perhaps not even as the sons of Erb. Not as the sons of Erb. Her astonishment broke into open speech. Le's neck twisted as he looked up at her. Did the men of Erb, even in the old chronicles, fight with weapons such as would make a desert of glass? There are other worlds than Erb, mayhap this strange thing was a sky ship from such a world. All things are possible by the will of Asti. Varda nodded. All things are possible by the will of Asti, she repeated. But, her eyes were round with wonder, perhaps it is Asti's will which brought us here to find this marvel. Perhaps he has some use for us in it. At least we may discover what lies within it. Had his own share of curiosity. How? The two of us cannot draw that out of the water. No, but we can enter into it. Varda fingered the folds of the hood on her shoulders. She knew what meant. The suit which had protected her in the underworld was impervious to everything outside its surface, or to every substance its makers knew, just as La's own hide made his flesh impenetrable. But the fashioners of her suit had probably never known of the living lake, and what if she had no defense against the strange properties of the water? She leaned back against a rock. Overhead the worlds and son of Asti still traveled their appointed paths. The worlds of Asti. If it was his will which had brought them here, then Asti's power would wrap her round with safety. By his will she had come out of Memphis over ways no human of Erb had ever trod before. Could she doubt that his protection was with her now? It took only a moment to make secure the webbed shoes, to pull on and fasten the hood, to tighten the buckles of her gloves. Then she crept forward, shuddering as the water rose about her ankles. But La pushed on before her, his head disappearing fearlessly under the surface as he crawled through the jagged opening in the ship below. Smashed engines which had no meaning in her eyes occupied most of the broken section of the wreck. None of the metal showed any deterioration beyond that which had occurred at the time of the crash. Under her exploring hands it was firm and whole. La was pulling at a small door half hidden by a mass of twisted wires and plates, and, just as Varda crawled around this obstacle to join him, the barrier gave way, allowing them to squeeze through into what had once been the living quarters of the ship. Varda recognized seats, a table, and other bits of strictly utilitarian furniture. But of those who had once been at home there remained no trace. La, having given one glance to the furnishings, was prowling about the far end of the cabin uncertainly, and now he voiced his uneasiness. There is something beyond, something which once had life. Varda crowded up to him. To her eyes the wall seemed without line of an opening, and yet La was running his broad front paws over it carefully, now and then throwing his weight against the smooth surface. There is no door, she pointed out doubtfully. No door, here. La unsheathed formidable fighting claws to their full length for perhaps the first time in his temple-sheltered life, and endeavored to work them into a small crevice. The muscles of his forelegs and quarters stood out in sharp relief under his scales, his fangs were bare as his lips snapped back with effort. Something gave, a thin black line appeared to mark the edges of a door. Then time, or La's strength, broke the ancient locking mechanism. The door gave so suddenly that they were both sent hurtling backward, and La's breath burst from him in a huge bubble. The sealed compartment was hardly more than a cupboard, but it was full. Spread-eagled against the wall was a four-limbed creature whose form was so smothered in a bulky suit that Varda could only guess that it was akin in shape to her own. Hoops of metal locked it firmly to the wall, but the head had fallen forward so that the faceplate in the helmet was hidden. Slowly the girl breasted the water which filled the cabin and reached her hands toward the bowed helmet of the prisoner. Gingerly, her blunted talons scraping across metal, she pulled it up to her eye level. The eyes of that which stood within the suit were closed, as if in sleep, but there was a warm, healthy tint to the bronze skin, so different in shade to her own pallid coloring. For the rest, the prisoner had the two eyes, the centered nose, the properly shaped mouth which were common to the men of Erb. Hair grew on his head, black and thick, and there was a faint shadow of beard on his jaw-line. This is a man, her thought reached La. Why not? Did you expect a serpent? It is a pity he is dead. Varda felt a rich warm tide rising in her throat to answer that teasing half-question. There were times when La's thought reading was annoying. He had risen to his hind legs so that he too could look into the shell which held their find. Yes, a pity, he repeated. But a vision of the turbay flowers swept through her mind. Had La suggested it, or had that wild thought been hers alone? Only this ship was so old, so very old. La's red tongue flicked. It can do no harm to try, he suggested slyly and set his claws into the hoop holding the captive's right wrist, testing its strength. But the metal on the shore, it crumpled into powder at my touch, she protested. What if we carry him out only to have, her mind shuddered away from the picture which followed. Did the turbine blossom fade when pulled out, countered La. There is a secret to these fastenings, he pulled and pried impatiently. Varda tried to help but even their united strength was useless against the force which held the loops in place. Breathless the girl slumped back against the wall of the cabin while La settled down on his haunches. One of the odd patches of color drifted by, its vivid scarlet like a jewel spiraling lazily upward. Varda's eyes followed its drift and so were guided to what she had forgotten, the worlds of Asti. Asti. La was looking up too. The power of Asti. Varda's hand went up, rested for a long moment under the sun and then drew it down, carefully, slowly, as she had in Mempher's temple. Then she stepped towards the captive. Within her hood a beaded line of moisture outlined her lips, a pulse thundered on her temple. This was a fearsome thing to try. She held the sun on a line with one of the wrist bonds, she must avoid the flesh it imprisoned, for Asti's power could kill. From the sun there shot an orange-red beam to strike full upon the metal. A thin line of red crept across the smooth hoop, crept and widened. Varda raised her hand, sending the sun spinning up and La's claws pulled on the metal. It broke like rotten wood in his grasp. The girl gave a little gasp of half-terrified delight. Then the old legends were true. As Asti's priestess she controlled powers too great to guess. Swiftly she loosed the other hoops and restored the sun and worlds to their place over her head as the captive slumped across the threshold of his cell. Tugging and straining they brought him out of the broken ship into the sunlight of Herb. Varda threw back her hood and breathed deeply of the air which was not manufactured by the wizardry of the lizard skin and La sat panting, his nostril flaps open. It was he who spied the spring on the mountain side above, a spring of water uncontaminated by the strange life of the lake. They both dragged themselves there to drink deeply. Varda returned to the lake shore reluctantly. Within her heart she believed that the man they had brought from the ship was truly dead. Love might hold out the promise of the flowers, but this was a man and he had lain in the water for countless ages. So she went with lagging steps, to find La busy. He had solved the mystery of the space suit and had stripped it from the unknown. Now his clawed paw rested lightly on the bared chest and he turned to Varda eagerly. There is life. Hardly daring to believe that, she dropped down beside La and touched their prize. La was right, the flesh was warm and she had caught the faint rhythm of shallow breath. Half remembering old tales, she put her hands on the arch of the lower ribs and began to aid that rhythm. The breaths were deeper. Then the man half turned, his arm moved. Varda and La drew back. For the first time the girl probed gently the sleeping mind before her, even as she had read the minds of those few of Mempher who had ascended to the temple precincts in the last days. Much of what she read now was confused or so alien to Herb that it had no meaning for her. But she saw a great city plunged into flaming death in an instant and felt the horror and remorse of the man at her feet because of his own part in that act, the horror and remorse which had led him to open rebellion and so to his imprisonment. There was a last dark and frightening memory of a door closing on light and hope. The spaceman moaned softly and hunched his shoulders as if he struggled vainly to tear loose from bonds. He thinks that he is still prisoner, observed La. For him life begins at the very point it ended, even as it did for the turbine flowers. See, now he awakens. The eyelids rose slowly, as if the man hated to see what he must look upon. Then, as he sighted Varda and La, his eyes went wide. He pulled himself up and looked dazedly around, striking out wildly with his fists. Catching sight of the clumsy suit La had taken from him he pulled at it, looking at the two before him as if he feared some attack. Varda turned to La for help. She might read minds and use the wordless speech of La. But his people knew the art of such communication long before the first priest of Asti had stumbled upon their secret. Let La now quiet this outlander. Delicately La sought a way into the other's mind, twisting down paths of thought strange to him. Even Varda could not follow the subtle waves sent forth in the quick examination and reconnoitering, nor could she understand all of the conversation which resulted. For the man from the ancient ship answered in speech aloud, sharp harsh sounds of no meaning. It was only after repeated instruction from La that he began to frame his messages in his mind, clumsily and disconnectedly. Pictures of another world, another solar system, began to grow more clear as the spaceman became more at home in the new way of communication. He was one of a race who had come to Urb from beyond the stars and discovered it a world without human life, so they had established colonies and built great cities, far different from Memphis, and had lived in peace for centuries of their own time. Then on the faraway planet of their birth there had begun a great war, a war which brought flaming death to all that world. The survivors of a last battle in outer space had fled to the colonies on Urb. But among this handful were men driven mad by the death of their world, and these had blasted the cities of Urb, saying that their kind must be wiped out. The man they had rescued had turned against one such maddened leader and had been imprisoned just before an attack upon the largest of the colony's cities. After that he remembered nothing. Varda stopped trying to follow the conversation, but was only explaining now how they had found the spaceman and brought him out of the wrecked ship. No human on Urb, this one had said, and yet were there not her own people, the ones who had built Memphis? And what of the barbarians, who, ruthless and cruel as they seemed by the standards of Memphis, were indeed men? Whence had they come then, the men of Memphis and the ancestors of the barbarian hordes? Her hands touched the scaled skin of the suit she still wore and then rubbed across her own smooth flesh. Could one have come from the other? Was she of the blood and heritage of La? Not so. La's mind, as quick as his flickering tongue, had caught that panic-born thought. You are of the blood of this space wanderer. Men from the riven colonies must have escaped to safety. Look at this man, is he not like the men of Memphis, as they were in the olden days of the city's greatness? The stranger was tall, taller than the men of Memphis, and there was a certain hardness about him which those city dwellers in ease had never displayed. But La must be right, this was a man of her race. She smiled in sudden relief and he answered that smile. La's soft laughter rang in both their heads. Asti in his infinite wisdom can see through centuries. Memphis has fallen because of its softness and the evil-doing of its people, and the barbarians will now have their way with the lands of the north. But to me it appears that Asti is not yet done with the pattern he was weaving there. To each of you he granted a second life. Do not disdain the gifts of Asti, daughter of Urb. Again Varda felt the warm tide of blood rise in her cheeks. But she no longer smiled. Instead she regarded the outlander speculatively. Not even a maiden of the temple could withstand the commands of the All-Highest. Gifts from the hand of Asti dared not be thrown away. Above the puzzlement of the stranger she heard the chuckling of La. Ralestone luck. 1. The Ralestones come home. Once upon a time two brave princes and a beautiful princess set out to make their fortunes, began the dark-haired, dark-eyed boy by the roadster. Royalty is out of fashion, corrected Ricky Ralestone somewhat indifferently. Can't you do better than that? She gave her small, pert hat an exasperated tweak which brought the unoffending bull-shaped bit of white felt into its proper position over her right eyebrow. How long does it take Rupert to ask a single simple question? Her brother Val watched the gas gauge on the instrument board of the roadster fluctuate wildly as the attendant of the station shook the hose to speed the flow of the last few drops. 5 gallons, $1.10. Did he have that much? He began to assemble various small hoards of change from different pockets. Do you think we're going to like this? Ricky waved her hand vaguely in a gesture which included a dilapidated hot dog stand and a stretch of road white-hot under the steady baking of the sun. Well, I think that Pirate's Haven is slightly different from our present surroundings. Where's your proper pride? Not everyone can be classed among the new poor, Val observed judiciously. Nobility in the bread line. His sister sniffed with what she fondly believed was the air of a Van Aster dowager. Nobility? We never relinquished the title, did we? Rupert's still the Marquis of Lorne. After some 200 years in America I am afraid that we would find ourselves strangers in England. And Lorne crumbled to dust long ago. But he's still Marquis of Lorne, she persisted. All right. And what does that make you? Lady Richanda, of course, silly. Can't you remember the wording of the old charter? And you're Viscount. Wrong there, Val corrected her. I'm only a lord, by courtesy, unless we can bash Rupert on the head some dark night and chuck him into the bayou. Lord Valerius. She rolled it upon her tongue. Marquis, Lady, and Lord Val, out to seek their fortunes. Pity we can't do it in the traditional family way. But we can't, you know, he protested laughingly. I believe that piracy is no longer looked upon with favor by the more solid members of any community. Though plank walking is an idea to keep in mind and the bill collectors start to draw in upon us. Here comes Rupert at last. Rupert, she raised her voice as their elder brother opened the door by the driver's seat, shall we all go and be pirates? Val has some lovely gory ideas. Not just yet anyway, we still have a roof over our heads, he answered as he slid in behind the wheel. We should have taken the right turn a mile back. Bother. Ricky surveyed as much of her face as she could see in the postage stamp mirror of her compact. I don't think I'm going to like Louisiana. Maybe Louisiana won't care for you either, Val offered slyly. After all, we dyed-in-the-wool Yanks coming to live in the deep south. Speak for yourself, Val Ralestone. She applied a puff carefully to the tip of her upturned nose. Since we've got this barn of a place on our hands, we might as well live in it. Too bad you couldn't have persuaded our artist Tenant to sign another lease, Rupert. He's gone to spend a year in Italy. The place is in fairly good condition though. Lafleur said that as long as we don't use the left wing and close off the state bedrooms, we can manage nicely. State bedrooms, Val drew a deep breath which was meant to be one of reverence but which turned into a sneeze as the roadster's wheels raised the dust. How does it feel to own such magnificence, Rupert? Not so good, he replied honestly. A house as big as Pirates Haven is a burden if you don't have the cash to keep it up properly. Though this artist chap did make a lot of improvements on his own. But think of the long haul, began Ricky, rolling her eyes heavenward. And just what do you know about the long haul, demanded Rupert. Why, that's where dear great-great-uncle Rick's ghost is supposed to walk, isn't it? She asked innocently. I hope that our late tenant didn't scare him away. It gives one such a blue-blooded feeling to think of having an active ghost on the premises. A member of one's own family, too. Sure. Teach him, or it, some parlor tricks and we'll show it, or him, off every afternoon between 3 and 4. We might even be able to charge admission and recoup the family fortune, Val suggested brightly. Have you no reverence? Demanded his sister. And besides, ghosts only walk at night. Now that's something we'll have to investigate, Val interrupted her. Do ghosts have union rules? I mean, I wouldn't want great-great-uncle Rick to march up and down the carriage drive with a sign reading, the Ralestones are unfair to ghosts, or anything like that. We'll have to use the long hall, of course, cut in Rupert, as usual ignoring their nonsense. And the old summer drawing room. But we can shut up the dining room and the ballroom. We'll eat in the kitchen, and that and a bedroom apiece. I suppose there are bathrooms, or at least a bathroom, his brother interrupted. Because I don't care to rush down to the bayou for a good brisk plunge every time I get my face dirty. Harrison put in a bathroom at his own expense last fall. For which blessed be the name of Harrison. If he hadn't gone to Italy, he would have rebuilt the house. How soon do we get there? This touring is not what I thought it might be. The crease which had appeared so recently between Rupert's eyes deepened. Leg hurt, Val? He asked quietly, glancing at the slim figure sharing his seat. No. I'm expressing curiosity this time, old man, not just a whine. But if we're going to be this far off the main highway. Oh, it's not far from the city road. We ought to be seeing the gateposts any moment now. Prophet. Ricky leaned forward between them. See there. Two gray stone posts, as firmly planted by time as the avenue of live oaks they headed, showed clearly in the afternoon light. And from the nearest, deep carven in the stone, a jagged-toothed skull, crowned and grinning, stared blankly at the three in the shabby car. Beneath it ran the insolent motto of an ancient and disreputable clan, "What I want, I take." This is the place all right, I recognize Joe there. Val pointed to the crest. Good old Joe, always laughing. Ricky made a face. Horrid old thing. I don't see why we couldn't have had a swan or something nice to swank about. But then the lords of Lorne were hardly a nice lot in their prime, Val reminded her. Well, Rupert, let's see the rest. The car followed a gravel drive between tall bushes which would have been the better for a pruning. Then the road made a sudden curve and they came out upon a crescent of lawn bordering upon a stone-paved terrace 3 steps above. And on the terrace stood the home a Ralestone had not set foot in for over 50 years, Pirate's Haven. It looks, Ricky stared up, why, it looks just like the picture Mr. Harrison painted. Which proves why he is now in Italy, Val returned. But he did capture it on canvas. Grey stone, and those diamond-paned windows, and that squatty tower. But it isn't like a southern home at all. It's some old place out of England. Because it was built by an exile, said Rupert softly. An exile who loved his home so well that he labored 5 years in the wilderness to build its duplicate. Those little diamond-paned windows were once protected with shutters an inch thick, and the place was a fort in Indian times. But it is strange to this country. That's why it's one of the show places. Lafleur asked me if we would be willing to keep up the custom of throwing the staterooms open to the public 1 day a month. And shall we? Asked Ricky. We'll see. Well, don't you want to see the inside as well as the out? Of course. Val, you lazy thing, get out. Certainly, milady. He swung open the door and climbed out stiffly. Although he wouldn't have confessed it for any reason, his leg had been aching dully for hours. Do you know, Ricky hesitated on the first terrace step, bending down to put aside a trail of morning glory vine which clutched at her ankle, I've just remembered. What? Rupert looked up from the grid where he was unstrapping their luggage. That we are the very first Ralestones to come home since Grandfather Miles rode away in 1867. And why the sudden dip into ancient history? Val inquired as he limped around to help Rupert. I don't know, her eyes were fast upon moss-greened wall and ponderous door hewn of a single slab of oak, except, well, we are coming home at last. I wonder if they know. All those others. Rick and Miles, the first Rupert and Richard Ann. That Spitfire, the Lady Richanda. Rupert smiled. Perhaps they do. No, leave the bags here, Val. Let's see the house first. Together the Ralestones crossed the terrace and came to stand by the front door which still bore faint scars left by Indian hatchets. But Rupert stooped to insert a very modern key into a very modern lock. There was a click and the door swung inward before his push. The long hall. They stood in something of a hesitant huddle at the end of a long stone-floored room. Halfway down its length a wooden staircase led up to the second floor, and directly opposite that a great fireplace yawned mightily, black and bare. A leather-covered lounge was directly before this, flanked by 2 square chairs. And by the stairs was an oaken marriage chest. Save for 2 skin rugs, these were all the furnishings. But Ricky had crossed hesitatingly to that cavernous fireplace and was standing there looking up as her brothers joined her. There's where it was, she said softly and pointed to a deep niche cut into the surface of the stone overmantel. That niche was empty and had been so for more than 100 years, to their hurt. That was where the luck. How hold ye Lorne? Rupert's softly spoken question brought the well-remembered answer to Val's lips. By the oak leaf, by the sea wave, by the broadsword blade, thus hold we Lorne. The oak leaf is dust, murmured Ricky, the sea wave is gone, the broadsword is rust, how now hold ye Lorne? Her brothers answered her together. By our luck, thus hold we Lorne. And we've got to get it back, she said. We've just got to. When the luck hangs there again, we won't have anything left to worry about, Val finished for her. But that's a very big order, milady. Short of catching Rick's ghost and forcing him to disclose the place where he hid it, I don't see how we're going to do it. But we are going to, she answered confidently. I know we are. A good thing, Rupert broke in, a hint of soberness beneath the lightness of his tone as he looked about the almost bare room and then at the strained pallor of Val's thin face. The Ralestones have been luckless too long. And now suppose we take possession of this commodious mansion. I suggest that we get settled as soon as possible. I don't like the looks of the western sky. We're probably going to have a storm. What about the car? Val asked as his brother turned to go. Harrison used the old carriage house as a garage. I'll run it in there. You and Ricky better do a spot of exploring and see about beds and food. I don't know how you feel, he went on grimly, but after last night I want something softer than a dozen rocks to sleep on. I told you not to stop at that tourist place, began Ricky smugly. I said. You said that a house painted that shade of green made you slightly ill. But you didn't say anything about beds, Val reminded her as he shed his coat and hung it on the newel post. And since the Ralestone family have definitely gone off the gold or any other monetary standard, it's tourist rests or the poorhouse for us. Probably the poorhouse. Rupert sounded resigned. Now upstairs with you and get out some bedding. Lafleur said in his letter that the place was all ready for occupancy. And he stocked up with canned stuff. I know, beans. Just too divine. Well, let's know the worst. Ricky started up the stairs. I suppose there are electric lights? Got to throw the main switch first, and I haven't time to do that now. Here, Val. Rupert tossed him his tiny pocket torch as he turned to go. The door closed behind him and Ricky looked over her shoulder. This is rather a darkish place, isn't it? Not so bad. Val considered the hall below, which seemed suddenly peopled by an overabundance of oddly shaped shadows. No, her voice grew stronger, not so bad. We're together anyway, Val. Last year I thought I'd die, shut up in that awful school, and then coming home to hear about me making my first and last flight. Yes, not exactly a rest cure for any of us, was it? But it's all over now. The Ralestones may be down but they're not out, yet, in spite of Mosul oil and those coal mines. Do you know, we might use some of that nice gilt-edged stock for wallpaper. There's enough to cover a closet at least. Here we are, Rupert from beating about the globe trying to be a newspaper man, you straight from New York's finest finishing school, and me, well, out of the plainest hospital bed I ever saw. We've got this house and what Rupert managed to clear from the wreck. Something will turn up. In the meantime. Yes, she prompted. In the meantime, he went on, leaning against the banister for a moment's rest, we can be looking for the luck. As Rupert says, we need it badly enough. Here's the upper hall. Which way now? Over to the left wing. These in front are what Rupert refers to as state bedrooms. Yes. He opened the nearest door and whistled softly. Not so bad. About the size of a small Union station and provided with all the comforts of a tomb. Decidedly not what we want. Wait, here's a plaque set in the wall. Look. She ran her finger over a glass-covered square. Regulations for guests, or a floor plan to show how to reach the dining room in the quickest way, her brother suggested. No. She read aloud slowly. This room was occupied by General Andrew Jackson, the victor of the Battle of New Orleans, upon the 10th day after the battle. Phew. Old Hickory, here. But I thought that the Ralestones were more or less under a cloud at that time, commented Val. History. In the making. Quite so. Now may I suggest that we find some slumber rooms slightly more modern. Rupert is apt to become annoyed at undue delay in such matters. They went down the hall and turned into a short cross corridor. From a round window at the far end a ray of sun still swept in, but it was a sickly, faded ray. The storm Rupert had spoken of could not be far off. This is the right way. Mr. Harrison had these little numbers put on the doors for his guests, Ricky pointed out. I'll take 3, that was marked on the plan he sent us as a ladies' room. You take that one across the hall and let Rupert have the one next to you. The rooms they explored were not as imposing as the one which had sheltered Andrew Jackson for a night. Furnished with chintz-covered chairs, solid mahogany bedsteads and highboys, they were pleasant enough even if they weren't chambers to make an antique dealer, oh, and, ah. Val discovered with approval some stiff prints of mathematically correct clippers hung in exact patterns on his walls, while Ricky's room held one treasure, a dainty dressing table. A small door near the end of the hall gave upon a linen closet. And Ricky, throwing her short white jacket and hat upon the chair in her room, set about making beds, having given Val strict orders to return to the lower hall and sort out the luggage before bringing it up. As he reached the wide landing he stopped a moment. Since that winter night, almost a year in the past, when a passenger plane had decided, in spite of its pilot, to make a landing on a mountainside, he had learned to hobble where he had once run. The accident having made his right leg a rather accurate barometer, that crooked bone was announcing the arrival of the coming storm with a sharp pain or two which shot unexpectedly from knee to ankle. One such caught him as he was about to take a step and threw him suddenly off balance. He clutched at a dim tapestry which hung across the wall and tumbled through a slit in the fabric, which smelled of dust and mothballs, into a tiny alcove flanking a broad, well-cushioned window seat under tall windows. Below him in a riot of bushes and hedges run wild, lay the garden. Somewhere beyond must lie Bayou Mercier leading directly to Lake Bourne and so to the sea, the thoroughfare used by their pirate ancestors when they brought home their spoil. The green of the rank growth below, thought Val, seemed intensified by the strange yellowish light. A moss-grown path led straight into the heart of a jungle where sweet olive, banana trees, and palms grew in a matted mass. Harrison might have done wonders for the house, but he had allowed the garden to lapse into a wilderness. Val! Coming, he shouted and pushed back through the curtain. He could hear Rupert moving about the lower hall. Just made it in time, he said as the younger Ralestone limped down to join him. Hear that? A steady pattering outside was growing into a wild dash of wind-driven rain. It was dark and Rupert himself was but a blur moving across the hall. Do you still have the flash? Might as well descend into the lower regions and put on the lights. They crossed the long hall, passing through another large chamber where furniture huddled under dust covers, and then into a small cupboard-lined passage. This gave upon a dark cavern where Val's hand scraped a tabletop only too painfully as he went. Then Rupert found the door leading to the cellar, and they went down and down into inky blackness upon which their thread of torchlight made little impression. The damp, unpleasant scent of mold and wet grew stronger as they descended, and their fingers brushed slime-touched walls. Phew! Not very comfy down here, Val protested as Rupert threw the torch beam along the nearest wall. With a grunt of relief he stepped forward to pull open the door of a small black box. That does it, he said as he threw the switch. Now for the top side again and some supper. They negotiated the steps and found the button which controlled the kitchen lights. The glare showed them a room on the mammoth scale suggested by the long hall. A giant fireplace still equipped with three-legged pots, toasting irons, and spits was at one side, its brick oven beside it. But a very modern range and sink faced it. In the center of the room was a large table, while along the far wall were closed cupboards. Save for its size and the novelty of the fireplace, it was an ordinary kitchen, complete to red-checked curtains at the windows. Pleasant and homey, Val thought rather wistfully. But that was before the coming of that night when Ricky walked in the garden and he heard something stir in the long hall, which should have been empty. Val! Rupert! A cry which started valiantly became a wail as it echoed through empty rooms. Where are you? Here, in the kitchen, Val shouted back. A moment later Ricky stood in the doorway, her face flushed and her usually correct curls all on end. Mean, selfish, utterly selfish pigs, she burst out. Leaving me all alone in the dark. And it's so dark. We just went down to turn on the lights, Val began. So I see. With a sniff she looked about her. It took 2 of you to do that. But it only required 1 of me to make 3 beds. Well, this is a warning to me. Next time, she did not finish her threat. I suppose you want some supper. Rupert was already at the cupboards. That, he agreed, is the general idea. Beans or, Ricky's hand closed upon Val's arm with a nipper-like grip. What, her voice was a thin thread of sound, was that? Above the steady beat of the rain they heard a noise which was half scratch, half thud. Under Rupert's hand the latch of the cupboard clicked. Back door, he said laconically. Well, why don't you open it? Ricky's fingers bit tighter so that Val longed to twist out of her grip. The key grated in the lock and then Rupert shot back the accompanying bolt. Something's there, breathed Ricky. Probably nothing but a branch blown against the door by the wind, Val assured her, remembering the tangled state of the garden. The door came back, letting in a douche of cold rain and a black shadow which leaped for the security of the center of the room. Look! Ricky laughed unsteadily and released Val's arm. In the center of the neat kitchen, spitting angrily at the wet, stood a ruffled and oversized black tomcat. 2. The luck of the lords of Lorne. Nice of you to drop in, old man, commented Rupert dryly as he shut the door. But didn't anyone ever mention to you that gentlemen wipe their feet before entering strange houses? He surveyed a line of wet paw prints across the brick floor. Did he get all wet, the poor little? Ricky was on her knees, stretching out her hand and positively cooing. The cat put down the paw he had been licking and regarded her calmly out of round, yellow eyes. Then he returned to his washing. Val laughed. Evidently he is used to the strong, silent type of human, Ricky. I wonder where he belongs. He belongs to us now. Yes him does, doesn't him? She attempted to touch the visitor's head. His ears went back and he showed sharp teeth in no uncertain manner. Better let him alone, advised Rupert. He doesn't seem to be the kind you can cuddle. So I see. Ricky arose to her feet with an offended air. One would think that I resembled the more repulsive members of my race. In the meantime, Rupert again sought the cupboard. Let's eat. Half an hour later, fed and well content, even Satan, as the Ralestones had named their visitor because of his temperament, having condescended to accept some of the better-done bits of bacon, they sat about the table staring at the dishes. Now it is a very well-known fact that dishes do not obligingly leap from a table into a pan of well-soaped water, slosh themselves around a few times, and jump out to do a spot of brisk rubbing down. But how nice it would be if they did, thought Val. The dishes, began Ricky in a faint sort of way. Must be done. We gather that. How utterly nasty bacon grease looks when it's congealed. Her younger brother surveyed the platter before him with mournful interest. And the question before the house is, I presume, who's going to wash them? Rupert grinned. This seems to be as good a time as any to put some sort of a working plan in force. There is a certain amount of so-called housework which has to be done. And there are 3 of us to do it. It's up to us to apportion it fairly. Shall we say, let everyone care for his or her own room? There are also the little matters of washing, and ironing, and cleaning, Ricky broke in to remind him. And we're down to 50 a month in hard cash. But the tenant farmer on the other side of the bayou is to supply us with fresh fruit and vegetables. And our wardrobes are fairly intact. So I think that we can afford to hire the washing done. We'll take turns cooking. Who's elected to do the poisoning first? Val inquired with interest. I trust we possess a good cookbook. Well, I'll take breakfast tomorrow morning, Rupert volunteered. Anyone can boil coffee and toast bread. As for dishes, we'll all pitch in together. And suppose we start right now. When the dishes were back again in their neat piles on the cupboard shelves, Ricky vanished upstairs, to come trailing down again in a housecoat which she fondly imagined made her look like one of the better-known screen sirens. The family gathered in an aimless way before the empty fireplace of the long hall. Rupert was filling a black pipe which allowed him to resemble, in very slight degree, decided Val, an explorer in an English tobacco advertisement. Val himself was stretched full length on the couch with about 10 pounds of cat attempting to rest on his center section in spite of his firm refusal to allow the same. Brr. Ricky shivered. It's cold in here. Probably just Uncle Rick passing through, not the weather. No, Cat, you may not sit on that stomach. It's just as full of bacon as yours is and it wants a nice long rest. Val swept Satan off to the floor and he resignedly went to roost by the boy's feet in spite of the beguiling noises Ricky made to attract his attention. These stone houses are cold. Rupert scratched a match on the sole of his shoe. We ought to have flooring put down over this stone paving. I saw some wood stacked up in an outhouse when I put the car away. We'll have it in tomorrow and see what we can do about a fire in the evening. And I thought the South was always warm. Ricky examined her hands. Whoever, she remarked pleasantly, took my hand lotion better return it. The consequences might not be very attractive. Are you sure you packed it this morning? Val asked. But her fingers went to her mouth. I wonder if I did. I've just got to have some. We'll drive to town tomorrow and get a bottle. 30 miles or so for a 10-cent bottle of gooey stuff, Val protested. Good idea. Rupert stood with his back to the fireplace as if there really were a flame or two within its black emptiness. I've some papers that Lafleur wants to see. Then there are our boxes at the freight station to arrange transportation for, and we'll have to see about getting a newspaper and make a list, murmured his brother. Rupert dropped down upon the wide arm of Ricky's chair and with her only 2 willing aides set to work. Val eyed them drowsily. Rupert and Ricky, or to give her her very formal name in full, Richanda Ann, were red Ralestones, possessing the thin, 3-cornered faces, the dark mahogany hair. The sharply defined cheekbones which had been the mark of the family as far back in history as portraits or written descriptions existed. The red Ralestones were marked also by height and a suppleness of body and movement. The men had been fine swordsmen, the ladies noted beauties. But they were also cursed, Val remembered vividly, with uncertain tempers. Rupert had schooled himself to the point where his emotions were mastered by his will. But Val had seen Ricky enjoy full tantrums, and the last occasion was not so long ago that the scene had become misty in his memory. Generous to the point of self-beggary, loyal to a fault, and incurably romantic, that was a red Ralestone. Val himself was a black Ralestone, which was a very different thing. They were a new growth on the family tree, a growth which appeared after the Ralestones had been exiled to colonial America. His black hair, his long, dark face of no particular beauty marked with straight, black brows set in a perpetual frown, that was the sign of a black Ralestone. They were as strong-willed as the Reds, but their anger could be controlled to icy rage. Now that you have spent the monthly income, Val suggested as Rupert added up a long column of minute figures scrawled across the first page of his pocket notebook, let's really get away from economics for one evening. The surroundings suggest something more romantic than dollars and cents. After all, when did a pirate ever show a saving disposition? Would the first Roderick? The Roderick who brought home the luck. Ricky laughed. But he brought home a fortune, too, didn't he, Rupert? Her brother relit his pipe. Yes, but a great many lords came home from the Crusades with their pockets filled. Sir Roderick de Ralestone thought the luck worth his entire estate even after he was made Baron Ralestone. Ricky shivered delicately. Not altogether nice people, those ancestors of ours, she observed. No, Val grinned. By rights this room should be full of ghosts instead of the beat of just one. How many Ralestones died violently? 7 or 8, wasn't it? But the ones who died in England should haunt Lorne, argued Ricky, half seriously. Well then, that sort of confines us to the crews of the ships our great-great-great-grandfather scuttled, her brother replied. Rupert, Ricky turned and asked impulsively, do you really believe in the luck? Rupert looked up at the empty niche. I don't know, no, I don't. Not the way that Roderick and Richard and all the rest did. But something that has 700 years of history behind it, that means a lot. Then did he take up ye sword fashioned by ye devilish art of ye east from 2 fine blades found in ye tomb, Val quoted from the record of Brother Anselm, the friar who had accompanied Sir Roderick on his crusading. Do you suppose that that part's true? Could the luck have been made from 2 other swords found in an old tomb? Not impossible. The Saracens were master metal workers. Look at the Damascus blades. It all sounds like a fairy tale, commented Ricky. A sword with magic powers beaten out of 2 other swords found in a tomb. And the whole thing done under the direction of an Arab astrologer. You've got to admit, broke in Val, that Sir Roderick had luck after it was given to him. He came home a wealthy man and he died a baron. And his descendants even survived the Wars of the Roses when 4/5 of the great English families were wiped out. And fortune continued to smile, Rupert took up the story, until a certain wild Miles Ralestone staked the luck of his house on the turn of a card, and lost. Oh. Ricky squirmed forward in her chair. Now comes the pirate. Tell us that, Rupert. You know the story by heart now, he objected. We never heard it here, where some of it really happened. Tell it, please, Rupert. In your second childhood, he asked. Not out of my first yet, she answered promptly. Pretty please, Rupert. Miles Ralestone, Marquis of Lorne, he began, rode with Prince Rupert of the Rhine. He was a notorious gambler, a loose liver, and a cynic. And he even threw the family luck across the gaming table. The luck went from him who did it no honor, Val repeated slowly. I read that in that old letter among your papers, Rupert. Yes, the luck went from him. He survived Marston Moor. He survived the death of his royal master, Charles I, on the scaffold. He lived long enough to witness the return of the Stuarts to England. But the luck was gone, and with it the good fortune of his line. Rupert, his son, was but a penniless hanger-on at the royal court, the manor of Lorne a fire-gutted wreckage. Rupert followed James Stuart from England and that monarch became a fugitive to escape the wrath of his subjects. And the Marquis of Lorne sank to the role of pothouse bully in the back lanes of Paris. And then, prompted Val. And then a miracle occurred. Rupert was employed by his master on a secret mission to London, and there the luck came again into his hands. Perhaps by murder. But he died miserably enough of a heavy cold got by lying in a ditch to escape Dutch William's soldiers. So is this perilous luck come again into our hands. Then did I persevere to mend the fortunes of my house. That's what Rupert's son Richard wrote about the luck, Ricky recalled. Richard, the first pirate. He did a good job of fortune mending, commented Val dryly. Married one of the wealthiest of the French king's wards and sailed for the French West Indies all in a fortnight. Turned pirate with the approval of the French and took to lifting the cargoes of other pirates. I'll bet that most of his success was due to the Lady Richanda, observed Ricky. She sailed with him dressed in man's clothes. Remember that miniature of her that we saw in New York, the one in the museum? All the black Ralestones are supposed to look like her. Hear that, Val? At least it was the Lady Richanda who persuaded her husband to settle ashore, said Rupert. She was personally acquainted with Bienville and Iberville, who were proposing to rule the Mississippi Valley for France by building a city near the mouth of the river. And Black Dick, the pirate, obtained a grant of land lying along Lake Bourne and this bayou. Although the city was not begun until 1724, this house was started in 1710 by workmen imported from England. The house of an exile, Rupert continued slowly. Richard Ralestone was born in England, but he left there in his 10th year. In spite of the price on his head, he crept back to Devon in 1709 to see Lorne for the last time. And it was from the rude sketches he made of ruined Lorne that Pirates' Haven was planned. Why, we saw those sketches. Ricky's eyes shone with excitement. Do you remember, Val? Her brother nodded. Must have cost him plenty to do it, he replied. Richard had an immense personal fortune of his own gained from piracy, and he spared no expense in building. The larger part of the stone in these walls was brought straight from Europe, just as they later brought the paving blocks for the streets of New Orleans. When he had done, and the place was 5 years a building because of Indian troubles and other disturbances, he settled down to live in feudal state. Some of his former seamen rallied around him as a guard, and he imported blacks from the islands to work his indigo fields. The family continued to prosper through both French and Spanish domination until the time of American rule. Now for Uncle Rick. Ricky settled herself with a wriggle. This is even more exciting than Pirate Dick. In the year 1788, the time of the Great Fire which destroyed over half of New Orleans, twin boys were born at Pirates' Haven. They came into their heritage early, for their parents died of yellow fever when the twins were still small children. Those were restless times. New Orleans was full of refugees. From Haiti, where the revolting blacks were holding a reign of terror, and from France, where to be a noble was to be a dead one, came hundreds. Even members of the royal house, the Duc d'Orléans and his brother, the Duc de Montpensier, came for a space in 1798. The city had always been more or less lawless and intolerant of control. Like the New Englanders of the 18th century, many respected merchants were also smugglers. And pirates, suggested Val. The king of smugglers was Jean Lafitte. His forge, where his slaves shaped the wrought iron which was one of the wonders of the city, was a fashionable meeting place for the young bloods. He was the height of wit and fashion, daring openly to placard the walls of the town with his notices of smugglers' sales. And Roderick Ralestone, the younger of the twins, became one of Lafitte's men. In spite of the remonstrances of his brother Richard, young Rick withdrew to Barataria with Dominique and the rest of the outlawed captains. In the winter of 1814 matters came to a head. Richard wanted to marry an American girl, the daughter of one of Governor Claiborne's friends. Her father told him very pointedly that since the owners of Pirates' Haven seemed to be indulging in law-breaking, such a marriage was out of the question. Aroused, Richard made a secret inspection of certain underground storehouses which had been built by his pirate great-grandfather and discovered that Rick had put them in use again for the very same purpose for which they had been first intended, the storing of loot. He waited there for his brother, determined to have it decided once and for all. They quarreled bitterly. Both were young, both had bad tempers, and each saw his side as the right of the matter. Regular Ralestones, weren't they? Commented Val slyly. Undoubtedly, agreed Rupert. Well, at last Richard started for the house, his brother in pursuit. Then they fought, here in this very hall. And not with words this time, but with the rapiers Richard had brought back from France. A slave named Felice, who had been the twins' childhood nurse, was the only witness to the end of that duel. Richard lay face down across the hearthstone as she came screaming down the stairs. Ricky was studying the grey stone. By rights, Val agreed with her unspoken thought, there ought to be a stain there. Unfortunately for romance, there isn't. Rick was standing by the door, Rupert continued. When Felice reached his brother, he laughed unsteadily and half raised his sword in a duelist's salute. Then he was gone. But there were 2 swords on the floor. And that niche was empty. When he fled into the night storm with his brother's blood staining his hands, Ralestone took the luck of his house with him. After almost a year of invalidism, Richard recovered. He never married his American beauty. But in 1819 he took a wife, a young Creole lady widowed by the Battle of New Orleans. Of Rick nothing was heard again, although his brother searched diligently for more than 30 years. How, Val grinned at his brother, did Richard explain the little matter of the ghost which is supposed to walk at night? I don't know. But when the Civil War broke out, Richard's son Miles was the master of Pirates' Haven. The once great fortune of the family had shrunk. Business losses in the city, floods, a disaster at sea, had emptied the family purse. The luck getting in its dirty work by remote control, supplied the irrepressible Val. Perhaps. Young Miles had married in his teens, and the call to the Confederate colors brought both his twin sons under arms as well as their father. Miles, the father, fell in the first battle of Bull Run. But Miles, the son and elder of the twins, a lieutenant of cavalry, came out of the war the only surviving male of his family. His brother Richard had been wounded and was home on sick leave, and the Northerners occupied New Orleans. Betrayed by one of his former slaves, a mulatto who bore a grudge against the family, he was murdered by a gang of bullies and cutthroats who had followed the invading army. Richard had been warned of their raid and had managed to hide the family valuables in a secret place, somewhere within this very hall, according to tradition. Val and Ricky sat up and looked about with wondering interest. But Richard was shot down in cold blood when he refused to reveal the hiding place. His brother and some scouts, operating south without orders, arrived just in time to witness the last act. Miles Ralestone and his men summarily shot the murderers. But where Richard had so carefully concealed the last of the family treasure was never discovered. The war beggared the Ralestones. Miles went north in search of better luck, and this place was allowed to molder until it was leased in 1879 to a sugar baron. In 1895 it was turned over to a family distantly connected with ours. And since then it has been leased. We have had in all 4 tenants. But, Ricky broke in, since the luck went we have not prospered. And until it returns. Rupert tapped out his pipe against one of the fire irons. It's nothing but a folk tale, he told her. It isn't. Ricky contradicted him vehemently. And we've made a good beginning anyway. We've come back. If Rick took the luck with him, I don't see how we have an earthly chance of finding it again, Val commented. It came back once before after it had gone from us, reminded his sister. And I think that it will again. At least I'll hope so. Outside of the superstition, it would be well worth having. The names of the heads and heirs of the house are all engraved along the blade, from Sir Roderick on down. 700 years of history scratched on steel. Rupert stretched and then glanced at his wristwatch. 10 to 10, and we've had a long day. Who's for bed? I am, for one. Val swung his feet down from the couch, disturbing Satan, who opened one yellow eye lazily. Ricky stood by the fireplace fingering the wreath of stiff flowers carved in the stone. Val took her by the arm. No use wondering which one you push to reveal the treasure, he told her. She looked up startled. How did you know what I was thinking about? She demanded. My lady, your thoughts, like little white birds. Oh, go to bed, Val. When you get poetical I know you need sleep. Just the same, she hesitated with one foot on the first tread of the stair, I wonder. 3. The Ralestones entertain an unobtrusive visitor. Val lay trapped in an underground cavern, chained to the floor. An unseen monster was creeping up his prostrate body. He could feel its hot breath on his cheek. With a mighty effort he broke his bonds and threw out his arms in an attempt to fight off his tormentor. The morning sun was warm across his pillow, making him blink. On his chest stood Satan, kneading the bedclothes with his front paws and purring gently. From the open window came a fresh, rain-washed breeze. Having aroused the sleeper, Satan deserted his post to hang halfway out the window, intent upon the housekeeping arrangements of several birds who had built in the hedges below. A moment later Val elbowed him aside to look out upon the morning. It was a fine one. Wisps of mist from the bayou still hung about the lower garden, but the sun had already dried the brick-paved paths. A bee blundered past Val's nose, and he realized that it might be well to close the screen hanging shutter-like outside. From the direction of the hidden water came the faint putt-putt of a motorboat, but inside Pirates' Haven there was utter silence. As yet the rest of the family were not abroad. Val dropped his pajamas in a huddle by the bed and dressed leisurely, feeling very much at peace with this new world. Perhaps that was the last time he was to feel so for many days to come. He stole cautiously out of his room and tiptoed down halls and dark stairs, wanting to be alone while he discovered Pirates' Haven for himself. The long hall looked chilly and bleak, even though patches of sunlight were fighting the usual gloom. On the hearthstone lay a scrap of white, doubtless Ricky's handkerchief. Val flung open the front door and stepped out on the terrace, drawing deep lungfuls of the morning air. The blossoms on the morning glory vines which wreathed the edge of the terrace were open to the sun, and the birds sang in the bushes below. Satan streaked by and disappeared into the tangle. It was suddenly very good to be alive. The boy stretched luxuriously and started to explore, choosing the nearest of the crazy, wandering paths which began at the circle of the old carriage drive. Here was evidence of last night's storm. Wisps of Spanish moss, torn from the great live oaks of the avenue and looking like tufts of coarse grey horsehair, lay in waterlogged mats here and there. And in the open places, the grass, beaten flat, was just beginning to rise again. A rabbit scuttled across the path as it went down 4 steps of broken stone into a sort of glen. Here some early owner of the plantation had made an irregular pool of stone to be fed by the trickle of a tiny spring. Frogs the size of postage stamps leaped panic-stricken for the water when Val's shadow fell across its rim. A leaden statue of the boy Pan danced joyously on a pedestal above. Ricky would love this, thought her brother as he dabbled his fingers in the chill water trying to catch the stem of the single lily bud. Out of nowhere came a turtle to slide into the depths of the pool. The sun was very warm across Val's bowed shoulders. He liked the garden, liked the plantation, even liked the circumstances which had brought them there. Lazily he arose and turned. By the steps down which he had come stood a slight figure in a faded flannel shirt and mud-streaked overalls. His bare brown feet gripped the stones as if to get purchase for instant flight. "Hello," Val said questioningly. The newcomer eyed young Ralestone warily and then his gaze shifted to the bushes beyond. "I'm Val Ralestone." Val held out his hand. To his astonishment the stranger's mobile lips twisted in a snarl and he edged crabwise toward the bushes bordering the glen. "Who are you?" Val demanded sharply. "Ah has got as much right here as yo all," the boy answered angrily. And with that he turned and slipped into a path at the far end of the glen. Aroused, Val hurried after him to reach the bayou levee. The quarry was already in midstream, wielding an efficient canoe paddle. On impulse Val shouted after him, but he never turned. A rifle lay across his knees and there were some rusty traps in the bottom of the flimsy canoe. Then Val remembered that Pirates' Haven lay upon the fringe of the muskrat swamps where Cajun and American squatters still carried on the fur trade of their ancestors. But as Val stood speeding the departure of the uninvited guest, another canoe put off from the opposite shore of the bayou and came swinging across toward the rough wooden landing which served the plantation. A round brown face grinned up at Val as a powerful Negro clambered ashore. "Is dey up at de big house now?" he asked cheerily as he came up. "If you mean the Ralestones, why, we got here last night," Val answered. "Yo all is Mr. Ralestone, Sue." He took off his wide-brimmed straw hat and twisted it in his oversized hands. "I'm Valerius Ralestone. My brother Rupert is the owner." "Well, Mr. Ralestone, Sue, I see yo all's fama from Crosswater. Mr. Luflee, he says dat yo all is come to live here again. So my woman, she says dat I should see if yo all is here yet and does yo all want anythin'." Lucy, she's been livin' here, dat is, her mammy and pappy and her pappy's mammy and pappy has been here since befo' old Massa Ralestone done gone way. So Lucy, she jest naturally am uneasy bout yo all not gettin' things comfortably. That is kind of her, Val answered heartily. My brother said something last night about wanting to see you today, so if you'll come up to the house. I see Sam, Mr. Ralestone, Sue. Ah, done work here quite a spell now. By the way, Val asked as they went up toward the house, did you see that boy in the canoe going downstream as you crossed? I found him in the garden and the only answer he would give to my questions was that he had as much right there as I had. Who is he? The wide smile faded from Sam's face. Mr. Ralestone, Sue, effin' dat no-count trash comes round here agin, yo all better jest call de policemans. Dey's nothin' but poor white trash livin' down in de swamp places and dey steals whatever dey kin lay han on. Was dis boy big like yo all, white black hair and a thin face? Yes. Dat's de Jeems boy. He ain't got no mammy nor pappy. He lives jest like de will man why a lil huntin' and a big lot stealin'. He talk big. Say he belongs in de big house, not white swamp folks. But jest yo all pay no 'tention to him nohow. Val Ralestone. Where are you? Ricky's voice sounded clear through the morning air. Coming, he shouted back. Well, make it snappy, she shrilled. The toast has been burnt twice but what further catastrophe had occurred her brother could not hear. Yo all wants to get to the back do, Mr. Ralestone, Sue. Dere's a shortcut cross dis away. Sam turned into a side path and Val followed. Ricky was at the stove gingerly shifting a coffee pot as her brother stepped into the kitchen. Well, she snapped as he entered, it's about time you were showing up. I've simply cracked my voice trying to call you, and Rupert's been talking about having the bayou dragged or something of the kind. Where have you been, anyway? Getting acquainted with our neighbors. Ricky, he called her attention to the smiling face just outside the door, this is Sam. He runs the home farm for us. And his wife is a descendant of the Ralestone house folks. Yasu, that's right. We's Ralestone folks, Miss Chanda. Ma Lucy done sen me over to fin out what yo all is a needin' done bout de place. She was in yisterday afo yo all comin' seed to de dustin' and sich. So that's why everything was so clean. That was nice of her. Yo all is Ralestones, Miss Chanda. And Lucy say dat de Ralestones am a goin' to fin dis place just ready for dem when dey come. He beamed upon them proudly. Lucy, she am a goin' be here jest as soon as she gets de chillin' set for de day. I come fust so's I kin see what Mr. Ralestone done why dem riva fiels. Where is Rupert? Val broke in. Went out to see about the car. The storm last night wrecked the door of the carriage house. Zat so? Sam's eyes went round. Den I better be a gettin' out and see 'bout it. 'Scuse me, Sue. 'Scuse me, Miss Chanda. With a jerk of his head he left them. Val turned to Ricky. We seem to have fallen into good hands. It's my guess that his Lucy is a manager. He just does what she tells him to. I wonder how he knew my name. LaFleur probably told them all about us. Isn't it odd, she turned off the gas, Ralestone folks. Loyalty to the big house, her brother answered slowly. I never thought that it really existed out of books. It makes me feel positively feudal. Val, I was born about 100 years too late. I'd like to have been the mistress here when I could have ridden out in a Victoria behind two matched bays, with a coachman and a footman up in front and my maid on the little seat facing me. And with a Dalmatian coachhound running behind and at least 3/4 of the young bloods of the neighborhood as a mounted escort. I know. But those days are gone forever. Which leads me to another subject. What are we going to do today? The dishes, For one thing, Ricky began ticking the items off on her fingers, and then the beds. This afternoon Rupert wants us, that is, you and me, to drive to town and do some errands. Oh, yes, the list you two made out last night. Well, now that that's all settled, suppose we have some breakfast. Has Rupert been fed or is he thinking of going on a diet? He'll be in, said she with perfect faith. All of which does not satisfy the pangs of hunger. Where's Lovey? If you are using that sickening name to refer to Satan, he's out, hunting, probably. The last I saw of him he was shooting head first for a sort of bird apartment house over to the left of the front door. Here's Rupert. Now maybe we may eat. I've got something to tell you, hissed Ricky as the missing member of the clan banged the screen door behind him. Having so aroused Val's curiosity, she demurely went around the table to pour the coffee. How's the carriage house? Val asked. Sam thinks he can fix it with some of that lumber piled out back of the old smokehouse. Rupert reached for a piece of toast. What do you think of our family retainer? Seems a good chap. Lafleur says one of the best. Possesses a spark of ambition and is really trying to make a go of the farm, which is more than most of them do around here. His wife, by all accounts, is a wonder. Used to be the cook-housekeeper here when the Raphaels had the place. Lafleur still talks about the 2 meals he ate here then. Sam tells me that she is planning to take us in hand. But we can't afford, began Ricky. I gathered that money does not come into the question. The lady is rather strong-willed. So, Ricky, he laughed, we'll leave you two to fight it out. But Lucy may be able to find us a laundress. Which reminds me, Ricky took a crumpled piece of white cloth from her pocket. If this is yours, Rupert, you deserve to do your own washing. I don't know what you've got on it, looks like oil. He took it from her and straightened out a handkerchief. Not guilty this time. Ask little brother here. He passed over the dirty linen square. It was plain white, or it had been white before 3 large black splotches had colored it, without an initial or colored edge. I think he's prevaricating, Ricky, Val protested. This isn't mine. I'm down to 1 thin dozen and those are the ones you gave me last Christmas. They have my initials on. Ricky took back the disputed square. That's funny. It certainly isn't mine. I'm sure one of you must be mistaken. Why? Asked Rupert. Because I found it on the hearthstone in the hall this morning. It wasn't there last night or one of us would have seen it and picked it up, 'cause it was right there in plain sight. Sure it isn't yours, Val? He shook his head. Positive. Queer, murmured Rupert and reached for it again. It's a good quality of linen and it's almost new. He held it to his nose. That's oil on it. But how? I wonder, Val mused. What do you know? Asked Ricky. Well, it isn't possible. He wouldn't carry a handkerchief, her brother said half to himself. Who wouldn't? Asked Rupert. Then Val told them of his meeting with the boy Jeems and what Sam had had to say of him. Don't know whether I exactly like this. Rupert folded the mysterious square of stained linen. As you say, Val, a boy like that would hardly carry a handkerchief. Also, you met him in the garden, while the person who left that was in this house last night, finished Ricky. And I don't like that. The door was locked and bolted when I came down this morning, Val observed. Rupert nodded. Yes, I distinctly remember doing that before I went up to bed last night. But when I was going around the house this morning I discovered that there are French doors opening from the old ballroom to the terrace, and I didn't inspect their fastening last night. But who would want to come in here? There are no valuables left except furniture. And it would take 3 or 4 men and a truck to collect that. I don't see what he was after, puzzled Ricky. Rupert arose from the table. We have, it seems, a mystery on our hands. If you want to amuse yourselves, my children, here's the first clue. I've got to get back to the carriage house and my labors there. He dropped the handkerchief on the table and left. Ricky reached for the clue. "Awfully casual about it, isn't he?" she said. "Just the same, I believe that this is a clue and I know what our visitor was after, too," she finished triumphantly. "What?" "The treasure Richard Ralestone hid when the Yankee raiders came." "Well, if our unknown visitor has as little in the way of clues as we have, he'll be a long time finding it. And we're going to beat him to it. It's somewhere in the hall, and the secret." "See here," Val interrupted her, "what were you about to tell me when Rupert came in?" She put the handkerchief in the breast pocket of her sport dress, buttoning the flap over it. "Rupert's got a secret." "What kind?" "It has to do with those 2 briefcases of his. You know, the ones he was so particular about all the way down here." Val nodded. Those bulging briefcases had apparently contained the dearest of his roving brother's possessions, judging from the way Rupert had fussed if they were a second out of his sight. "This morning when I came downstairs," Ricky continued, "he was sneaking them into that little side room off the dining room corridor, the one which used to be the old plantation office. And when he came out and saw me standing there, he deliberately turned around and locked the door." "Phew," Val commented. "Yes, I felt that way too. So I simply asked him what he was doing and he made some silly remark about Bluebeard's chamber. He means to keep his old secret, too, 'cause he put the key on his keyring when he didn't know I was watching him." "This is not the place for a rest cure," her brother observed as he started to scrape and stack the dishes. "First someone unknown leaves his handkerchief for a calling card and then Rupert goes Fu Manchu on us. To say nothing of the rugged and unfriendly son of the soil whom I found bumping around the garden where he had no business to be." "What was he like anyway?" asked his sister as she dipped soap flakes into the dishwater with a liberal hand. "Oh, thin, and awfully brown. But not bad looking if it weren't for his mouth and that scowl of his. And he very distinctly doesn't like us. About my build, but quicker on his feet, tough looking. I wouldn't care to try to stop him doing anything he wanted to do." "My dear, are you describing Clark Gable or someone you met in our garden this morning?" she demanded sweetly. "Very well," Val retorted huffily into the depths of the oatmeal pan he was wiping, "you catch him next time." "I will," was her serene answer as she wrung out the dishcloth. They went on to the upstairs work and Val received his first lesson in the art of bedmaking under his sister's extremely critical tuition. It seemed that corners must be square and that dreadful things were likely to happen when wrinkles were not smoothed out. This exercise led them naturally to unpacking the remainder of the hand baggage and putting things away. It was after 10 before Val came downstairs crab fashion, wiping off each step behind him as he came with one of Ricky's 3 dustcloths. He paused on the landing to pull back the tapestry curtain and open the windows above the alcove seat, letting in the freshness of the morning to rout some of the dank chill of the hall. Kneeling there, he watched Rupert come around the house. Rupert had shed his coat and his sleeves were rolled up almost to his shoulders. There was a streak of black across his cheek and a large rip almost separated the collar from his shirt. Although he looked hot, cross, and tired, more like a day laborer than a gentleman plantation owner whose ancestors had always planted from the saddle, his stride had a certain buoyancy which it had lacked the day before. With an idea of escaping Ricky by joining his brother, Val hurried downstairs and headed kitchenward. But his sister was there before him looking over a collection of knives of various lengths. "Preparing for a little murder or two?" Val asked casually. She jumped and dropped a paring knife. "Val, don't do that. I wish you'd whistle or something while you're walking around in those tennis shoes. I can't hear you move. I'm looking for something to cut flowers with. There don't seem to be any scissors except mine and I'm not going to use those. Take that, Miss Chanda." A fat black hand motioned toward the paring knife. Just within the kitchen door stood a very wide, Negro woman. Her neat print dress was stiff with starch from a recent washing, and round gold hoops swung proudly from her ears. Her black hair, straightened by main force of arm, had been set again in stiff, corrugated waves of extreme fashion, but her broad placid face was both kind and serene. "I see Lucy," she stated, thoroughly at her ease. "And this," she reached an arm behind her, pulling forth a girl at least 10 shades lighter and 35 shades thinner, "is my sister's onliest gal chiel, Letty Lou, Mac, yo, manas, Letty. Does yo, want Miss Chanda to think yo, is a know-nothing outta the swamp?" Thus sternly admonished, Letty Lou ducked her head shyly and murmured something in a die-away voice. "Letty Lou," announced her aunt, "is calm, to do fo yo all, Miss Chanda. I see larned her good how to do fo, ladies. She is good at scrubbin' and cleanin' and sich. Ah done trained her mas f." Letty Lou looked at the floor and twisted her thin hands behind her back. "But," protested Ricky, "we're not planning to have anyone do for us, Lucy. Dat's all right, Miss Chanda. Yo all's not gittin' a know-nothin'. Letty Lou, she knows her work. She kin cook right good. We can't take her," Val backed up Ricky. "You must understand, Lucy, that we don't have much money and we can't pay for. Pay fo." Lucy's indignant sniff reduced him to his extremely unimportant place. "We's not talkin' 'bout pay workin', Mr. Ralestone. Letty Lou don get no pay but her eatments. Se, effin' Miss Chanda wanna give her some ol' cielos now and den, she kin tack dem. Letty Lou, she don have to get her a pay-work job, her pappy max him a good livin'. But Miss Chanda ain't a goin' to tack cure dis big house all by herself wid her lil Hans dear. We's Ralestone folks. Letty Lou, yo, gets on Ua a peon and gets to work. But we can't let her," Ricky raised her last protest. "Miss Chanda, we's Ralestone folks. Ma grand-pappy Bob was own man to Massa Miles Ralestone. He fit in de wa longside o' Massa Miles. And when de wa was done finished, dem two come home together. Den Massa Miles, he call ma grandpappy in and say, 'Bob, yo all is free and I see a ruinated man. Hia is $5 gol money and yo kin have you a house.' And Bob, he say, 'Captain Miles, dese hia Yankees done said I see free but they ain't done said dat I ain't a Ralestone man. What time does yo all want breakfast in de mornin'?' And when Massa Miles won no th to Mac his fo tune, he told Bob, 'Bob, I see leavin' dis hia house in you a kier. And, Miss Chanda, we done look after Pirates Haven ever since, ma grandpappy, ma pappy, Sam and me.'" Ricky held out her hand. "I'm sorry, Lucy. You see, we don't understand very well, we've been away so long." Lucy touched Ricky's hand and then, for all her weight, bobbed a curtsy. "Dat's all right, Miss Chanda, yo is wa folks." Letty Lou stayed. 4 pistols for 2, coffee for 1. Val braced himself against the back of the roadster's seat and struggled to hold the car to a road which was hardly more than a cart track. Twice since Ricky and he had left Pirates Haven they had narrowly escaped being bogged in the mud which had worked up through the thin crust of gravel on the surface. To the south lay the old cypress swamps, dark glens of rotting wood and sprawling vines. A spur of this unsavory no-man's land ran close along the road, and looking into it one could almost believe, fancied Val. In the legends told by the early French explorers concerning the giant monsters who were supposed to haunt the swamps and wild lands at the mouth of the Mississippi. He would not have been surprised to see a brontosaurus peeking coyly down at him from 20 feet or so of neck. It was just the sort of place any self-respecting brontosaurus would have wallowed in. But at last they won free from that place of cold and dank odors. Passing through Chalmette, they struck the main highway. From then on it was simple enough. St. Bernard Highway led into St. Claude Avenue and that melted into North Rampart Street, one of the boundaries of the old French city. "Can't we go slower?" complained Ricky. "I'd like to see some of the city without getting a crick in my neck from looking over my shoulder." "Watch out for St. Anne Street. That's one corner of Beauregard Square, the old Congo Square." Where the slaves used to dance on Sundays before the war. I know, I've read just as many guidebooks as you have. But there is such a thing as obstructing traffic. Also we have about 1,000,001 things to do this afternoon. We can explore later. Here we are, Bienville Avenue. No, I will not stop so that you can see that antique store. 6 blocks to the right, Val reminded himself. Val, that was the absinthe house we just passed. Yes. Well, it would have been better for a certain ancestor of ours if he had passed it, too. That was Jean Lafitte's headquarters at one time. Exchange Street, the next is ours. They turned into Chartres Street and pulled up in the next block at the corner of Iberville. A 4-story house coated with grayish plaster, its windows framed with faded green shutters and its door painted the same misty color, confronted them. There was a tiny shop on the first floor. A weathered sign over the door announced that Bonfils EC did business within, behind the streaked and bluish glass of the small curved window panes. But what business Bonfils and Company conducted was left entirely to the imagination of the passerby. Val locked the roadster and took from Ricky the long legal-looking envelope which Rupert had given them to deliver to Mr. Lafleur. Ricky was staring in a puzzled manner at the shop when her brother took her by the arm. Are you sure that you have the right place? This doesn't look like an office to me. We have to go around to the courtyard entrance. Lafleur occupies the second floor. A small wooden door, reinforced with hinges of hand-wrought iron, opened before them, making them free of a courtyard paved with flagstones. In the center a tall tree shaded the flower bed at its foot and threw shadows upon the first of the steps leading to the upper floors. The Ralestones frankly stared about them. This was the first house of the French Quarter they had seen, although their name might have admitted them to several closely guarded Creole strongholds. Lafleur's house followed a pattern common to the old city. The lower floor fronting on the street was in use only as a shop or storeroom. In the early days each shopkeeper lived above his place of business and rented the 3rd and 4th floors to aristocrats in from their plantations for the fashionable season. A long, narrow L ran back from the main part of the house to form one side of the courtyard. The ground floor of this contained the old slave quarters and kitchens. While the second was cut into bedrooms which had housed the young men of the family so that they could come and go at will without disturbing the more sedate members of the household. These small rooms were now in use as the offices of Mr. Lafleur. From the balcony, running along the L, onto which each room opened, one could look down into the courtyard. It was on this balcony that the lawyer met them with outstretched hands after they had given their names to his dark, languid young clerk. But this is good of you. René Lafleur beamed on them impartially. He was a small, plumpish, round-faced man in his early 40s, who spoke in perpetual italics. His eyebrows, arched over generously by nature, gave him a look of never-ending astonishment at the world and all its works. But his genial smile was kindness itself. Unaccustomed as Val was to sudden enthusiasms, he found himself liking René Lafleur almost before his hand gripped Val's. Miss Ralestone, it is a pleasure, a very great pleasure, to see you here. And this, he turned to Val, this must be that brother Valerius both you and Mr. Ralestone spoke so much of during our meeting in New York. You have safely recovered from that most unfortunate accident, Mr. Ralestone. But of course, your presence here is my answer. And how do you like Louisiana, Miss Ralestone? His eyes behind his gold-rimmed eyeglasses sparkled as he tilted his head a fraction toward Ricky as if to hear the clearer. Well enough. Though we've seen very little of it yet, Mr. Lafleur. When you have seen Pirates Haven, he replied, you have seen much of Louisiana. But we're forgetting our manners, exclaimed the girl. We want to thank you for everything you've done for us. Rupert said to tell you that while he doesn't care for beans as a rule, the beans we found in our cupboard were very superior beans. Mr. Lafleur hooted with laughter like a small boy. He is droll, is that brother of yours? And has Sam been to see you? Sam and Lucy, answered Ricky with emphasis. Lucy has decided to take us in hand. She has installed Letty Lou over our protests. The little lawyer nodded complacently. Yes, Lucy will take care of you. She is a master housekeeper and cook, ah. His eyes rolled upward. And Mr. Ralestone, how is he? All right. He's going over the farm with Sam this afternoon. We were sent in his place to give you the papers he spoke to you about. At Ricky's answer, Val held out the envelope he had carried. To their joint surprise, Lafleur pounced upon it and withdrew to the window of the room into which he had conducted them. There he spread out the 4 sheets of yellowed paper which the envelope had contained. What were we carrying? Whispered Ricky. Part of Rupert's deep, dark secret. No, her brother hissed back, those are the plans of the Patagonian fort which were stolen from the Russian embassy last Thursday by the beautiful woman spy disguised with a long green beard. You know, the proper first chapter of an international espionage thriller. You are the dumb but beautiful newspaper reporter on the scent, and I. The even dumber G-man who spends most of his time running 3 steps ahead of Fu Chu Chao and his gang of Oriental demons. In the second chapter. But a glance at Mr. Lafleur's face as he turned away from the window put an end to their nonsense. Gone was his smile, his beaming goodwill toward the world. He seemed a little tired, a trifle stooped. Not here then, he said slowly to himself as he slipped the papers back into the envelope. Mr. Valerius, he looked up at the boy very seriously, the Lafleurs have served the Ralestones, acting as their men of business, for over 100 years. We owe your family a great debt. When young Dennis Lafleur was shipped over here to New Orleans under false accusation of his enemies, the first Richard Ralestone became his patron. He helped the boy salvage something from the wreck of the Lafleur fortunes in France to start anew in a decent profession under tolerable surroundings, when others of his kind died miserably as beggars on the mud flats. Twice before have we been forced to be the bearers of ill news, but, he shrugged, that was in the past. This lies in the future. What does? Asked Ricky. It is such a tangle, he said, running his hand through his short, gray-streaked hair. A tangle such as lawyers are supposed to delight in. But they don't, I assure you that they don't, Miss Ralestone. Not if they have their client's interest at heart. You know, of course, of the missing Ralestone, Roderick. Ricky and Val both nodded. Mr. Lafleur spread out his plump hands in a queer little gesture as if he were pushing something away. This whole unfortunate business begins with him. As far as we know today, he and his brother were co-owners of Pirates Haven. When young Roderick disappeared, he was still part owner. Although he was presumed dead, he was never lawfully declared so. Pirates Haven was simply assumed to be the property of your branch of the family. Our branch of the family? Val echoed him. Do you mean that some descendant of Roderick has appeared to put in a claim? That is the problem. 3 days ago a man came to my office. He said that he is the direct descendant of Roderick Ralestone and that he can produce proof of that fact. And he wants his share of the estate, asked Ricky shrewdly. Yes. He can keep on wanting, Val said shortly. We've nothing to give. There's Pirates Haven, pointed out Mr. Lafleur. But he can't, Ricky's hand closed about her brother's wrist. Naturally he can't take it, Val assured her hotly. Pirates Haven is ours. This looks to me like blackmail. He'll threaten to stir up a lot of trouble unless we buy him off. Mr. Lafleur nodded. That is perhaps the motive behind it all. Well, Val forced a laugh, then he loses. We haven't the money to buy him off. Neither have you the money to fight a case through the courts, Mr. Valerius, answered the lawyer soberly. But there is some chance, there must be, urged Ricky. I submitted the full case to Mr. John Stanton yesterday. Mr. Stanton is our local authority on cases of this type. He has informed me that there is a single ray of hope. Frankly, I find this claimant a dubious person, but a shrewd one. He knows that he has the advantage now, but should we gain the upper hand, we could, I believe, rid ourselves of him. Our chance lies in the past. This was first a French and then a Spanish colony. Under both rules the law of primogeniture sometimes held force. That is, an estate passed to the eldest son of a family. Your estate was such a one. In fact, we possess in this very office old charters and papers which state that the property was entailed after the European custom. If that were so, the courts might declare that the elder of the twins born in 1788 was the sole owner of Pirates Haven. But which of the twin brothers was the elder? You will say at once, Richard. But your rival will say Roderick. And there is no proof. For in the spring, 2 months after the birth of the boys, most of the family papers were destroyed in the great fire which almost wiped out the city and burned the Ralestone town house. There is no birth record in existence. I appealed to your brother to return to me these papers which Miles Ralestone took north with him after the war. You returned them today, but there was nothing in them of any value to this case. However, if you can find such proof, that Richard Ralestone was the elder and thus the legal heir under the laws of Spain, then we shall have a solid fact upon which to base our fight. There is such a proof, began Ricky slowly. What? Where? Demanded Mr. Lafleur. Don't you remember, Val, she turned to him, what Rupert said about the luck last night, that the names of the heirs were engraved upon its blade? We'll have to find the luck. We'll just have to. But Roderick took the luck with him. And if it's still in existence, this rival will have it now, her brother reminded her. Yes, of course, I was forgetting. Her voice trailed off into silence and Val stared at her with a dropped jaw. Such a quick change of manner was totally unlike Ricky. Yes, she repeated slowly and distinctly, I guess we're the losers. For Pete's sake, he began hotly, and then he saw her hand making furious motions in his direction from behind the screen of her large purse. Well, I suppose we are in a hole. He managed to mend his tone a fraction. Rupert will probably be in to see you tomorrow, Mr. Lafleur. It would be well for him to become acquainted with the whole matter as quickly as possible, agreed the unhappy Creole. You may tell Mr. Ralestone that I am, of course, having this claimant thoroughly investigated. We shall have to wait and see. Time is a big factor, he murmured as if to himself. Ricky smiled brightly. There was a sort of eagerness about her, as if she were wild to be off. Then we'll say goodbye for the present, Mr. Lafleur. And may I mention again how much we have appreciated your thoughtfulness. René Lafleur aroused himself. But it was a pleasure, a very great pleasure, Miss Ralestone. You are returning to Pirates Haven now? Well, she hesitated. Mystified at what lay behind her unexplainable actions, Val could only stand and listen. We did have some errands. Of course, this news. Lafleur gestured widely. But it will come all right. It must. There are papers somewhere. Firmly Ricky broke away from more protracted farewells. As the Ralestones turned out of the courtyard into which their host had conducted them, Val matched his step with hers. Well? What's the matter? He demanded. We had an eavesdropper. Val stopped short. What do you mean? I was facing the door to the balcony. There was the shadow of a head on the floor. When you spoke about Rick having the sword, it went away, the shadow, I mean. But someone had been listening and now he knows about the luck and what it means to us. Aiming a kick at the nearest tire of the roadster, Val regarded the mud-stained rubber moodily. Fine mess. Yes, isn't it? And there seems to be no loose end to the thing, Ricky protested. It's like holding a big tangle of wool and being told to have it all straightened out before night, the plot of a fairy tale. We have so many odd sections but no ends. There's that boy in the garden this morning who said that he has as much right at Pirates Haven as we have, and then there's that handkerchief, and now this man who claims half the estate. And our mysterious listener, finished her brother. What shall we do now? Go home? No. We might as well do the errands. She seated herself in the car. Val. Yes. I know one thing. She leaned toward him and her eyes shone green as they did when she was excited or greatly troubled. We aren't going to let go of our tangle until we do find an end. We are the Ralestones of Pirates Haven and we are going to continue to be the Ralestones of Pirates Haven. In spite of the enemy? I agree. Val stepped on the starter. You know, 100 years ago there would have been a very simple remedy for this rival claimant business. What? Pistols for 2, coffee for 1. Rupert or I would have met him out at the Dueling Oaks and that would have been the end of him. Or you. But dueling, here. Very common. The finest fencing masters on the North American continent plied their trade here. Why, one, Pepe Lola, the most famous duelist of his time, became the guardian of a cemetery just so, as gossip rumored, he could have some place to bury his opponents. Then on the other hand, if dueling were too risky, we might have had him voodooed, had we lived back in the good old days. Paid that voodoo queen, what was her name? Marie something or other, to put a curse on him so he'd just wither away. And serve him right, too. Ricky stared straight before her. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm not going to give up Pirates Haven without a fight. It's the first real home we've ever had. Rupert's older. He's spent his time traveling and seeing the world, it may not mean so much to him. But you and I, Val, you know what it's been like. Schools, and spending the holidays with aunts or in those frightful camps, never getting a chance to be together. We just can't have this only to lose it again. We can't, her voice broke. So we won't. Val, when you say things like that, I can almost believe them. If we do lose, let's stick together this time. Promise? Her voice lifted in an effort toward lightness. I promise. After this it will be the two of us together. Do you know, I've never really had a chance to get acquainted with my very good-looking sister. She laughed. I can't very well curtsy while sitting down in here, but thank you for them petty words, stranger. And now for the express station. Then you are to stop at the Southeastern News Association headquarters for something of Rupert's Anne. The afternoon went quickly enough. They dispatched the rest of their possessions from the express station to Pirates Haven, went on a round of miscellaneous shopping, picked up a weighty box at the News Association. And ended up at 5 o'clock by visiting that institution of New Orleans, a coffee house. Ricky was earnestly peeking into one of her 10 or so small bags. They had parked the car and Val complained that he had become a sort of packhorse, and anything but patient one. What if your feet do hurt, his sister said wearily as she closed the bag and reached for another. So do mine. These sidewalks feel like red-hot iron. I'll bet I could do one of those fakir tricks where you're supposed to walk over red-hot plowshares. Not only my feet but also my backbone is protesting. Whether you have reached the end of that Anthony adverse of a shopping list or not, we're going home. And what are you looking for? You've opened all those bags at least twice and dropped no less than 3 on the floor each time, he snapped irritably. My pralines. I'm sure I gave them to you to carry. I've heard of New Orleans pralines all my life, so I got some today and now they've disappeared. They were probably included in that last armload of parcels I stowed in the car. Are you through? Ricky looked into her coffee cup. It's empty, so I guess I am. Where is the car? I'm so lost I don't know where we are now. We left it about 3 blocks away on the sunny side of the street, Val informed her with the relish of one who is thoroughly tired of his present existence. If this is your usual behavior on a shopping trip, Rupert may bring you in the next time. Half an hour to choose a toothbrush mug in the 10-cent store. For a person who spends a good 15 minutes matching a tie and a handkerchief, sniffed Ricky as she rose, you're in a hurry to criticize others. Come on, her brother almost howled as he scooped up the packages. Anyway, we won't have to get supper or wash the dishes or anything. She pulled off her hat as she settled herself in the car. It's so beastly hot, but it'll be cooler at home. Do you suppose we could go swimming in the bayou? I don't see why not. Val guided the roadster into a side street. Where's that map of the city? We've got to see how to get back on to North Rampart from here. I'll look. Ricky bent her head and so she did not see the two figures walking close together and so wrapped in conversation that the one on the curb side brushed against a lamppost. Now just what, considered Val, was the slim young clerk from Mr. LaFleur's office telling that red-faced man in the too-snug suit? He would have liked to have overheard a word or two. Perhaps he had become unduly suspicious but, he had his doubts. We turn left at the next corner, said Ricky. Val changed gears and drove on. 5. Their tenant discovers the Ralestones. Val stood on the small ornamental bridge pitching twigs down into the tiny garden brook. A moody frown creased his forehead. Under his feet lay a pair of pruning shears he had borrowed from Sam with the intention of doing something about the jungle which surrounded Pirates Haven on 3 sides. That is, he had intended doing something, but now. Penny for your thoughts. Lady, he answered dismally without turning around, you can have a bushel of them for less than that. There is a neat expression which describes you beautifully at this moment, commented Ricky as she came up beside her brother. Have you ever heard of a sourpuss? Several times. Oh, what's the use? Val kicked at a long twig. A warm wind brought in its hold the heavy scent of flowering bushes and trees. His shirt clung to his shoulders damply. It was hot even in the shade of the oaks. Rupert had gone to town to see LaFleur and hear the worst, so that Pirates Haven, save for themselves and Letty Lou, was deserted. Come on, Ricky's arm slid through his, let's explore. Think of it, we've been here 2 whole days and we don't know yet what our backyard looks like. Rupert says that our land runs clear down into the swamp. Let's go see. But I was going to, he made a feeble beginning towards stooping for the pruning shears. Val Ralestone, nobody can work outdoors in this heat, and you know it. Now come on. Bring those with you and we'll leave them in the carriage house as we pass it. You know, she continued as they went along the path, the trouble with us is that we haven't enough to do. What we need is a good old-fashioned job. I thought we were going to be treasure hunters, he protested laughingly. That's merely a sideline. I'm talking about the real thing, something which will pay us cash money on Saturday nights or thereabout. Well, we can both use a typewriter fairly satisfactorily, Val offered. But as you are the world's worst speller and I am apt to become entangled in my commas, I can't see us the shining lights of any efficient office. And while we've had expensive educations, we haven't had practical ones. So what do we do now? We sit down and think of one thing we're really good at doing and then, Val, what is that? She pointed dramatically at a mound of brick overgrown with vines. To their right and left stretched a row of tumble-down cabins, some with the roofs totally gone and the doors fallen from the hinges. The old plantation bake oven, I should say. This must be what's left of the slave quarters. But where's the carriage house? It must be around the other side of the big house. Let's try that direction anyway. But I think you'd better go first and do some chopping. This dress may be a poor thing but it's my own and likely to be for some time to come. And short of doing a sort of snake act, I don't see how we're going to get through there. Val applied the shears ruthlessly to vine and bush alike, glad to find something to attack. The weight of his depression was still upon him. It was all very well for Ricky to talk so lightly of getting a job, but talk would never put butter on their bread, if they could afford bread. You certainly have done a fine job of ruining that. Val surpassed Ricky's jump by a good inch. By the old bake oven stood a woman. A disreputable straw hat with a ravelled brim was pulled down over her untidy honey-colored hair and she was rolling up the sleeves of a stained smock to bare round brown arms. It's very plain to the eye that you're no gardener, she continued pleasantly. And may I ask who you are and what you are doing here? This place is not open to trespassers, you know. We did think we would explore, answered Ricky meekly. You see, this all belongs to my brother. She swept her hand about in a wide circle. And just who is he? Rupert Ralestone of Pirates Haven. Good. Their questioner's hand flew to cover her mouth, and at the comic look of dismay which appeared on her face, Ricky's laugh sounded. A moment later the stranger joined in her mirth. And here I thought that I was being oh so helpful to an absent landlord, she chuckled. And this brother of yours is my landlord. How? Why, we didn't know that. I've rented your old overseer's house and am using it for my studio. By the way, introductions are in order, I believe. I am Charity Bigelow, from Boston as you might guess. Only Beans and the Bunker Hill Monument are more Boston than the Bigelows. I'm Richanda Ralestone and this is my brother Valerius. Miss Bigelow grinned cheerfully at Val. That won't do, you know, too romantic by far. I once read a sword and cloak romance in which the hero answered to the name of Valerius. I haven't a cloak nor a sword and my friends generally call me Val, so I hope I'm acceptable, he grinned back at her. Indeed you are, both of you. And what are you doing now? Trying to find a building known as the Carriage House. I'm beginning to believe that its existence is wholly mythical, Val replied. It's over there, simply yards from the direction in which you're heading. But suppose you come and visit me instead. Really, as part landlords, you should be looking into the condition of your rentable property. She turned briskly to the left down the lane on which were located the slave cabins and guided the Ralestones along a brick-paved path into a clearing where stood a small house of typical plantation style. The lower story was of stone with steep steps leading to a balcony which ran completely around the second floor of the house. As they reached the balcony she pulled off her hat and threw it in the general direction of a cane settee. Without that wreck of a hat, with the curls of her long bob flowing free, she looked years younger. Make yourselves thoroughly at home. After all, this is your house, you know. But we didn't, protested Ricky. Mr. Lafleur didn't tell us a thing about you. Perhaps he didn't know. Charity Bigelow was pinning back her curls. I rented from Harrison. Like the bathroom, Val murmured and looked up to find them staring at him. Oh, I just meant that you were another improvement that he had installed, he stammered. Miss Bigelow nodded in a satisfied sort of way. Spoken like a true Southern gentleman, though I don't think in the old days that bathrooms would have crept into a compliment paid to a lady. Now I did have some lemonade, if you will excuse me, and she was gone into the house. Ricky smiled. I like our tenant, she said softly. You don't expect me to disagree with that, do you? Her brother had just time enough to ask before their hostess appeared again complete with tray, glasses, and a filled pitcher which gave forth the refreshing sound of clinking ice. And after her paraded an old friend of theirs, tail proudly erect. There's our cat, cried Ricky. Val snapped his fingers. Here, Satan. After staring round-eyed at both of them, the cat crossed casually to the settee and proceeded to sharpen his claws. Well, I like that. After I shared my bed with the brute, even though I didn't know it until the next morning, Val exploded. Why, where did you meet Cinders? Asked Miss Bigelow as she put down the tray. He came to us the first night we were at Pirates Haven, explained Ricky. I thought he was a ghost or something when he scratched at the back door. So that's where he was. He used to go over to the Harrisons for meals a lot. When I'm working I don't keep very regular hours and he doesn't like to be neglected. Come here, Cinders, and make your manners. Replying to her invitation with an insolent flirt of his tail, Cinders, whom Val continued obstinately to regard as Satan, disappeared around the corner of the balcony. Charity Bigelow looked at them solemnly. So obedient, she observed. Just like a child. Are you an artist, too? Ricky asked as she put down her glass. Miss Bigelow's face wrinkled into a grimace. My critics say not. I manage to provide daily bread and sometimes a slice of cake by doing illustrations for action stories. And then once in a while I labor for the good of my soul and try to produce something my more charitable friends advise me to send to a show. May we see some of them, the pictures, I mean, inquired Ricky timidly. If you can bear it. I use the side balcony for a workshop in this kind of weather. I'm working on a picture now, something more ambitious than I usually attempt in heat of this sort. But my model didn't show up this morning, so I'm at a loose end. She led them around the corner where Satan had disappeared and pointed to a table with a sketching board at one end, several canvases leaning face against the house, and an easel covered with a clean strip of linen. My workshop. A trifle untidy, but then I am an untidy person. I'm expecting an order, so I'm just whiling away my time working on an idea of my own until it comes. Ricky touched the strip of covering across the canvas on the easel. May I? She asked. Yes. It might be a help, getting some other person's reaction to the thing. I had a clear idea of what I wanted to do when I started, but I don't think it's turning out to be what I planned. Ricky lifted off the cover. Val stared at the canvas. But that is he exclaimed. Charity Bigelow turned to the boy. And what do you mean? That's the boy I found in the garden, Ricky. Is it? She stared, fascinated, at the lean brown face, the untidy black hair, the bitter mouth, which their hostess had so skillfully caught in her unfinished drawing. So you've met Jeems. Miss Bigelow looked at Val thoughtfully. And what did you think of him? It's rather, what did he think of me? He seemed to hate me. I don't know why. All I ever said to him was, hello. Jeems is a queer person. Sam says that he is none too honest, observed Ricky, her attention still held by the picture. Miss Bigelow shook her head. There is a sort of feud between the swamp people and the farmers around here. And neither side is wholly to be believed in their estimation of the other. Jeems isn't dishonest, and neither are a great many of the muskrat hunters. In the early days all kinds of outlaws and wanted men fled into the swamps and lived there with the hunters. One or two desperate men gave the whole of the swamp people a bad name, and it has stuck. They are a strange folk back there in the fur country. Some are Cajuns, descendants of exiles from Evangeline's country, some are Creoles who took to that way of life after the Civil War ruined them. There's many a barefooted boy or girl of the swamps who bears a name that was once honored at the court of France or Spain. And there are Americans of the old frontier stock who came down river with Andrew Jackson's army from the wilds of Tennessee and the Indian country. It's a strange mixture, and once in a while you find a person like Jeems. He speaks the uneducated jargon of his people, but he reads and writes French and English perfectly. He has studied under Père Armand until he has a classical education such as was popular for Creole boys of good family some 50 years ago. Père Armand is an old man now, but he is as good an instructor as he is a priest. Jeems wants to make something of himself. He argues logically that the swamp has undeveloped resources which might save its inhabitants from the grinding poverty which is slowly destroying them. And it is Jeems' hope that he can discover some of the swamp's secrets when he is fitted by training to do so. Who is he? Val asked. Is Jeems his first or last name? His last. I have never heard his given name. He is very reticent about his past, though I do know that he is an orphan. But he is of Creole descent and he does have breeding as well as ambition. Unfortunately he had quite an unpleasant experience with a boy who was visiting the Harrisons last summer. The visitor accused Jeems of taking a fine rifle which was later discovered right where the boy had left it in his own canoe. Jeems has a certain pride and he was turned against all the plantation people. His attitude is unfortunate because he longs so for a different sort of life and yet has no contact with young people except those of the swamp. I think he is beginning to trust me, for he will come in the mornings to pose for my picture of the swamp hunter. Do you know, she hesitated, I think that you would find a real friend in Jeems if you could overcome his hatred of plantation people. You would gain as much as he from such an association. He can tell you things about the swamp, stories which go back to the old pirate days. Perhaps. Ricky looked up from the uncompleted picture. I think he'd be nice to know. But why does he look so sort of starved? Probably because the bill of fare in a swamp cabin is not as varied as it might be, answered Charity Biglow. But you can't offer him anything, of course. I don't even know where he lives. And now, tell me about yourselves. Are you planning to live here? Her frank interest seemed perfectly natural. One simply couldn't resent Charity Biglow. Well, Ricky laughed ruefully, we can't very well live anywhere else. I think Rupert still has $10. After his expedition this morning, I would have my doubts of that, Val cut in. You see, Miss Biglow, we are back to the soil now. Charity is the name, she corrected him. So you're down. But not out. Ricky hastened to assure her. But we might be that. And then and there she told their tenant of the rival claimant. Charity listened closely, absent-mindedly sucking the wooden shaft of one of her brushes. When Ricky had done, she nodded. Nice mess you've dropped into. But I think that your lawyer has the right idea. This is a neat piece of blackmail and your claimant will disappear into thin air if you have a few concrete facts to face him down with. Are you sure you've looked through all the family papers? No hiding places or safes. One, said Ricky calmly, but we don't know where that is. In the Civil War days, after General Butler took over New Orleans, some family possessions were hidden somewhere in the Long Hall, but we don't know where. The secret was lost when Richard Ralestone was shot by Yankee raiders. Is he the ghost? Asked Charity. No. You ask that as if you know something, Val observed. Nothing but talk. There have been lights seen, white ones. And a while back my maid Rose left because she saw something in the garden one night. Jeems, probably, the boy commented. He seems to like the place. No, not Jeems. He was sitting right on that railing when we both heard Rose scream. Val, the handkerchief. Ricky's hand arose to her buttoned pocket. Then there was someone inside the house that night. But why, unless they were after the treasure? The quickest way to find out, her brother got up from the edge of the table where he had perched, is to go and do a little probing of our own. We have a good 2 hours until lunch. Will you join us? He asked Charity. You tempt me, but I've got to get in as much work on this as I can, she indicated her canvas. And Jeems may show up even if it is late. So my conscience says, no, unfortunately I do possess a regular rock-ribbed New England conscience. Rupert will be back by 4, said Ricky. Will your conscience let you come over for coffee with us then? You see how quickly we have adopted the native customs, coffee at 4. Ricky, her brother explained, desires to become that figure of romance, the Southern Belle. Then we must do what we can to help her create the proper atmosphere, urged Charity solemnly. Even to the Victoria and the coach hound? Val demanded in dismay. Well, perhaps not that far, she laughed. Anyway, I accept your kind invitation with pleasure. I shall be there at 4, if I can find a presentable dress. Now clear out, you two, and see what secrets of the past you can uncover before lunch time. But their explorations resulted in nothing except slightly frayed tempers. Val had sounded what paneling there was, but as he had no idea what a hollow panel should sound like if rapped, he inwardly decided that he was not exactly fitted for such investigations. Ricky broke 2 fingernails pressing the carving about the fireplace and sat down on the couch to state in no uncertain terms what she thought of the house. And of their ancestor who had been so misguided as to get himself shot after hiding the stuff. She ended with a brilliant but short description of Val's present habits and vices, which she added because he happened to have said meekly enough that if she would only trim her nails to a reasonable length, such accidents could be avoided. When she had done, her brother sat back on the lowest step of the stairs and wiped his hands on his handkerchief. Seeing that I have been crawling about on my hands and knees inspecting cracks in the floor, I think I have as much right to lose my temper as you have. Short of tearing the house down, I don't see how we are going to find anything without directions. And I am not in favor of taking such a drastic step as yet. It's around here somewhere, I know it. She kicked petulantly at the hearthstone. That statement is certainly a big help, Val commented. Several yards across and I don't know how many up and down, and you just know it's there somewhere. Well, you can keep on pressing until you wear your fingers out, but I'm calling it a day right now. She did not answer, and he got stiffly to his feet. He was hot and more tired than he had been since he had left the hospital. Because he was just as sure as Ricky that the key to their riddle must be directly before them at that moment, he was thoroughly disgusted. A strange sound from his sister brought him around. Ricky was not pretty when she cried. No pearly drops slipped down white cheeks. Her nose shone red and she sniffed. But Ricky did not cry often. Only when she was discouraged, or when she was really hurt. Why, Ricky, Val began uncertainly. Go away, she hiccuped. You don't care about anything. If we have to lose this. We won't. We'll find a way, he assured her hurriedly. I'm sorry I snapped at you. I'm just tired and hot, and so are you. Let's go upstairs and freshen up. Lunch will be ready. I know. Oh ow, her sob deepened into a wail. Then Rupert will laugh at us and... Ricky. For goodness sake, pull yourself together. She looked up at him, round-mouthed in surprise at his sharpness. And then to his amazement she began to giggle, her giggles mixed with her sobs. You do look so funny, she gasped, like the stern father of a family. Why don't you fight back always when I get mean, Val? He grinned back at her. I don't know. Shall I, next time? She rubbed her face with a businesslike air and tucked her handkerchief away. There isn't going to be any next time, she announced briskly. If there is, well. Yes. Val prompted. Then you can just spank me or something drastic. Come on, I must look a sight. And goodness knows, you're no beauty with that black mark across your chin and your slacks all grimy at the knees. We've got to clean up before lunch or Letty Lou will think we're some sort of heathen. With that she turned and led the way upstairs, totally recovered in herself again in spite of a red nose and suspiciously moist eyelashes. 6. Satan goes a-hunting and finds work for idle hands. Val, did that cat go upstairs? Ricky stood at the foot of the hall staircase frowning crossly. If he did, you'll just have to go up and get him. I will not have him walking on the beds with muddy feet. There's enough to do here without cleaning up after a lazy cat. Where's Rupert? Her brother put aside his notebook and got up from the couch with a lazy stretch. Ricky's early morning energy was apt to be a little irksome and Val had not had a good night. When one lies and stares up at a ceiling, one sometimes hears strange noises which cannot be accounted for by wind or creaking boards. He retired into Bluebeard's den right after breakfast and he hasn't appeared since. I should think that after what he heard yesterday he'd be doing something, she protested. And what is there for him to do? You know just how far we got with our investigations yesterday. Go rap on his door if you like and stir him up. But I don't think his welcome will be a cordial one. Ricky sat down on the bottom step and pushed the hair back from her forehead. Suddenly she looked very small and faintly forlorn with all that expanse of age-blackened wood behind her. I can't understand you two at all. One would think you would be just as well pleased if that Beazle the rival walked off with this place. You aren't even trying to fight. Listen, Ricky, how can we fight when we have nothing solid to fight with? Lafleur is doing all he can, we have explored every possibility here. Val, don't you want to stay here? She interrupted him. He looked around at stone and wood. Did he really want to? His instant hot anger at the thought of another owner there was his answer. Why, this house was a part of them, as much as if they had laid its foundation stones with their own hands. They had been brought up on its blood-stained legends, and on the one or two happier tales which had been lived within its walls. If they had to leave, they would regret it all their lives. And yet, Rupert seemed to take no interest in the claims of the rival, and only Ricky wanted to fight. Ricky got up from the stairs. "We might as well go up and catch that cat," she said. At the top of the stairs Satan sat, his eyes upon the landing windows. Val reached out his hands for him, but in that single instant Satan was gone. A black tail disappeared around the door of the Jackson room. "Oh, dear, I hope he isn't going to get on that bed." Ricky opened the door wider. "No, there he goes under instead of on it." "Can you see him, Val?" Her brother crouched and lifted the edge of the brocaded cover which swept to the floor. To Val's surprise a thin line of light showed along the wall at the head of the bed. "Ricky, look behind the head of the bed. Is it fast against the wall?" She started to the tall canopied head and pulled the faded fabrics away from the paneling. "No, there's about 2 feet here at the bottom. It doesn't show because the canopy covers it. And, Val, there's an opening here. Satan's trying to get through. We need a flashlight. I'll get Rupert's. Val, promise not to go in, if it is a door, until I come back." "Of course, but hurry." The flashlight revealed a wide panel which slid upward. Time and damp had warped the wood so that it no longer fitted snugly to the floor as the builder had intended. But the same warping made the door defy their efforts to raise it any higher. At last, by prying and pounding, they got it up perhaps a yard from the floor. Satan slipped through and they followed on hands and knees. They crawled into a small room lighted by 2 round windows set like eyes in the side wall. More than 3/4 of the space was filled with furniture and boxes wrapped in tarred canvas. The choking dust and general mustiness of the long-closed apartment drove Val to investigate the window fastenings and throw them open to the morning air. "There must be another door somewhere," he said, calling Ricky away from a box where she was picking at the knotted rope which bound it. "All these things couldn't have been brought through that hole behind the bed." "Here it is," she said a moment later, pointing to an oblong set flush with the wall. "It's bolted on this side. Let me open it and see where we are." Val fumbled at the rusty latch, but he had to use an iron poker from a discarded fire stand in the corner before he could hammer it back. Again the door resisted their efforts to push it open until Val flung his full weight against it. With a snapping report it swung open and he sprawled forward into the short hall which had once led into the garden wing, an ell of the house destroyed by roving British raiders during the days of 1815. The only wholly wooden portion of the house, it had been burnt and never rebuilt. "Come on," Ricky pulled at Val's sleeve, "let's explore." He looked at his black hands. "I would suggest some soap and water, several brooms, and some dusting cloths if we're going to do it right. Better make a regular house-cleaning party of it. Goodness, what have I strayed into?" Charity Bigelow stood in the lower hall staring at the younger Ralestones as they came through from the kitchen. They had both changed into their oldest and least respectable clothes. Ricky, in fact, was wearing a pair of Val's slacks and one of Rupert's shirts, and they were burdened with a broom which was long past its youth, several smaller brushes, and a great bundle of floorcloths. "We found a secret room," began Ricky. "As one door has been in plain sight since the building of this house, it could hardly be called a secret room," Val objected. "Well, we didn't know it was there until Satan found the back entrance for us. And now we're going to clean it out. It's full of furniture and boxes and things." "Don't." Charity held up a paint-streaked hand. "You will have me drooling in a moment. I don't suppose you could use another assistant. After all, it was my cat who found it for you. If you can provide me with a set of those weird coverings which seem to be your house-cleaning uniforms, I would just love to wield a broom in your company." "The more the merrier," laughed Ricky. "I think Val has another pair of slacks." "That's right, dispose of my wardrobe before my face," he commented, balancing his load more carefully in preparation for climbing the stairs. "Only spare my white flannels, please. I'm saving those for the occasion when I can play the country gentleman in style." Upstairs he braced open the hall door of the storage room. The open windows had cleared the air within, but they were too high and too small to admit enough light to reach the far corners. It would be best, they decided, to carry each box and piece of furniture to the hall for examination. With the zeal of treasure hunters they set to work. Some time later, when Val was coaxing the second box through the door, they were interrupted. "And just what is going on here?" Rupert stood at the end of the hall. "Oh," Ricky smiled sweetly, "did we really disturb you?" "Well, I did think that there was a troupe of elephants doing tap dancing up here. But that isn't the point, just what are you doing?" "Cleaning house." Ricky flicked a gray rag in his direction, freeing a cloud of dust. "Don't you think it needs it?" Rupert sneezed. "It seems so." "But why?" "Miss Biglow." Charity, extremely dirty, she had apparently run dusty hands across her forehead several times, had come to the door of the storage room. At the sight of Rupert she flushed and made a hurried attempt at smoothing her hair. She began, when Ricky interrupted her. "Charity is helping us, which is more than we can say of you. Go back to your old den and hibernate. And then you can't look down that long nose of yours when we turn up the papers that'll save us from the poorhouse." "That's telling him," Val murmured approvingly as he fanned himself with one of the cleaner cloths. "But perhaps we had better explain. You see, Satan went hunting and found work for idle hands, and he told the tale of the sliding panel behind the bed." When he had finished, Rupert laughed. "So you are still determined on treasure hunting, are you? Well, if it will keep you out of mischief, go to it." "Rupert," Ricky faced him squarely, "don't be utterly insufferable. If you had one drop of hot blood in you, you'd be just as thrilled as we are. Just because you've been around and around the world until you got dizzy or something, you needn't stand there with that 'see the little children play' smirk on your face. You don't really care whether we lose Pirates Haven or not, do you?" Rupert straightened and the color crept up across his high cheekbones. His mouth opened and then he closed it again without speaking the words he had intended, closed with a firmness which tightened his lips into a straight line. "Don't stand there and glower at me," Ricky went on. "Why don't you say what you were going to? I'm just about tired of this world-weary attitude." "Ricky." Val clapped his black hand over her mouth and turned to Charity. "Please excuse the fireworks. They are not usual, I assure you. Let me go." Ricky twisted out of his grip. "I don't care if Charity does here. She ought to know what we're really like. Speak for yourself, my pet." The red had faded from Rupert's face. "You do have a nice little habit of speaking your mind, don't you? But on this occasion I believe you're at least 8/10 right. I have been neglecting my opportunities. Suppose you let me get at that box, Val. And look here, if you are going to unpack these, why not move them down to the end of the hall and turn them out on a sheet?" Charity and Ricky suddenly disappeared back into the room and were very busy whenever Rupert crossed their line of vision, but Val was heartily glad of his brother's help in lifting and pulling. "Better not try to take this bedstead and stuff out," Rupert advised when they had the 3 boxes out in the hall. "We have no need for it now, anyway. I believe, yes, it is a real Sergnaret piece." Charity was industriously rubbing away at the head of the bed. Rupert knelt down beside her. "And just what is a Sergnaret piece?" "A collector's item nowadays. François Sergnaret was one of the greatest cabinet makers of New Orleans. See that S, that's the way he always signed his work." "Treasure trove," cried Ricky. "I wonder how much it's worth." "Exactly nothing to us." Rupert was running his hands across the mahogany. "We couldn't sell anything from this house until the title is cleared." As Val moved around to the opposite side to see better, his foot struck against something on the floor. He stooped and picked up a box with a slanting cover, the whole black and smooth with age and the rubbing of countless hands. "What's this?" He had crossed to the door and was examining his find in the light. Rupert's hand fell upon his shoulder. "Val, be careful of that." "Charity, He's got something here. He pulled her up beside him, not noting in his excitement that he had broken out of the formal shell which seemed to wall him in whenever she was around. A Bible box. And an authentic one, too. She drew her fingers down the slope of the lid. And just what is it? Val asked for the second time. These boxes were used in the 17th century for writing desks and later to keep the large family Bibles in. But this is the first one I've ever seen outside of a museum. What's this on the lid? She traced a worn outline. Val studied the design. Why, it's Joe. You know, that grinning skull we have stuck up all over the place to bolster up our superiority complex. That proves that this is ours, all right. Perhaps, Ricky's eyes were round with excitement, perhaps it belonged to Pirate Dick himself. Perhaps it did, her younger brother agreed. Lift the lid. She was almost hopping on one foot in her impatience. Let's see what's inside. No gold or jewels, I'll wager. How do you get the thing undone? Here, let me try. Rupert took it from Val's hands and put it down on one of the chests, squatting on the floor before it. With the smallest blade of his penknife he delicately probed the fastening sunken in the wood. I could do a faster job, he remarked, if you didn't all breathe down the back of my neck. They retreated 2 inches or so and waited impatiently. With a satisfied grunt he dropped his knife and pulled the lid up. Why, there's nothing in it. Ricky's cry of disappointment was almost a wail. Nothing but that old torn lining. Val was as disgusted as she. Rupert closed it again. I'll rub this up some and put in another lining. This is too good a piece to hide away up here, and he put it carefully aside at the end of the hall. Their investigations yielded nothing more except great quantities of dust, a mummified rat which even Satan refused to sniff at, and a large collection of spider webs. Having swept out the room, they went to wash their hands before unpacking the well-wrapped boxes. When their swathing canvas and sacking was thrown aside, the boxes stood revealed as stout chests banded with iron. Charity paused before one. This is a marriage chest, late 17th century, I would judge. Look there, under that carved leaf, isn't that a date? 1693, Rupert deciphered. That crest above it looks familiar. I know, it belonged to that French lady who married our pirate ancestor. The First Lady Richanda. Ricky touched the chest lovingly. Then this is mine, Rupert. Can't it be mine? She coaxed. Of course. But it's locked, and as we don't have any keys which would fit the lock, you'll have to wait until we can get a locksmith out to work on it before you will know what's inside. I don't care. No, she corrected herself, that's wrong, I do care. But anyway it's mine. She caressed the stiff carving with her fingers. What's this one? Val turned to the second box. It, too, was fashioned of wood, but it was plain where the other was carved, and the iron bands across it were pitted with rust. A sea chest, I would say. Rupert touched the top gingerly. By the feel, it's locked too. And I don't care to play around with it. The men who made things like these were too fond of having little poison fangs run into your hand when you tried to force the chest without knowing the trick. We'll have to leave this for an expert, too. What about the third? Charity laughed. After your 2 treasures I'm afraid that this will be a disappointment. She indicated a small humpback trunk covered with moth-eaten horsehair. No romance here. But the key is tied to the clasp beside the lock. Then open it before I expire of pure unsatisfied curiosity, Ricky begged. Go on, Rupert. Hurry. Oh, she said a moment later, it's full of nothing but a lot of books. What did you expect? Val asked her, a skeleton. Do you know, I think that Rick's ghost, or whatever influence presides over this house, has a sense of humor. You find a room, or a trunk, or something which makes you feel that you are on the verge of getting what you want, and then it all fades into just nothing again. Now, by rights, that writing desk should have contained the secret message which would have told us where to find a hidden passage or something. But what is in it? A couple of pieces of lining almost completely torn from the bottom. I'll wager that when you open those chests you'll find nothing but a brick or April Fool scrawled across the inside. This isn't true to any fiction I ever read, he ended plaintively. Good heavens! Charity was staring down at what lay within a portfolio she had opened. Don't tell me you have really found something. Val exclaimed. It can't be true. She still stared at what she held. Ricky looked over her shoulder. Why, it's nothing but a picture of a bird, she observed. It's a genuine Audubon, Charity corrected her. What? With little regard for manners, Rupert snatched the portfolio from her hands. Are you sure? Yes. But you must take it in to the museum and get an expert opinion. It's wonderful. Here's another. Reverently Rupert raised the first sketch and then the second. 3, 4, 5, 6, he counted. Was Audubon ever here? Charity looked about the hall, a sort of awe coloring her voice. He might easily have been when he lived in New Orleans. Though we have no record of it, answered Rupert. But these, he closed the portfolio carefully and knotted its strings, speak for themselves. I'll take them to Lafleur tomorrow. We can't allow them to lie about here. I should hope not. Charity eyed the portfolio wistfully. Imagine actually owning 6 of those. They won't pay our bills, said Ricky, practical for once in her life. Treasure to Ricky was not half a dozen sketches on yellowed paper but good old-fashioned gold with a few jewels thrown in for her own private satisfaction. The portfolio and its contents left her unmoved. Val admitted to himself that he, too, was disappointed. After all, well, treasure should be treasure. Rupert carried the portfolio into his bedroom and locked it in one of his mysterious briefcases which had somehow found its way upstairs. The 2 chests they moved out farther into the hall and the trunk was placed back against the wall, ready for further investigation. Mr. Ralestone, Sue, Letty Lou, standing halfway up the back stairs, addressed Rupert, lunch am on the table. Effin' yo all don't come now, the eatments will be spiled. All right, he answered. Letty Lou, called Ricky, put on another plate. Miss Charity is staying to lunch. Dat's all re, Miss Chanda. I see done dat yo all comin' now. You see how we are bullied, Ricky appealed to Charity. Of course you're going to stay, she swept aside the others' protests. What's food for, if not to feed your friends? Val, go wash up, your hands are frightful. I don't care if you did wash once, go Anne. This is her little mother of the family mood, her younger brother explained to Charity. It wears off after a while if you just don't notice it. But I will wash though, he looked at his hands, I seem to need it. And don't use the guest towels, Ricky called after him. You know that they're only to look at. When Val emerged from the bathroom he found the hall deserted. Sounds from below suggested that his family had basely left him for food. He started along the passage. Not far from the stairs was the writing desk where Rupert had left it. Val picked it up, thinking that he might as well take it along down with him. 7. By our luck. Depositing the desk on the seat of one of the hall chairs, Val started toward the dining room, a grim hole which Lucy had calmly forced the family to use but which they all cordially disliked. Its paneled walls, crystal-hung chandelier, marble-fronted fireplace, and inlaid floor gave it the appearance of one of the less cozy rooms in a small palace. There were also 2 tasteful portraits of dead ducks which had been added as a finishing touch by some tenant during the 80s and which still remained upon the walls to Ricky's unholy joy. But the long table, the high-backed chairs, the side serving table, and the 2 tall cabinets of china were fine enough pieces if one cared for the massive. Ricky's tablecloth of violent-hued peasant linen was not in keeping with the china and glassware Letty Lou had set out upon it. Charity was commenting upon this ensemble as Val entered. Doesn't this red and green plaid seem a bit, well, bright? The corners of her mouth twitched betrayingly. No, Ricky returned firmly. This cloth matches the ducks. Oh, yes, the ducks, Charity eyed them. So you consider that the ducks are the note you wish to emphasize? Certainly. Ricky surveyed the picture hanging opposite her. I consider them unique. Not everyone can have ducks in the dining room nowadays. For which they should be eternally thankful, observed Rupert. They are rather gaudy, aren't they? Oh, but I like the expression in this one's glassy eye, Ricky pointed out. You might call this study gone but not forgotten. Cornbread, please, Val asked, thus attempting to put an end to the art appreciation class. I think, continued Ricky, undisturbed as she passed him the plate heaped with golden squares, that they are slightly surrealist. They distinctly resemble the sort of things one is often pursued by in one's brighter nightmares. Do you have any really good pictures? Asked Charity, resolutely averting her gaze from the ducks. 3, but they've been loaned to the museum, answered Rupert. Not by well-known painters, but they're historically interesting. There's one of the First Lady Richanda, and one of the missing Rick. That's the best of the lot, according to Lafleur. I saw a photograph of it once. Come to think about it, Val looks a lot like the boy in the picture. He might have sat for it. They all turned to Val. He arose and bowed. I find these compliments too overwhelming, he murmured. Rupert grinned. And how do you know that that remark was intended as a compliment? Naturally, I assumed so, his brother retorted with a dignity which disappeared as the piece of cornbread in his hand broke in two, the larger and more liberally buttered portion falling butter side down on the table. Ricky smiled in a pained sort of way as she attempted to judge from her side of the table just how much damage Val's awkwardness had done. If you were the graceful hostess, he informed her severely, you would now throw your piece in the middle to show that anyone could suffer a like mishap. Ricky changed the subject hurriedly by passing beans to Charity. So Val looks like the ghost, Charity said a moment later. Now I will have to go to town and see that portrait. Just where is it? Rupert shook his head. I don't know. But it's listed in the catalogue as Portrait of Roderick Ralestone, aged 18. Just Val's age, then. Ricky spooned some watermelon pickles onto her plate. But he was older than that when he left here. Let's see. He was born in February, 1788, which would make him 14 when his parents died in 1802. Then he disappeared in 1814, 12 years later. Just 26 when he went, computed Rupert. A year younger than you are now, observed Ricky. And 9 years older than yourself at this present date, Val added pleasantly. Why this sudden interest in mathematics? Oh, I don't know. Only somehow I always thought Rick was younger when he went away. I've always felt sorry for him. Wonder what happened to him afterwards. According to our rival, Rupert pulled his coffee cup before him as Letty Lou took away their plates. He just went quietly away, married, lived soberly, and brought up a son, who in turn fathered a son, and so on to the present day. A tame enough ending for our wild privateersman. I'll bet it isn't true. Rick wouldn't end like that. He probably went off down south and got mixed up in some of the revolutions they were having at the time, suggested Ricky. He couldn't just settle down and die in bed. I could imagine him scuttling a ship but not being a quiet businessman. He was one of Lafitte's men, wasn't he? Asked Charity. At their answering nods, she went on, Lafitte was a businessman, you know. Oh, I don't mean that forge he ran in town, but his establishment at Grande Terre. He was more smuggler than pirate, that's why he lasted so long. Even the most respected tradesmen had dealings with him. Why, he used to post notices right in town when he held auctions at Barataria, listing what he had to sell, mostly smuggled Negroes and a few cargoes of luxuries from Europe. He was a privateer under the rules of war, but he was never a real pirate. At least, that's the belief held nowadays. We can't turn up our noses at pirates, laughed Ricky. This house was built by pirate gold. We only wish. From the hall came a dull thump. Ricky's napkin dropped from her hand into her coffee cup. Rupert laid down his spoon deliberately enough, but there was a certain tension in his movements. Val felt a sudden chill. For Letty Lou was in the kitchen, the family were in the dining room. There should be no one in the hall. Rupert pushed back his chair. But Val was already halfway to the door when his brother joined him. And Ricky, suddenly sober, was at their heels. "Sirs Rupp." The slitting sound was clear as they burst into the hall. On the fur rug by the couch lay the writing desk. Its lid was thrown back and by it crouched Satan industriously ripping the remnants of lining from its interior. As Rupert came up, the cat drew back, his ears flattened and his lips a snarl. "Cinders! What has he done?" demanded Charity, swooping down upon her pet. At her coming, he fled under the couch out of reach. Rupert picked up the desk. "Nothing much," he laughed. "Just torn all that lining loose, as I had planned to do." "What is this?" Ricky disentangled a small slip of white from the torn and musty velvet. "Why, it's a piece of paper," she answered her own question. "It must have been under the lining and Satan pulled it out with the cloth." "Here," Rupert took it from her, "let me see it." He scanned the faded lines of writing. "Val. Ricky." He looked up, his face flushed with excitement. "Listen. Gaddy has returned from the city. The raiders calling themselves the Buck Boys are headed this way. Gaddy tells me that Alexander is with them, having deserted the plantation a week ago. Since his malice towards us is well known, it is easy to believe that he means us open harm. I am making my preparations accordingly. The valuables now under this roof, together with the proceeds from the last voyage of the blockade runner, Red Bird, I am putting in that safe place discovered by me in childhood, of which I have sometimes spoken. Remember the hint I once gave you, by our luck. Having written this in haste, I shall entrust it to Gaddy. That's the end, the rest is gone." Rupert stared down at the scrap of paper in his hand as if he simply could not believe in its reality. "Richard wrote that." Ricky touched the note in awe. "But why didn't Gaddy give it to Miles when he came?" "Gaddy was probably a slave who ran when the raiders appeared," suggested Rupert. "He or she must have hidden this in here before leaving. We'll never know." "But we've got our clue," cried Ricky. "We knew that the hiding place was in this hall, and now we have the clue. By our luck." Rupert looked about him thoughtfully. "That's not the most helpful." "Rupert." Ricky seized him by the arm. "There's only one thing in this room that will answer that. Can't you see? The niche of the luck." Their gaze followed her pointing finger to the mantel above their heads. "I believe she's right. Wait until I get the stepladder from the kitchen." Rupert was gone almost before he had finished speaking. "Oh, if it's only true." Ricky stared up like one hypnotized. "Then we'll be rich, Anne." "Don't count your chickens before they're hatched," Val reminded her, but he didn't think that she heard him. Then Rupert was back with the ladder. He climbed up, leaving the three of them clustered about its foot. "Nothing here but 2 stone studs to hold the luck in place," he said a moment later. "Why not try pressing those?" suggested Charity. "All right, here goes." He placed his thumbs in the corners of the niche and threw his weight upon them. Nothing happened. Ricky's voice was deep with disappointment. "Look." Val pointed over her shoulder. To the left of the fireplace were 5 panels of oak, to balance those on the other side about the door of the unused drawing room. The center one of these now gaped open, showing a dark cavity. It worked. Ricky was already heading for the opening. There behind the paneling was a shallow closet which ran the full length of the 5 panels. It was filled with a collection of bags and small chests, a collection which appeared much larger when it lay in the gloom within than when they dragged it out. Then, when they had time to examine it carefully, they discovered that their booty consisted of 2 small wooden boxes or chests, one fancifully carved and evidently intended for jewels, the other plain but locked. A felt bag and another of canvas, and a package hurriedly done up in cloth. Rupert spread it all out on the floor. Well, he hesitated, where shall we begin? Charity thought about how to open it, and it was her cat that found us the clue. Let her choose, Val suggested. Good, agreed Rupert. And what's your choice, milady? What woman could resist this? She laid her hand upon the jewel box. Then that it is. He reached for it. It opened readily enough to show a shallow tray divided into compartments, all of them empty. Sold again, Val commented dryly. Carefully Rupert lifted out the top tray to disclose another on which rested 3 small leather bags. He loosened the drawstring of the nearest and shook out into his palm a pair of earrings of a quaint pattern in twisted gold set with dull red stones. Charity pronounced them garnets. Though they were not of great value, they were precious in Ricky's eyes, and even Charity exclaimed over them. The second bag yielded a carnelian seal on a wide chain of gold mesh, the sort of ornament a dandy wore dangling from his watch pocket in the days of the Regency. And the third bag contained a cross of silver, blackened by time, set with amethysts. This was accompanied by a chain of the same dull metal. Putting these into the girl's hands, Rupert lifted the second tray to lay bare the bottom of the chest. Here again were several small bags. There was another cross, this time of jet inlaid with gold and attached to a short necklace of jet beads, a wide bracelet of coral and turquoise which was crudely made and might have been native work of some sort. Then there was a tiny jewel-set bottle, about which, Ricky declared, there still lingered some faint trace of the fragrance it had once held. And most interesting to Charity was a fan, the sticks carved of ivory so intricately that they resembled lacework stiffened into slender ribs. The covering between them was fashioned of layers of silk painted with a scene of the bayou country, with the moss-grown oaks and encroaching swamp all carefully depicted. Charity declared that she had never seen its equal and that some great artist must have decorated the dainty trifle. She closed it carefully and slipped it back into its covering, and Rupert took out the last of the bags. From its depths rolled a ring. It was plain enough, a simple band of gold so deep in shade as to be almost red. Nearly an inch in width, there was no ornamentation of any sort on its broad, smooth surface. Do you know what this is? Rupert turned the circlet around in his fingers. No, Ricky was still dangling the earrings before her eyes. It is the wedding ring of the Bride of the Luck. What? Val leaned forward to look down at the plain circle of gold. Even Ricky gave her brother her full attention now. Rupert turned to Charity. You probably know the story of our luck, he asked. She nodded. When the luck was brought from Palestine, it was decided that it must be given into the hands of a guardian who would be responsible for it with his or her life. Because the men of the house were always at war during those troublesome times, the guardianship went to the eldest daughter if she were a maiden. By high and solemn ceremony she was married to the Luck in the chapel of Lorne. And she was the bride of the Luck until death or a unanimous consent from the family released her. Nor could she marry a mortal husband during the time she wore this. He touched the ring he held. This must be very old. It's the red gold which came into Ireland and England before the Romans conquered the land. Perhaps this was found in some old barrow on Lorne lands. But it no longer means anything without the luck. He held it out to Ricky. By tradition this is yours. She shook her head. I don't think I want that, Rupert. It's too old, too strange. Now these, she held up the earrings, you can understand. The girls who wore them were like me, and they wore them because they were pretty. But that, she looked at the bride's ring with distaste, that must have been a burden to its wearer. Didn't you tell us once of the Lady Isolde, who killed herself when they would not release her from her vows to the Luck? I don't want to wear that, ever. Very well. He dropped it back into its bag. We'll send it to Lafleur for safekeeping. Any scruples about the rest of this stuff? Of course not. And none of it is worth much. May I keep it? If you wish. Now let's see what is in here. He drew the second box toward him and forced it open. Money. Charity was staring at it with wide eyes. Within, in neat bundles, lay packages of paper notes. Even Rupert was shaken from his calm as he reached for one. Outside of a bank, none of them had ever seen such a display of wealth. But after he studied the top note, the master of Pirates Haven laughed thinly. This may be worth 10 cents to some collector if we're lucky. Rupert. That's real money, began Ricky. But Val, too, had seen the print. Confederate money, child. As useless now as our pretty oil stock. I told you that things always turn out wrong in this house. If we do find treasure, it's worthless. How much is there, anyway? Rupert picked up a slip of paper tucked under the tape fastening the first bundle. This says 35,000, profit from a blockade runner's trip. 35,000. Well, I think that is just too much, Ricky said defiantly. Why didn't they get paid in real money? Being loyal to the South, the Ralestones probably would not take what you call real money, replied Charity. It's nice to know how wealthy we once were, Val observed. What are you going to do with that wallpaper, Rupert? Oh, chuck it in my desk. I'll get someone to look it over, there might be a collector's item among these bills. Now let's have the joker out of this bundle. He plucked at the fastenings of the felt bag. When he had pulled off its wrappings, a silver tray with coffee and chocolate pot, cream pitcher and sugar bowl stood, tarnished and dingy, on the floor. That's more like it. Ricky picked up the chocolate pot. Do you suppose it will ever be possible to get these clean again? With a lot of willpower and some good hard rubbing it can be done, Val assured her. Well, I'll supply the willpower and you may do the rubbing, she announced pleasantly. Rupert had opened the remaining packages to display a set of 12 silver goblets, one with a dented edge, and a queerly shaped vessel not unlike an old-fashioned gravy boat. Charity picked this up and examined it gravely. I'm afraid that this is pirate loot. She tapped the lip of the piece she held. The metal gave off a clear ringing sound. If I'm not mistaken, this was stolen from a church. Yes, I'm right, see this cross under the leaves? She pointed out the bit of engraving. Black Dick's work, agreed Ricky complacently. But after almost 300 years I'm afraid we can't return it. Especially since we don't know where it came from in the first place. Val looked about at what they had uncovered. If you are going to take all of this into Lafleur, you'll have to get a truck. Juno, I think this place might turn out to be a gold mine if one knew just where to dig. We haven't found the luck yet, reminded Ricky. Val got clumsily to his feet and then gave Charity a hand up, beating Rupert to it by about 3 seconds. As we don't even know whether it is still in existence, there's no use in hunting for it, Val retorted. Ricky smiled, that set little smile which usually meant that she neither agreed with nor approved of the speaker. She got up from the floor and shook out her skirt purposefully. I'll remind you of that some day, she promised. I suppose, Rupert glanced at the silver, this ought to be taken to town as soon as possible. This house is too isolated to harbor both us and the silverware at the same time. What do you think? Ignoring both Ricky and Val, he turned to Charity. You are right. But it seems a pity to send it all away before we have a chance to rub it up and see what it really looks like. By all means, take it at once. Val urged promptly. We can always clean it later. Rupert grinned. Now that might be a protest against the suggestion Ricky made a few minutes ago. But I'll save you some honest labor this time, Val, I'll take it to town this afternoon. Ricky laughed softly. And why the merriment? Her younger brother inquired suspiciously. I was just thinking what a surprise the visitor who dropped his handkerchief here is going to get when he finds the cupboard bare, she explained. Rupert rubbed his palm across his chin. Of course. I had almost forgotten that. Well, I haven't. And I wonder if we have found what he, or they, were hunting, Val mused as he helped Rupert wrap up the spoil again. 8. Great-Uncle Rick walks the hall. Sam had produced a horse complete with saddle and a reputed skittishness. That horse was the pride of Sam's big heart. It had once won a small purse at some country fair or something of the sort, and since then it had been kept only to wear the saddle at rare intervals. Not that Sam ever rode. He drove a springboard behind a thin, sorrowful mule called Sugga. But the saddle horse was rented at times to white folk of whom Sam approved. Soon after the arrival of the Ralestones at Pirates' Haven, Sam had brought this four-footed prodigy to their attention. But claiming that the family were his folks, he indignantly refused to accept hire and was hurt if one of them did not ride at least once a day. Ricky had developed an interest in the garden and had accepted the loan of Sam's eldest son, an earth-brown child about as tall as the spade, to help her mess about. Rupert spent the largest part of his days shut up in Bluebeard's chamber. Which of course left the horse to Val. And Val was becoming slightly bored with Louisiana, at least with that portion of it which immediately surrounded them. Charity was hard at work on her picture of the swamp hunter, for Jeeves had come back without warning from his mysterious concerns in the swamp. There was no one to talk to and nowhere to go. Lafleur had notified them that he believed he was on the track of some discreditable incident in the past of their rival which would banish him from their path. And no more handkerchiefs had been found, ownerless, in their hall. It was a serene morning. But, Val thought long afterwards, he should have been warned by that very serenity and remembered the old saying, that it was always calmest before a storm. On the contrary, he was riding Sam's horse along the edge of that swamp, wondering what lay hidden back in that dark jungle. Some day, he determined, he would do a little exploring in that direction. A heron arose from the bayou and streaked across the metallic blue of the sky. Another was wading along, intent upon its fishing. Sam's yellow dog, which had followed horse and rider, set up a barking, annoyed at the haughty carriage of the bird. He scrambled down the steep bank, drove it into flight after its fellow. Val pulled his shirt away from his sticky skin and wondered if he would ever feel really cool again. There was something about this damp heat which seemed to remove all ambition. He marveled how Ricky could even think of trimming roses that morning. Sam's dog began to bark deafeningly again, and Val looked around for the heron which must have aroused his displeasure. There was none. But across the swamp crawled an ungainly monster. Four great rubber-tired wheels, 10 feet high, as he later learned, supported a metal framework upon which squatted 2 men and the driver of the monstrosity. With the ponderous solemnity of a tank it came on to the bayou. Val's mount snorted and his ears pricked back. He began to have very definite ideas about what he saw. The thing slipped down the marshy bank and took to the water with ease, turning its square nose downstream and sending waves shoreward. "Ride, cowboy," yelled one of the men derisively as Sam's horse decided to stand on his hind legs and wave at the strange apparition as it went by. Val brought him down upon 4 feet again, and he stood sweating, his ears still back. "What do you call that?" the boy shouted back. "Prospecting engine for swamp use," answered the driver. "Don't you swampers ever get the news?" The car, or whatever it was, moved on downstream and so out of sight. "Now I wonder what that was," Val said aloud as his mount sidled toward the center of the road. The hound dog came up and sat down to kick a patch of flea-invaded territory which lay behind his left ear. Again the morning was quiet. But not for long. A mud-spattered car came around the bend in the road and headed at Val, going a good pace for the dirt surfacing. Before it quite reached him it stopped and the driver stuck his head out of the window. "Hey, you, move over. What you tryin' to do, break somebody's neck?" Val surveyed him with interest. The man was, perhaps, Rupert's age, a small, thin fellow with thick black hair and the white seam of an old scar beneath his left eye. "This is," the boy replied, "a private road." "Yeah," he snarled, "I know. And I'm the owner." So get your hobby horse going and beat it, kid. Val shifted in the saddle and stared down at him. And what might your name be? He asked softly. What do you think it is? Hitler. I'm Ralestone, the owner of this place. On your way, kid, on your way. So. Well, good morning, cousin. Val tightened rein. The invader eyed him cautiously. What do you mean, cousin? I happen to be a Ralestone also, the boy answered grimly. Huh? You the guy who thinks he owns this? He asked aggressively. My brother is the present master of Pirates Haven. That's what he thinks, replied the rival with a relish. Well, he isn't. That is, not until he pays me for my half. And if he wants to get tough, I'll take it all, he ended, and withdrew into the car like a lizard into its rock den. Val sat by the side of the road and watched the car slide along toward the plantation. As it passed him he caught a glimpse of a second passenger in the back seat. It was the red-faced man he had seen with Lafleur's clerk on the street in New Orleans. Resolutely Val turned back and started for the house in the wake of the rival. By making use of a shortcut, he reached the front of the house almost as soon as the car. Ricky had been working with the morning glory vines about the terrace steps, young Sam standing attendance with a rusty trowel and one of the kitchen forks. At the sound of the car she stood up and tried to brush a smear of sticky earth from the front of her checked gingham dress. When the rival got out she smiled at him. Hello, sister, he smirked. She stood still for a moment and her smile faded. When she answered, her voice was chill. You wish to see Mr. Ralestone? She asked distantly. Sure. But not just yet, sister. You better be pleasant, you know. I'm the new owner here. Val rode out of the bushes and swung out of the saddle, coming up behind him. Although the boy was one of the smaller, black, Ralestones, he topped the invader by a good 2 inches, and he noted this with delight as he came up to him. Ricky, he said briefly, go in. And send Sam for Rupert. She nodded and was gone. The man turned to face Val. You again, huh? He demanded. Yes. And Ralestone or no Ralestone, I would advise you to keep a civil tongue in your head, he began hotly, when Rupert appeared at the door. Well, Val, he asked, a frown creasing his forehead, what is it? The rival advanced a short step and looked up. So this is the guy who's trying to do me out of my rights. Rupert reached behind him and closed the screen before coming to the head of the terrace steps. I presume that you are Mr. Ralestone, he asked quietly. Course I'm Ralestone, asserted the other. And I'm part owner of this place. That has not yet been decided, answered Rupert calmly. But suppose you tell me to what we owe the honor of this visit? Now, however, the passenger took a hand in the game. He crawled out of the car, taking off his soiled Panama to wipe his bald head with a gaudy silk handkerchief. Here, Mr. Ralestone, he addressed his companion, let us have no unpleasantness. We have merely come here today, sir, he explained to Rupert, to see if matters could not be settled amicably without having to take recourse to a court of law. Your Mr. Lafleur will give us very little satisfaction, you see. I am a plain and honest man, sir, and I believe an affair of this kind may be best agreed upon between principals. My client, Mr. Ralestone, is a reasonable man, he will be moderate in his demands. It will be to your advantage to listen to our proposal. After all, you cannot contest his rights. But that is just what I am going to do. Rupert smiled down at them, if a slight twist of the lips may be called a smile. Have you ever heard that old saying that possession is 9 points of the law? I am the Ralestone in residence, and I shall continue to be the Ralestone in residence until after this case is heard. Now, as I am a busy man and this is the middle of the morning, I shall have to say goodbye. So that's the way you're going to take it? The visiting Ralestone glared at Rupert. All right. Play it that way and you won't be here a month from now. Nor, he turned on Val, this kid brother of yours, either. You can't pull this lord of the land stuff on me and get away with it. But he did not finish his threat. Instead, his jaws clamped shut on mid-word. In silence he turned and got into the car to which his counselor had already withdrawn. The car leaped forward into a rose bush. With a savage twist of the wheel the driver brought it back to the drive, leaving deep prints in the front lawn. Then it was gone, down the drive, as they stood staring after it. So that's that, Val commented. Well, all I've got to say is that Rick's branch of the family has sadly gone to seed. Being a southern gentleman has made you slightly snobbish. Ricky came out from her lurking place behind the door. Snobbish, her brother choked at the injustice. I suppose that is your idea of a perfect gentleman, a diamond in the rough. He pointed down the drive. Ricky laughed. It's so easy to tease you, Val. Of course he is a ward of the first class. But Rupert will fix him, won't you? Her older brother grinned. After that example of your trust in me, I'll have to. I agree, he is not the sort you would care to introduce to your more particular friends. But this visit seems to suggest something. That he has the wind-up? Val asked. There are indications of that, I think. Something Lafleur has done has stirred our friends into direct action. We shall probably have more of it within the immediate future. So I want you, Ricky, to go to town. Madame Lafleur has very kindly offered to put you up. Each tiny curl on Ricky's head seemed to bristle with indignation. Oh, no you don't, Rupert Ralestone. You don't get me away from here when there are exciting things going on. I hardly think that our friend with the slimy manner will use machine guns to blast us out. And if he does, well, it wouldn't be the first time that this house was used as a fortress. I'm not going one step out of here unless you two come with me. Rupert shrugged. As I can't very well hog-tie you to get you to town, I suppose you will have to stay. But I am going to send for Lucy. With that parting shot he turned and went in. Lucy arrived shortly before noon. She was accompanied by a portion of her large family, for, Val counted, including that Sam who had become Ricky's faithful shadow. What's all dis here, 'bout some man sayin' he am de Ralestone, she demanded of Ricky. The policeman's oughta lock him up. Effin he comes both errand rune, hia eigen I'll tend to him. With that she marched majestically into the kitchen, elbowed Letty Lou out of her way, and proceeded to stir up a batch of brown molasses cookies. "'Cause day is fillin' fo, boys. And, Mr. Val, he needs some moa fat, croast dose skinny ribs. Letty Lou, yo all ain't feed in, dese men folks re. Now yo, chillins," she swooped down upon her own family, "yo all gets outta here and, don't fuss me." "They can come with me," offered Ricky. "I'm trying to find that maze which is marked on the garden plans. Miss Chanda, yo all ain't a goin' way afo yo a brotha gets through his wake. He done told me to keep an eye on yo all. Why don't yo all go visit Miss Charity?" Ricky looked at her watch. "All right. She'll be through her morning work by now. I'll take the children, Lucy." To Val's open surprise, she obeyed Lucy, meekly moving off without a single protest. One of the boys remained behind and offered shyly to take the horse back to Sam's place. When Lucy agreed that it would be all right, Val boosted him into the saddle where he clung like a jockey. "And, we is yo all goin', Mr. Val?" asked Lucy, cutting out round cookies with a downward stroke of the drinking glass she had pressed into service. The regular cutter was, in her opinion, too small. "Down toward the bayou. I'll be back before lunch," he said, and hurried out before she could as definitely dispose of him as she had of Ricky. Val struck off into the bushes until he came to one of the paths that crossed the wilderness. As it ran in the direction of the bayou, he turned into it. Then for the second time he came into the glen of the pool and passed along the path Jeems had known. So somehow Val was not surprised, when he came out upon the edge of the bayou levee, to see Jeems sitting there. "Hello. The swamper looked up at Val's hail, but this time he did not leave. "Hello," he answered sullenly. Val stood there, ill at ease, while the swamper eyed him composedly. What could he say now? Val's embarrassment must have been very apparent, for after a long moment Jeems smiled derisively. "Yo, goin' ridin' in them funny pants?" he asked, pointing to the other's breeches. "Well, that's what they are intended for," Val replied. "We is you a hoss. I sent him back to Sam's." Val was beginning to feel slightly warm. He decided that Jeems' manners were not all that they might be. "Sam," the swamp boy spat into the water. "He's a—" But what Sam was, in the opinion of the swamper, Val never learned, for at that moment Ricky burst from between two bushes. "Well, at last," she panted, "I've gotten rid of my army." "Val, do you think that Lucy is going to be like this all the time, order us about, I mean?" "Who's that?" Jeems was on his feet looking at Ricky. "Ricky," her brother said, "this is Jeems. My sister Richanda." "Yo, one of the folks up at the big house?" he asked her directly. "Why, yes," she answered simply. "Yo, Don, act like yo was." He stabbed his finger at both of them. "Yo, don't walk with your noses in the air looking down at us." "Of course we don't," interrupted Ricky. "Why should we, when you know more about this place than we do?" "What do yo mean by that?" He flashed out at her, his sullen face suddenly dark. Why, Ricky faltered, "Charity Biglow said that you knew all about the swamp." His tense position relaxed a fraction. "Oh, yo know Miss Charity?" "Yes. She showed us the picture she is painting, the one you are posing for," Ricky went on. "Miss Charity is a fine lady," he returned with conviction. He shifted from one bare foot to the other. "I'll be goin' now." With no other farewell he slipped over the side of the levee into his canoe and headed out into midstream. Nor did he look back. Lucy departed after dinner that evening to bed down her family before returning with Letty Lou to occupy one of the servants' rooms over the side wing. Rupert had gone with her to interview Sam. Val gathered that Sam had some notion of trying to reintroduce the growing of indigo. A crop which had been forsaken for sugar cane at the beginning of the 19th century when a pest had destroyed the entire indigo crop of that year all over Louisiana. "Let's go out in the garden," suggested Ricky. "What for?" asked her brother. "To provide a free banquet for mosquitoes?" "No, thank you, let's stay here." "You're lazy," she countered. "You may call it laziness, I call it prudence," he answered. "Well, I'm going anyway," she made a decision which brought Val reluctantly to his feet. For mosquitoes or no mosquitoes, he was not going to allow Ricky to be outside alone. They followed the path which led around the side of the house until it neared the kitchen door. When they reached that point Ricky halted. "Listen." A plaintive meow sounded from the kitchen. "Oh, bother. Satan's been left inside. Go and let him out." "Will you stay right here?" Val asked. "Of course. Though I don't see why you and Rupert have taken to acting as if Fu Manchu were loose in our yard. Now hurry up before he claws the screen to pieces." Satan, I mean, not the worthy Chinese gentleman. But Satan did not meet Val at the door. Apparently, having received no immediate answer to his plea, he had withdrawn into the bulk of the house. Speaking unkind things about him under his breath, Val started across the dark kitchen. Suddenly he stopped. He felt the solid edge of the table against his thigh. When he put out his hand he touched the reassuring everyday form of Lucy's stone cookie jar. He was in their own pleasant everyday kitchen. But he was not alone in that house. There had been the faintest of sounds from the forepart of the main section, a sound such as Satan might have caused. But Val knew positively, that Satan was guiltless. Someone or something was in the long hall. He crept by the table, hoping that he could find his way without running into anything. His hand closed upon the knob of the door opening upon the back stairs used by Letty Lou. If he could get up them and across the upper hall, he could come down the front stairs and catch the intruder. It took Val perhaps 2 minutes to reach the head of the front stairs, and each minute seemed a half-hour in length. From below he could hear a regular pad, as if from stocking feet on the stone floor. He drew a deep breath and started down. When he reached the landing he looked over the rail. Upright before the fireplace was a dim white blur. As he watched, it moved forward. There was something uncanny about that almost noiseless movement. The blur became a thin figure clad in baggy white breeches and loose shirt. Below the knees the legs seemed to fade into the darkness of the hall and there was something strange about the outlines of the head. Again the thing resumed its padding and Val saw now that it was pacing the hall in a regular pattern. Which suggested that it was human and was there with a very definite purpose. He edged farther down the stairs. "And just what are you doing?" If his voice quavered upon the last word, it was hardly his fault. For when the thing turned, Val saw. It had no face. With a startled cry he lunged forward, clutching at the banister to steady his blundering descent. The thing backed away, already it was fading into the darkness beside the stairs. As Val's feet touched the floor of the hall he caught his last glimpse of it, a thin white patch against the solid paneling of the stairway's broad side. Then it was gone. When Rupert and Ricky came in a few minutes later and turned on the lights, Val was still staring at that blank wall, with Satan rubbing against his ankles. 9. Portrait of a Lady and a Gentleman. Rupert had dismissed Val's story of what he had seen in the hall in a very lofty manner. When his brother had persisted in it, Rupert suggested that Val had better keep out of the sun in the morning. For no trace of the thing which had troubled the house remained. Ricky hesitated between believing wholly in Val's tale or just in his powers of imagination. And between them his family drove him sulky to bed. He was still frowning, or maybe it was a new frown, when he looked into the bathroom mirror the next morning as he dressed. For Val knew that he had seen something in the hall, something monstrous which had no right to be there. What had their rival said before he left? "Play it that way and you won't be here a month from now." It was just possible. Val paused, half in, half out of, his shirt. Could last night's adventure have had anything to do with that threat? 2 or 3 episodes of that sort might unsettle the strongest nerves and drive the occupants from a house where such a shadow walked. Something else nagged at the boy's memory. Slowly he traced back over the events of the day before, from the moment when he had watched that queer swamp car crawl downstream. After the visit of the rival, Lucy had come to stay. And then Ricky had started for Charities while he had gone down to the bayou where he met Jeems. That was it. Jeems. When Ricky had hinted that he knew more of the swamp than the Ralestones did, why had he been so quick to resent that remark? Could it be because he understood her to mean that he knew more of Pirates Haven than they did? And the thing in the long hall last night had known of some exit in the wall that the Ralestones did not know of. It had faded into the base of the staircase. And yet, when Val had gone over the paneling there inch by inch, he had gained nothing but sore fingertips. He tucked his shirt under his belt and looked down to see if Sam Jr. had polished his boots as Lucy had ordered her son to do. Save for a trace of mud by the right heel, they had the proper mirror-like surface. "Mr. Val," Lucy's penetrating voice made him start guiltily, is yo not comin' to breakfast?" "I am," he answered and started downstairs at his swiftest pace. The new ruler of their household was standing at the foot of the stairs, her knuckles resting on her broad hips. She eyed the boy sternly. Lucy eyed one, Val thought, much as a Scotch nurse Ricky and he had once had. They had never dared question any of Annie's decrees, and one look from her had been enough to reduce them to instant order. Lucy's eye had the same power. And now as she herded Val into the dining room he felt like a 6-year-old with an uneasy conscience. Rupert and Ricky were already seated and eating. That is, Ricky was eating, but Rupert was reading his morning mail. "Yo all sits down," said Lucy firmly, "and yo all eats what's on your plate." Yo all ein, much fada nor a jaybird. I don't see why she keeps comparing me to a living skeleton all the time, Val complained as she departed kitchenward. She told Letty Lou yesterday, supplied Ricky through a mouthful of popover, that you are peaked-lookin'. Why doesn't she start in on Rupert? He needs another 10 pounds or so. Val reached for the butter. And he hasn't got a very good color, either. Val surveyed his brother professionally. Doesn't get outdoors enough. No, Ricky's voice sounded aggrieved, he's too busy having secrets. Rupert murmured, more interested in his letter than in the conversation. The trouble is that we are not Chinese bandits, Malay pirates, or Arab freebooters. We don't possess color, life, enough. Sugar, Rupert interrupted Val, pushing his coffee cup in the general direction of Ricky without raising his eyes from the page in his hand. She giggled. So that's what we lack. Well, now we know. How much sugar should we have, Rupert? Rupert, Mr. Rupert Ralestone, Mr. Rupert Ralestone of Pirates Haven. Her voice grew louder and shriller until he did lay down his reading matter and really looked at them for the first time. What do you want? A little attention, answered Ricky sweetly. We aren't Chinese, Arabs, or Malays, but we are kind of nice to know, aren't we, Val? If you'd only come out of your subconscious, or wherever you are most of the time, you'd find that out without being told. Rupert laughed and pushed away his letters. Sorry. I picked up the bad habit of reading at breakfast when I didn't have my table brightened by your presence. I know, he became serious, that I haven't been much of a family man. But there are reasons. Which, of course, you cannot tell us, flashed Ricky. His face lengthened ruefully. He pulled at his tie with an embarrassed frown. Not yet, anyway. He fumbled with his napkin. Oh, well, let me see how it comes out first. Ricky opened her eyes to their widest extent and leaned forward, every inch of her expressing awe. Rupert, don't tell me that you are an inventor, she cried. Now I know that we'll end in the poorhouse, Val observed. Rupert had recovered his composure. I am what I am, he quoted. Very well. Keep it to yourself then, pouted Ricky. We can have secrets too. I don't doubt it. He glanced at Val. Unfortunately you always tell them. See any more bogeys last night, Val? Did a big, black, formless something reach out from under the bed and clutch at you? But his brother refused to be drawn. No, but when it does I'll sick it onto you. A big, black, formless something is just what you need. And I'll. Am I interrupting? Charity stood in the door. Goodness. Haven't you finished breakfast yet? Do you people know that it is almost 10? Madam, we have banished time. Rupert drew out the chair at his left. Will you favor us with your company? I thought you were going to be busy today, said Ricky as she rang for Letty Lou and a fresh cup of coffee for their guest. So did I, sighed Charity. And I should be. I've got this order, you know, and now I can't get any models. Why there should be a sudden dearth of them right now, I can't imagine. I thought I could use Jeeves again, but somehow he isn't the type. She raised her cup to her lips. Are you doing story illustrations? Asked Rupert, more alive now than he had been all morning. Yes. A historical thriller for a magazine. They want a full page cut for the first chapter and a half page to illustrate the most exciting scene. Then there are innumerable smaller ones. But the two large ones are what I'm worrying about. I like to get the important stuff finished first, and now I simply can't get models who are the right types. What's the story about? Demanded Ricky. It's laid in Haiti during the French invasion led by Napoleon's brother-in-law, the one who married Pauline. All voodoo and aristocratic young hero and beautiful maiden pursued by an officer of the black rebels. And, she almost wailed, here I am with the clothes spread all over my bed, the right costumes, you know, with no one to wear them. I went over to the Corners this morning and called Johnson, He runs a registration office for models, but he couldn't promise me anyone. She bit absent-mindedly into a round spiced roll Ricky had placed before her. Wait. She laid down the roll in a preoccupied fashion and stared across the table. Val, stand up. Wondering, he pushed back his chair and arose obediently. Turn your head a little more to the right, Charity ordered. There, that's it. Now try to look as if there were something all ready to spring at you from that corner over there. For one angry moment he thought that she had been told of what had happened the night before and was baiting him, as the others had done. But a sidewise glance showed him that her interest lay elsewhere. So he screwed up his features into what he fondly hoped was a grim and deadly smile. For goodness sake, don't look as if you had eaten green apples, Ricky shot at him. Just put on that face you wear when I show you a new hat. No, not that sneering one, the other. Rupert threw back his head and laughed heartily. Better let him alone, Ricky. After all, it's his face. I'm glad that someone has pointed out that fact, Val said stiffly, because. Oh, be quiet. Charity leaned forward across the table. Yes, she nodded, you'll do. For what? Val asked, slightly apprehensive. For my hero. Of course your hair is too short and you are rather too youthful, but I can disguise those points. And, she turned upon Ricky, you can be the lady in distress. Which gives me another idea. Do you suppose that I might use your terrace for a background and have that big chair, the one with the high back? She asked Rupert. You may have anything you want within these walls, he answered lightly enough, but it was clear that he really meant it. What am I supposed to do? Val asked. Charity considered. I think I'll try the action one first, she said half to herself. That's going to be the most difficult. Ricky, will you send one of Lucy's children over with me to help carry back the costumes and my material? She was already at the door. Val and I will go instead, Ricky replied. Some 20 minutes later Val was handed a suitcase and told to use the contents to cover his back. Having doubts of the wisdom of the whole affair, he went reluctantly upstairs to obey. But the result was not so bad. The broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted coat did not fit him ill, though the shiny boots were at least a size too large. Timidly he went down. Ricky was the first to see him. Val. You look like something out of Lloyd's of London. Rupert, look at Val, doesn't he look wonderful? Having thus made public his embarrassment, she ran to the mirror to finish her own prinking. The high-waisted empire gown of soft green voile made her appear taller than usual. But she walked with a little shuffle which suggested that her ribbon-strapped slippers fitted her no better than Val's boots did him. Charity was coaxing Ricky's tight fashionable curls into a looser arrangement and tying a green ribbon about them. This done, she turned to survey Val. I thought so, she said with satisfaction. You are just what I want. But, the tiny lines about her eyes crinkled in amusement, at present you are just a little too perfect. Do you realize that you have just fought off an attack, led by a witch doctor, in which you were wounded? That you have struggled through a jungle for 7 hours in order to reach your betrothed, and that you are now facing death by torture? I hardly think that you should look as if you had just stepped out of the tailor's. I've done all that? Val demanded, somewhat staggered. Well, the author says you have, so you've got to look it. We'd better muss you up a bit. Let's see. She tapped her fingernail against her teeth as she looked him up and down. Off with that coat first. He wriggled out of the coat and stood with the glories of his ruffled shirt fully displayed. Now what? He asked. This, she reached forward and ripped his left sleeve to the shoulder. Untie that cravat and take it off. Roll up your other sleeve above the elbow. That's right. Ricky, you muss up his hair. Let a lock of it fall across his forehead. No, not there, there. Good. Now he's ready for the final touches. She went to the table where her paints had been left. Let's see, Carmine, that ought to be right. This is watercolor, Val, it'll all wash off in a minute. Across his smooth tan cheek she dribbled a jagged line of scarlet. Then instructing Ricky to bind the torn edge of his sleeve above his elbow, she also stained the bandage. Well, she turned to Rupert. He looks as though he had been through the wars all right, he agreed. But what about the costume? Oh, we needn't worry about that. They knew I'd have to do this, so they duplicated everything. Now for you, Ricky. Pull your sleeve down off your shoulder and see if you can tear the skirt up from the hem on that side, about as far as your knee. Yes, that's fine. You're ready now. Rupert picked up from the table a sword and a long-barreled dueling pistol and led the way out onto the terrace. Charity pointed to the big chair in the sunlight. This will probably be hard for you too, she warned them frankly. If you get tired, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll give you a rest every 10 minutes. Val, you sit down in the chair. Slump over toward that arm as if you were about finished. No, more limp than that. Now look straight ahead. You are on the terrace of Beauvalet. Beside you is the girl you love. You are all that stands between her and the black rebels. Now take this sword in your right hand and the pistol in your left. Lean forward a little. There. Now don't move, you've got just the pose I want. Ricky, crouch down by the side of his chair with your arm up so that you can touch his hand. You're terrified. There's death, horrible death, before you. Val could feel Ricky's hand quiver against his. Charity had made them both see and feel what she wanted them to. They weren't in the peaceful sunlight on the terrace of Pirates' Haven. They were miles farther south in the dark land of Haiti, the Haiti of more than 100 years ago. Before them was a semi-tropical forest from which at any moment might crawl, death. Val's hand tightened on the sword hilt. The pistol butt was clammy in his grip. Rupert had put up the easel and laid out the paints. And now, taking up her charcoal, Charity began to sketch with clear, clean strokes. Her model's unaccustomed muscles cramped so that when they shifted during their rest periods they grimaced with pain. Ricky whispered that she did not wonder models were hard to get. After a while Rupert went away without Charity noticing his leaving. The sun burned Val's cheek where the paint had dried and he felt a trickle of moisture edged down his spine. But Charity worked on, thoroughly intent upon what was growing under her brushes. It must have been close to noon when she was at last interrupted. Hello there, Miss Biglow. Two men stood below the terrace on a garden path. One of them waved his hat as Charity looked around. And behind them stood Jeems. Go away, said the worker, go away, Judson Holmes. I haven't any time for you today. Not after I've come all the way from New York to see you. He asked reproachfully. Why, Charity? He had the reddest hair Val had ever seen, and the homeliest face, but his small boy grin was friendliness itself. Go away, she repeated stubbornly. Nope. He shook his head firmly. I'm staying right here until you forget that for at least a minute. He motioned toward the picture. With a sigh she put down her brush. I suppose I'll have to humor you. Miss Charity, Jeems had not taken his eyes from the two models since he had arrived and he did not move them now. What are they all fixed up like that for? It's a picture for a story, she explained. A story about Haiti in the old days. Ah reckon no, he nodded eagerly, his face suddenly alight. That's we blacks killed French back in history times. Ah got me a book, 'bout it. A book in handwritten, not printin'. Père Armand larned me to read it. Judson Holmes' companion moved forward. A book in handwriting, he said slowly. Could that possibly mean a diary? Charity was wiping her hands on a paint rag. It might. New Orleans was a port of refuge for a great many of the French who fled the island during the slave uprising. It is not impossible. I've got to see it. Here, boy, what's your name? He pounced upon Jeems. Can you get that book here this afternoon? Jeems drew back. Ah, ain't gonna bring no book here. That's mine and you ain't gonna set eye on it. With that parting shot he was gone. But, protested the other, I've got to see it. Why, such a find might be priceless. Mr. Holmes laughed. Curb your hunting instincts for once, Creighton. You can't handle a swamper that way. Let's go and see Charity's masterpiece instead. I don't remember having asked you to, she observed. Oh, see here now, wasn't I the one who got you this commission? And Creighton here is that strange animal known as a publisher's scout. And publishers sometimes desire the services of illustrators, so you had better impress Creighton as soon as possible. Well, he looked at the picture, you have done it. Even Creighton, who had been inclined to stare back over his shoulder at the point where Jeeves disappeared, now gave it more than half his attention. Is that for Drums of Doom? He asked, becoming suddenly crisp and professional. Yes. Might do for the jacket of the book. Have Mr. Richard see this. Marvelous types, where did you get them? He continued, looking from the canvas to Ricky and Val. Oh, I am sorry. Miss Ralestone, may I present Mr. Creighton, and Mr. Holmes, both of New York. And this, she smiled at Val, is Mr. Valerius Ralestone, the brother of the owner of this plantation. The family, I believe, has lived here for about 250 years. Creighton's manner became a shade less brusque as he took the hand Ricky held out to him. I might have known that no professional could get that look, he said. Then this isn't your place. Mr. Holmes said to Charity after he had greeted the Ralestones. Mine. Goodness no. I rent the old overseer's house. Pirates Haven is Ralestone property. Pirates Haven. Judson Holmes' infectious grin reappeared. A rather suggestive name. The builder intended to name it King's Acres because it was a royal grant, Val informed him. But he was a pirate, so the other name was given it by the country folk and he adopted it. And he was right in doing so because there were other freebooters in the family after his time. Yes, we are even equipped with a pirate ghost, contributed Ricky with a mischievous glance in her brother's direction. Holmes fanned himself with his hat. So romance isn't dead after all. Well, Charity, shall we stay, in town I mean? Why? A thin line appeared between her eyes as if she had little liking for such a plan. Well, Creighton is here on the track of a mysterious new writer who is threatening to produce a second Gone with the Wind. And I like the climate. We'll see, muttered Charity. 10. Into the Swamp. In spite of the fact that they received but lukewarm encouragement from Charity, both Holmes and Creighton lingered on in New Orleans. Mr. Creighton made several attempts to get in touch with Jeeves, whom he seemed to suspect of concealing vast literary treasures. And he spent one hot morning going through the trunk of papers which the Ralestones had found in the storage room. Ricky commented upon the fact that being a publisher's scout was almost like being an antique buyer. Holmes was a perfect foil for his laboring friend. He lounged away his days draped across the settee on Charity's gallery or sitting down on the bayou levee, after she had chased him away, pitching pebbles into the water. He told all of them that it was his vacation, the first one he had had in 5 years, and that he was going to make the most of it. Companioned by Creighton, he usually enlarged the family circle in the evenings. And the tales he could tell about the far corners of the earth were as wildly romantic as Rupert's, though he did assure his listeners that even Tibet was very tame and well-behaved nowadays. Charity had finished the first illustration and had started another. This time Ricky and Val appeared polished and combed as if they had just stepped out of a ballroom of a governor's palace, which they had, according to the story. It was during her second morning's work upon this that she threw down her brush with a snort of disgust. It's no use, she told her models, I simply can't work on this now. All I can see is that scene where the hero's mulatto half-brother watches the ball from the underbrush. I've got to do that one first. Why don't you then? Ricky stretched to relieve cramped muscles. I would if I could get Jeeves. He's my model for the brother. He's enough like you, Val, for the resemblance, and his darker tan is just right for color. But he won't come back while Creighton's here. I could wring that man's neck. But Creighton left for Milnebug this morning, Val reminded her. Rupert told him about the old voodoo rites which used to be celebrated there on June 24th, St. John's Eve, and he wanted to see if there were any records. Yes. But Jeeves doesn't know he's gone. If we could only get in touch with him, Jeeves, I mean. Miss Chanda. Sam too, as they had come to call Sam's eldest son and heir, was standing on the lowest step of the terrace, holding a small covered basket in his hands. Yes. Letty Lou done say dis mfo yo all, Miss Chanda. For me. Ricky looked at the offering in surprise. But what in the world, bring it here, Sam. Yasem. He laid the basket in Ricky's outstretched hands. I've never seen anything like this before. She turned it around. It seems to be woven of some awfully fine grass. That's swamp work. Charity was peering over Ricky's shoulder. Open it. Inside on a nest of raw wild cotton lay a bracelet of polished wood carved with an odd design of curling lines which reminded Val of Spanish moss. And with the circlet was a small purse of scaled hide. Swamp oak and baby alligator, burst out Charity. Aren't they beauties? But who, began Ricky. Val picked up a scrap of paper which had fluttered to the floor. It was cheap stuff, ruled with faint blue lines, but the writing was bold and clear, Miss Richanda Ralestone. It's yours all right. He handed her the paper. I know. She tucked the note away with the gifts. It was Jeeves. Jeeves. But why? Her brother protested. Well, yesterday when I was down by the levee he was coming in and I knew that Mr. Creighton was here and I told him. So, she colored faintly, then he took me across the bayou and I got some of those big swamp lilies that I've always wanted. And we had a long talk. Val, Jeeves knows the most wonderful things about the swamps. Do you know that they still have voodoo meetings sometimes, way back in there, she swept her hand southward. And the fur trappers live on houseboats, renting their hunting rights. But Jeeves owns his own land. Now some northerners are prospecting for oil. They have a queer sort of car which can travel either on land or water. And Père Armand has church records that date back to the middle of the 18th century. Anne. So that's where you were from 4 until almost 6, Val laughed. I don't know that I approve of this riotous living. Will Jeeves take me to pick the lilies too? Maybe. He wanted to know why you always moved so carefully. And I told him about the accident. Then he said the oddest thing, she was staring past Val at the oaks. He said that to fly was worth being smashed up for and that he envied you. Then he's a fool, her brother said promptly. Nothing is worth, Val stopped abruptly. 5 months before he had made a bargain with himself, he was not going to break it now. Do you know, Ricky said to Charity, if you really need Jeeves this morning, I think I can get him for you. He told me yesterday how to find his cabin. But why? The objection came almost at once from Charity. Val thought she was more than a little surprised that Jeeves, who had steadfastly refused to give her the same information, had supplied it so readily to Ricky whom he hardly knew at all. I don't know, answered Ricky frankly. He was rather queer about it. Kept saying that the time might come when I would need help, and things like that. Charity, Val was putting her brushes straight, I learned long ago that nothing can be kept from Ricky. Sooner or later one spills out his secrets. Except Rupert. Ricky aired her old grievance. Perhaps Rupert, her brother agreed. Anyway, I do know where Jeeves lives. Do you want me to get him for you, Charity? Certainly not, child. Do you think that I'd let you go into the swamp? Why, even men who know something of woodcraft think twice before attempting such a trip without a guide. Of course you're not going. I think, she put her paint-stained hand to her head, that I'm going to have one of my sick headaches. I'll have to go home and lie down for an hour or two. I'm sorry. Ricky's sympathy was quick and warm. Is there anything I can do? Charity shook her head with a rueful smile. Time is the only medicine for one of these. I'll see you later. Just the same, Ricky stood looking after her. I'd like to know just what is going on in the swamp right now. Why? Val asked lightly. Because, well, just because, was her provoking answer. Jeems was so odd yesterday. He talked as if there were some threat to us or him. I wonder if there is something wrong. She frowned. Of course not. Her brother made prompt answer. He's merely gone off on one of those mysterious trips of his. Just the same, what if there were something wrong? We might go and see. Nonsense. Val snapped. You heard what Charity said about going into the swamp alone. And there is nothing to worry about anyway. Come on, let's change. And then I have something to show you. What? She demanded. Wait and see. His ruse had succeeded. She was no longer looking swampward with that gleam of purpose in her eye. Come on then, she said, prodding him into action. Val changed slowly. If one didn't care about mucking around in the garden, as Ricky seemed to delight in doing, there was so little in the way of occupation. He thought of the days as they spread before him. A little riding, a great amount of casual reading and, what else? Was the South getting him as the tropics are supposed to get the Northerners? That unlucky meeting with a mountaintop had effectively despoiled him of his one ambition. Soldiers with game legs are not wanted. He couldn't paint like Charity, he couldn't spin yarns like Rupert, he possessed a mind too inaccurate to cope with the intricacies of any science. And as a businessman he would probably be a good street cleaner. What was left? Well, the surprise he had promised Ricky might cover the problem. As he reached for a certain black notebook, someone knocked on his door. Mr. Val, we is Miss Chanda. She ain't up here and, wants to. Lucy stood in the hall. The light from the round window was reflected from every corrugated wave of her painfully marcelled hair. Her vast flowered dress had been thriftily covered with a dull green bib apron and she had changed her smart slippers for the shapeless grey relics she wore indoors. Just now she looked warm and tired. After all, running 2 households was something of a task even for Lucy. Why, she should be in her room. We came up to change. Miss Charity's gone home with a headache. What was it you wanted her for? Dies hier ciutaines, Mr. Val, she thrust a mound of snowy and beruffled white stuff at him, they has got to be hung. And, does Miss Chanda want dem in her room or does she not? Better put them up. I'll tell her about it. Here wait, let me open that door. Val looked into Ricky's room. As usual, it appeared as though a whirlwind, a small whirlwind but a thorough one, had passed through it. Her discarded costume lay tumbled across the bed and her slippers lay on the floor, one upside down. He stooped to set them straight. It do beat all, Lucy said frankly as she put her burden down on a chair, how dat chilly do mak a mess. Now yo, Mr. Val, just put everythin, just so. But Miss Chanda leave everythin which way afore Sunday. Loka dat now. She pointed to the half-open door of the closet. A slip lay on the floor. Ricky must have been in a hurry. That was a little too untidy even for her. A sudden suspicion sent Val into the closet to investigate. Ricky's wardrobe was not so extensive that he did not know every dress and article in it very well. It did not take him more than a moment to see what was missing. Did Ricky go riding? Val asked. Her habit is gone. She ain't gone cross de Bayo fo de Haas, answered Lucy, reaching for the curtain rod. And anyway, Sam done took dat critter down de road fo to be shoed. Then where? But Val knew his Ricky only too well. She had a certain stubborn will of her own. Sometimes opposition merely drove her into doing the forbidden thing. And the swamp had been forbidden. But could even Ricky be such a fool? Certain memories of the past testified that she could. But how? Unless she had taken Sam's boat. Without a word of explanation to Lucy, he dashed out of the room and downstairs at his best pace. As he left the house, Val broke into a stumbling run. There was just a chance that she had not yet left the plantation. But the bayou levee was deserted. And the post where Sam's boat was usually moored was bare of rope. The boat was gone. Of course Sam too might have taken it across the stream to the farm. That hope was extinguished as the small brown boy came out of the bushes along the stream side. "Sam, have you seen Miss Chanda?" Val demanded. "Yes, Sue." "Where?" Carrying on a conversation with Sam too was like prying diamonds out of a rock. He possessed a rooted distaste for talking. "Here, Sue." "When?" "Just a lil bitty go." "Where did she go?" Sam pointed downstream. "Did she take the boat?" "Yes, Sue." And then for the first time since Val had known him, Sam volunteered a piece of information. "She done say she a goin' in the swamp." Val leaned back against the hole of one of the willows. Then she had done it. And what could he do? If he had any idea of her path, he could follow her while Sam aroused Rupert and the house. "If I only knew where," he mused aloud. "She a goin' to see dat swamper Jeems," Sam continued. "Heh, heh," a sudden cackle of laughter rippled across his lips. "Dat ol' swamper think he so estimate. Think no one fin he house." "Sam!" Val rounded upon him. "Do you know where Jeems lives?" "Yes, Sue." He twisted the one shoulder strap of his overalls and Val guessed that his knowledge was something he was either ashamed of or afraid to tell. "Can you take me there?" He shook his head. Ein a goin' in dear, ein." "But, Sam, you've got to. Miss Chanda is in there. She may be lost. We've got to find her." Val insisted. Sam's thin shoulders shook and he slid backward as if to avoid the white boy's reach. Ein a goin' in dear," he repeated stubbornly. "Effin' yo-all wants to go in dear, looky, Mr. Val, tells yo-all the way and yo-all goes." He brightened at this solution. "Yo-all kin take Pappy's oath a boat, it am downstream dear, behind dem willows. Den yo-all goes down to de second, big pile o' willows. Behind dem is a lil bitty bayou goin' back. Yo-all goes up dat, till yo-all comes to a fur rack. Den dat Jeems got de way marked on de trees." With that he turned and ran as if all the terrors of the night were on his trail. There was nothing for Val to do but to follow his directions. And the longer he lingered before setting out the bigger lead Ricky was getting. He found the canoe behind the willows as Sam had said. Awkwardly he pushed off, hoping that Lucy would pry the whole story out of her son and put Rupert on their track as soon as possible. The second clump of willows was something of a landmark, a huge matted mass of sucker and branch, the lower tips of the long, frond-like twigs sweeping the murky water. A snake swimming with its head just above the surface wriggled to the bank as Val cut into the small hidden stream Sam had told him of. Vines and water plants had almost choked this, but there was a passage through the center. And one tough spike of vegetation which snapped back into his face bore a deep cut from which the sap was still losing. The small stinging flies and mosquitoes followed and hung over him like a fog of discomfort. His skin was swollen and rough, irritated and itching. And in this green-covered way the heat seemed almost solid. Drops of moisture dripped from forehead and chin, and his hair was plastered tight to his skull. Frogs leaped from the bank into the water at the sound of his coming. In the shallows near the bank, crawfish scuttled under waterlogged leaves and stones at this disturbance of their world. Twice the bayou widened out into a sort of pool where the trees grew out of the muddy water and all sorts of lilies and bulb plants blossomed in riotous confusion. Once a muskrat waddled into the protection of the bushes. And Val saw something like a small cat drinking at a pool. But that faint shadow disappeared noiselessly almost before the water trickled from his upraised paddle. Clumps of wild rice were the meeting grounds for flocks of screaming birds. A snow-white egret waded solemnly across a mud-rimmed pocket. And once a snake, more dangerous than the swimmer Val had first encountered, betrayed its presence by the flicker of its tongue. The smell of the steaming mud, the decaying vegetation, and the nameless evils hidden deeper in this water-rotted land was an added torment. The boy shook a large red ant from its grip in the flesh of his hand and wiped the streaming perspiration from his face. It was then that the canoe floated almost of its own volition into a dead and distorted strip of country. Black water which gave off an evil odor covered almost half an acre of ground. From this arose the twisted, gaunt grey skeletons of dead oaks. To complete the drear picture, a row of rusty black vultures sat along the broad naked limb of the nearest of these hulks, their red raw heads upraised as they croaked and sidled up and down. But the bayou Val was following merely skirted this region, and in a few moments he was again within the shelter of flower-grown banks. Then he came upon a structure which must have been the fur rack Sam too had alluded to, for here was their other boat moored to a convenient willow. Val fastened the canoe beside it. The turf seemed springy, though here and there it gave way to patches of dark mud. It was on one of these that Ricky had left her mark in the clean-cut outline of the sole of her riding boot. With a last desperate slap at a mosquito, Val headed inland, following with ease that trail of footprints. Ricky was suffering, too, for her rashness, he noted with satisfaction when he discovered a long curly hair fast in the grip of a thorny branch he scraped under. But the path was not a bad one. And the farther he went the more solid and the drier it became. Once he passed through a small clearing, man-made, where 3 or 4 cotton bushes huddled together forlornly in company with a luxuriant melon patch. And the melon patch was separated by only a few feet of underbrush from Jeem's domain. In the middle of a clearing was a sturdy platform, reinforced with upright posts and standing about 4 feet from the surface of the ground. On this was a small cabin constructed of slabs of bark-covered wood. As a dwelling it might be crude, but it had an air of scrupulous neatness. A short distance to one side of the platform was a well-built chicken run, now inhabited by 5 hens and a ragged-tailed cock. The door of the cabin was shut and there were no signs of life save the chickens. But as Val lowered himself painfully onto the second step of the ladder-like stairs leading up to the cabin, he thought he heard someone moving around. Glancing up, he saw Ricky staring down at him, open-mouthed. "Hello," she called, for one of the few times in her life really astounded. "Hello," Val answered shortly and shifted his weight to try to relieve the ache in his knee. "Nice day, isn't it?" 11. Ralestones to the rescue. "Val. What are you doing here?" she demanded. "Following you." "Good grief, girl," he exploded, "haven't you any better sense than to come into the swamp this way?" Ricky's mouth lost its laughing curve and her eyes seemed to narrow. She was, by all the signs, distinctly annoyed. "It's perfectly safe. I knew what I was doing." "Yes. Well, I will enjoy hearing Rupert's remarks on that subject when he catches up with us," snapped her brother. "Val." She lost something of her defiant attitude. He guessed that for all her boasted independence his sister was slightly afraid of Mr. Rupert Ralestone. "Val, he isn't coming, too, is he?" "He is if he got my message." Val stretched his leg cautiously. The cramp was slowly leaving the muscles and he felt as if he could stand the remaining ache without wincing. "I sent Sam too back to tell Rupert where his family had eloped to." Frankly, Ricky, this wasn't such a smart trick. You know what Charity said about the swamps. Even the little I've seen of them has given me ideas. But there was nothing to it at all, she protested. Jeems told me just how to get here and I only followed directions. Val chose to ignore this, being hot, tired, and in no mood for one of those long arguments such as Ricky enjoyed. "By the way, where is Jeems?" He looked about him as if he expected the swamper to materialize out of thin air. Ricky sat down on the edge of the platform and dangled her booted feet. Don't know. But he'll be here sooner or later. And I don't feel like going back through the swamp just yet. The flies are awful. And did you see those dreadful vultures on that dead tree? What a place. But the flowers are wonderful, and I saw a real live alligator, even if it was a small one. She rubbed her scarf across her forehead. Phew. It seems hotter here than it does at home. This outing was all your idea, Val reminded her. And we'd better be getting back before Rupert calls out the Marines or the state troopers or something to track us down. Ricky pouted. Not going until I'm ready. And you can't drag me if I dig my heels in. I have no desire to be embroiled in such an undignified struggle as you suggest, he told her loftily. But neither do I yearn to spend the day here. I'm hungry. I wonder if our absent host possesses a larder. If he does, you can't raid it, Ricky answered. The door's locked, and that lock, she pointed to the bright disc of brass on the solid cabin door, is a good one. I've already tried a hairpin on it, she added shamelessly. They sat a while in silence. A wandering breeze had found its way into the clearing, and with it came the fragrance of flowers blossoming under the sun. The chicken family were pursuing a worm with more energy than Val decided he would have cared to expend in that heat, and a heavily laden bee rested on the lip of a sunflower to brush its legs. Val's eyelids drooped, and he found himself thinking dreamily of a hammock under the trees, a pillow, and long hours of lazy dozing. At the same time, a corner of his brain was sending forth nagging messages that they should be up and off, back to their own proper world. But he simply did not have the willpower to get up and go. Nice place, he murmured, looking about with more approbation than he would have granted the clearing some 10 minutes earlier. Yes, answered Ricky. It would be nice to live here. Val was beginning to say something about no bathtubs, when a sound aroused them from their lethargy. Someone was coming down the path. Ricky's hand fell upon her brother's shoulder. Quick! Up here and behind the house, she urged him. Not knowing just why he obeyed, Val scrambled up on the tiny platform and scuttled around behind the cabin. Why they should hide thus from Jeems, who had given Ricky directions for reaching the place and had asked her to come, was more than he could understand. But he had a faint, uneasy feeling of mistrust, as if they had been caught off guard at a critical moment. This the place, Red? The clipped words sounded clear above the murmurs of life from swamp and woods. Yeah. Bum-looking joint, ain't it? These guys ain't got no brains, they like to live like this. The contempt of the second speaker was only surpassed by the stridency of his voice. What about this boy? Asked the first. Dumb kid. Don't know yet who his friends is. There was a satisfied grunt as the speaker sat down on the step Val had so lately vacated. Ricky pressed closer to her brother. What about the cabin? He ain't here. And it's locked, see? You'd think he kept the crown jewels there. The tickling scent of a cigarette drifted back to the two in hiding. Beats me how he slipped away this morning without Pitt's catching on. For 2 cents I'd spring that lock of his. Isn't worth the trouble, replied the other decisively. These trappers have no money except at the end of the fur season, and then most of them are in debt to the storekeepers. Then why? I sometimes wonder, the voice was coldly cutting, why I continue to employ you, Red. What profit would I find in a cabin like this? I want what he knows, not what he has. Having thus reduced his henchman to silence, the speaker went on smoothly, as if he were thinking aloud. With Simpson doing so well in town, we're close to the finish. This swamper must tell us, his voice trailed away. Except for the creaking of wood when the sitter shifted his position, there was no other sound. Then Red must have grown restless, for someone stamped up to the platform and rattled the chain on the cabin door aggressively. Val flattened back against the wall. What if the fellow took it into his head to walk around? Gonna wait here all day? Demanded Red. As it is necessary for me to have a word with him, we will. This waste of time is the product of Pitt's stupidity. I shall remember that. It is entirely needless to use force except as a last resource. Now that this swamper's suspicions are aroused, we may have trouble. Yeah. Well, we can handle that. But how do you know that this guy has the stuff? I can at least believe the evidence of my own eyes, the other replied with bored contempt. I came down river alone the night of the storm and saw him on the levee. He has a way of getting into the house all right. I saw him in there. And he doesn't go through any of the doors, either. I must know how he does it. All right, boss. And what if you do get in? What are we supposed to be looking for? What those bright boys up there found a few days ago. That clerk told us that they'd discovered whatever the girl was talking about in the office that day. And we've got to get that before Simpson comes into court with his suit. I'm not going to lose 50 grand. The last sentence ended abruptly as if the speaker had snapped his teeth shut upon a word like a dog upon its quarry. What does this guy Jeems go to the house for? Asked Red. Who knows? He seems to be hunting something too. But that's not our worry. If it's necessary, we can play ghost also. I've got to get into that house. If I can do it the way this Jeems does, without having to break in, so much the better. We don't want the police ambling around here just now. Val stiffened. It didn't require a Sherlock Holmes to get the kernel of truth out of the conversation he had overheard. Night of the storm, play ghost, were enough. So Jeems had been the ghost. And the swamper knew a secret way into the house. Wait, Ricky's lips formed the words by his ear as Val stirred restlessly. Someone else is coming. I don't like the setup in town, Red was saying peevishly. That smooth mouthpiece is asking too darn many questions. He's always asking Simpson about things in the past. If you hadn't got Sim that family history to study, he'd been behind bars a dozen times by now. And he had better study it, commented the other dryly, because he is going to be word perfect before the case comes to court, if it ever does. There are not going to be any slip-ups in this deal. Another thing I don't like, broke in the other, is this Waverly guy. I don't like his face. No. Well, doubtless he would change it if you asked him to. And I do not think it is wise of you to be too critical of plans which were made by deeper thinkers than yourself. Sometimes, Red, you weary me. There was no reply to that harsh judgment. And now Val could hear what Ricky had heard earlier, a faint swish as of a paddle through water. Again Ricky's lips shaped words he could barely hear. Spur of bayou runs along here and back. Someone coming up from there. Jeems. Maybe. We'd better, Val motioned toward the front of the cabin. Ricky shook her head. Jeems was to be allowed to meet the intruders unwarned. This swamper may be tough, ventured Red. We've met hard cases before, answered the other significantly. Red moved again, as if flexing his muscles. One boy, and a small one at that, shouldn't force you to undergo all that preparation, goaded the boss. Ricky must get away at once, her brother decided. Stubbornness or no stubbornness, she must go this time. Why he didn't think of going himself Val never afterwards knew. Perhaps he possessed a spark of the family love of danger, after all, but mostly he clung to his perch because of that last threat. Whoever Jeems was or whatever he had done, he was one and alone. And he might relish another player on his side. But Ricky must go. He said as much in a fierce whisper, only to have her grin recklessly back at him. In pantomime she gestured that he might try to make her. Val decided that he should have known the result of his efforts. Ricky was a Ralestone, too. And short of throwing her off the platform and so unmasking themselves completely, he could not move her against her will. No, she whispered. They're planning trouble for Jeems. He'll probably need us. Well, Val cautioned her, if it gets too rough, you've got to promise to cut downstream for help. We'll be able to use it. She nodded. It's a promise. But we've got to stand by Jeems if he needs us. If he does, Val was still suspicious. He may fall in with their suggestions. Ricky shook her head. He isn't that kind. I don't care if he has been playing ghost. Someone was walking along the path among the bushes bordering the back of the clearing. Although they could hear no sound, they could mark the passing of a body by the swish of the foliage. Val lay, face down, on the platform and reached for a stick of wood lying on the ground below. Somehow he did not like to think of being caught empty-handed when the excitement began. Hello. It was Red, suddenly genial. The Ralestones could almost feel the radiance of the smile which must have split his face. "Whatta yo doin' here?" That was Jeems, and his demand was sharply hostile. "Now, bub, don't get us wrong." That was Red, still genial. "I know my pal sorta flew off his base this mornin'. But it was all in fun, see? So we kinda wanted ya to stick around till he came and not do the run out on us. And now the boss has come down here so we can talk business all friendly like." "Shut up, Red." Having so bottled his companion's flow of words, the other spoke directly to Jeems. "My men made a mistake." "All right. That's over and done with, they'll get theirs. Now let's get down to business. What do you know about that big plantation upriver, the one called Pirates' Haven?" "Nothin', Dot." Jeems' answer was clear. The hostility was gone from his voice, nothing remained but an even tonelessness. "Come now, I know you have reason to be hot. But this is business. I'll make it worth your while." "Nothin'," answered Jeems as concisely as before. "You can't expect us to believe that. I followed you one night." "Yo, did?" The challenge was unmistakable. "I did. So you see I know something of you. Something which even the present owner does not. Say the ghost in the hall, for example." There was the sound of a deeply drawn breath. "So you see it is to your advantage to listen to us," continued the boss smoothly. "What do you want?" Val knew disappointment at that question. Would Jeems surrender as easily as that? "Just an explanation of how you get into the house unseen." "You'll never know." The swamper's reply came swift and clear. "No." "Well, I'd think twice before I held to that answer if I were you," purred the other softly. "A word to the Ralestones about those nightly walks of yours." "Won't give yo what yo want," replied Jeems shrewdly. "I see. Perhaps I have been using the wrong approach," observed the boss composedly. "You work for a living, don't you?" "Yes." "Then you know the value of money. What is your price?" "Come on, we won't haggle." The boss' impatience colored his tone. "How much do you want for this information?" "Nothin'." "Nothing?" "Ah ain't said nothin' and ah ain't a-goin' to say nothin'. And yo better be a-gittin' offen this here land of mine AFO. "Before what, swamper?" Red was taking a hand in the game. "Yo can't frighten me with that gun," came calmly enough from Jeems. "Yo ain't a-goin' to risk shootin'. There ain't no witnesses here, kid. And there ain't no law back in these swamps. You're gonna tell the boss what he wants to know and you're gonna spill it quick, see? I know some ways of making guys squeal." At that suggestion Val's fingers tightened on his club and Ricky choked back a cry as her brother crept toward the corner of the cabin. Their melodrama was fast taking on the color of tragedy. "So you better speak up." Red was still encouraging Jeems. There was no immediate answer from the swamper, but Ricky touched Val's arm and nodded toward the bushes. She had decided that it was time for her to leave. He agreed eagerly. She dropped lightly to the ground and he watched her crawl away unnoticed by those in front who were so intent upon the baiting of their quarry. 3 minutes, swamper. Ricky was gone, free from whatever might develop. Val edged forward and for the first time peered around the corner of the cabin. The two assailants were still only voices, but he could see Jeems. The swamper's face was bruised and there was a smear of dried blood across one cheek as if he had already been roughly handled. But he stood at ease, facing the cabin. His hands were hanging loosely at his sides and he was seemingly unconcerned by what confronted him. Suddenly his eyes flickered to the bushes at one side. Had Ricky betrayed herself? Val wondered breathlessly. Clear now of the cabin, Val wriggled his way around the platform. In a minute he would be able to see the boss and Red. He gripped the club. Then Jeems stared straight into his face. But the swamper gave no sign of seeing Val. And that, to the boy's mind, was the greatest feat of all that afternoon. For Val knew that if he had been in Jeems' place he would have betrayed them both in his surprise. The others were at last visible, their backs to Val. Nervously he sized them up. The boss was tall and thin, but his movements suggested possession of wiry strength. Red, his brick-colored hair making him easy to identify, was shorter and thick across the shoulders, but his waistline was also thick and the boy thought that his wind was bad. Of the two, the boss was the more dangerous. Red might lose his head in a sudden attack, but not the boss. Val decided to tackle the latter. Slowly he got from his knees to his feet. After the first quick glance, Jeems hadn't looked at him, but Val knew that the swamper was ready and waiting to take advantage of any diversion he might make. 3 minutes are up, swamper. So you've decided to be tough, eh? Whadda yo wanna know? Jeems' question was silly but it held their attention. We have told you several times, answered the boss, his temper beginning to fray visibly. What is the trick of getting into that house? Well, Jeems raised his hand to rub his ear, yo, turn to the left. So he agreed with the listener. Val was to take the boss on his left. He gathered his feet under him for the leap which he hoped would land him full upon the invader. Yes. Prompted the man impatiently as Jeems hesitated. At that moment Val sprang. But his game leg betrayed him again. Instead of landing cleanly upon the other, he came down draggingly across the boss' shoulders. The gun roared and then the attacked man lashed back a vicious blow which split the skin over Val's cheekbone. For the next 3 minutes Val was more than occupied. His opponent was a dirty fighter, and when he had recovered from his surprise he was more than the boy could handle. Val's club was twisted out of his hands, and he found himself fighting wildly to keep the man's clawing fingers from his eyes. They were both rolling on the ground, flailing out at each other. Twice Val tasted his own blood when one of the enemy's vicious jabs glanced along his face. Either blow would have finished Val had it landed clean. Then in a sudden turn the boss caught him in a deadly bodylock which left him half-stunned and panting, at his mercy. And there was no mercy in the man. When Val looked up into that flushed, snarling face, he knew that he was as hopeless as a trapped animal. The man could, and would, finish him at his leisure. This way, Rupert. Sam, the cry reached even Val's dulled ears. The man above him stirred. The boy saw the bloodlust fade from his eyes and apprehension take its place. He got to his feet, launching a last bruising kick at Val's ribs before he limped across the clearing. On his way he hauled Red to his feet. They were going, not toward the path from the bayou, but around the house on the trail that Jeems had followed. Val struggled up and looked around. The turf was torn and gouged. In the dust lay his club and Red's revolver. And by the steps lay something else, a slight brown figure. Painfully the boy got to his feet and lurched across to Jeems. 12. The Ralestones bring home a reluctant guest. The swamper was lying on his back, his eyes closed. From a great purple welt across his forehead the blood oozed sluggishly. When Val touched him he moaned faintly. Val. Are you hurt? What's the matter? Ricky was upon them like a whirlwind out of the bush. Jeems stopped a nasty one, her brother panted. Is he? She dropped down in the dust beside them. He's knocked out, and he'll have a bad headache for some time, but I don't think it's any worse than that. Ricky had pulled out a microscopic bit of handkerchief and was dabbing at the blood in an amateurish way. Jeeves moaned and turned his head as if to get away from her ministrations. "Where's Rupert and Sam?" Val looked toward the path. "They were with you, weren't they?" Ricky shook her head. "No. That was just what you call creating a diversion. For all I know, they're busy at home." Her brother straightened. "Then we've got to get out of here, fast. Those two left because they were rattled, but when they have had a chance to cool off they'll be back." "What about Jeeves?" "Take him with us, of course. We won't be able to manage the canoe. But you brought the outboard, so we'll go in that and tow the canoe. We ought to have something to cover his head." Val regarded the bleeding wound doubtfully. Without answering, Ricky leaned forward and began systematically going through Jeeves' pockets. In the second she found a key. Val took it from her and hobbled up the cabin steps. For a wonder, he thought thankfully, the key was the right one. The lock clicked and he went in. Like the clearing, the interior of the one-room shack was neat, a place for everything and everything in its place. Under the window in the far wall was a small chest of some dark polished wood. Save for its size, it was not unlike the chests the Ralestones had found in their storeroom. Opposite it was a wooden cot, the covers smoothly spread. A stool, a blackened cook stove, and a solid table with an oil lamp were the extent of the furnishings. Lines of traps hung on the walls, along with the wooden boards for the stretching of drying skins, and there was a half-finished grass basket lying on top of the chest. Val hefted a stoneware jug. They had no time to hunt for a spring. And if this contained water, they would need it. At the resulting gurgle from within, he set it by the door and returned to rob the cot of pillow and the single-coarse but clean sheet. Ricky tore the sheet and made a creditable job of washing and bandaging the ugly bruise. Jeeves drank greedily when they offered him water, but he did not seem to recognize them. In answer to Ricky's question of how he felt, he muttered something in the swamp French of the Cajuns. But he was uneasy until Val locked the cabin door and put the key in his hand. "How are we going to get him to the boat?" asked Ricky suddenly. "Carry him." "But, Val," for the first time she looked at her brother as if she really saw him. "Val, you're hurt." "Just a little stiff," he hastened to assure her. "Our late visitors play rather rough. We'll manage all right. I'll take his shoulders and you his feet." They wavered drunkenly along the path. Twice Val stumbled and regained his balance just in time. Ricky had laid the pillow across their burden's feet, declaring that she would need it when they got to the boat. Val passed the point of aching misery, when he thought that he could not shuffle forward another step, and now he came into what he had heard called second wind. By fixing his eyes on a tree or a bush a step or two ahead and concentrating only upon passing that one, and then that, he got through without disgracing himself. At the bayou at last, they wriggled Jeeves awkwardly into the boat. Val had no doubt that a woodsman might have done the whole job better in much less time and without a tenth of the effort they had expended. But all he ever wondered afterward was how they ever did it at all. It was when Ricky had made their passenger as comfortable as she could in the bottom of the boat, steadying his head across her knees, that her brother partially relaxed. "Val, you run the engine," she said without looking up. He dragged himself toward the stern of the boat, remembering too late, when he had cast off, that he had not taken the canoe in tow. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then settled down to a steady putt-putt. They were off. "Val, do you think he is badly hurt?" He dared not look down, it required all his powers of concentration on what lay before them to keep his hand steady. "No. We'll get a doctor when we get back. He'll come around again in no time, Jeeves, I mean." But would he? Head injuries were sometimes more serious than they seemed, Val remembered dismally. It was not until they came out into the main bayou that Jeeves roused again. He looked up at Ricky in a sort of dull surprise, and then his gaze shifted to Val. "What?" "We won the war," Val tried to grin, an operation which tore his mask of dried blood, thanks to Ricky. And now we're going home. At that, Jeeves made a violent effort to sit up. Non, his English deserted him and he broke into impassioned French. Yes, Val replied firmly as Ricky pushed the swamper down. Of course you're coming with us. You've had a nasty knock on the head that needs attention. I am not a-going to no hospital. His eyes burned into Val's. Certainly not, cried Ricky. You're bound for our guest room. Now keep quiet. We'll be there soon. I ain't a-going, he declared mutinously. Don't be silly, Ricky scolded him, we're taking you. Does Val have to come and hold you down? I can't. His eyes flickered from Val's face to hers. There was something more than independence behind that firm refusal. I ain't a-going, Thea. Why not? He seemed to shrink from her. It ain't fittin', he murmured. How perfectly silly, laughed Ricky. But Val thought that he understood. Because of the secret you know? He asked quietly. The pallor beneath Jeeves' heavy tan vanished in a flush of slow-burning red. I reckon so, he muttered, but he met Val's eyes squarely. Let's leave all explanations until later, Val suggested. I played haunt, the confession came out of the swamper in a rush. Then you were my faceless ghost. Jeeves tried to nod and the action printed a frown of pain between his eyes. Why? Didn't you want us to live there? Asked Ricky gently. I was huntin'. What for? The frown became one of puzzlement. I don't know, his voice trailed off into a thin whisper as his eyes closed wearily. Val signaled Ricky to keep quiet. Ahoy there. Along the bank toward them came Rupert and after him Sam. Beyond them lay the Ralestone landing. Val headed inshore. Just what does this mean, Val? Has there been an accident? The irritation in Rupert's voice became hot concern. An intended one, his brother replied. We've got the real victim here with us. They tied up to the landing and Sam came down to hand out Jeeves who apparently had lapsed into unconsciousness again. You'd better call a doctor, Val told Rupert. Jeeves has a head wound. But Rupert had already taken charge of affairs with an efficiency which left Val humbly grateful. The boy didn't even move to leave the boat. It was better just to sit and watch other people scurry about. Sam had started for the house, carrying Jeeves as if the long-legged swamper was the same age and size as his own small son. Ricky dashed on ahead to warn Lucy. Rupert had Sam too by the collar and was giving him instructions for catching Dr. Lufrode, who was probably making his morning rounds and might be found at the sugar mill where one of the feeders had injured his hand. Sam too's sister had seen the doctor on his way there a scant 10 minutes earlier. Val watched all this activity dreamily. Everything would be all right now that Rupert was in charge. He could relax. Now, his brother turned upon Val, just what's the matter with you? Tired, I guess, Val said ruefully. But Rupert was already in the boat, getting the younger boy to his unsteady feet. Can you make it to the house? He asked anxiously. Sure. Just give me an arm till I get on the landing. But when Val had crawled up on the levee he did not feel at all like walking to the house. Then Rupert's arm was about his thin shoulders and he thought that he could make it if he really tried. The garden path seemed miles long, and it was not until Val had the soft cushions of the hall couch under him that he felt able to tell his story. But at that moment the short, stout doctor came through the door in a rush. Sam too had led him to believe that half the household had been murdered. At first Dr. Lufrode started toward Val, until in alarm the boy swung his feet to the floor and sat up, waving the man to the stairway where Ricky hovered to act as guide. Then Val was alone, even Sam too having edged upstairs to share in the excitement. The boy sank back on his pillows and wondered where their late assailants were now, and why they had been so determined to learn Jeeves' secret. As Ricky had said once before, the Ralestone seemed to have been handed a gigantic tangle without ends, only middle sections, and had been told to unravel it. Boot heels clicked on the stone flooring. Val turned his head cautiously and tried not to wince. Rupert was coming in with a bowl of water, from which steam still arose. Across his arm lay a towel and in his other hand was their small first aid kit. "Suppose we do a little patching," he suggested. "Your face at present is not all it might be. What did you and your swamp friend do, run into a mowing machine?" He swabbed delicately at the cut the boss had opened across Val's cheekbone, and at another by his mouth. "I thought it might be that for a moment, a mowing machine, I mean. No, we just met a couple of gentlemen, enterprising fellows who wanted to see more of this commodious mansion of ours." Val's words faded into a sharp hiss as Rupert applied iodine with a liberal hand. "They seemed to think that Jeeves knew a lot about Pirates' Haven and they were going to persuade him to tell all. Only it didn't turn out the way they had planned." "Due to you?" Rupert eyed his brother intently. The boy's face was swollen almost out of recognition and he didn't like this sudden talkativeness. "Due partly to me, but mostly to Ricky. She, created the necessary diversion. I had sort of lost interest at the time. I know so little about gouging and biting in clinches. Dirty fighters. Well, soiled anyway. But if the boss isn't nursing a cracked wrist, it isn't my fault. I don't know what Jeeves did to Red, but he, too, departed in a damaged condition. Do you have to do that?" Val demanded testily, squirming as Rupert ran his hands lightly over the boy's shoulders and down his ribs, touching every bruise to tingling life. "Just seeing the extent of the damage," he explained. "You don't have to see, I can feel." Val snapped pettishly. Rupert got to his feet. "Come on." "Where?" "Oh, a hot bath and then bed. You'll be taking an interest in life again about this time tomorrow. I think Lufrode had better see you too." "No," Val objected. "I'm not a child." Rupert grinned. "If you'd rather I carried you." There was no opposing Rupert when he was in that mood, as his brother well knew. Val got up slowly. The program that Rupert had outlined was faithfully carried out. Half an hour later Val found himself between sheets, blinking at the ceiling drowsily. When two cracks overhead wavered together of their own accord, his eyes closed. "Still sleeping," whispered someone at his side much later. "Yes, best thing for him." "Was he badly hurt?" "No, just banged around more than was good for him." Val opened his eyes. It must have been close to dusk, for the sunlight was red across the bedclothes. Rupert stood by the window and Ricky was in the doorway, a tray of covered dishes in her hands. "Hello." Val sat up, grimacing at the twinge of pain across his back. "What day is this?" Rupert laughed. "Still Tuesday. How's Jeeves?" "Doing very well. I've had to have Rupert in to frighten him into staying in bed," Ricky said. "The doctor thinks he ought to be there a couple of days at least. But Jeeves doesn't agree with him. Between keeping Jeeves in bed and keeping Rupert out of the swamp I've had a full day." Rupert sat down on the foot of the bed. "You'd know this boss and Red again, wouldn't you?" "Of course. Then you'll probably have a chance to identify them." There was a grim look about Rupert's jaw. "Ricky's told me all that you overheard. I don't know what it means but I've heard enough for me to get in touch with Lafleur. He'll be out tomorrow morning. And once we get something to work on—" "I'm beginning to feel sorry for our swamp visitors," Val interrupted. "They'll be sorry," hinted Rupert darkly. "How about you, Val, beginning to feel hungry?" "Now that you mention it, I am discovering a rather hollow ache in my center section." "Supper ready?" "Half an hour." "I'll bring you up a tray," began Ricky. But Val had thrown back the sheet and was sitting on the side of the bed. "Oh, no, you don't. I'm not an invalid yet." Ricky glanced at Rupert and then left. Val reached for his shirt defiantly. But his brother raised no objection. The painful stiffness Val had felt at first wore off and he was able to move without feeling as if each muscle were tied in cramping knots. "May I pay Jeeves a visit?" he asked as they went out into the hall. Rupert nodded toward a door across the corridor. "In there. He's a stubborn piece of goods. Reminds me of you at times. If he'd ever get rid of that scowl of his, he'd be even more like you. He warms to Ricky, but you'd think I was a Chinese torturer the way he acts when I go in." There was a shade of irritation in Rupert's voice. "Maybe he's afraid of you. But what for?" Rupert stared at the boy in open surprise. "Well, you do have rather a commanding air at times," Val countered. If Ricky had told Rupert nothing of Jeeves' confession, he wasn't going to. "So that's what you really think of me," observed Rupert. "Go reason with that wildcat of yours if you want to. I'm beginning to believe that you are two of a kind." He turned abruptly down the hall. Val opened the door of the bedroom. The sunlight was fading fast and already the corners of the large room were filled with the gray of dusk. But light from the windows swept full across the bed and its occupant. Val hobbled stiffly toward it. "Hello." The brown face on the pillow did not change expression as Val greeted the swamper. "How do you feel now?" "Better," Jeeves answered shortly. "I am good but they won't love me up." "The doc says you're in for a couple of days," Val told him. Somehow Jeeves looked smaller, shrunken, as he lay in that oversized bed. And he had lost that air of indolent arrogance which had made him seem so independent in their swamp and garden meetings. It was as if Val were looking down upon a younger and less confident edition of the swamper he had known. "What does he think?" There was urgency in that question. "Who's he?" "Yo, Brotha. Rupert." "Why, he's glad to have you here," Val answered. "Does he know 'bout?" Val shook his head. "Tell him," ordered the swamper. "Ah ain't a goin' to stay under his rough lesson he knows. 'Tain't fittin'." At this clean-cut statement of the laws of hospitality, Val nodded. "All right. I'll tell him. But what were you after here, Jeeves?" "I'll have to tell him that, too, you know." "Was it the Civil War treasure?" Jeeves turned his head slowly. "No." Again the puzzled frown twisted his straight, finely marked brows. "What do I want white treasure? I don't know what I was looking for. My grandpappy." "Val, supper's ready," came Rupert's voice from the hall. Val half turned to go. "I've got to go now. But I'll be back later," he promised. "You'll tell him?" Jeeves stabbed a finger at the door. "Yes, after supper. I promise." With a little sigh Jeeves relaxed and burrowed down into the softness of the pillow. "I'll be a-waitin'," he said. 13. On such a night as this. It had been one of those dull, weepy days when a sullen drizzle clouded sky and earth. In consequence, the walls and floors of Pirates' Haven seemed to exude chill. Rupert built a fire in the hall fireplace, but none of the family could say that it was a successful one. It made a nice show of leaping flame accompanied by fancy lighting effects but gave forth absolutely no heat. "Val?" The boy started guiltily and thrust his notebook under the couch cushion as Charity came in. Tiny drops of rain were strung along the hairs which had blown free of her raincape hood like steel beads along a golden wire. "Yes. Don't come here expecting to get warm," he warned her bitterly. "We are very willing but the fire is weak. Looks pretty, doesn't it?" He kicked at a charred end on the hearth. "Well, that's all it's good for." "Val, what sort of a mess have you and Jeeves jumped into?" she asked as she handed him her dripping cape. "Oh, just a general sort of mess," he answered lightly. Jeeves had callers who forgot their manners. So Ricky and I breezed in and brought the party to a sudden end. "As I can see by your black eye," she commented. "But what has Jeeves been up to?" Val was suddenly very busy holding her cape before that mockery of a blaze. "Why don't you ask him that?" Because I'm asking you. Rupert came over last night and sat on my gallery making very roundabout inquiries concerning Jeeves. I pried out of him the details of your swamp battle. But I want to know now just what Jeeves has been doing. Your brother is so vague. Rupert has the gift of being exasperatingly uncommunicative, his brother told her. The story, so far as I know, is short and simple. Jeeves knows a secret way into this house. In addition, his grandfather told him that the fortune of the house of Jeeves is concealed here, having been very hazy in his description of the nature of said fortune. Consequently, grandson has been playing haunt up and down our halls trying to find it. His story is as full of holes as a sieve, but somehow one can't help believing it. He has explained that he has the secret of the outside entrance only, and not the one opening from the inside. In the meantime he is in bed, guarded from intrusion by Ricky and Lucy with the same care as if he were the crown jewels. So matters rest at present. Neatly put. She dropped down on the couch. By the way, do you realize that you have ruined your face for my uses? Val fingered the crisscrossing tape on his cheek. This is only temporary. I certainly hope so. That must have been some battle. One of our better efforts. He coughed in mock modesty. Ricky saved the day with alarms and excursions without. Rupert probably told you that. Yes, he can be persuaded to talk at times. Is he always so silent? Nowadays, yes, he answered slowly. But when we were younger, you know, Val turned toward her suddenly, his brown face serious to a degree, it isn't fair to separate the members of a family. To put one here and one there and the third somewhere else. I was 12 when father died, and Ricky was 11. They sent her off to Great Aunt Rogers because Uncle Fleming, who took me, didn't care for a girl. And Rupert? Rupert, well, he was grown, he could arrange his own life, so he just went away. We got a letter now and then, or a postcard. There was money enough to send us to expensive schools and dress us well. It was 2 years before I really saw Ricky again. You can't call short visits on Sunday afternoons seeing anyone. Then Uncle Fleming died and I was simply parked at Great Aunt Rogers. Val was remembering things, a bitter look about his mouth, didn't care for boys. In September I was sent to a military academy. I needed discipline, it seemed. And Ricky was sent to Miss Somebody's on the Hudson. Rupert was in China then. I got a letter from him that fall. He was about to join some expedition heading into the Gobi. Ricky came down to the Christmas hop at the academy, then Aunt Rogers took her abroad. She went to school in Switzerland a year. I passed from school to summer camp and then back to school. Ricky sent me some carvings for Christmas, they arrived 3 days late. He stared up at the stone mantel. Kids feel things a lot more than they're given credit for. Ricky sent me a letter with some tear stains between the lines when Aunt Rogers decided to stay another year. And that was the year I earned the reputation of being a hard case. Then Ricky cabled me that she was coming home. I walked out of school the same morning. I didn't even tell anyone where I was going. Because I had money enough, I thought I would fly. And that, dear lady, is the end of this very sad tale. He grinned one-sidedly down at her. It was then that. I was smashed up. Yes. And Rupert came home without warning to find things very messy. I was in the hospital when I should have been in some corrective institution, as Aunt Rogers so often told me during those days. Ricky was also in disgrace for speaking her mind, as she does now and then. To make it even more interesting, our guardian had been amusing himself by buying oil stock with our capital. Unfortunately, oil did not exist in the wells we owned. Yes, Rupert had every right to be anything but pleased with the affairs of the Ralestones. He swept us off here where we are still under observation, I believe. Then you don't like it here? Like it? Madam, like is a very pallid word. What if you were offered everything you ever wished for, all tied up in pink ribbons and laid on your doorstep? What would your reaction be? So, she was staring into the fire, that's the way of it. Yes. Or it would be if, he stooped to reach for another piece of wood. The fire was threatening to die again. What is the flaw in the masterpiece? She asked quietly. Rupert. He's changed. In the old days he was one of us, now he's a stranger. We're amusing to have around, someone to look after, but I have a feeling that to him we don't really exist. We aren't real, Val floundered, trying to express that strange, walled-off emotion which so often held him in this grown-up brother's presence. Things like this, Bluebeard's chamber of his, that isn't like the Rupert we knew. Did you ever think that he might be shy, too? She asked. He left 2 children and came home to find 2 distrustful adults. Give him his chance. Charity. Ricky ran lightly downstairs. Why didn't Val tell me you had come? I just dropped in to inquire concerning your patient. He's better tempered than Val, declared Ricky shamelessly. You'll stay to dinner, of course. We're having some sort of crab dish that Lucy seems to think her best effort. Rupert will be back by then, I'm sure. He's out somewhere with Sam. There's been some trouble about trespassers on the swamp lands. Goodness, won't this rain ever stop? As if in answer to her question, there came a great gust of wind and rain against the door, a blast which shook the oak, thick and solid as it was. And then came the thunder of the knocker which Letty Lou had polished into shining life only the day before. Val opened the door to find Mr. Creighton and Mr. Holmes huddled on the mat. They came in with an eagerness which was only surpassed by Satan, wet and displaying cold anger towards his mistress, whom he passed with a disdainful flirt of his tail as he headed for that deceptive fire. You, again, observed Charity resignedly as Sam too was summoned and sent away again draped with wet coats and drenched hats. Man, Holmes argued with Satan for the possession of the hearthstone, when it rains in this country, it rains. A branch of your creek down there is almost over the road. Bayou, not creek, corrected Charity acidly. Lately she had shown a marked preference for Holmes' absence rather than his company. I stand corrected, he laughed. A branch of your bayou. If you found it so unpleasant, why did you, began Charity, and then she flushed as if she had suddenly realized that that speech was too rude even for her recent attitude. Why did we come? Holmes' crooked eyebrow slid upward as his face registered mock reproof. My, what a warm welcome, my dear. He shook his head and Charity laughed in spite of herself. Don't mind my bearishness, she made half apology. You know what pleasant moods I fall into while working. And this rain is depressing. But Miss Biglow is right. Creighton smiled his rare, shy smile. Brusque and impatient as he was when on business bent, he was awkwardly uncomfortable in ordinary company. The man, Val sometimes thought privately, lived, ate, slept books. Save when they were the subject of conversation, he was as out of his element as a coal miner at the ballet. We should explain the reason for this rather abrupt call. He fingered his briefcase, which he still clutched, nervously. Down to business already. Holmes seated himself on the arm of Ricky's chair. Very well, out with it. Creighton smiled again, laid the case across his knees, and looked straight at Ricky. For some reason he talked to her, as if she above all others must be firmly convinced of the importance of his mission. It is a very queer story, Miss Ralestone, a very queer, said the mariner to the wedding guest. Holmes snapped his fingers at Satan, who contemptuously ignored him. Or am I thinking of the whiting who talked to the snail? Perhaps I had better begin at the beginning, continued Creighton, frowning at Holmes who refused to be so suppressed. Why be so dramatic about it, old man? It's very simple, Miss Ricky. Creighton has lost an author and he wants you to help find him. When Ricky's eyes involuntarily swept about the room, Val joined in the laughter. No, it isn't as easy as all that, I'm afraid. Creighton had lost his nervous shyness. But what Holmes says is true. I have lost an author and do hope that you can help me locate the missing gentleman, or lady. 2 months ago an agent sent a manuscript to our office for reading. It wasn't complete, but he thought it was well worth our attention. It was. Although there were only 5 chapters finished, the rest being but synopsis and elaborated scenes, we knew that we had something big. We delayed reporting upon it until Mr. Brewster, our senior partner, returned from Europe. Mr. Brewster has the final decision on all manuscripts. He was as well pleased with this offering as we were. Frankly, we saw possibilities of another great success such as those 2 long historical novels which have been so popular during the past few years. Queerly enough, the author's name was not upon the papers sent us by the agent, that is, his proper name, there was a pen name. And when we applied to Mr. Lever, the agent, we received a most unpleasant shock. The author's real name, which had been given in the covering letter mailed with the manuscript to Mr. Lever, had most strangely disappeared, due to some carelessness in his office. Now we have an extremely promising book and no author. What I can't understand, cut in Holmes, is the modesty of the author. Why hasn't he written to Lever? That is the most unfortunate part of the whole affair. Mr. Creighton shook his head. Lever recalled that the chap had said in the letter that if Lever found the manuscript unsaleable he should destroy it, as the writer was moving about and had no permanent address. The fellow added that if he didn't hear from Lever he would assume that it was not acceptable. Lever wrote to the address given in the letter to acknowledge receipt, but that was all. Mysterious, Val commented, interested in spite of himself. Just so. Lever deduced from the tone of the letter that the writer was very uncertain of his own powers and hesitated to submit his manuscript. And yet, what we have is a very fine piece of work, far beyond the ability of the average beginner. The author must have written other things. The novel is historical, with a New Orleans setting. Its treatment is so detailed that only one who had lived here or had close connections with this country could have produced it. Mr. Brewster, knowing that I was about to travel south, asked me to see if I could discover our missing author through his material. So far I have failed. Our man is unknown to any of the writers of the city or to any of those interested in literary matters. Yet he knows New Orleans and its history as few do today except those of old family who have been born and bred here. Dar. Hanley Richardson of Tulane University has assured me that much of the material used is authentic, historically correct to the last detail. And it was Dar. Richardson who suggested that several of the scenes must have actually occurred, becoming with the passing of time part of the tradition of some aristocratic family. The period of the story is that time of transition when Louisiana passed from Spain to France and then under the control of the United States. It covers the years immediately preceding the Battle of New Orleans. Unfortunately, those were years of disturbance and change. Events which might have been the talk of the town, and so have found description in gossipy memoirs, were swallowed by happenings of national importance. It is, I believe, in intimate family records only that I can find the clue I seek. Which scenes, Ricky's eyes shone in the firelight, are those Dr. Richardson believes real? Well, he was very certain that the duel of the twin brothers must have occurred. Why, Mr. Ralestone, he interrupted himself as the stick Val was about to place on the fire fell from his hands and rolled across the floor. Mr. Ralestone, what is the matter? Across his shoulder Ricky signaled her brother. And above her head Val saw Holmes' eyes narrow shrewdly. Nothing. I'm sorry I was so clumsy. Val stooped hurriedly to hide his confusion. A duel between twin brothers. Ricky twisted one of the buttons which marched down the front of her sport dress. That sounds exciting. They fought at midnight. Creighton was enthralled by the story he was telling, and one was left for dead. The scene is handled with restraint and yet you'd think that the writer had been an eyewitness. Now if such a thing ever did happen, there would have been a certain amount of talk afterwards. Charity nodded. The slaves would have spread the news, she agreed, and the person who found the wounded twin. Val kept his eyes upon the hearthstone. There was no stain there, but his vivid imagination painted the grey as red as it had been that cold night when the slave woman had come to find her master lying there, his brother's sword across his body. Someone had used the story of the missing Ralestone. But who today knew that story except themselves, Charity, Lafleur, and some of the Negroes? "And you think that some mention of such an event might be found in the papers of the family concerned?" asked Ricky. She was leaning forward in her chair, her lips parted eagerly. "Or in those of some other family covering the same period," Creighton added. "I realize that this is an impertinence on my part, but I wonder if such mention might not be found among the records of your own house. From what I have seen and heard, your family was very prominent in the city affairs of that time." Ricky stood up. "There is no need to ask, Mr. Creighton. My brother and I will be most willing to help you. Unfortunately, Rupert is very much immersed in a business matter just now, but Val and I will go through the papers we have." Val choked down the protest that was on his lips just in time to nod agreement. For some reason Ricky wanted to keep the secret. Very well, he would play her game. At least he would until he knew what lay behind her desire for silence. "That is most kind." Creighton was beaming upon both of them. "I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Not at all," answered Ricky with that deceptive softness in her voice which masked her rising temper. "We are only too grateful to be allowed to share a secret." And then her brother guessed that she did not mean Creighton's secret but some other. She crossed the room and rang the bell for Letty Lou to bring coffee. Something triumphant in her step added to Val's suspicion. Like the Englishman of Kipling's poem, Ricky was most to be feared when she grew polite. He turned in time to see her wink at Charity. Rupert came in just then, wet and thoroughly out of sorts, full of the evidences he had discovered on Ralestone lands bordering the swamp that strangers had been camping there. Their guests all stayed to supper, lingering long about the table to discuss Rupert's find, so that Val did not get a chance to be alone with Ricky to demand an explanation. And for some reason she seemed to be adroitly avoiding him. He did have her almost cornered in the upper hall when Letty Lou came up behind him and plucked at his sleeve. "Mr. Val," she said, "dat Jeems boy done want to see yo all." "Bother Jeems." Val exploded, his eyes on Ricky's back. But he stepped into the bedroom where the swamper was still imprisoned by Lucy's orders. The boy was propped up on his pillows, looking out of the window. His body was tense. At the sound of Val's step he turned his bandaged head. "Can't yo get me outta here?" he demanded. "Why? The water's up." His eyes were upon the water-filled darkness of the garden. "But that's all right," the other assured him. "Sam says that it won't reach the top of the levee. At the worst, only the lower part of the garden will be flooded." Jeems glanced at Val over his shoulder and then without a word he edged toward the side of the bed and tried to stand. But with a muffled gasp he sank back again, pale and weak. Awkwardly Val forced him back against his pillows. "It's all right," he assured him again. But in answer the swamper shook his head violently. "It ain't all right in the swamp." In a flash Val caught his meaning. Swampers lived on houseboats for the most part, and the boats will outride all but unusual floods. But Jeems' cabin was built on land none too stable even in dry weather. The swamp boy touched Val's hand. "It ain't safe. 2 of them piles is rotted. If the water gets that far, they'll go." "You mean the piles holding up your cabin platform?" Val asked. He nodded. For a second Val caught a glimpse of forlorn loneliness beneath the sullen mask Jeems habitually wore. "But there's nothing you can do now. It ain't the cabin. I gotta get the chest." "The one in the cabin?" His black eyes were fixed upon Val's, and then they swerved and rested upon the wall behind the young Ralestone. "I gotta get the chest," he repeated simply. And Val knew that he would. He would get out of bed and go into the swamp after that treasure of his. Which left only one thing for Val to do. "I'll get the chest, Jeems. Let me have your key to the cabin." I'll take the outboard motor and be back before I'm missed. Yo, don't know the swamp. I know how to find the cabin. Where's the key? In Thea, he pointed to the highboy. Val's fingers closed about the bit of metal. Mistu, Jeeves straightened, I won't forget this. Val glanced toward the downpour without. Neither will I, in all probability, he said dryly as he went out. It had been on just such a night as this that the missing Ralestone had gone out into the gloom. But he was coming back again, Val reminded himself hurriedly. Of course he was. With a shake he pulled on his trench coat and slipped out the front door unseen. 14. Pirate ways are hidden ways. The rain, fine and needle-like, stung Val's face. There were ominous pools of water gathering in the garden depressions. Even the small stream which bisected their land had grown from a shallow trickle into a thick, mud-streaked roll crowned with foam. But the bayou was the worst. It had put off its everyday sleepiness with a roar. A chicken coop wallowed by as the boy struggled with the knot of the painter which held the outboard. And after the coop traveled a dead tree, its topmost branches bringing up against the plantation landing with a crack. Val waited for it to whirl on before he got on board his craft. The adventure was more serious than he had thought. It might not be a case of merely going downstream and into the swamp to the cabin. It might be a case of fighting the rising water in grim battle. Why he did not turn back to the house then and there he never knew. What would have happened if he had? He sometimes speculated afterward. If Ricky had not come into the garden to hunt him? If together they had not? While Val went with the current, his voyage was ease itself. But when he strove to cut across and so reach the mouth of the hidden swamp stream, he narrowly escaped upsetting. As it was, he fended off some dark blot bobbing through the water, his palm meeting it with a force that jarred his bones. But he did make the mouth of the swamp stream. Switching on the strong searchlight in the bow, he headed on. And because he was moving now against the current, it seemed that he lost 2 feet for every one that he advanced. The muddy water was whipped into foam where it tore around shrub and willow. There were no longer any confining banks, only a waste of water glittering through the dark foliage. The drear habitat of the vultures was being swept bare by the scouring of the incoming streams, but its moldy stench still arose stronger than ever, as if some foulness were being stirred up from its ancient bed. It was only by chance that Val found the drying rack which marked the boundary of Jeeves' property. Here the land was higher than the flood, which had not yet spread inland. He tied the boat to a willow and splashed ashore. In the lower portions of the path his feet sank into patches of wet. Something which might have been, and probably was, a snake oozed away from the beam of his pocket torch. The clearing was much as it had been, save that the door of the chicken run stood ajar and its feathered population was gone. But under the cabin Val saw the betraying sparkle of water. The bayou in the rear must have topped flood level. Someone had been there before him. The lock was battered and there had been an attempt to pry loose its staples, an attempt which had left betraying gouges on the door frame. But misused as it had been, the lock yielded to the key and Val went in. Warned by a lapping sound from beneath, it did not take him long to get the chest, relock the door, and head back to the boat. He was none too soon. Already, in the few moments of his absence, there were rills cutting across the mud, rills which were growing in strength and size. And the flood around the drying rack was up a good 3 inches. Val dumped the chest into the bow with little ceremony and climbed in after it, his wet trousers clinging damply to his legs. Something plate-armored and possessing wicked yellow eyes swam effortlessly through the light beam, a gator bound for the gulf, whether he would or no. The return as far as the bayou was easy enough, for again the boat was borne on the current. But when Val faced the torn waters of the river he experienced a certain tightness of throat and chill of blood. What might have been the roof of a small shed was passing lumpily as he hesitated. Then came a tree burdened with a small coon which stared at the boy piteously, its eyes green in the light. An eddy sent its ship close to the boat, the top branches clung a moment to the bow. And to Val's surprise, the cocoon roused itself to a mighty effort and crossed into the eggshell safety the boat offered. Once in the outboard, it retreated to the bow where it crouched beside the chest and kept a wary eye on Val's every movement. But he could not rescue the wildcat which swept by spitting at the water from a log, nor the shivering doe which awaited the coming of death, marooned on an islet which was fast being cut away by the hungry waters. And all the time the stinging rain fed the flood. Val gripped the rudder until the bar was printed deep across his palm. Soon it would be too late. He must cross now, heading diagonally downstream to escape the full fury of the current. With a deep breath he turned out into the bayou. It was like fighting some vast animated featherbed. His greatest efforts were as nothing against the overpowering sweep seaward. And there was constant danger from the floating booty of the storm. The muddy spray lashed his body, filling the bottom of his craft as if it were a teacup. And once the boat was whirled almost around. Val was beginning to wonder just how long a swimmer might last in that black fog of rain, wind, and water when his bow eased into comparatively quiet water. He had crossed the main current, now was the time to head upstream. Grimly he did, to begin a struggle which was to take on all the more horrible properties of a nightmare. For this was many times worse than his fight against the swamp stream. Twice the engine sputtered protestingly and Val thought of trying to leap ashore. But stubbornly the outboard fought on. If there ever were a sturdy ship, fit to be named with Columbus' gallant craft or Hudson's vessel, it was that frail outboard which buffeted the rising waters of a Louisiana bayou gone flood mad. It achieved the impossible. It crept upstream inch by inch, escaping disaster after disaster by the thinness of a dime. Since he had apparently not been born to drown, Val thought as he saw his headlight touch the tip of the landing, he would doubtless depart this life by hanging. Then his light picked out something else which lay between him and the landing. The sleek, knife-bowed cruiser certainly did not belong to Pirates' Haven. And what neighbor would come calling by water on such a night? It was moored by two thick ropes to a sunken post, and already the mooring was dragging the bow down. Val headed in toward it, running the outboard between the stranger and the landing. Out of the blackness ashore a shadow arose and waved at him frenziedly. Then he saw Ricky's white face above her long oilsilk cape. Her hair was plastered tight to her skull and she was protecting her eyes from the fury of the rain with her hands. Val sent the boat inshore until it bit into the crumbling surface of the levee with a shock which threatened his balance. Ricky snatched at the painter and held steady while he jumped. They made the boat fast and Val landed the chest. The passenger did his own disembarking, making his way into the garden without a backward look. Then Val demanded an explanation. "What are you doing here?" he tried to outscreech the wind. In answer she clapped her wet, muddy hand across his mouth and pulled him back from the levee. They reached the semi-shelter of a rotting summer house where he put down the chest. Ricky pushed her wet hair out of her eyes. It was impossible for them to hear each other without screaming madly. "Jeems told me, after you left, Val. How could you be so mad? I made it." He touched the chest with his toe. "After we had practically kidnapped him, we couldn't let his belongings just float away. But why are you out here? And where did that boat come from?" "I came out here after Jeems told me. I'm all right." She laughed shakily. "I've got my oldest clothes on, and this," she touched her cape. "I couldn't stay in there, waiting, after I knew. And I didn't want Rupert to ask questions. So I said that I was going to bed with a headache. Then I slipped out here to the levee. And I hadn't been here 2 minutes before that boat came downstream. There were 4 men in it and they got out and went into the bushes over there. And, Val, Rupert is down at the other end of the garden where they are having trouble with the levee. Holmes and Creighton went down to see if they could help, too, just after you left. There's nobody but Charity up at the house with Lucy and Letty Lou. Val, what are we going to do?" she appealed to him. "First I'll investigate these visitors," he said easily, though he felt far from easy within. Me too, she said firmly if ungrammatically, and since Val could not wait to argue, she went along. They took the route she had watched the invaders follow, wriggling through wet bushes and around trees. Val, look out! She grabbed his arm and so saved him from tumbling headlong into a black hole in the ground. Vines and a small shrub or two had been ruthlessly torn out to bear the opening. It was here that the visitors must have gone to Earth. And then Val had a glimmering of the truth. The boss and his friends had at last found Jeem's private door. Prudence urged that they return to the house and send Sam too or some other messenger down to the Crossroads store to summon the police by phone. Prudence however had never successfully advised any Ralestone. They had a decided taste for fighting their own battles. So, torch in hand, Val dropped into the hole. And a moment later Ricky slid down to join him. They stood in a rough passage. Stout timbers banked its sides and guarded the roof. There was a damp underground smell such as Val had noted in the cellar of the house, but the air was fresh enough. After the first hasty survey, the boy held his fingers over the bulb of the flashlight so that only the faintest glimmer escaped to light their path. The passage was short, ending abruptly in a low bricked room. Save for themselves, a tangle of rotting rope in a far corner, and two lively black beetles, it was empty. Val, Ricky's throaty whisper reached him, can't you guess what this is? The first pirate Ralestone storage house. It was a likely enough explanation, though nothing could have been stored there very long, the place was too damp. Beads of slimy moisture from the walls dripped slowly down, shining like silver in the light. At the other side of the room was a corridor branching away. But this they barely glanced into, little knowing how that neglect was to prove disastrous in the end. It was the main door to their right which interested them most, for that led, so far as Val could determine, toward the house. And that must have been the one the mysterious visitors had followed. Thus they came into the second of their pirate ancestors' storerooms. This one was long and narrow. 3 wooden casks eaten with decay and spotted with fungus stood against the wall, testifying to the use to which this chamber had been put, though the all-pervading damp could not have been good for the wine. Again a dark archway tempted them on, and the third room into which they came had a more grim reminder of the scarlet past of the house. For Ricky stumbled over something which clinked dully. And when Val used the flash they looked down upon a telltale length of chain ending in an iron ring, its other end soldered into the wall. Val, Ricky's voice quavered, did they keep people here? Slaves, perhaps, her brother answered soberly and shoved the rusting metal aside with his foot. But there were 2 other chains hanging from the wall, speaking of past horrors of which he did not care to think. And then as their light picked out these damning testimonials, Val thought that the Ralestones, for all their pride and fine, brave airs, had been only pirates after all, akin to those whom they were now hunting through the dark. There was a low arched doorway of brick on the right side of the room, and this they passed through. Beyond were 3 broad stone steps, worn a little on the treads, one cracked clear across. These led to a wide landing paved with brick. Here the walls were brick as well. Ricky touched one involuntarily and drew back her hand with a little exclamation of disgust. She wiped her palm vigorously on the wet surface of her cape. Everywhere was the smell of rot and slow, vile decay. In spite of its historical associations, decided Val, this vault should be sealed forever from the daylight and left to the sole occupancy of those nameless things which creep in its dark. The very air, in spite of its freshness, seemed tainted. Another flight of stairs was before them, the treads fashioned of stone but equipped with a rotted wooden handrail. And above was the faint reflection of light and the sound of voices. Val hesitated and realized for the first time how foolhardy their expedition was. Those above would be prepared to handle interruptions. Val was determined to keep Ricky out of trouble, and to go on alone was the rankest folly. But, as he hesitated, the decision was taken out of his hands, for the light above suddenly became brighter. Grabbing at Ricky's arm, he stumbled back into the shelter of the archway, pulling her after him. A round circle of light shone plainly at the top of the stairs. Someone was coming down. Ricky's breath was warm on Val's cheek and she moved with a faint crackling of her cape which sounded as loud as a thunderclap in his ears. "How are we gonna do it without bustin' the wall down?" demanded an aggrieved voice from the top of the stairs. "There ain't no knob, no handle, no nothin' to work it from this side. And these guys what stored their stuff here in the bootleggin' days never got into the house. The boy got through, didn't he?" Val knew that voice, the boss of the swamp meeting. "Well, if he did, we can." "Listen, boss, it's a secret, ain't it? And we gotta know how it works before we can work it. And listen here, you swamp bum, you keep out of my way, see? I don't care if you were one of Mike Flanagan's boys, that don't cut no ice with me." This truculent warning must have been addressed to an unseen companion on the same stair level. The listeners below heard a faint sound which might have marked a collision and then the hiss of swamp French spoken hurriedly and angrily. "What are you gonna do now, boss?" The light halfway down the stairs paused. "There is some way of opening that panel. And we gotta find it." All right. But tell me how. I don't know whether it will be necessary to open it, from this side." "What do you mean?" "Use that thick skull of yours, Red. Doors swing two ways, don't they? They can be used either to go in or to go out." "Got it." The thick voice was oily with flattering approval. "We can get out this way." "Smart work, Red." "Did you think that out all by yourself?" asked the other contemptuously. "Yes, we can come out this way when," his voice was sharp with purpose, "we are finished. Send one of these swampers down to the levee where the men are working. As long as this flood keeps rising we're safe. Then the other three of us will go for the house. We may be seen that way, but there's no use spending any more time here playing tic-tac-toe on that wood up there. We locate what we want, and if we're cornered we can come out through here to the bayou." "Slick enough." "Great stuff, boss," Red began. But the rest was muffled, for Ricky and Val drew back into the room of the chains. There was only one thing to do now, reach Rupert and the others and prepare to meet these skulkers in the open. But before they had quite crossed the room Ricky came to grief. She caught her foot in one of those gruesome chains and stumbled forward, falling on her hands and knee. The noise of her fall echoed around the low chamber with betraying clamor. A white light beat upon them as Val stooped to aid Ricky. "Stop!" came the shout, but Val had only one thought, to dim that light. He swung back his arm and flung his own flash straight at the other. There was a grunt of pain and the light fell to the floor. With the tinkle of breaking glass it went out. Val pulled Ricky to her feet and threw her toward the door, forgetting everything but the wild panic which urged him out of that place of foul darkness. They bruised their hands against the brick as they felt for the opening, and then they were out in the other chamber. "Val," Ricky clung to him, "I've got that little flash I keep under my pillow at night. Wait a minute until I get it out of my pocket. We can't find our way out of here without a light." Muffled sounds from behind them suggested that their pursuers were on the trail even without light. After all, given time enough, it would be easy for them to feel their way out of the vaults. Val hustled Ricky on, taking his direction from one of the wine casks he had bumped into. And before he allowed her to hunt for her torch they stood in the first of the chambers. The light she produced was poor and it flickered warningly. But it was good enough for them to see the dark opening which led to the outer world. They ducked into this just as the first of the other party came cursing into the open. At Val's orders, Ricky switched off the light and they crept along by the wall, one hand on its guiding surface. But the way seemed longer than it had upon their entering. Surely they should have reached the garden entrance by now. And the surface underfoot remained level instead of slanting upward. Suddenly Ricky gave a little cry. "We've taken the wrong passage. There's only a blank wall in front of us." She was right. The torch showed a brick surface across their path, and Val remembered too late the second passage out of the first chamber. They must go back and hope to elude the others in the dark. They may have all gone out, thinking we were still ahead of them, he mused aloud. Well, it's got to be done, Ricky observed, so we might as well do it. Back they went along the unknown passage. This appeared to run straight out from the first chamber. But why it had been fashioned and then walled up they had no way of knowing. Ricky's torch picked out the entrance at last. Wait, Val cautioned her, we had better see how the land lies before we go out in the open. They stood listening. Save for the constant drip of water, there was no sound. I guess it's clear, he said. Wonder where all the water is coming from. Ricky shivered. Down from the garden. Come on, I think it's safe to have a light now. Ricky must have been holding the torch upward when she pressed the button, for the round circle of light appeared on the supporting timbers above the door. They both looked up, fascinated for a moment. The old oak had been laid in a crisscross pattern, the best support possible in the days when the vaults had been made. How wet, began Ricky. Val cried out suddenly and struck at her. The blow sent her sprawling some 3 or 4 feet back in the passage. There might be time yet to cover her body with his own, he planned desperately, before. The sound of slipping earth was all about them as Val flung himself toward Ricky. As he thrust blindly at her body, rolling her back farther into the tunnel, he felt the first clod strike full upon his shoulder. Ricky's complaining whimper was the last thing he heard clearly. For in the dark was the crash of breaking timber. He was felled by a stroke across the upper arm, and then came a chill darkness in which he was utterly swallowed up. 15 Pieces of 8, Ralestone's fate. Through the dull roaring which filled his ears Val heard a sharp call. Val! Val, where are you? Val! He stared up into utter blackness. Val! Here, Ricky! But that thin thread of a whisper surely didn't belong to him. He tried again and achieved a sort of croak. Something moved behind him and there was an answering rattle of falling clods. Val, I'm afraid to move, her voice wavered unsteadily. It seems to be falling yet. Where are you? The boy tried to investigate, only to find himself more securely fastened than if he had been scientifically bound. And now that the mists had cleared from him, his spine and back felt a sharp pain to which he was no stranger. From his breastbone down he was held as if in a vice. Are you hurt, Ricky? He formed the words slowly. Every breath he drew thrust a red-hot knife between his ribs. He turned his head toward her, pillowing his cheek on the gritty clay. No. But where are you, Val? Can't you come to me? Sorry. Unavoidably detained, he gasped. Don't try any crawling or the rest may come down on us. Val. What's the matter? Are you hurt? Her questions cut sharply through the darkness. Banged up a little. No, he heard the rustle which betrayed her movements. Don't try to come to me, please, Ricky. But with infinite caution she came, until her brother felt the edge of her cape against his face. Then her questing hand touched his throat and slid downward to his shoulders. Val. He knew what horror colored that cry as she came upon what imprisoned him. It's all right, Ricky. I'm just pinned in. If I don't try to move I'm safe. Quickly he tried to reassure her. Val, don't lie to me now, you're hurt. It's not bad, really, Ricky. Oh. There was a single small cry and a moment of utter silence and then a hurried rustling. Here. Her hand groped for his head. I've wadded up my cape. Can I slip it under your head? Better not try just yet. Anything might send off the landslide again. Just give me a minute or two to sort of catch my breath. Catch his breath, when every sobbing gasp he drew was a stab. Can't I lift some of the stuff off, she asked. No. Too risky. But we can't stay here, her voice trailed off, and it was then that she must have realized for the first time just what had happened to them. "I'm afraid we'll have to, Ricky," said her brother quietly. "But, Val, what if we aren't found?" he put her fear into words. "But we will be. Rupert is doubtless moving a large amount of earth right now to accomplish that. Rupert doesn't know where we are." She had regained control of both voice and spirit. We may never be found, Val." "I was a fool," he stated plainly, a fact which he now knew to be only too true. "I would have come even if you hadn't, Val," she answered generously and untruthfully. It was perhaps the kindest thing she had ever said. Now that the noise of the catastrophe had died away, they could hear again the drip of water. And that sound tortured Val's dry throat. "A glass of cool water," he turned his head restlessly. "If we only had a light," came Ricky's wish. "The flash is probably buried." "Val, will it be fun?" "What?" he demanded, suddenly alert at her tone. Had the dark and their trouble made her lightheaded? Being a ghost. We could walk the hall with Great Uncle Rick, he wouldn't begrudge us that." "Ricky! Stop it." Her answering laugh, though shaky, was sane enough. "I do pick the wrong times to display my sense of humor, don't I?" "Val, is it so very bad?" Something within him crumbled at that question. "Not so good, lady," he replied in spite of the resolutions he had made. She brushed back the hair glued by perspiration to his forehead. Ricky was not gold, he thought, for gold is a rather dirty thing. But she was all steel, as clean and shining as a blade fresh from the hands of a master armorer. He made a great effort and found that he could move his right arm an inch or two. Concentrating all his strength there, he wriggled it back and forth until he could draw it free from the wreckage. But his left shoulder and side were numb save for the pain which came and went. "Got my arm free," Val told her exultantly, and reached up to feel for her in the dark. His fingers closed upon coarse cloth. He pulled feebly and something rolled toward him. "What's this?" Ricky's hands slid along his arm to the thing he had found. He could hear her exploring movements. "It's some sort of a bundle. I wonder where it came from. Some more remains of the jolly pirate days, I suppose. Here's something else. A bag, I think. Ugh. It smells nasty. There's a hole in it. Oh, here's a piece of money. At least it feels like money. There's more in the bag." She pressed a disc about as large as a $50 into Val's palm. "Pirate loot," he began. Anything that would keep them from thinking of where they were and what had happened was to be welcomed. "Val," he could hear her move uneasily, "remember that old saying, pieces of 8, Ralestone's fate? All good families have curses," he reminded her. "And good families can have accidents, too." There could be no answer to that. Nor did Val feel like answering. The savage pain in his legs and back had given way to a kind of numbness. A chill not caused by the dank air crawled up his body. What if his injuries were worse than he had thought? What if... The dripping of the water seemed louder, and it no longer fell with the same rhythm. Ricky must be counting money from the bag. He could hear the clink of metal against stone as she dropped a piece. "Don't lose it," he muttered foggily. "Lose what?" "Your pieces of 8. "What do you mean?" "You just dropped a piece." "I haven't touched, Val, do you feel worse?" But he had no thought now for his body. If Ricky had not dropped the money, then what had caused the clink? He ground his cheek against the clay. Thud, thud, clink, thud. That was not water dripping nor coin rattling. That was the sound of digging. And digging meant. "Ricky. They're digging. I can hear them." Her fingers closed about his free hand until the nails dug into the flesh. "Where?" "I don't know." "Listen." The sound had grown in strength until now, though muffled, it sounded through that part of the passage still remaining open. It comes from this end. From behind that wall. But why should it come from there? Does it matter? Val, do you suppose they could hear me if I pounded on the wall at this side? You haven't anything heavy enough to pound with. Yes, I have. This package thing that you found. It's quite heavy. Val, we've got to let them know we're here. She crawled away, moving with caution lest she bring on another slide. That reassuring thud still sounded. Then, after long minutes, Val heard the answering blow from their side. 3 times Ricky struck before the rhythm of the digging was broken. Then there was silence followed by 3 sharp blows. They had heard. Ricky beat a perfect tattoo in joy and was quickly answered. Then the thud began again, but this time the pace was quickened. They've heard. They're coming. Ricky's voice shrilled until it became a scream. Val, we're found. A clod was loosened somewhere above them and crashed upon the wreckage. Would the efforts of their rescuers bring on another slide? Be quiet, Ricky, Val croaked a warning, it's still moving. Then there came the sharp clink of metal against stone. Val, called Ricky, they're right against the wall now. Come back here, away from it. We don't want you caught, too, he answered her. Obediently she crawled back to him and again he felt her hand close about his. The sound of metal grating against stubborn brick filled their pocket of safety. But as an ominous accompaniment came the soft hiss of earth sliding onto the wreckage. Which would win to them first, the rescuers or the second slide? There was a vicious grinding noise from the walled end of the passage. A moment later a blinding ray of light swung in, to focus upon them. Ricky. Val. Val was blinking stupidly at the light, but Ricky had presence of mind enough to answer. Here we are. Look out, Val roused enough to warn, the walls are unsafe. We're coming through, rang the answer out of the dark. Stand away. Now that they could see, Val realized for the first time the danger of their position. A jagged, water-rotted beam half covered with clay and sand lay across him, and beyond that was a mass of splintered wood and wet earth. A little sick, he looked up at Ricky. She was staring at the wreckage. Her eyes were black in a white, mud-smeared face. Val, Val. His name came as the thinnest of whispers. It isn't as bad as it looks, he said hurriedly. Something underneath must be supporting most of the weight or I wouldn't be here at all. Val, she repeated, and then, paying no heed to his frantic injunctions to keep away, she dug at earth and rotten wood with her hands. Using the long bundle clumsily wrapped in stained canvas, she levered a piece of beam out of the way so that she might get down on her knees and scoop up the sand and clay. Ricky. Val. The light swung ahead as someone scrambled through the hole in the barrier wall. Then, when the ray held firm upon them, the headlong rush was checked for a long instant. Val. Get her, away, he begged. Another, slip. But before he had done, a long arm gathered Ricky up as if she had been a child. Right, came the firm answer. Sam, take Miss Chanda back. Then. Val was watching the reflection of the flash on the broken roof above him. Sand slid in tiny streams down the wall, mingling with the greenish trickles of water. There were queer blue and green arcs painted on the brick which had something to do with the hot pain behind his eyes. The blue turned to orange, to scarlet. Careful. Right here in the hall, Holmes. The broken earth above him had somehow been changed to a high ceiling, the chill darkness to blazing light and warmth. Ricky, he asked. Here, Val. Her face was very close to his. You are all right? Course. But she was crying. Don't try to talk, Val. You must be quiet. He heard someone moving toward them but he kept his eyes on Ricky's face. We did it. Yes, she answered slowly, we did it. Val, don't try to talk. Rupert's face showed above Ricky's hunched shoulder. There was an odd, strained look about his mouth, a smear of mud across his cheek. But the harsh tone of his voice struck his brother as dumb as if he had slapped him. Sorry, Val shaped the word stiffly, all my fault. Nothing's your fault, Ricky's indignant answer cut in. But just be quiet, Val, until the doctor comes. He turned his head slowly. On the hearthstone stood Charity talking quietly to Holmes. Just within the circle of the firelight lay a bundle which he had seen before. But of course, that was the thing they had found in the passage, which Ricky had used to pound out their answer to Rupert. Ricky, Val always believed that it was some instinct out of the past which forced that whisper out of him. Ricky, open that package. Why, she began, but then she got to her feet and went to the bundle, twisting the tarred rope that fastened it in a vain attempt to undo the intricate knots. It was Holmes who produced a knife and sawed through the tough cord. And it was Holmes who unrolled the strips of canvas, oil silk, and greasy skins. But it was Ricky who took up what lay within and held it out so that it reflected both red firelight and golden room light. Her brother's sigh was one of satisfaction. For Ricky held aloft by its ponderous hilt a great war sword. There could be no doubt in any of them, the luck of Lorne had returned. We found it, breathed Ricky. Put it in its place, Val ordered. Without a word, Rupert drew out a chair and scrambled up. Taking from Ricky's hands the ancient weapon, he slipped it into the niche their pirate ancestor had made for it. In spite of the years underground, the metal of hilt and blade was clear. 700 years of history, their luck. Everything will come right again, Val repeated as Ricky came back to him. You'll see. Everything will be all right. His eyes closed in spite of his efforts. He was back in the darkness where he could only feel the warmth of Ricky's hands clasped about his. 16. Ralestones stand together. I like Louisiana, drawled Holmes lazily from his perch on the window seat. The most improbable things happen here. One finds secret passages under houses and medieval war swords stuck in drains. Then there are things that go bump in the night, too. It might be worth settling down here. Not for you, cut in Charity briskly. Too far from the bright lights for you, my man. Just for that, he triumphed, I shall not return this lost property found under a cushion of the couch in the hall. At the sight of that familiar black notebook, Val shifted uneasily on his pillows. Rupert got up. Tired, old man? He asked and reached to straighten one of his brother's feather-stuffed supports. Val shook his head. Being bandaged like a mummy was wearying, but one had to humor 2 broken ribs and a fractured collarbone. Sometimes, replied Charity, you are just too clever, Mr. Judson Holmes. That does not happen to be my property. No. He flipped it open and held it up so that she might see what lay within. I'll admit that it isn't your usual sort of stuff, but... She was staring at the drawings. No, that isn't mine. But who? Ricky got up from the end of Val's cot and went to look. Then she turned, her eyes shining with excitement. You're trying them again. But, Val, you said you never would. Give me that book, he ordered grimly. But Rupert had calmly collected the trophy and was turning over the pages one by one. Val made a horrible face at Ricky and resigned himself to the inevitable. How long have you been doing this sort of thing? His brother asked as he turned the last page. Ever so long, Ricky answered for Val brightly. He used to draw whole letters of them when we were at school. There were 2 sets, one for good days and the other for bad. And now, Val cut in, suppose we just forget the whole matter. Will you please let me have that? Rupert, don't let him go all modest on us now, urged the demon sister. One retiring violet in the family is enough. And who is the violet? Your charming self, inquired Holmes. No, Ricky smiled pleasantly. Only Mr. Creighton might be interested in the contents of Bluebeard's chamber. What do you think, Rupert. At that audacious hint, Val remembered the night of the storm and Ricky's strange attitude then. So Rupert's the missing author, he commented lightly. Well, well, well. Charity's indulgent smile faded, and Holmes, suddenly alert, leaned forward. Rupert stared at Val for a long moment, his face blank. Was he going to retire behind his wall of reserve from which their venture underground had routed him? Or was he going to remain the very human person who had spent 8 hours of every day at his brother's beck and call for the past few weeks? Regular Charlie Chan, aren't you? He asked mildly. Val's sigh of relief was echoed by Ricky. Thanks, so much, Val replied humbly in the well-known manner of the famous detective Rupert had likened him to. Then we are right? Asked Ricky. Rupert's eyebrows slid upward. You seemed too sure to be in doubt, he commented. Well, I was sure at times. But then no one can ever be really sure of anything about you, she admitted frankly. But why? Protested Charity. Why didn't I spread the glad tidings that I was turning out the great American novel? He asked. I don't know. Perhaps I am a violet, no. He looked pained at Ricky's snort of dissent. Or perhaps I just don't like to talk about things which may never come true. When I didn't hear from Lever, I thought that my worst forebodings were realized and that my scribbling was worthless. But you know, he paused to fill his pipe, writing is more or less like the drug habit. I've told stories all my life, and I found myself tied to my typewriter in spite of my disappointment. As for talking about it, well, how much has Val ever said about these? He ruffled the pages of the notebook provokingly. Nothing. And you would never have seen those if I could have prevented it, his brother replied. Those are for my private satisfaction only. 2 geniuses in one family. Ricky rolled her eyes heavenward. This is almost too much. Jeems, Val ordered, you're the nearest. Can't you make her shut up? Just let him try, said his sister sweetly. The swamper grinned but made no move to stir from his chair. Jeems had become as much a part of Pirate's Haven as the Luck, which Val could see from his cot glimmering dully in its niche in the long hall. The swamper's confinement in the sick room had paled his heavy tan and he had lost the sullen frown which had made him appear so old and bitter. Now, dressed in a pair of Val's white slacks and a shirt from his wardrobe, Jeems was as much at ease in his surroundings as Rupert or Holmes. It had been Jeems who had saved Ricky and Val on that night of terror when they had been trapped in the secret ways of their pirate ancestors. Sam too had trailed Ricky to the garden and had witnessed their entering the tunnel. But his racial fear of the dark unknown had kept him from venturing in after them. So he had lingered there long enough to see the invaders come out and take to the river. Catching some words of theirs about a cave-in, he had gone pelting off to Rupert with the story. The investigating party from the levee had discovered, to their horror, the passage choked for half its length. They were making a futile and dangerous attempt to clear it when Jeems appeared on the scene. Letty Lou having given him a garbled account of events, he had staggered from his bed in an effort to reach Rupert. He alone knew the underground ways as well as he knew the garden. And so once getting Rupert's attention, he had set them to work in the cellar cutting through to the one passage which paralleled the foundation walls. In the weeks which followed their emergence from the threatened tomb, the swamper had unobtrusively slipped into a place in the household. While Val was frightening his family by indulging in a bout of fever to complicate his injuries, Jeems was proving himself a tower of strength and a person to be relied upon. Even Lucy had once asked his opinion on the importance of a fire in the hall, and with that his position was assured. Of the invaders they had heard or seen no more, although the police had visited Pirate's Haven on 2 separate occasions, interviewing each and every member of the household. They had also made a half-hearted attempt to search the swamp. But for all the evidence they found, Ricky and Val might have been merely indulging in an overvivid dream. Save that the Luck hung again in the long hall. Seriously, though, Holmes drew Val's thoughts out of the past, these are worthwhile. Would you mind if I showed them to a friend of mine who might be interested? Since Rupert had already nodded and Charity had handed him the notebook, Val decided that he could hardly raise a protest. "Rupert," Charity glanced at him, "are you going to see Creighton?" "Since all has been discovered," he misquoted, "I suppose that is all there is left for me to do." "Then you had better do it today." "He's planning to leave for the north tonight," she informed him. Rupert came to life. For all his pose of unconcern, he was excited. In the long days Val had been tied to the cot hurriedly set up in a corner of the drawing room on the night of the rescue. It had been thought wiser to move him no farther than necessary. He had found again the real Rupert they had known of old. There was little he could conceal from his younger brother now, or so Val thought. "Sam has the roadster," Rupert said. "There's something wrong with the brakes and I told him to take it to town and have it looked over. Goodness only knows what time he'll be back. See here, Ralestone," Holmes looked at his wristwatch, "I've the car I hired here with me. Let me drive you in. Charity has to go, anyway, and see about sending off those sketches of hers." "Oh, but we were going together," protested Ricky. "I have some shopping to do." "Very simple," Val suggested. "Why don't you all go?" "But that would leave you alone." Rupert shook his head. "No. There's Jeems." "I don't know," Rupert hesitated doubtfully. "It doesn't require more than one person to wait on me at present," Val said firmly. "Now all of you go. But remember, I shall expect the Greeks to return bearing gifts." Holmes saluted. "Right you are, my hearty. Well, ladies, the chariot awaits without." In spite of their protests, Val at last got rid of them. Since he had a project of his own, he was only too glad to see the last of his over-solicitous family for a while. Val had never been able to understand why broken ribs or a fractured collarbone should chain one to the bed. And since he had recovered from his wrenched back he was eager to be up and around. In private, with the protesting assistance of Sam too, he had made a pilgrimage across the room and back. And now it was his full intention to be seated on the terrace when the family came home. It was Lucy of all people who aided fortune to give him his opportunity. "Mr. Val," she announced from the doorway as the sound of the car pulling out of the drive signaled the departure of the city-bound party, "Dem lights is out again. Another fuse gone. That's the second this week." "Who's been playing games?" he asked. "Dis he a no count." She dragged out of hiding from behind her voluminous skirts her second son, a chocolate-brown infant who rejoiced in the name of Gustavus Adolphus and was generally called Doff. At that moment he was sobbing noisily and eyeing Val as if the boy were the Grand High Executioner of Tartary. "Yo all tell Mr. Val what's yo been a-doin'," commanded his mother, emphasizing her order with a shake. "Ain't done nothin'," wailed Doff. "Sam, he give me de penny and say, le's hab fun. Den I puts de penny in de lil hole and den mammy cotch me." "Doff seems to be the victim, Lucy," Val observed. "Where's Sam?" "Ah don't know. But I goin' to fin out," she stated with ominous determination. "How's I goin' to git my ironin' done when dere ain't no heat fo' de iron?" "Ah asks yo dat." "There are some fuses in the pantry and Jeems will put one in for you," Val promised. With a sniff Lucy withdrew, her fingers still hooked in the collar of her tearful son. Jeems glanced at Val as he went by the boy's cot. And Val didn't care for what he read into that glance. Had the swamper by any foul chance come to suspect Val's little plan? But it all turned out just as he had hoped. Val made that most momentous trip in 4 easy stages, resting on the big chair where Rupert had spent so many hours, on the bench by the window, in the first of the deck chairs by the side of the French doors leading to the terrace. And then he reached the haven of the last deck chair and settled down just where he had intended. And when Jeems returned there was nothing he could do but accept the fact that Val had fled the cot. "Miss Ricky won't like this," he prophesied darkly. "Nor Mr. Rupert neither. Yo would not have tried it if they'd been here. Oh, stop worrying. If you'd been tied to that cot the way I've been, you'd be glad to get out here, too. It's great. The sun was warm, but the afternoon shadow of an oak overhung his seat so that Val escaped the direct force of the rays. A few feet away Satan sprawled full length, giving a fine imitation of a cat that had rid himself of all 9 lives, or at least of 8.5. Never had the garden shown so rich a green. Ricky's care had sharpened the lines of the flower beds and had set shrubs in their proper places. And the plants had repaid her with a riot of blossoms. A breeze set the grey moss to swaying from the branches of the oak. And a green grasshopper crossed the terrace in 4 great leaps, almost scraping Satan's ear in a fashion which might easily have been fatal to the insect. Val sighed and slipped down lower in his chair. "It's great," he murmured again. "Sure is," Jeems echoed. He dropped down cross-legged beside Val, disdaining the other chair. Satan stretched without opening his eyes and yawned, gaping to the fullest extent of his jaws and curling his tongue upward so that it seemed pointed like a snake's. Then he rolled over on his other side and curled up with his paws under his chin. A bumblebee blundered by Val's head on its way to visit the morning glories. He suddenly discovered it difficult to keep his eyes open. "Someone's comin'," observed Jeems. "Ah, just heard a car turn in from the road." "But the folks have been gone such a short time," Val protested. However, the car which came almost noiselessly down the drive was not the one in which the family had departed. It had the shape of a sleek grey beetle, rounded so that it was difficult to tell at first glance the hood from the rear. It glided to a stop before the steps, and after a moment 4 passengers disembarked. Val simply stared, but Jeems got to his feet in one swift movement. For, coming purposefully up the terrace steps, were 4 men they had seen before and had very good cause to remember for the rest of their lives. In the lead strutted the rival, a tight smile rendering his unlovely features yet more disagreeable. Behind him trotted the red-faced counselor who had accompanied him on his first visit. But matching the rival step for step was the boss, while Red brought up the rear in a tidy fashion. "Swell place, ain't it?" demanded the rival, taking no notice of Val or Jeems. "Make yourselves to home, boys, the place is yours." Val gripped the arm of his chair. Sam, Rupert, Holmes, they were all beyond call. It was left to him to meet this unbelievable invasion alone. There was a stir beside him. Val glanced up to meet the slightest of reassuring nods from the swamper. Jeems was with him. "What ya gonna do with the joint, Brick?" asked Red, tossing his cigarette down on the flagstones and grinding it to powder with his heel. "I dunno yet." The rival strode importantly toward the front door. "You might tell us when you find out," Val suggested quietly. With an exaggerated start of surprise the rival turned toward the boy. "Oh, so it's you, kid?" "Perhaps," Val said softly, "you had better introduce your friends. After all, I like to know the names of my guests." The boss smiled sardonically and Red grinned. Only the red-faced lawyer shuffled his feet uneasily and looked from one to another of his companions with an expression of pleading. But the rival came directly to the point. "Where's that high and mighty brother of yours?" he demanded. "Mr. Ralestone will doubtless be very glad to see you," Val evaded, having no desire for the visitors to discover just how slender his resources were. "Jeems, you might go and tell him that we have visitors. Go through the long hall, it's nearer that way." He dug the fingernails of his sound hand into the soft wood of the chair arm. Could Jeems interpret that hint? Someone must remove and hide the luck before these men saw it. "Right." The swamper turned on his heel and padded toward the French windows. "No, you don't," the rival snarled as he moved into line between Jeems and his objective. "When we want that guy, we'll hunt him out ourselves. When we're good and ready. If you don't wish to see my brother, just why did you come?" Val asked feverishly. He must keep them talking there until he had time to think of some way of getting that slender blade of steel into hiding. "We're movin' in," Red answered casually for them all. "How interesting. I think that the police will enjoy hearing that," Val commented. It's perfectly legal, bleated the lawyer. We possess a court order to view the place with the purpose of appraising it for sale. He drew a stiff paper from the inside pocket of his coat and waved it toward the boy. Bunk. I don't know much about the law, but I do know that you could have obtained nothing of the kind without our being notified. And just which one of you has been selected to do the appraising? Him, answered Red laconically and jerked his thumb at the boss. So, Jeems stared at him, since yo couldn't get what yo want by thievin' at night, yo goin' to try and get it by day. But what are you really after? I'm curious to know. You certainly don't want a sugar plantation which hasn't been paying its way since the Civil War. That just isn't reasonable. And you ought to know that we can't afford to buy you off. We must be living over a gold mine that we haven't discovered. Come on, tell us where it is, Val prodded. Cut the cackle, advised Red, and please get down to it. I would advise you to get back in your car and drive out. Val wondered if his face looked as stiff as it felt. This visit isn't going to get you anywhere. We ain't going any place, kid, remarked the rival. You don't seem to understand. We're staying right here. I got rights and the judge has recognized them. I'm top guy here now. Yeah. Ya ain't so smart as you think you are, contributed Red, scowling at Val. We ain't gonna leave. It wasn't Red's speech, however, that straightened the boy's back and made Jeems shift his position an inch or two. There was another car coming up the drive. And since their enemies were all gathered before them, they could only be receiving friends, or at the worst neutrals. But the car which came from between the live oaks to park behind the first contained only 2 passengers. Lafleur and Creighton got out, stopped in surprise to view the party on the terrace, and then came up, shoving by Red. Quite a party, Val observed. But how did you manage to arrive so opportunely? We have made a discovery, panted the Creole lawyer, a very important discovery. What are these men doing here? We got a court order to view this house for sale. The rival was truculent. And it's all legal. The mouthpiece says so, he indicated his counselor. Perhaps, Creighton's cool tones cut through, you had better introduce us. There was a decided change in his manner. Gone was his shy nervousness, his slightly hesitant reserve. It was a keen businessman who stood there now. Val grinned. You see before you the family skeleton. May I introduce Mr. Ralestone, who firmly believes that he is the Ralestone of Pirates Haven. And 3 other, shall we say gentlemen, whom I myself have never met formally. Though I did have the pleasure, I believe, he addressed the boss directly, of blackening your eye. Yeah, I'm Ralestone, and I'm gonna have my rights, stated the rival briskly. You are a descendant of Roderick Ralestone? Asked Lafleur. You know I am. I got proofs. The man is a liar, Creighton said calmly. As they stared at him, Lafleur nodded. Val saw an ugly grin begin to curve Red's thick lips. Yeah. And how do you know that, wise guy? He asked. Because there is only one Roderick Ralestone in this generation and he is standing right there. Permit me to introduce Roderick St. Jean Ralestone. The person he turned to was Jeems. 17. The return of Rick Ralestone. Val ventured to break the sudden silence which resulted from Creighton's astonishing statement. But how, why? Yeah, the rival had collected a measure of his scattered wits. What do you mean, wise guy? Just this, Lafleur drew himself up and faced the invaders sternly. I have only this very morning deposited with the probate court certain documents making very plain the identity of this young man. Without the shadow of a doubt he is the only living descendant of Roderick Ralestone and his wife, Valerie St. Jean Delaware Roche. I have also sworn out a complaint. Then the boss took a hand in the game. The boy's a minor, he observed. Through me, Lafleur returned, Mr. Rupert Ralestone as nearest of kin has applied for guardianship and there will be no difficulty in the settlement of that matter. Yeah. The rival threw his gloves on the terrace and glared not at Lafleur but at his own backing. Having stared at the lawyer of his party until that unfortunate man lost all assurance, he attacked the boss. "So, wise guy, what now? We ain't got such a snap as ya said we were gonna have. We were gonna move right in and take over the joint, were we? We didn't have anything to worry about. For once we was playin' with the law. Yeah, we were. We are nothin' but a gang of mugs. What are we gonna do now, huh? You oughta know. Ain't you been doin' our thinkin' for us all along? We can't grab the land and run. We gotta camp right here if we're gonna get anything. And how are we gonna?" "Simpson," the boss's voice was sharp. "Be quiet. You are becoming wearisome. Gentlemen," he bowed slightly toward Lafleur and Creighton, "one cannot fight bad luck, and this time fate smiles upon you. It was a good idea if it had worked," he added musingly. "Young Ralestone seems to have gathered all the aces into his hand. Even," the drawl became a sneer, "even the guardianship of the missing heir, which will mean a nice sum in the bank for the happy guardian, if all reports are true." "What did you want here?" Val asked for the last time. The boss smiled. "I shall leave that mystery for you to unravel, my wounded hero. It should occupy an idle moment or two. Doubtless all will be made clear in the fullness of time. As for you," he turned upon Lafleur, "there is no use in your entertaining any foolish idea of calling the police. For our invasion today we have a court order, unhappily it is no longer of use. But we did come here in good faith, as we are prepared to prove. And all other evidence of any lawbreaking upon our part rests, I believe, upon the word of two boys, evidence which might be twisted by a clever lawyer. You may prosecute Simpson for perjury, of course. But I think that Simpson will not be in this part of the country long. Yes," he looked about him once more at garden and house, "it was a very good idea. A pity it did not work. Well, I must be going before I begin to curse my luck. When a man does that, he sometimes loses it. You must have found yours, I think." "We did," Val answered, but the boss did not hear him, for he had turned on his heel and was striding down the terrace. For a moment his followers hesitated uncertainly and then they were after him. Back into their sinister beetle car went the invaders and then they were gone down the drive, leaving the Ralestones in possession of the victorious field. "Now," Val said plaintively, "will somebody please tell me just what this is all about? Who is Jeems, really?" "Just who I said," answered Creighton promptly. "Roderick St. Jean Ralestone, the only descendant of your pirate ancestor." "Betta tell us the story," suggested the swamper quietly. "Yo, ain't foolin', are yo, Mr. Creighton?" The New Yorker shook his head. "No, I'm not fooling. But you are not the first one to question my story." He smiled reminiscently. "Judge Henry Lane had to see every line of written proof this morning before he would admit that the tale might be true." "But where did you find this proof?" Val demanded as Jeems pulled up chairs for the lawyer and Creighton. "In that chest of Jeems which you brought out of the swamp on the night of the storm," he replied promptly. "And, young man," he said to Jeems indignantly, "if you had let me see those papers of yours a month ago, instead of waiting until last week, we would have had this matter cleared up then. But then we might never have found the luck." Val protested. "Humph, that piece of steel is historically interesting, no doubt," conceded Creighton, "but hardly worth risking your life for." "No. Well, you heard what that man said just now, that we had found our luck. It's so. We have had good luck since. But I'm sorry, do get on with the story of Jeems' box." "I gave it to him Monday," said the swamper slowly. "But, Mr. Creighton, there weren't nothin' in that chest but some books full of handwritten, most in some funny foreign stuff, and a French prayer book." "Plenty to establish your right to the name and a quarter interest in the estate," snapped Lafleur. Val thought the lawyer rather resented the fact that it was Creighton and not he who had found the way out of their difficulties. Two of those books were ship's logs, kept in the fashion of diaries, partly in Latin, explained the New Yorker. The log of the ship Annette Marie for the years 1814 and 1815 gave us what we wanted. The master was Captain Roderick Ralestone, although he concealed his name in a sort of an anagram. After his quarrel with his brother he apparently went to Lafitte and purchased the ship which he had once commanded for the smuggler. Then he sailed off into the Gulf to become a free trader, with his headquarters first in Georgetown, British Guiana, then in Dutch Curaçao, and finally at Port-au-Prince, Haiti. It was there that he met and fell in love with Valérie St. Jean de Roche, the only living child and heir of the Comte de Roche, who had survived the terror of the French Revolution only to fall victim to the rebel slaves on his Haitian estates. Horribly injured, the Comte de Roche had been saved from death by the devotion of his daughter and her nurse, a free woman of color. These two women not only saved his life, but managed to keep him and themselves alive through the dark years which followed the horrors of the Black Uprising and the overthrow of the French rule. The courage of that lady of France must have been very great. But she was near to the end of her strength when she met Roderick Ralestone. Against the direct orders of the black despots in the land, young Ralestone got de Roche and his daughter away on his ship. Her maid chose to remain among her people. Ralestone hints that she was a sort of priestess of voodoo and that it had been her dark powers which had protected the lives of those she loved. Ralestone took the refugees to Curaçao, but de Roche did not survive. He lived only long enough to see his daughter married to her rescuer and to persuade his son-in-law to legally adopt the name of Saint Jean Delaware Roche, that an old and honored family might not be forgotten. The Comte's only son had been killed by the blacks. So it was as Roderick Saint Jean, he dropped the de Roche in time, that he returned here in 1830. His wife was dead, worn out while yet in her youth by the horrors of her girlhood. But Roderick brought with him a 10-year-old boy who had the right to both the name of Ralestone and that of de Roche. Roderick himself was greatly changed. Years of free trading, both in the Gulf and in the South Seas, had made him wholly sailor. A cutlass cut disfigured his face and altered the line of his mouth. Anyone who had known Roderick Ralestone would have little interest in Captain Saint Jean, the merchant adventurer. He discusses this point at some length in his log, always concealing his real name. For the space of a year or two he was content to live quietly. He even opened a small shop and dealt in luxuries from the south. Then the desire to wander, which must have been the keynote of his life, drove him out into the world again. He placed his son in the care of a certain priest, whom he trusted, and went south to become one of the visionary revolutionists who were fighting their way back and across South and Central America. In one bloody engagement he fell, as his son notes in the old logs which he was now using to record his own daily experiences. Ricky said, Val mused, that Roderick Ralestone never died in his bed. What became of the son? Father Justinian wanted him to enter the church, but in spite of his strict training he had no vocation. The money his father had left with the priest was enough to establish him in a small coastwise trading venture, and later he developed a flatboat freight service running upriver to Nashville. But didn't he ever try to get in touch with the Ralestones? Val asked. No. When Roderick Ralestone sailed from New Orleans he seems to have determined to cut himself off from the past entirely. As I said, he used an anagram to hide his name all the way through the log, and doubtless his son never knew that there was anything strange about his father's past. Lorne Saint Jean, the son, prospered. Just before the outbreak of the Civil War he was reckoned one of the 10 wealthiest men of his native city. But that wealth vanished in the war when shipping no longer went forth from the port. I did come across one interesting fact in Lawrence notes covering those years. In 1861 Lorne Saint Jean built a blockade runner called the Red Bird. His backer in the venture was a Mr. Ralestone of Pirates Haven. So once Ralestone did meet Ralestone without being aware of the fact. Lorne Saint Jean was imprisoned by Beast Butler, along with other prominent men of the city, when the Yankees captured New Orleans. And he died in 1867 from a lingering illness contracted during his imprisonment. His son, René Saint Jean, came home from war to find himself ruined. His father's shipping business existed on paper only. Having the grit and determination of his grandfather, he struggled along for almost 10 years trying to get back on his feet. But those were dark years for the whole country. In 1876 St. Jean gave up the struggle. With his Creole wife and their 2 sons he moved into the swamps. Working first as a guide and trapper and then as a hunter of birds, he managed to make a sparse living. His eldest son followed in his footsteps, but the younger took to the sea. Roderick St. Jean, the eldest son, died of yellow fever in 1890. He left one son to the guardianship of his brother who had come home from the sea. That son came to look upon his uncle as his father and the real relationship between them was half forgotten. But René St. Jean II was curious. He knew something of the world and he was interested in the past. It was his custom to do a great amount of reading, especially reading which concerned the history of his own state and city. And once he was inclined to get out the old sea chest which had been moved with the family for so many years. Then he must have discovered his relationship to the Ralestones. Perhaps he solved the anagram or found the pasted pages in the prayer book. He was not ambitious for himself, but he wanted a better chance for his foster son and nephew than the one he had had. So he endeavored to prove his claim to this property. Unfortunately, the lawyer he trusted was a shyster of the worst sort. He himself had no belief in his client's story and merely bled him for small sums each month without ever really looking into the matter. Grandpappy said he was tryin' to get his rights, broke in Jeems. He neva told my pappy what he knowed. And he wouldn't let anyone see into that chest, he kep' it under his bed. Then after pappy died of the fever, long with my mother, grandpappy cotched it too. And the doctor said that was what made him so forgetful afterwards. He stopped goin' in town, but he came here, huntin' his rights, he said. And he told me that our fortune was hidden here. Course, Jeems looked at them apologetically, it sounds sorta silly, but when grandpappy told, yo, things yo, kinda believed em. So after he died usta come huntin' here too. And then when I opened the chest and found these, from his breast pocket he drew a wash leather bag and opened it. He held out to Val a chain of gold mesh ending in a carnelian carved into a seal. This is your crest, he pointed to the seal. I took it in town and a man at the museum told me about it. And this here is Ralestone, too, he indicated a small miniature painted on a slip of yellowed ivory. Val was looking at the face of the Ralestone rebel, as near like the watercolor copy Charity had made of the museum portrait as one pea is to its podmate. Creighton took up the small painting. He looked from the ivory to Jeems and then to Val, this is the final proof. Either one of you might have sat for this. You have the same coloring and features. If it were not for a slight difference of expression you might pass for twins. At any rate, there is no denying that you are both Ralestones. I don't think that we'll ever attempt to deny it, Val laughed. But you were right, Jeems, I mean Roderick, he said to his newly discovered cousin, you do have as much right here as we do. Jeems colored. I am sorry for saying that, he confessed. I thought yo were right smart and too good for us. And I am sorry I played high-and-tea. But I didn't expect yo would ever see me, only the niggas, and I didn't care 'bout them. I always came when yo were way or in bed. Well, you've explained your interest in the place, Val assented, but what about the rival? Why did he appear? It started in a blackmail plot. Your family have been wealthy, you know, explained Lafleur. But then the scheme became more serious when the oil prospectors aroused interest in the swamp. Already several men whose property bounds yours have been approached by the Central American Oil Company with an offer for their land. It would not at all surprise me if you were asked to dispose of your swamp wasteland for a good price. And the rumor of oil is what made the rival, as you call him, try to press his false claim instead of merely holding it over you as a threat. The luck is certainly doing its stuff, Val observed. Here's the lost air found, oil wells bubbling at our back door. I would hardly say that, Mr. Valerius, remonstrated Lafleur. They may bubble yet, the boy assured him airily. I wouldn't put it beyond the power of that length of Damascus steel to make wells bubble. Oil wells bubbling, Val continued from the point where the lawyer had interrupted him, Rupert turning out to be the missing author. What was that? Demanded Creighton sharply. He was on the point of handing a small book to Jeeves. We just discovered that Rupert is your missing author, Val explained. Didn't you guess when you heard the story of the missing Ralestone? The family went into town to tell you all about it, that's why we were alone when the invaders arrived. Mr. Ralestone, my missing author. No, I didn't guess. I was too interested in the story, but I should have. How stupid. He looked down at the book he still held and then put it into the swamper's hand. Between the pages of the prayer book, covering the offices for St. Louis Day, you'll find the birth certificate for Laurent St. Jean with his right name, he said. That's a very important paper to keep, young man. Mr. Ralestone, my author. He wiped his forehead with the handkerchief from his breast pocket. How stupid of me not to have seen it once. But why? He had some idea that his stuff was no good when he didn't hear from that agent, Val explained, so he just tried to forget the whole matter. But I have to see him at once. The New Yorker looked about him as if by willpower alone he could summon Rupert to stand before him on the terrace. Stay to supper and you will, Val invited. Ricky and I discovered him for you just as we promised we would. But then you've given us Rod in return. I am not, Val told his cousin, going to call you Rick even though there is a tradition for it. There are too many Ricks complicating the family history now. I think you had better be Rod. Anything, yo, say, he grinned. For the third time that afternoon Val heard a car coming up the drive. If this should turn out to be the Grand Chan of Tartary or the Lama of Peru, I shall not be one iota surprised, he announced. After what I've been through this afternoon, nothing, absolutely nothing, would surprise me. Oh, it's only the family. With the impatience of one who has a good earth-shaking shock ready to administer, he watched his wandering relatives disembark. Charity and Holmes were still with them and a sort of aura of disappointment hung over the group. Then Ricky looked up and with a cry of joy came up the terrace steps in what seemed like a single leap. Oh, Mr. Creighton, she began when Val lifted his hand. Let me tell it, he begged, I've been waiting for a chance like this for years. Ricky was obediently silent, thinking that he wished to break the mystery of the author. But Jeeves and Lafleur understood that it was to them Val appealed. Val, what are you doing out of bed, was Rupert's first question. Saving the old homestead while you went joyriding. We had visitors this afternoon. Visitors? Who? He began when his brother silenced him with a frown. Oh, let's not go into that now, Val said hurriedly. There is something more important to be discussed. Since you left this afternoon we have had an addition to the family. An addition to the family, puzzled Ricky. What do you mean? Rick Ralestone has come back, Val announced. Val, hadn't you better go back to bed, suggested his sister. Not now, he grinned at her. I haven't lost my mind yet, nor am I raving. Ladies and gentlemen, Val prepared to echo Creighton's speech of an hour before, permit me to introduce Roderick St. Jean Delaware Roche Ralestone, the missing heir. With an impish grin Val had never seen on his face before, Jeeves clicked his heels in a creditable imitation of a court bow. 18, Rupert brings home his Marchioness. Such a nice domestic scene, Val observed. Ricky looked up from the bowl into which she was shelling peas. Now just what do you mean by that? She asked suspiciously. Nothing at all. It's getting so I can't say a word around here without you suspecting some sort of a catch in it, her brother complained. He shifted the drawing board Rod had fixed up for him an inch or two. Although Val's arm was at last out of the sling, he was not supposed to use it unless absolutely necessary. Well, after that afternoon when you made the missing heir appear like a rabbit out of a hat, began his sister. Rod, Val called down to where their cousin was busied over the stretching of the new badminton net. Did you hear that? She referred to you as a rabbit, deliberately. Ma'am, Rod answered in absent-minded fashion. That cat of Miss Charity's just walked away with one of those feathered things yo bat round. Let us hope that he returns it in time, Val said. Otherwise I can prophesy that you are going to spend the rest of the morning crawling around under hedges and things hunting for him and it. Ricky will not be balked. If she says that we are going to play badminton, well, we are going to play badminton. I think that you might help too. Ricky attacked a fresh pod viciously as their cousin came up on the terrace. He stopped for a moment by Ricky's chair, long enough to gather the pods together on the paper she had put down for them, piling them up in a more orderly fashion than she was capable of. Doing what? Val inquired. You know that Lucy has chased everyone out of the house. And now that Rod has finished setting out the lawn sports, what is there left to do? By the way, did Sam mend that croquet mallet, the one with the loose head? The one that you broke hitting the stone with when you aimed at your ball yesterday, she asked sweetly. Yes, I saw to that this morning. Then what more is there to worry about? Let the party begin. Val reached for his box of pencils. That afternoon promptly at 3:30 the Ralestones of Pirates Haven were going to give their first party. They had lived, eaten, and slept with the idea of a party for the past week until Rupert rebelled and disappeared for the morning, taking Charity with him. He declared before he left that the house was no longer habitable for anyone above the mental level of a party-mad monomaniac, a statement with which Val privately agreed. But Ricky did trap him before he got the roadster out and made him promise to bring home 2 pounds of salted nuts and some more ice, because she simply knew that they wouldn't have enough. Ricky dropped the last of the peas into the bowl and leaned back in her canvas deck chair. I'm going to wear green, she murmured dreamily, with that leaf thing in my hair. And Charity's going to wear her rose, the one that swishes when she walks. I think I'll appear in saffron, Val announced firmly. Somehow I feel like saffron. How about you, Rod? The thin, efficient, brown-faced person who was Roderick St. Jean de Roche Ralestone, to grant him his full name, stretched lazily and transferred a fistful of Ricky's peas to his mouth, a mouth which was no longer sullen. At Val's question he raised his shoulders in one of his French shrugs and considered. Yellow, with lilies behind my ears, he grinned at Ricky. Better give them something to stare at, they'll all be powerful interested, anyway. Yes, the lost Viscount, Val agreed. Of course, you're really only a lord like me, but it sounds better to say, the lost Viscount. You'll share the limelight with Rupert and the luck, so you'd better take that pair of my flannels which haven't turned quite yellow yet. Rod shook his head. This time I have my own. I went in town shopping yesterday. It's my turn to share clothes. You Brotha told me to get yo some shirts. So I did. Lucy put them in the top drawer. Don't tell me, Val begged, aroused by this news, that we are actually able to afford some new clothes again. Rod nodded and Ricky sat up. Don't be silly, she said, we're comfortably well off. With Rupert writing books, and a lot of oil or something in the swamp, why, what have we got to worry about? And next fall Rod's going to college and I'm taking that course in dress designing and Rupert's going to write another book and, her inventive powers failed as Holmes came out on the terrace. Hello there. Val glanced at his watch. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but you're about 4 hours too early. We haven't even crawled into our party duds. So I see. But this isn't a social call. By the way, where's Charity? Oh, she went off with Rupert this morning, answered Ricky. And I think it was mean of them, running out on us that way, when there was so much to do. It seemed to Val that there was a faint shadow of irritation across the open good nature of Holmes' smile when he heard her answer. That damsel is becoming very elusive nowadays, he observed as he sat down. But now for business. More business. Not another oil well. Ricky expressed her surprise vividly with upflung hands. Not an oil well, no. Just this, he pulled Val's black notebook from his pocket. Now I am not going to tell you that I have shown them to a publisher and that he wants 50,000 or so at $5 apiece. But I did show them to that friend I spoke of. He isn't very well known at present, but he will be someday. His name is Finley Moss and he is interested in animated cartoons. He has some ideas that sound rather big to me. Fun says that these animal drawings of yours show promise and he wants to know whether you ever thought of trying something along his line. Val shook his head, impatient to hear the rest. Well, he's in town right now on his vacation and he's coming out to see you tomorrow. I advise you, Ralestone, that if Fun makes you the proposition I think he's going to grab it. It'll mean hard work for you and plenty of it, but there is a future to it. I don't know how to thank you, the boy began when Holmes frowned at him half seriously. None of that. I was really doing Fun a favor, but you needn't tell him that. Do you know how long Charity and your brother are going to be gone? No. But they'll be back for lunch, Ricky said. If they remember lunch, they're getting so vague lately. Val went out to call them to dinner last night and it took him a good 5 minutes to get them out of the garden. 5? Nearer 10, scoffed her brother. Holmes got up abruptly. Well, I'll be drifting. When is this binge of yours? 3:30, which really means 4, answered Ricky. Aren't you going to stay to lunch? The New Yorker shook his head. Sorry, I've another engagement. Thanks just the same. Thank you. Val waved the notebook as he vanished. Wonder why he hurried off that way. Mad to think that Miss Charity was gone, answered Rod shrewdly. Yovi had that bored long enough. He calmly possessed himself of Val's drawing equipment. Time to rest. Yes, grandfather, his cousin assented meekly. Ricky slapped at a fly. It seems to get hotter and hotter, she said. From the breast pocket of her sport dress she produced a handkerchief and mopped her face. Then she looked at the handkerchief in surprise. What's the matter? Some face come off along with the paint, asked Val. No. But I just remembered what this is, our clue. You mean the handkerchief we found in the hall? I wonder who. Rod reached up and took it out of her hand. Mine. Miss Charity gave me a dozen last Christmas. Then you left it there, Ricky laughed. Well, that solves the last of our mysteries. All present or accounted for, Val agreed as around the house came Rupert and their tenant. So there you are, began Ricky. And I'd like to know what you've been doing all morning. Would you really? Asked Rupert. Ricky stared at him for a long moment and then she arose before transferring her gaze to Charity. It might have been sunburn or the heat Ricky had complained of which colored the cheeks of the Boston Biglow. Rod! Val, cried Ricky. Where are your manners? As she sank forward in a deep and graceful curtsy she added, can't you see that Rupert has brought home his Marchioness? Now that, said Val, as he held out his hand to the new mistress of Pirates Haven, is what I call Ralestone luck. Ride proud, rebel. 1. Ride with Morgan. The stocky roan switched tail angrily against a persistent fly and lipped water, dripping big drops back to the surface of the brook. His rider moved swiftly, with an economy of action, to unsaddle, wipe the besweated back with a wisp of last year's dried grass, and wash down each mud-spattered leg with stream water. Always care for the mount first, when a man's life, as well as the safety of his mission, depended on 4 subordinate legs more than on his own 2. Though he had little claim to a thoroughbred's points, the roan was as much a veteran of the forces as his groom. With all a veteran's ability to accept and enjoy small favors of the immediate present without speculating too much concerning the future. He blew gustily in pleasure under the attention and began to sample a convenient stand of spring green. His mount cared for, Drew Rennie swung up saddle, blanket, and the meager possessions which he had brought out of Virginia 2 weeks ago, to the platform in a crooked tree overhanging the brook. He settled beside them on the well-seasoned timbers of the old tree house to rummage through his saddlebags. The platform had been there a long time, before Chickamauga and the Ohio raid, before the first roll of drums in '61. Drew pulled a creased shirt out of the bags and sat with it draped over one knee, remembering. Sheldon Barrett and they had built it together one hot week in summer, had named it Boone's Fort. And it was the only thing at Red Springs Drew had really ever owned. His dark eyes were fixed now on something more than the branches about him, and his mouth tightened until his face was not quite sullen, only shuddered. 5 years ago, only 5 years. Yes, 5 years next month. But the past 2 years of his own personal freedom, and war, those seemed to equal 10. Now there was no one left to remember the fort's existence, which made it perfect for his present purpose. The warmth of the sun, beating down through yet young leaves, made Drew brush his battered slouch hat to the flooring and luxuriate in the heat. Sometimes he didn't think he'd ever get the bite of last winter's cold out of his bones. The light pointed up every angle of jaw and cheekbone, making it clear that experience, hard experience, and not years had melted away boyish roundness of chin line, narrowed the watchful eyes ever alert to his surroundings. A cavalry scout was wary, or he ceased to be a scout, or maybe even alive. Shirt in hand, Drew dropped lightly to the ground and with the same dispatch as he had cared for his horse, made his own toilet, scrubbing his too thin body with a sigh of content as heartfelt as that the roan had earlier voiced. The fresh shirt was a dark brown gray, but the patched breeches were Yankee blue, and the boots he pulled on when he had bathed were also the enemy's gift. Good stout leather he'd been lucky enough to find in a supply wagon they had captured a month ago. Butternut shirt, Union pants and boots, the unofficial standard uniform of most any trooper of the Army of the Tennessee in this month of May, 1864. And he had garments which were practically intact. What was one patch on the seat nowadays? For the first time Drew grinned at his reflection in the small mirror he had been using, when he scraped a half-week's accumulation of soft beard from his face. Sure, he was all spruced up now, ready to make a polite courtesy call at the big house. The grin did not fade, but was gone in a flash, leaving no hint of softness now about his gaunt features, no light in the intent, measuring depths of his dark gray eyes. A call at Red Springs was certainly the last thing in the world for him to consider seriously. His last interview within its walls could still make him wince when he recalled it, word by scalding word. No, there was no place for a Rennie, and a rebel Rennie to make matters blacker, under the righteous roof of Alexander Maddock. Hatred could be a red-hot burning to choke a man's throat, leaving him speechless and hurting inside. Since he had ridden out of Red Springs he had often been cold, very often hungry, and under orders willingly, which would have surprised his grandfather, but in another way he had been free as never before in all his life. In the army, the past did not matter at all if one did one's job well. And in the army, the civilian world was as far away as if it were conducted in the cold chasms of the moon. Drew leaned back against the tree trunk, wanting to yield to the soft wind and the swinging privacy of the embowered tree house, wanting to forget everything and just lie there for a while in the only part of the past he remembered happily. But he had his orders, horses for General Morgan, horses and information to feed back to that long column of men riding or trudging westward on booted, footsore feet up the trail through the Virginia mountains on the way home to Kentucky. These were men who carried memories of the Ohio defeat last year which they were determined to wipe out this season, just as a lot of them had to flush with gun smoke the stench of a northern prison barracks from their nostrils. And there were horses at Red Springs. To mount Morgan's men on Alexander Maddox's best stock was a prospect which had its appeal. Drew tossed his haversack back to the platform and added his carbine to it. The army Colts in his belt holsters would not be much hindrance while crawling through cover, but the larger weapon might be. He thumped a measure of dust from his hat, settled it over hair as black as that felt had once been, and crossed the brook with a running leap. The roan lifted his head to watch Drew go and then settled back to grazing. This, too, followed a pattern both man and horse had practiced for a long time. Drew could almost imagine that he was again hunting Sheldon as a Shawnee on the warpath while he dodged from one bush to the next. Only Chickamauga stood between the past and now, and Sheldon Barrett would never again range ahead, in play or earnest. The scout came out on a small rise where the rails of the fence were cloaked on his side by brush. Drew lay flat, his chin propped upon his crooked arm to look down the gradual incline of the pasture to the training paddock. Beyond that stood the big house, its native brick settling back slowly into the same earth from which it had been molded in 1795. In the pasture were the brood mares, 5 of them, each with an attendant foal, all long legs and broom tail, still young enough to be bewildered by so large and new a world. In the paddock, Drew's head raised an inch or so, and he pressed forward until his hat was pushed back by the rail. The 2-year-old being schooled in the paddock was enough to excite any horseman. Red Spring stock right enough, of the Grey Eagle Ariel breed, which was Alexander Maddox's pride. Born almost black, this colt had shed his baby fur 2 seasons ago for a dark iron-gray hide which would grow lighter with the years. He had Eclipse's heritage, but he was more than a racing machine. He was, Drew's forehead rasped against the weathered wood of the rail, he was the kind of horse a man could dream about all his days and perhaps find once in a lifetime, if he were lucky. Give that colt 3 or 4 more years and there wouldn't be any horse that could touch him. Not in Kentucky, or anywhere else. He was circling on a leading strap now, throwing his feet in a steady, rhythmic pattern around the hub of a Negro groom who was holding the strap and admiring the action. Mounted on another gray, a mare with a dainty, high-held head, was a woman, her figure trim in a habit almost the same shade of green as the fields. Drew pulled back. Then he smiled wryly at his instinctive retreat. His aunt, Mariana Forbes, had abilities to be respected, but he very much doubted if she could either sense his presence or see through the leafy wall of his present spy hole. Yet caution dictated that he get about his real business and inspect the fields where the horses he sought should be grazing. He halted several times during his perimeter march to survey the countryside. And the bits of activity he spied upon began to puzzle him. Aunt Mariana's supervision of the colt's schooling had been the beginning. And he had seen her later, riding out with Rafe, the overseer, to make the daily rounds, a duty which had never been undertaken at Red Springs by anyone other than his grandfather. Aunt Mariana had every right to be at Red Springs. She had been born under its roof, having left it only as a bride to live in Lexington. The war had brought her back when her husband became an officer in the 2nd Kentucky Cavalry, Union. But now, riding with Rafe, watching in the paddock, where was Alexander Maddox? Red Springs was his grandfather. Drew found it impossible to think of the house and the estate without the man, though in the past 2 years he had discovered very few things could be dismissed as impossible. Curiosity made him want to investigate the present mystery. But the memory of his last exit from that house curbed such a desire. Drew had never been welcome there from the day of his birth within those walls. And the motive for his final flight from there had only provided an added aggravation for his grandfather. A staunch Union supporter wanted no part of a stubborn-willed and defiant grandson who rode with John Hunt Morgan. Drew clung to his somewhat black thoughts as he made his way to the pasture. The escape he had found in the army was no longer so complete when he skulked through these familiar fields. But there were only 2 horses grazing peacefully in the field dedicated by custom to the 4 and 5-year-olds, and neither was of the best stock. One could imagine that Red Springs had already contributed to the service. Of course, Morgan's men were not the only riders aiming to sweep good horseflesh out of Kentucky blue grass this season, and here the Union cavalry would be favored. There was a slim chance that a few horses might be in the stables. He debated the chance of that against the risk of discovery and continued debating it as he started back to the tree house. Drew had known short rations and slim foraging for a long time, but the present pinch in his middle sharpened when he sighted the big house, with its attendant summer kitchen showing a trail of chimney smoke. Alexander Maddox might have considered his grandson an interloper at Red Springs, certainly the old man never concealed the state of his feelings on that subject. But neither had he, in any way, slighted what he deemed to be his duty toward Drew. There had been plenty of good clothing, the right sort for a Maddock grandson, and the usual bounteous table set by hospitable Kentucky standards. Just as there had been education, sometimes enforced by the use of a switch when the tutor, imported from Lexington, thought it necessary to impress learning on a rebellious young mind by a painful application in another portion of the body. Education, as well as a blooded horse in the stables, and all the other prerequisites of a young bluegrass grandee. But never any understanding, affection, or sympathy. That cold behavior, the cutting, weighing, and judgment of every act of childish mischief and boyish recklessness, might have crushed some into a colorless obedience. But it had made of Drew a rebel long before he tugged on the short gray shell jacket of a Confederate cavalryman. Drew had forgotten the feel of linen next to his now seldom clean skin, the set of broadcloth across the shoulders. And he depended upon the roan's services with appreciation which had nothing to do with boasted bloodlines, having discovered in the army that a cold-blooded horse could keep going on rough forage when a finer-bred hunter broke down. But today the famed dinner table at Red Springs was a painful memory to one facing only cold hoe cake and stone-hard dried beef. He had circled back to the brush screening the brook and the tree house. Now he stood very still, his hand sliding one of the heavy Colts out of its holster. The roan was still grazing, paying no attention to a figure who was kneeling on the limb-supported platform and turning over the gear Drew had left piled there. The scout flitted about a bush, choosing a path which would bring him out at the stranger's back. That same warm sun, now striking from a different angle into the tree house, was bright on a thick tangle of yellow hair, curly enough to provide its owner with a combing problem. Drew straightened to his full height. The sense of the past which had dogged him all day now struck like a blow. He couldn't help calling aloud that name, even though the soberer part of his brain knew there could be no answer. Shelley. The blonde head turned, and blue eyes looked at him, startled, across a bowed shoulder. Drew's puzzlement was complete. Not Sheldon, of course, but who? The other's open surprise changed to wide-eyed recognition first. Drew. The hail came in the cracked voice of an adolescent as the other jumped down to face the scout. They stood at almost eye-to-eye level, but the stranger was still all boy, awkwardly unsure of strength or muscle control. You must be Boyd, Drew blinked, something in him still clinging to the memory of Sheldon who had helped to build the tree house. Why, Boyd was only a small boy, usually tagging his impatient elders, not this tall, almost exact copy of his dead brother. Sure, I'm Boyd. And it's true then, ain't it, Drew? General Morgan's coming back here. Where? He glanced over his shoulder once more as if expecting to see a troop prance up through the bushes along the stream. Drew holstered the revolver. Rumors of that around? He asked casually. Some, Boyd answered. The Yankee lovers called out the home guard yesterday. What sort of a chance do they think they'll have against General Morgan? Drew moved toward the roan's picket rope. As his fingers closed on that he thought fast. Just as the Maddocks and the Forbeses were Union, the Barretts were, or had been, Southern in sympathy. Most of Kentucky was divided that way now. But what might have been true 2 years ago was not necessarily a fact today. One took no chances. You come back to see your grandfather, Drew? Any reason why I should? The whole countryside must know very well the state of affairs between Alexander Maddock and Drew Rennie. Well, he's been sick for so long. Didn't you know about that? Boyd must have read Drew's answer in his face, for he spilled out the news quickly. He had some kind of a fit when he heard Murray was killed. Drew dropped the picket rope. Uncle Murray, dead? Boyd nodded. Killed at Murfreesboro in '62, but the news didn't come till about a week after the battle. Mr. Maddock was in town when Judge Hagerstorm told him, just turned red in the face and fell down in the middle of the street. They brought him home, and sometimes he sits outdoors. But he can't walk too good and he talks thick, you can hardly understand him. So that's why Aunt Mariana's in charge. Drew thought of Uncle Murray swept away by time and the chances of war as so many others, and no emotion stirred within him. Murray Maddock had firmly agreed with his father concerning the child who was the result of a runaway match between his sister Melanie and a despised Texan. But Uncle Murray's death must indeed have been a paralyzing blow for the old man at Red Springs, with all his pride and his plans for his only son. Yes, Cousin Mariana runs Red Springs, Boyd assented, she and Rafe. They sell horses to the army, the Blue Bellies. He used the term with the concentration of one determined to say the right thing at the right time. Drew laughed. And with that spontaneous outburst, years fell away from his somber face. I take it that you do not approve of Blue Bellies, Boyd? Course not. Me, I'm goin' to join General Morgan now. Ain't nobody goin' to keep me from doin' that. Again his voice scaled up out of control, and he flushed. You're rather young, Drew began, when the other interrupted him with something close to desperation in his voice. No, I ain't too young. That's all I ever hear, too young to do this, too young to be thinkin' about things like that. Well, I ain't much younger than you were, Drew Rennie, when you joined up with Captain Castleman and rode south to join General Morgan, you and Shelley. And you know that, too. I'll be 16 on the 15th of this July. And this time I'm goin'. Where's the general now, Drew? The scout shrugged. Movin' fast. Your rumors probably know as much as I do. They plant him half a dozen places at once. He might be in any one of them or 50 miles away, that's how Morgan rides. But you're goin' to join him, and you'll take me with you, won't you, Drew? The lightness was gone from the older boy's eyes, his mouth set in controlled anger. I am not goin' to do anything of the kind, Boyd Barrett. He spoke the words slowly, in an even tone, with a fraction of pause between each. Men of the command had once or twice heard young Rennie speak that way. Although difficult to know well, he had the general reputation of being easy to get along with. But a few times he had erupted into action as might a spring uncoiling from tight pressure, and that action was usually preceded by just such quiet statements as the one he had just made to Boyd. Boyd, however, was never one to be defeated in a first skirmish of wills. Why not, he demanded now. Because, Drew offered the first argument he could think of which might be acceptable to the other, I'm on scout in enemy-held territory. If I'm taken, it's not good. I have to ride light and fast, and this is duty I've been trained to do. So I can't afford to be hampered by a green kid. I can ride just as fast and hard as you can, Drew Rennie, and I have Whirlaway for my own now. He's certainly better than that nag. With an arrogant lift of the chin, Boyd indicated the roan, who had raised his head and was chewing rather noisily, regarding the two by the tree house with mild interest. Don't underrate Shawnee. For an instant Drew rose to the roan's defense and then found himself irritated at being so drawn from the main argument. And I wouldn't care if you had Grey Eagle, himself, under you, boy, I'm not taking you with me. Let us be snapped up by the Yankees, and you'd be in bigger trouble than I would. He gestured to his shirt and breeches. I'm in uniform, you ain't. No Blue Bellies could drop on us, Boyd pushed. I know where all the garrisons are round here, all about their patrols. I could get us through quicker'n you can, yourself. I ain't no green kid. Drew slapped the blanket down on Shawnee's back, smoothed it flat with a palm stroke, and jerked his saddle from the platform. He could not stay right here now that Boyd had smoked him out, maybe nowhere in the neighborhood with this excitable Boyd dogging him. The scout was driven to his second line of defense. What about Cousin Mary? He asked as he tightened the cinch. Have you talked this over with her, in Liston, I mean? Boyd's lower lip protruded in a child's pout. His eyes shifted away from Drew's direct gaze. She never said no. Did you ask her? Drew challenged. Did you ask your grandfather when you left? Boyd tried a counterattack. This time Drew's laughter was harsh, without humor. You know I didn't, and you also know why. But I didn't leave a mother. He was being purposefully brutal now, for a good reason. Sheldon had ridden away before, Boyd must not go now. In Drew's childhood, his father's cousin, Meredith Barrett, had been the only one who had really cared about him. His only escape from the cold bleakness of Red Springs had been Barrett's Oak Hill. There was a big debt he owed Cousin Mary, he could not add to it the burden of taking away her second son. Sure, he had been only a few months older than this boy when he had run away to war, but he had not left anyone behind who would worry about him. And Alexander Maddox's cold discipline had tempered his grandson into someone far more able to take hard knocks than Boyd Barrett might be for years to come. Drew had met those knocks, thick and fast, enduring them as the price of his freedom. You were mad at your grandfather, and you ran away. Well, I ain't mad at mother, but I ain't goin' to sit at home with General Morgan comin'. He needs men. They've been recruitin' for him on the quiet, you know they have. And I've got to make up for Sheldon. Drew swung around and caught Boyd's wrist in a grip tight enough to bring a reflex backward jerk from the boy. That's no way to make up for Sheldon's death runnin' away from home to fight. Don't give me any nonsense about goin' to kill Yankees because they killed him. When a man goes to war, well, he takes his chances. Shelley did at Chickamauga. War ain't a private fight, just one man up against another. But he was making no impression, he couldn't. At Boyd's age you could not imagine death as coming to you, nor were you able to visualize the horrors of an ill-equipped field hospital. Any more than you could picture all the rest of it, the filth, hunger, cold, and boredom with now and then a flash of whirling horses and men clashing on some road or field, or the crazy stampede of other men, yelling their throats raw as they charged into a hell of mini-balls and canister shot. I'm goin' to ride with General Morgan, like Shelley did, Boyd repeated doggedly, with that stubbornness which seasons ago had kept him eternally tagging his impatient elders. That's up to you. Suddenly Drew was tired of trying to find words to pierce to Boyd's thinking brain, if one had a thinking brain at his age. Slinging his carbine, Drew mounted Shawnee. But I do know one thing, you're not goin' with me. Drew, just listen once. Shawnee answered to the pressure of his rider's knees and leaped the brook. Drew bowed his head to escape the lash of a low branch. There was no going back ever, he thought bitterly, shutting his ears to Boyd's cry. He'd been a fool to ride this way at all. 2. Guns in the night. There were sounds enough in the middle of the night to tell the initiated that a troop was on the march, creak of saddle leather, click of shod hoof. Now and then the smothered exclamation of a man shaken out of a cavalryman's mounted doze. To Drew's trained ears all this was loud enough to send any Union picket calling out the guard. Yet there was no indication that the enemy ahead was alert. Near 2 o'clock he made it, and the advance were walking their horses into the fringe of Lexington. This was homecoming for a good many of the men sagging in the saddles. Morgan's old magic was working again. Escaping from the Ohio prison, he had managed to gather up the remnants of a badly shattered command, weld them together, and lead them up from Georgia to their old fighting fields, the country which they considered rightfully theirs and in which during other years they had piled one humiliating defeat for the blue coats on another. General Morgan could not lose in Kentucky. And they already had one minor victory to taste sweet. Mount Sterling had fallen into their hold as easily as it had before. Now Lexington, with the horses they needed, friends and families waiting to greet them. Captain Tom Quirk's Irish brogue, unmistakable even in a half-whisper, came out of the dark. Pull up, boys. Drew came to a halt with his flanking scout. There was a faint drum of hoofs from behind as 3 horsemen caught up with the first wave of Quirk's scouts. Taking the flag in, Drew caught a snatch of sentence passed between the leader of the newcomers and his own officer. He recognized the voice of John Castleman, his former company commander. Worth a try, that was Quirk. But when the 3 had cantered on into the mouth of the street the scout captain turned his head to the waiting shadows. Rennie, Bruce, Croxton, give them cover. Drew sent Shawnee on, his carbine resting ready across his saddle. The streets were quiet enough, too quiet. These dark houses showed no signs of life, but surely the Yankees were not so confident that they would not have any pickets posted. And Fort Clay had its garrison. Then that ominous silence was broken by Castleman's call, bearer of flag of truce. Morgan's men. A woman called from a window up ahead, her voice so low-pitched Drew heard only a word or two. Castleman answered her before he gave the warning. Battery down the street, boys. Take to the sidewalks. A lantern bobbed along in their direction. Drew had a glimpse of a blue uniformed arm above it. A moment later Castleman rode back. One of his companions swerved close by, and Drew recognized Key Morgan, the general's brother. They say, no surrender. Perhaps that was what they said. But the skirmishers were now drifting into town. Orders snapped from man to man through the dark. The crackle of small arms fire came sporadically, to be followed by the heavier boom-boom as cannon balls from Fort Clay ricocheted through the streets, the Yankees being forced back into the protection of that stronghold. Riders threaded through alleys and cross streets, lamps flared up in house windows. There was a pounding on doors, and shouted greetings. Fire made a splash of angry color at the depot, to be answered with similar blazes at the warehouses. Spur up those crowbaits of yours, boys. Quirk rounded up the scouts. We're out for horses, only the best, remember that. Out of the now aroused Lexington just as daylight was gray overhead, they were on the road to Ashland. If Red Springs might have proved poor picking, John Clay's stables did not. One sleek thoroughbred after another was led from the stalls while Quirk fairly purred. Skedaddle. Would you believe it? Here's Skedaddle, himself, just aching to show heels to the blue bellies, ain't you? He greeted the great racer. Now that's the sort of stuff we need. Give us another chase across the Ohio clean up to Canada with a few like him under us. Sweep 'em clean and get going. The general wants to see the catch before noon. Drew watched the mounts being led down the lane. Beautiful, yes, but to his mind not one of them was the equal of the gray colt he had seen at Red Springs. Now that was a horse. And he was not tempted now to strip his saddle off Shawnee and transfer to any one of the princes of equine blood passing him by. He knew the roan, and Shawnee knew his job. Knows more about the work than I do sometimes, Drew thought. You, Rennie. Drew swung Shawnee to the left as Quirk hailed him. Take point out on the road. Just like some stubborn Yankee to try and cut away a nice little catch like this. Yes, sir. Drew merely sketched a salute, discipline was always free and easy in the Scouts. The day was warm. He was glad he had managed to find a lightweight shirt back at the warehouse in town. If they didn't win Lexington to keep, at least all of the raiders were going to ride out well mounted, with boots on their feet and whole clothing on their backs. The Union quartermasters did just fine by Morgan's boys, as always. Shawnee's ears went forward alertly, but Drew did not need that signal of someone's approaching. He backed into the shadow shade of a tree and sat tense, with Colt in hand. A horse nickered. There was the whir of wheels. Drew edged Shawnee out of cover and then quickly holstered his weapon, riding out to bring to a halt the carriage horse between the shafts of an English dogcart. He pulled off his dust-grayed hat. Good mornin', Aunt Mariana. Such a polite greeting, the same words he would have used 3 years ago had they met in the hall of Red Springs on their way to breakfast. He wanted to laugh, or was it really laughter which lumped in his throat? Her momentary expression of outrage faded as she leaned forward to study his face, and she relaxed her first half-threatening grip on her whip. Though Aunt Mariana had never been a beauty, her present air of assurance and authority became her, just as the smart riding habit was better suited to her somewhat angular frame than the ruffles and bows of the drawing-room. Drew. Her recognition of his identity had come more slowly than Boyd's, and it sounded almost wary. At your service, ma'am. He found himself again using the graces of another way of life, far removed from his sweat-stained shirt and patched breeches. He shot a glance over his shoulder, making sure they were safely alone on that stretch of highway. After all, one horse among so many would be no great loss to his commander. "You'd better turn around. The boys'll have Lady Jane out of the shaft before you get into Lexington if you keep on. And the Yankees are still pepperin' the place with round shot." He wondered why she was driving without a groom, but did not quite dare to ask. "Drew, is Boyd here with you?" "Boyd? Don't be evasive with me, boy." She rapped that out with an officer's snap. "He left a note for Mary, 2 words misspelled and a big blot, all foolishness about joining Morgan. Said you had been to Red Springs, and he was going along. Why did you do it, Drew? Cousin Mary, after Sheldon, she can't lose Boyd, too. To put such a wild idea into that child's head." Drew's lips thinned into a half grimace. He was still cast in the role of culprit, it seemed. "I didn't influence Boyd to do anything, Aunt Mariana. I told him I wouldn't take him with me, and I meant it. If he ran away, it was his own doin'. She was still measuring him with that intent look as if he were a slightly unsatisfactory colt being put through his paces in the training paddock. "Then you'll help me get him back home?" That was more a statement than a question, delivered in a voice which was all matic, enough to awaken by the mere sound all the old resistance in him. He nodded at the Lexington road. "There are several thousand men ahead there, ma'am. Hunting Boyd out if he wants to hide from me, and he will, is impossible. He's big enough to pass a recruiter, they ain't too particular about age these days. And he'll stay just as far from me as he can until he is sworn in. He already knows how I feel about his enlistin'. Her gloved hands tightened on the reins. "If I could see John Morgan himself. If you could get to Lexington and find him. But Boyd's just a child. He hasn't the slightest idea of war except the stories he hears, no idea of what could happen to him, or what this means to Mary. All this criminal nonsense about being a soldier, sabers and spurs, and dashing around behind a flag, the wrong flag, too." She caught her breath in an unusual betrayal of emotion. And now she studied Drew with some deliberation, noting his thinness, itemizing his shabbiness. He smiled tiredly. "No, I ain't Boyd's idea of a returnin' hero, am I?" he agreed with her unspoken comment. "Also, we Rebs don't use sabers. They ain't worth much in a real skirmish." She flushed. "Drew, why did you go? Was it all because of Father? I know he made it hard for you. You know," Drew regarded a circling bird in the section of sky above her head, "someday I hope I'll discover just what kind of a no-account Hunt Rennie was, to make his son so unacceptable. Most of the Texans I've ridden with in the army haven't been so bad, some of them are downright respectable. I don't know." Again she flushed. "It was a long time ago when it all happened. I was just a little girl. And Father, well, he has very strong prejudices. But, Drew, for you to go against everything you've been taught, to turn rebel, that added to his bitterness. And now Boyd is trying to go the same way. Isn't there something you can do? I can't stand to see that look in Mary's eyes. If we can just get Boyd home again. Don't hope too much." Drew was certain that nothing Mariana Forbes could do was going to lead Boyd Barrett back home again. On the other hand, if the boy had not formally enlisted, perhaps the rigors of one of the general's usual cross-country scrambles might be disillusioning. But, having tasted the quality of Boyd's stubbornness in the past, Drew doubted that. For long months he had been able to cut right out of his life Red Springs and all it stood for, now it was trying to put reins on him again. He shifted his weight in the saddle. "He's been restless all spring," his aunt continued. "We might have known that, given an opportunity like this, the boy would do something wild. Only the waste, the sinful waste. I can't go back and face Mary without trying something, anything. Can't you, Drew?" "I don't know." He couldn't harden himself to tell her the truth. "I'll try," he promised vaguely. Drew, a change in tone brought his attention back to her. She looked disturbed, almost embarrassed. Have you had a hard time? You look so thin and tired. Is there anything you need? He flinched from any such attack on the shell he had built against the intrusion of Red Springs, for a second or two feeling once more the rasp across raw nerves. We don't get much time for sleep when the general's on the prod. Horse stealin' and such keeps us a mite busy, accordin' to your Yankee friends. And we have to pay our respects to them, just to keep them reminded that this is Morgan country. I'll warn you again, Aunt Mariana, keep Lady Jane out of Lexington today, if you want to keep her. He gathered up his reins. Boyd told me about grandfather, he added in a rush. I'm sorry. And he told himself, sorry for Aunt Mariana, who had to stay at Red Springs now, and even a little in an impersonal way for the old man, who must find inactivity a worse prison than any stone-walled room. But it was being polite about a stranger. Major Forbes, he's all right. Yes. Only, Drew, again the urgency in her voice held him against his will, Boyd. He was saved further evasion by a carrying whistle from down the road, the signal to pull in pickets. Pursing his own lips, he answered. I have to go. I'll do what I can. He set Shawnee pounding along the pike, and he did not look back. If he were ever to fulfill his promise to locate Boyd, that would have to come later. Quirk's horse catch delivered, the scouts were on the move again, on the Georgetown road, riding at a pace which suggested they must keep ahead of a boiling wasp's nest of Yankees. There was an embarrassment of bluecoat prisoners on the march between two lines of gray uniforms, and pockets of the enemy such as that at Fort Clay were left behind. The strike northward took on a feverish drive. Georgetown with its streets full of women and cheering males, too old or too young to be riding with the columns. Mid-afternoon, Friday, and the heat rising from the pavement as only June heat could. Then they reached the Frankfort Road, and the main command halted. The scouts ate in the saddle as they fanned out along the Frankfort Pike, pushing toward Cynthiana. Sam Croxton strode back from filling his canteen at a farmyard well and scowled at Drew, who had dismounted and loosened cinch to cool Shawnee's back. Cynthiana, now. I'm beginning to wonder, Rennie, if we know just which way we are going. Drew shrugged. Might be a warm reception waitin' us there. Drake figures about 500 Yankees on the spot, and trains comin' in with more all the time. Sighing, Croxton rubbed his hand across his freckled face, smearing road dust and sweat into a gritty mask. Me, I could do with 4 or 5 hours sleep, right down here in the road. Always provident, no blue-bellied trot along to stir me up. Seems like I ain't had a 10-minute straight nap since we joined up with the main column. Scoutin' ahead a couple weeks ago you could at least fill your belly and rest up at some farm. Them boys pushin' the prisoners back there sure has it tough. Bet some of 'em been eatin' dust most all day. Be glad you're not ridin' in one of the wagons nursin' a hole in your middle. Drew wet his handkerchief, or the sad gray rag which served that purpose, and carefully washed out Shawnee's nostrils, rubbing the horse gently down the nose and around his pricked ears. Croxton spat and a splotch of brown tobacco juice pocked the roadside gravel. Now ain't you cheerful, he observed. No, I've no hole in my middle, or my top, or my bottom, and I don't want none, neither. All I want is about an hour's sleep without Quirk or Drake breathin' down my back wantin' to know why I'm playin' wagon dog. The which I ain't gonna have very soon by the looks of it. So. He mounted, spat again with accuracy enough to stun a grasshopper off a nodding weed top, which feat seemed to restore a measure of his usual good nature. Got him. You comin', Rennie. The hours of Friday afternoon, evening, night, crawled by, leadenly, as far as the men in the straggling column were concerned. That dash which had carried them through from the Virginia border, through the old-time whirling attack on Mount Sterling only days earlier, and which had brought them into and beyond Lexington, was seeping from tired men who slept in the saddle or fell out, too drugged with fatigue to know that they slumped down along country fences, unconscious gifts for the enemy doggedly drawing in from three sides. There was the corps of veterans who had seen this before, been a part of such punishing riding in Illinois, Ohio, and Kentucky. The signs could be read, and as Drew spurred along that faltering line of march late that night, carrying a message, he felt a creeping chill which was not born of the night wind or a warning of swamp fever. Before daylight there was another halt. He had to let Shawnee pick his own careful path around and through groups of dismounted men sleeping with their weapons still belted on, their mounts, heads drooping, standing sentinel. Saturday's dawn, and the advance had plowed ahead to the forks of the road some 3 miles out of Cynthiana. One brigade moved directly toward the town. The second, with a detachment of scouts, headed down the right-hand road to cross the Licking River and move in upon the enemy's rear. From the hill they could sight a stone fence barricade glistening with the metal of waiting musket barrels. Then, suddenly, the old miracle came. Men who had clung through the hours to their saddles by sheer willpower alone, tightened their lines and were alertly alive. The ear-stinging, throat-scratching yell screeched high over the pound of the artillery, the vicious spat of Minié-balls. A whip-length of dusty gray-brown lashed forward, flanking the stone barrier. Blue-coated men wavered, broke, ran for the bridge, heading into the streets of the town. The gray lash curled around a handful of laggards and swept them into captivity. Then the brigade thundered on, driving the enemy back before they could reform, until the Yankees holed up in the courthouse, the depot, a handful of houses. Before 8 o'clock it was all over, and the confidence of the weary raiders was back. They had showed M. Drew had the usual mixture of sharp scenes to remember as his small portion of the engagement while he spurred Shawnee on past the blaze which was spreading through the center of the town. Licking out for more buildings, no one seemed to have the organization nor the will to save. He was riding with the advance of Giltner's brigade, double-quicking it downriver to Keller's Bridge. In town the Yankees were prisoners, but here a long line, with heavy reserves in wedges of blue behind, strung out across open fields. Once more the yell arose in sharp ululating wails, and the ragged line swept from the road, tightening into a semblance of the saber blades Morgan's men disdained to use, clashed. Then, after what seemed like only a moment's jarring pause, it was on the move once more while before it crumpled motes of blue were carried down the slope to the riverbank, there to steady and stand fast. Drew's throat was aching and dry, but he was still croaking hoarsely, hardly feeling the slam of his Colt's recoils. They were up to that blue line, firing at deadly point-blank range. And part of him wondered how any men could still keep their feet and face back to such an assault with ready muskets. By his side a man skipped as might a marcher trying to catch step, then folded up, sliding limply to the trampled grass. Men were flinging up hands holding empty cartridge boxes along the attacking line, too many of them. Others reversed the empty carbines, to use them in clubbing duels back and forth. The Union troops fell back, firing still, making their way into the railroad cut. Now the river was a part defense for them. Bayonets caught the sunlight in angry flashing, and they bristled. "You! Rennie!" Drew lurched back under the clutch of a frantic hand belonging to an officer he knew. "Get back to the horse lines. Bring up the holders' ammunition, on the double." Drew ran, panting, his boots slipping and scraping on the grass as he dodged around prone men who still moved, or others who lay only too still. A horse reared, snorted, and was pulled down to 4 feet again. Ammunition. Drew got the word out as a squawk, grabbing at the boxes the waiting men were already tossing to him. Then, through the haze which had been riding his mind since the battle began, he caught a clear sight of the 5th man there. And there was no disguising the blonde hair of the boy so eagerly watching the struggle below. Drew had found Boyd, at a time he could do nothing about it. With his arms full, the scout turned to race down the slope again, only to sight the white flag waving from the railroad cut. More prisoners to be marched along, joining the other dispirited ranks. Drew heard one worried comment from an officer: they would soon have more prisoners than guards. He went back, trying to locate Boyd, but to no purpose. And the rest of the day was more confusion, heat, never-ending weariness, and always the sense of there being so little time. Rumors raced along the lines, 5,000, 10,000 blue bellies on the march, drawing in from every garrison in the blue grass. And those who had been hunted along the Ohio roads a year before were haunted by that old memory of disaster. Once more they made their way through the streets of Cynthiana, where the acrid smoke of burning caught at throats, adding to the torturous thirst which dried a man's mouth when he tore cartridge paper with his teeth. Drew and Croxton took sketchy orders from Captain Quirk, their eyes red-rimmed with fatigue above their powder-blackened lips and chins. Fan out, be eyes and ears for the column moving into the Paris Pike. Croxton's grin had no humor in it as they turned aside into a field to make better time away from the cluttered highway. Looks like the butter's spread a mite thin on the bread this time, he commented. But the general's sure playin' it like he has all the aces in hand. Which way to sniff out a Yankee? I'd say any point of the compass now. Listen. Sam's hand went up. Those ain't any guns of ours. The rumble was distant, but Drew believed Croxton was right. Through the dark, guns were moving up. The wasps were closing in on the disturbers of their nest, and every one of them carried a healthy stinger. He thought of what he had seen today, too many empty cartridge boxes, Enfield rifles still carried by men who would not, in spite of orders, discard them for the Yankee guns with ammunition to spare. Empty guns, worn-out men, weary horses. And Yankee guns moving confidently up through the night. Free, on the run. They're comin'. Looks like the whole country's sproutin' Yankees out of the ground. They were, a dull dark mass at first and then an arc of one ominous color advancing in a fast, purposeful drive, already overrunning the pickets with only a lone shot here and there in defiance. They rode up confidently, dismounted, and charged, to be thrown back once. But there were too many of them, and they moved with the precision of men who knew what was to be done and that they could do it. Confederates were trapped before they could reach their horses, there was a wild whirling scramble of a fight flowing backward toward the river. Men with empty guns turned those guns into clubs, fighting to hold the center. But the enemy had already cut them off from the Augusta Road and the bridge, and the river was at their backs. Water boiled under a lead rain. Drew saw an opening between two Union troopers. Flattening himself as best he could on Shawnee's back, he gave the roan the spur. What good could be accomplished by the message he carried now, to bring up half the horse holders as reinforcements, was a question. However, he was never to deliver that message, for the horse lines had been stampeded by the first wave of flying men. Here and there a holder or two still tried to control at least one wild horse of the four he was responsible for, but there were no reserves for the fighting line. And, Drew glanced back, no battle to lead them into if there were. Men and horses were struggling, dying in the river. The bridge, he gaped at the horror of that bridge, horses down, kicking and dying, barring an escape route to their riders. And the blue coats everywhere. Like a stallion about to attack, Shawnee screamed suddenly and reared, his front hoofs beating the air. A spurting red stream fountained from his neck, an artery had been hit. Drew set teeth in lip, and plugged that bubbling hole with his thumb. Shawnee was dying, but he was still on his feet, and he could be headed away from the carnage in that water. Drew, his face sick and white, turned the horse toward the railroad tracks. Drew! Croxton! No, but somehow Drew was not surprised to see Boyd trying to keep his feet, being dragged along by two plunging horses, their eyes white-rimmed with terror. The only wonder was that the scout had heard that call through the din of screaming and shouting, the wild neighs of the horses, and the continual crackle of small arms fire. Mount! Mount and ride! He mouthed the order, not daring to pull up Shawnee, already past Boyd and his horses. The roan's hoofs spurned gravel from the track line now. And Boyd drew level with him and mounted one of the horses, continuing to lead the other. There was a cattle guard ahead to afford some protection from the storm churning along the river. Where? Boyd called. Drew, his thumb still planted in the hole which was becoming Shawnee's death, nodded to the guard. They made it, and Drew kneed the roan closer to the extra horse Boyd led, slinging his saddlebags across to the other mount. Then he dismounted, releasing his hold on the roan's wound. For the second time Shawnee cried, but this time it was no warrior's protest against death, it was the nicker of a question. The answering shot from Drew's Colt was lost in the battle din. He was upon the other horse before Shawnee had stopped breathing. "Come on!" Drew's voice was strident as he spurred, hurting Boyd before him. 2 of them, then 3, 4, as they came out on the bank of a mill pond. Across that stretch of water there was safety, or at least the illusion of safety. "Drew!" For the second time he was hailed. It was Sam Croxton, holding on to the saddle horn with both hands, a stream of red running from a patch of blood-soaked hair over one ear. He swayed, his eyes wide open as those of the frightened horses, but fastened now on Drew as if the other were the one stable thing in a mad world. "Can you stick on?" Drew leaned across to catch the reins the other had dropped. A small spark of understanding awoke in those wide eyes. "I'll stick," the words came thickly. "I ain't gonna rot in that damned prison again, never." Boyd, on his other side. "We'll try gettin' him across together." "Yes, Drew." Boyd's voice sounded unsteady, but he did not hesitate to bring his own mount in on Croxton's right. "You'd best let me take that Thea jump first, soldier." The stranger sent his horse in ahead of Drew's. "It don't necessarily foller that because that's water a man can just naturally get hisself across in one piece. I'll give it a try quicker and you can spit and holler howdy." As if he were one with the raw-boned bay he best rode, he jumped his mount into the waiting pond. Still threshing about in the welter of flying water, he glanced back and raised a hand in a come-ahead signal. "Bottom's a mite missin', but the drop ain't so much. Better make it for them fast-shootin' hombres back Thea come a talkin' you." Though they did not move in the same reckless fashion as their guide, somehow they got across the pond and emerged dripping on the other side. The determination which had made Croxton try the escape, seemed to fade as they rode on. He continued to hold to the horn, but he slumped further over in a bundle of misery. Their pond guide took Boyd's station to the right, surveying the half-conscious man critically. "This heroin around ain't gonna do that scalpin' job no good," he announced. "He can't ride far, less he gets him a spell of restin', maybe has a medicine man look at that knock." Croxton roused. "I stickin', I ride." He even got a measure of firmness into his tone. "I don't go to no Yankee prison." He tried to reach for the reins, but Drew kept them firmly to hand. There was a shot behind them, 3 or 4 more fugitives plunged down to the mill pond, and the last one in line fired back at some yet unseen pursuer. "Then we get." But across Croxton's bowed shoulders the other shook his head warningly at Drew. He was young and as whipcord thin and tough as most of those overweary men from the badgered and now broken command, but he was not tense. Riding rather with the easy adjustment to the quickened pace of a man more at home in the saddle than on foot. His weather-browned face was seamed with a scar which ran from left temple to the corner of his mouth, and his hair was a ragged, unkempt mop of brown-red which tossed free as he rode, since he was hatless. With Croxton boxed between them, Drew and the stranger matched pace at what was a lope rather than a gallop as Boyd ranged ahead. Another flurry of shots sounded from behind, and they cut across a field, making for the doubtful cover of a hedge. There was no way, Drew decided after a quick survey, for them to get back into town and join the general retreat. The Yankees must be well between them and any of the force across the Licking. When they had pushed through the hedge they were faced by a lane running in the general northwest direction. It provided better footing, and it led away from the chaos at Cynthiana. With Croxton on their hands it was the best they could hope for, and without more than an exchange of glances they turned into it, the wounded man's horse still between them. The cover of the hedge wall provided some satisfaction and Drew dared to slow their pace. Under his tan Sam was greenish-white, his eyes half closed, and he rode with his hands clamped about the saddle horn as if his grip upon that meant the difference between life and death. But Drew knew he could not hope to keep on much longer. There might be Confederate sympathizers in the next farmhouse who would be willing to take in the wounded scout. On the other hand, the inhabitants could just as well be Union people. It was obvious that Sam could not keep going, and it was just as obvious to Drew that they, or at least he, could not just ride on and leave him untended by the side of the road. Boyd. So summoned, the youngster reined in to wait for them. You ride on. You, too. Drew addressed the stranger. Boyd shook his head, though he glanced at the winding road ahead. I ain't leavin' you. His lip was sticking out in that stubborn pout. At that moment Drew could have lashed out at him and enjoyed it, or at least found a satisfaction in passing on some of his own exasperation and frustration. We got a far piece to travel, commented the stranger. And I guess I'll string along with you, Les, of course, this here is a closed game and you ain't sellin' any chips cross the table. Me, I'm up from Texas way, Anson. Once Kirby, if you want a brand for the tally book. And most all a Yankee's good for anyway is to be shucked of his boots. He freed one foot momentarily from the stirrup and surveyed a piece of very new and shiny footwear with open admiration. It was provided with a highly ornate silver spur, not military issue but Mexican work, Drew guessed. You from Gano's company? The scout asked. Kirby nodded. Nowadays, but it was Terry's Rangers, for I stopped me a saber with this here tough old head of mine and was removed for a while. That Yankee almost fixed me so own folks wouldn't know me from a fresh-skinned buffalo, not that I got me any folks anymore. He grinned and that expression was a baring of teeth like a wolf's uninhibited snarl. You one of Quirk's rough-string scout boys, ain't you? We sure raised hell and put a chunk under it back Thea. Them Yankees are gonna be as techy as teased rattlers. And I don't see as how we can belly through the brush with this here hombre. He's got him a middle full of guts to stick it this far. Long bout now he must have him a horse-size headache. Crockston swayed and only Drew's crowding their horses together kept the now unconscious scout from falling into the road dust. Kirby steadied the limp body from the other side. Keep pullin' him round this way, amigo, and he'll be planted permanent, all neat and pretty with a board up at his head. There's a house, back there. Boyd pointed to the right, where a narrow lane angled away from their road, a small house to be seen at its end. Drew, Crockston's weight resting against his shoulder, studied the house. The distant crackle of carbine fire rippled across the fields and came as a rumble of warning. It was plain that Crockston could not ride on, not at the pace they would have to maintain in order to outdistance pursuit. Nor could he be left to shift for himself. To visit the house might be putting them straight into some Yankee's pocket, but it was the only solution open now. Hey, those mules! Boyd had already ventured several horse lengths down the lane. Now he jerked a forefinger at two animals, heads up, ears pointed suspiciously forward, that were approaching the fence at a rocking canter. Those are Jim Dandy's. You remember Jim Dandy, Drew? Jim Dandy, the other echoed. And then he did recall the little Englishman who had been a part of the Lexington horse country since long before the war. Jim Dandy had been one of the most skillful jockeys ever seen in the blue grass, until he took a bad spill back in '59 and thereafter set himself up as a consultant trainer vet to the comfort of any stable with a hankering to win racing glory. To a man like Jim Dandy politics or war might not be all important. And the fact that he had known the households of both Oak Hill and Red Springs could count for a better reception now. At least they could try. No use you gettin' into anything, Drew told the Texan. You and Boyd go on. I'll take Crockston in and see if they'll take care of him. Kirby looked back down the road. Don't see no hostile sign here, Bouts, he drawled. Guess we can spare us some time to bed him down proper on right range. Maybe so you'll find them in Thea as leery of strangers as a rustler of the sheriff. The Texan's references might be obscure, but he helped Drew transfer Croxton from the precarious balance in the wounded man's own saddle to Drew's hold. And then rode at a walking pace beside the scout while Boyd trailed with the led horse. There was a pounding of hoofs on the road behind. A half-dozen riders went by the mouth of the land at a distance-eating gallop. In spite of the dust which layered them, Drew saw they were not Union. "Them boys keep that gait up," Kirby remarked, "and they ain't gonna make it far, for their tongues hang out 'bout 3 feet and 40 inches. That ain't no way to waste good hoss flesh." "Got a good hold on him?" he asked Drew a moment later. At the other's nod he rode forward into the yard at the end of the lane. "Hello, the house," he called. A man came out of the stable, walking with a kind of hop-skip step. His blond head was bare, silver fair in contrast to Boyd's corn yellow, and his features were thin and sharp. It was Jim Dandy, himself. "What's all this now?" he asked in that high voice Drew had last heard discussing the virtues of rival horse liniments at Red Springs. And he did not look particularly welcoming. "Mr. Dandy," Drew walked his horse on, Croxton sagging in his hold, his weight a heavy pull on his bearer's tired arms. "Do you remember me?" "Drew Rennie, of Red Springs." He added that quickly for what small guarantee of respectability the identification might give. Certainly in his present guise he did not look Alexander Maddox's grandson. Dandy rested his weight on his good leg and swung his shorter one a little ahead. And his hand went to the loose front of his white shirt. "Now that's a right unfriendly move, Sue. I take it right unfriendly to show hardware, for you know the paint on our faces." The smaller man's hand fell away from his concealed weapon. But Kirby did not reholster the Colt which had appeared through some feat of lightning movement in his grip. "You're not going to take my horses." Even if there was no gun in Dandy's hand, his voice stated a fact they could not doubt he meant. "Nobody's talkin' hosses," the Texan answered. "This hea soldier's got him a mighty sore head, and he needs some fixin'. We ain't too popular round hea right now, and he can't ride. So." Boyd pushed up. "Mr. Dandy, you know me, Boyd Barrett. And this is Drew Rennie. We have Yankees after us. And you never said you were Union." Dandy shrugged. "No matter to me what you wear, blue, gray, you're all a bunch of horse thieves, like as not. You, Mr. Boyd, what you doing riding with these here rebs? And what's the matter with that man? Got him a lick on the head, eh?" "Well," he crossed with his lurching walk to stand by Drew, studying the now unconscious Croxton, "all right." His voice was angry, as if he were being pushed along a path he disliked. "Get him into the stable. I ain't yet took sides in this here bloody war, and I ain't going to now. But the man's hurt. Unload him and don't tell me what he's been doing back there to get him that knock. I don't want to know." He led the way into the stable, and moments later Croxton was as easy as they could make him on an improvised bed of straw and clean horse blankets. Dandy turned to them with Croxton's gun belt swinging free in his hand, still weighted down with 2 revolvers. "You want these?" Drew glanced at his 2 companions. His own carbine was gone. He had dropped it at the verge of the mill pond when he had taken charge of Croxton. Boyd was without any weapons, and Kirby had only side arms. Drew started to reach for the belt and then shook his head. If Sam was able to ride soon, he would need those. And the rest of them could take their chances at getting more arms. Boyd opened his mouth as if to protest, but he did not say anything as Drew refused the Colts. "You keep M for him." The ex-jockey nodded. "Better be riding on, Mr. Rennie. They'll come looking, and I don't fancy having any fight here. With luck we'll get your friend on his feet all right and tight, and he can slip south when the dust is down a bit. But you'd better keep ahead of what can come down the pike now." Kirby moved, the spurs jangling musically on his boots. "I've been thinkin' 'bout that Thea road," he announced. "Any other trail outta here we can take?" "Cross the pasture," Dandy directed with a thumb, "then a cornfield, and you'll hit the pike again. Cuts off about a mile. That sounds right, invitin. The Texan led the way back to the yard and their waiting mounts. Obliged to you, Sue. Now, he spoke to Drew, I'd say it's time to raise some dust. Ain't far to sundown, and we oughta get some countryside between us and them Rips Norton javelinas. Javelinas? Drew heard Boyd repeat inquiringly. Kid, the Texan reined his bay, there is some mean things in this here world. Thea is Comanches and Apaches, and a longhorn cow with a calf hid out in a thicket, and a rattler, what's feelin' lowdown in his mind. And Thea's javelinas, the wild boars of the Rio country. Then Thea's men would have had to ride fast on a day as hot as this, swallerin' dust and thinkin' what they're gonna do when they catch up to them as they're chasin'. And those men reef bout as mean as the boars. Drew lifted his hand to Jim Dandy and followed the other two through the pasture gate. Now he grinned. You sound like one speakin' from experience, of bein' chased, that is. Kirby chuckled. I'm just a poor little Texas boy, Sue. Course we do a bit of fast ridin'. Mostly though I've been on the other end, doin' the chasin'. And I know how it feels to eat dust and get a mite riled doin' it. I'd say we could maybe help ourselves a bit though. How? Boyd asked eagerly. You, Drew rounded on him, can cut cross-country and get home. There was nothing in Boyd's clothing or equipment to suggest that he had been a part of the now scattered raiders. If the Yankees stop you, Drew continued, you can spin them a tale about riding out to see the fight. And Major Forbes's name ought to help. Boyd's scowl was a black cloud on his grimy young face. I'm one of General Morgan's men. Only a fool, remarked Kirby, stops to argue with a mule, a skunk, a cook, or a boy what's run away to join the army. You figurin' to take this kid home personal? You'll have to tie me to a horse to do it. Boyd flared up. No thanks for your help. Drew frowned at Kirby, then turned to Boyd again. No, I can't take you back now. But I'll see that you do go back. Boyd laughed, high, with a reckless note. I'm comin' along. As I was sayin', Kirby returned to his half-suggestion of moments before, we can see 'bout helpin' ourselves. Them Yankees are mighty particular 'bout their rigs, they carry 'nough to outfit a squad right on one trooper. Drew had already caught on. Stage an ambush? Well, now, let's see. Kirby looked down at his own gear, then critically inspected Drew and Boyd in turn. We could do with carbines. Them blue bellies had them some right pretty-lookin' hardware, leastways them back by the river did. And I don't see no ration bags on them Thea hosses you two are ridin'. Yes, we could do with grub, and rifle guns, maybe some blue coats. Say as how we was wearin' them we could ride up to some farm all polite and nice and maybe get asked in to rest a spell and fill up on real fancy eats. I 'member back on the Ohio raid we came into this here farm. Wasn't nobody round the place at all. We sashayed into the kitchen and Thea, just sittin' easy like and waitin' right on the table, was 2 or 3 pies. Ain't had me a taste since as good as them Thea pies. But maybe with a blue coat on us we could do as well here, bouts. There was merit in the Texan's suggestion. Drew, from past experience, knew that. His only hesitation was Boyd. The youngster was right. Short of subduing him physically and taking him back tied to his saddle through the spreading Union web, Drew had no chance of returning Boyd to Oak Hill. But to lead him into the chancy sort of deal Kirby had outlined was entirely too dangerous. You mean, we hold up some Yankees and just take their uniforms and carbines and things? It was already too late. Boyd had seized upon what must have seemed to him an idea right out of the dashing kind of war he had been imagining all these past weeks. It has been done, kid, the Texan affirmed. Course we got to find us 2 or 3 poor little maverick blue bellies lost out of the herd like. Then we cut M away from the trail and reason with M. That ought to be easy. Boyd's enthusiasm was at the boiling point. The Yankees are all cowards. Kirby straightened in his saddle, the lazy good humor gone from his face. Kid, don't get so lippy about what you ain't rightly learned yet. Yankees can fight, they can fight good. You saw them do that today. And don't you ever forget it. Boyd was disconcerted, but he clung doggedly to his belief. One of Morgan's men can take on 5 Yankees. Drew laughed dryly. You saw that happen just this morning, Boyd. And what happened? We ran. They fight just as hard and as long, and most of them just as tough as we do. And don't ever think that the man fasten you across a gun is any less than you are, maybe he's a little better. Keep that in mind. Yes, you read the aces and queens in your hand, for you spreads your money out reckless-like, Kirby agreed. So, if we find the right setup, we move, but... Drew swung up one hand in the horseman's signal of warning. Something, or someone, is on the move, ahead there, he warned. 4. The 11th Ohio Cavalry. They had worked their way around the edge of the cornfield, and now they could look out on a hard-surfaced road which must be the pike. Riding along that in good order were a company of men, 30, Drew counted. And 4 of those had extra horses on leading reins. He also saw 10 carbines, and the owners of those were alert. Stand where you are. The slight man leading that skeleton troop posted ahead. His shell jacket had the 3 yellow bars of a captain on its standing collar, and Drew saluted. This was the first group of fugitives he had seen who were more than frightened men running their horses and themselves into exhaustion. Rennie, Private, Quirk Scouts, Drew reported himself. Kirby's salute was delivered with less snap but as promptly. Kirby, Private, Ganos. Captain William Campbell, the officer identified himself crisply. Any more of you? He looked to Boyd and then at the cornfield beyond. Barrett's a volunteer, Drew explained. This was no time to clarify Boyd's exact status. There are just the 3 of us. You headin' somewhere special, Captain? The Texan asked. Or just travelin' for your continued health? Campbell laughed. You might call it that, Kirby. But if we stick together, I think all of us may stay healthy. Kirby turned his horse into the pike. Sounds like a good argument to me, Sue. You have any idea we are, or we could be headin'? Northwest is the best I can say. If we strike far enough to the west, we may be able to flank the troops spread out to keep us away from the river. Best plan for now, anyway. And the more men we can pick up, the better. Scattered some, ain't we? Kirby assented. You give the orders, Captain, Sue. We ain't licked complete yet. There was a low growl arising from the company on the pike as the Texan's comment reached them. They might have run and gone on running most of that long day, but they were no longer running. They were moving in reasonable order and to some purpose, with a direction in view and a form of organization, no matter how patched together they were. Campbell spoke directly to Drew. You know anything about this section of the country? Some, but it's been almost 3 years since I was here. I know nothing about any Union garrison. Those we'll have to worry about as they come. But you ride advance for us now. Send in any stragglers you come across. The night is almost here, and that's in our favor. So Drew and Kirby, with Boyd trailing, ranged ahead of the small troop. And pick up more stragglers they did, some 20 men in the last hour before twilight closed down. I'm hungry, Boyd said, approaching Drew. There are farms around. Why can't we get something to eat? Here. Drew fumbled in the saddlebags he had transferred from Shawnee to this new mount back by the river. He handed over a piece of hardtack, flinty surfaced and about as appetizing as a stone. That's the best you'll get for a while. Boyd stared at it in dismay. You can't eat a thing like this. It's a piece of rock. Indignantly he hurled it away. You get down and pick that up. Now. Boyd, flushed and hot-eyed, gazed at Drew for a long moment. The flush faded and he moved uneasily in his saddle, but not out of the range of Drew's attention. At length, unhappily, he dismounted and went to pick the grey-white chunk out of a weed tangle. Holding it gingerly, he came back to his horse. "If you don't want it, give." Drew held out his hand. Boyd, realizing the other meant just what he said, fingered the hardtack and finally dropped it into that waiting palm. You eat hard and you sleep on the soft side of a board, if you're lucky enough to find a board. You ride till your seat is blistered and until you can sleep in the saddle. You drink mud green with scum if that's all you can find to drink, and you think it's mighty fine drinkin', too. This ain't. Drew's thoughts flitted back to his meeting with Aunt Mariana on the Lexington road, all saber wavin' and chargin' the enemy and playin' hero to the home folks. This is sweatin' and dirt on you and your clothes, goin' mighty hungry, and cold and wet, when it's the season for goin' cold and wet. It's talkin' a lot of the bad, with not much good. And if you don't cut off home now, you'll ride our way, keepin' your mouth shut and doin' as you're told. Boyd swallowed visibly. All right. But there was a firmness in that short answer which surprised Drew. The other sounded as if he meant it, as if he were swearing the oath of allegiance to the regiment. But could he take it? A few days on the run, and Boyd would probably quit. Maybe if they got into some town and the Yankees didn't smoke them out right away, Drew could send a telegram and Boyd would be collected. Drew tried to console himself with that thought all the time. Another part of him was certain that Boyd intended to prove he could stick through all the rigors Drew had just outlined for him. But in any event the boy's introduction to war was going to be as unromantic as anyone could want, short of being thrown cold and untrained into a major battle. They must be prepared for a bad time until they made it out of the Union lines and south again. The night closed down, dark and moonless, with a heaviness in the air which was oppressive. Campbell had to grant men and horses a breathing period. He put out pickets, leaving the rest of them to lie with their mounts saddled and to hand. Drew loosened the girth, stripped off saddle and blanket, and wiped down the sweaty back of his new mount. But he dared not leave the gelding free. So, against all good practice, he re-equipped the tired beast. No mount was going to be able to take that kind of treatment for long. They had a half-dozen spare horses, and undoubtedly they could trade worn-out mounts for fresh ones along the way. But such ceaseless use was cruel punishment, and no man wanted to inflict it. War was harder on horses than men. At least the men could take their chances and had a fraction of free will in the matter. Drew awoke at a tug of his sleeve, flailed out his arm, and struck home. Kirby laughed in the grey dawn. Now that Thea, kid, is no way to go round wakin' up a soldier. He may take you for a blue belly as has come crawlin' into his dreams. It's all right, amigo, just time to get on the prowl again. Feeling as if he had been beaten, Drew slowly got to his feet. Men were moving, falling into line. And one was arguing with Captain Campbell. It could work, Captain, the trooper urged. Ain't a lot of the boys wearin' Yankee truck they took out of the warehouses? Them what ain't can act like prisoners. Just say we're the 11th Ohio, they stationed near Bardstown and it would seem right, them ridin' down to take them some prisoners. The old man, he's got a rich farm and sets a powerful good table. Might even give us a right smart load of provisions into the bargain. It's worth a try, Sue. Rennie. So summoned, Drew reported to their new commander. Know anything about a Thomas McKeever livin' in this section? Drew's memory produced a picture of a round-faced, cheerful man who liked to play chess and admired Lucilla's pickled watermelon rind to the point of begging a crock of it every time he visited Red Springs. Yes, Sue. He's Union, got 2 sons with Colonel Wolford. Owns a big farm and raises prime mules. You know him personally? Yes, Sue. He's a friend of my grandfather, they used to visit back and forth a lot. Then he'd know you. Campbell's fingernails rasped through the stubble on his chin. So Rennie Hea could be one of our prisoners, Sue. That Thea might convince Mr. McKeever we's what we say, the trooper pressed his point. Could be. It's gospel truth we ain't goin' to get far with our bellies flat on our backbones. And it might work. Now, all of you men, listen. Campbell explained, gave orders, and put them through a small drill. A dozen men without any Union uniform loot to distinguish them were told to play the role of prisoners, the others exchanged and drew out of saddlebags pieces of blue clothing to make their appearance as the 11th Ohio. They ain't gonna expect too much. The trooper who had first urged the plan was optimistic. We can pass as close to militia. You hope. Kirby was in the prisoners section, and it was plain he did not relish a role which meant that he had to strip himself of weapons. He fixed his attention on the man to whom he must hand his Colts when the time came, keep right, longside, soldier. If I want to get those 6 guns, I want 'em fast and, I want 'em sure, not 'bout 10 yards away I can't get my hands on 'em. Their gnawing hunger drove them all into agreeing to the masquerade. Drew could not recall his last really full meal. Just thinking about food made a warm, sickish taste rise in his mouth. He brought out the hardtack which Boyd had so indignantly rejected the night before, and holding the chunk balanced on his saddle horn, wrapped it smartly with the butt of a revolver. It broke raggedly across, and then he was able to crack it again between his fingers. Here, he held out a 2-inch piece to Boyd, and this time there was no refusal. The younger boy's cheek showed a swollen puff as he sucked away at the fragment. Drew offered a bite to the Texan. Right neighborly, amigo, Kirby observed. "'Bout this time, I'm ready to exercise teeth on a stewed moccasin, Comanche at that, were anybody to ask me to sit down and reach for the pot." They rode on at a comfortable pace and for some reason met no other travelers on the pike. Drew found his new mount had no easy shuffle like Shawnee's. The gelding was a black with 3 white feet and a proudly held head, might even be Denmark stock, but for some reason he didn't relish moving in company. And, left without close enough supervision from his rider, he tended either to trot ahead or loiter until he was out of line. Drew was continually either reining him in or urging him on. "Kinda a raw one," Kirby commented critically. "He ain't no rockin' chair hoss, that's for sure. If I was you, I'd look round for somethin' better to slap tree on." Drew pulled rein for the 10th time, his exasperation growing. "I might do just that." Shawnee had been worth 50 of this temperamental-blooded hunter. "You take Tejano here. He's a rough-coated snorter, nothin' to make an hombre's eyes bug out, but he takes you way over yonder, and then he brings you back. Nothin' more you can ask." Drew agreed. "Lost my horse back at the river," he said briefly. This was a pickup. "Tough luck." Kirby was sincerely sympathetic. "Funny about you Kaintuck boys. Mostly you want a high-steppin' pacer with a chief's feathers sproutin' outta his head. They has to have oats and corn and be treated like they was glass. I'd ruther have me a range hoss. You can ride one of 'em from hell to breakfast, and maybe a mile or 2 beyond, and he never knows the difference. Work him hard all day, and maybe the next mornin', when you're set to fork leather again, he shows you a belly full of bed springs and you're unloaded for fair. A hoss like that has him wind and power to burn. You raised horses before the war." Kirby swallowed what must have been the last soggy crumb of hardtack. "Well, we had a mind to try that. MPA, he started him a spread down Pecos way. He had him a good stud quarter hoss, one of Steel Dust's git. Won 2 or 3 races, that stud did. Called him Kiowa. Pa made a deal with a Mex Mustanger, he got some prime stuff he caught in the panhandle. One mare, I remember, she was a natural pacer. Yeah, you might say as how we was gittin' a start at a first-rate string. Me and them brothers, we was breakin' some right pretty colts." His voice trailed into silence. Drew reined in the black again and asked another question. "What happened?" "The war." "What happened?" "Well, you might say as how Comanches happened. Me, I was trailin' long with this Mex Mustanger to learn some of his tricks. When I came back, Thea just warn't nothin' a man wants to remember after. Someday I'm gonna hunt me Comanches. Gonna learn me some tricks in this here war I can use in that business. There was no change in his expression. If anything, his drawl was a little softer and lazier, but the deadly promise in it reached Drew as clearly as if the other had burst out with the rebel yell. This is it. Captain Campbell rode back along their line. It was a larger company. They had gathered in more fugitives this morning and had no stragglers. All they lacked was adequate arms to present a rather formidable source of trouble behind the Union lines. We're going into the McKeever place. You men, remember, you're prisoners. Very reluctantly those in that unhappy roll unbuckled gun belts, passing their side arms over to their captors. There was a gravel drive branching out of the pike to their right with a grove of trees arching over it, so they rode into a restful green twilight out of the punishing sun. Fields rippled lushly beyond that border of trees. There was a cleanness, a contentment, a satisfaction about this place which was no part of them or any men who passed so, armed, restless, tearing apart just such peace as enfolded them here. They rode out of urgency when the gravel of that well-raked drive shifted under the hoofs of their mounts. "I'm sayin' one thing loud and clear," Kirby announced to those in his immediate vicinity as they neared a big brick house. "I may be playin' prisoner to you boys, but I ain't settlin' for no prisoners' rations. We all eat full plates in here, let that be understood from the start." Campbell laughed. "Noted, Kirby. We'll see that you desperate rebs get all that's comin' to you. Now that, Captain, is just what I'm afraid of. We get all that's comin', that sounds a right smart better. Company ahead, Captain." The trooper who had suggested this action, indicated a man walking down the drive to meet their cavalcade. "That's Mr. McKeever." Drew identified their host for Campbell. But the captain was already moving ahead to meet the older man. He touched fingers to Kepi, a neat blue kepi, in a smart salute. "Chivers, Captain, 11th Ohio, sir. We'd like to make our noon halt here if you'll grant permission." Thomas McKeever beamed. "No reason not, Sue. Take your men over in the orchard, Captain. We can add a little something to your rations. Glad, always glad to entertain our boys." His attention wandered to the score of prisoners in the center of the troop. "Prisoners, Captain. Some of Morgan's horse thieves." Campbell glanced back at the shabby exhibit. "You've heard the news, of course, sir. We smashed M proper over at Cynthiana." "You did? Now that's good hearin', Captain. It deserves a regular celebration." "It surely does. Morgan smashed. Was he taken too? Next time I trust they'll put him in something stronger than that jail you Ohio boys had him in last time. He's a slippery one." "Haven't heard about that, sir. But his men are pretty well scattered. These aren't going to trouble anyone for a while." McKeever nodded. "I've a stout barn you're welcome to use for a temporary lockup, Captain. Though I must say they don't display much spirit, do they? Look pretty well beat." Drew rubbed his hand across his face, hoping the grime there, a mixture of road dust, sweat, and powder blacking, was an effective disguise. No use recalling the old days for Mr. McKeever. Allowing his shoulders to slump dispiritedly as he was herded by his file guard, he rode sullenly on to the orchard. They stripped their saddles and allowed the horses freedom for the first time in hours, an act which was against prudence but which McKeever would expect of Union troops. Drew lay full length under the curving limbs of an apple tree, his head pillowed on saddlebags. "Now I wonder," Kirby dropped down, to sit with his back against the tree trunk, "why they always say a fella is dog-tired. A dog, he ain't got him much to do 'cept chase around on his own business. Soldier tired, now that's another matter. How 'bout it, kid? You ready to ride right out of here and chase General Grant clean back to Lake Erie?" Boyd had stretched out only a hand's length from Drew. There were dark smudges under his closed eyes, hardly to be told from the smears of dirt on his round cheeks, but there. He rolled his head on a hammock of grass and scowled at Kirby. "General Grant can," he added, a remark which surprised Drew into opening his eyes. Kirby shook his head reprovingly. "Now that ain't no way for a growin' boy to talk. And it sits on your tongue as easy as a fly on a mule's ear, too. What kinda company you been keepin', kid?" "Rennie, this here colt ain't got no reason to cram grammar into a remark that way." Drew stretched, folded his arms under his head, and answered, in a voice he tried to make as blighting as possible, "Thinks it makes him sound like a man, probably. He's finned in, out the army ain't quite what he expected." "You shut up." Boyd might have added something to that, but Drew had moved. He leaned over the youngster, his hand hard and heavy on Boyd's shoulder. And it was plain that, much as he wanted to, the other did not quite dare to move or shake off that grip. "I've had about enough," Drew said quietly. "The next town we hit you're goin' to stay there, until someone comes from back home to collect you. Nobody knows you're with us, and you can go back to Oak Hill without any trouble from Union troops." Boyd's eyes blazed. His mouth wasn't shaping a small boy's pout this time, it was an ugly line tight against his teeth. "I ain't goin' home. I said you can't make me, 'less you tie me on a horse and keep me tied all the way. And I don't think you can do that, Drew Rennie. I'd like to see you try it, I sure would." "He's got you on a standoff, I'd say," Kirby remarked. "My, ain't he the tough one though, horns sticking up and haired all over." "Gentlemen," he had glanced over their shoulder and was watching whatever was there, "company comin'. Mind your manners." Drew looked around. His hand clamped tighter on Boyd, keeping him pinned on his back. If he only had time. But there was no way of disguising the younger boy. And Thomas McKeever, strolling with Captain Campbell, had already sighted them, stopped short, and now was moving swiftly in their direction. Boyd Barrett. Drew had to release his hold and Boyd sat up, brushing bits of grass from his shirt sleeves even as he returned Mr. McKeever's stare with composure. "Yes, Sue." Boyd was on his feet now, making his manners with the speed of one harboring a guilty conscience. "What are you doing with this gang of cutthroats and banditti?" Mr. McKeever had an excellent voice to deliver such an inquiry. It could rattle the unaware into confusion, and sometimes even into quick confession, as he undoubtedly knew. "I'm with General Morgan, Mr. McKeever." Boyd did not appear too ruffled. "I refuse to believe that even that unprincipled ruffian is robbing cradles to fill up his ranks, depleted as they may be." Boyd reddened. "General Morgan ain't no unprincipled ruffian." "Yeah," Kirby drawled. As the other two, he had risen to his feet on the approach of the older man. "Them's pretty harsh words, Sue. Cutthroat now, I ain't never slit me a throat in all my born days. What about you, Rennie? You done any fancy work with a bowie lately?" Mr. McKeever favored the Texan with a passing frown, then his attention settled on Drew. "Rennie," he repeated, and then said the name again with the emphasis of one making a court identification. "Drew Rennie." "Yes, Sue." As Boyd had done, Drew answered to the indictment of being where he was and who he was. "I am most unhappy to see Alexander Maddox's grandson and Meredith Barrett's son in such company. Surely," he turned to Captain Campbell, "these boys are not your regular prisoners." Campbell shook his head gravely. "Unfortunately, sir, they are indeed troopers with Morgan. And, as such, they are subject to the rules of war governing prisoners." "That does not prevent my seeing what I can do for both of you," their host said quickly. "At least, Boyd, you are young enough to be released by the authorities. Be sure I shall do all I can to bring that about." As Boyd opened his mouth to protest, Drew spoke quickly. "Thank you, Sue. I know Cousin Mary will appreciate that." With a last assurance of his intention to help them, Mr. McKeever left. Boyd grinned. "He did help me," he observed. He knows now I'm with Morgan, and nobody can say that's not so. Kirby laughed. Reckon that's true, kid. You locked yourself right into the corral along with the rest of us bad men. Looks like you've been outfought this time, Rennie. Drew threw himself back under the tree. So Boyd had won this round. They were still in Kentucky and not too far from Oak Hill. 5. Bardstown surrenders. Now that's what I call true hospitality, gentlemen, true hospitality. Kirby caressed his middle section gently with both hands, smiling dreamily into the lacing of apple boughs over his head. I ain't had me a feed like that since we took that sutler's wagon back outside Mount Sterlin. Mose forgot Thea was such victuals lyin' 'bout to be sampled. And you got us most of the cream, too, 'cause your poor little misguided boys a runnin' way to be with us desperate characters. Get me a bowie knife, and I'll show you how to cut throats, all free, too. Drew laughed, but Boyd did not appear amused. They had been favored with a short but pungent lecture from Mr. McKeever, served along with food, which to Drew made it worth the return of listening decorously to a listing of their sins. I ain't goin' home, Boyd repeated stubbornly. Well, Kirby pointed out, if he rides up to the Yankee prison camp, he ain't gonna find you neither. So what's the difference? I think we oughta be movin' on, seein' as how we ain't really on speakin' terms with the law here, bouts. It would appear that Captain Campbell agreed with that. The order came to saddle up and move out. But they went with provision sacks slung from their saddles, a portion of McKeever's bounty stowed away against tomorrow. And once they were past the house, the word came down the line for Drew to quit his prisoner's role and join their commander. Campbell held a fragment of map as he let his mount's pace fall to a slow walk. There are about 100 Union infantry stationed at Bardstown, according to Mr. McKeever. Know anything about the town? I was there once. My cousin went to St. Joseph's for a term. Remember enough to find your way around? I don't know, Sue. But if there's a Union garrison? He ended the sentence with an implied question. What are we going to do there? The captain grinned. We're going to collect some arms, I hope. Supposing you were a Yankee commander, Rennie, and a bold, bad raider like General Morgan was to ride clean up to your door with a regiment or two tailing him and say, your guns, Sue, or your life. What would you do, especially if your troops were mostly militia and green men who hadn't ever been in a real fight? Drew understood. Probably, Sue, I'd tell General Morgan that he could have his guns, provident he kept his side of the bargain. As far as the Yankees in Bardstown may know, General Morgan could be headed their way right now with a regiment. I don't think they've had time yet to learn just how badly we were scattered back there by the Licking River. You willing to take the flag in when we get there, Rennie? Pick a couple of outriders to go with you. It was risky, but no more risky than bluffs he had seen work before. And they did need the weapons. Cutting westward now only kept them well inside Union territory. Somehow they would have to skulk or fight their way down through the southern part of Kentucky and then probably all the way across Tennessee, a tall order, but one which was just possible of accomplishment. I'll do it, Sue. Riding into Bardstown was no worse than riding over the rest of this countryside where any moment they might be swept up by the enemy. It was lucky they had brought rations with them from McKeever's, for they took no more chances of trying for such supplies again. Once more they altered their advance, riding the pikes at night, hiding out by day. Hills then, and among them Bardstown. Drew borrowed a carbine, stringing a dubiously white strip of shirt tail from its barrel, and flanked by Kirby and Driscoll, a trooper Campbell had appointed, rode slowly up the broad street opening from the pike. Great trees arched overhead, almost as they had across the drive of the McKeever place, and the houses were fine, equal to the best about Lexington. A carriage pulled to the side, its two feminine occupants leaning forward a little under the tilt of dainty parasols, eyes wide. While their coachman stared open-mouthed at the three dirty, tattered cavalrymen riding with an assumption of ease, though armed, down the middle of the avenue. You, Sue. It was the coachman who hailed Drew. You soldier men. Drew reined in the black, who this time obeyed without protest. The weary miles had taught the gelding submission if not perfect manners. Transferring his reins to the hand which also steadied the butt of his carbine against his thigh so that his flag was well in evidence, Drew swept off his dust-grayed hat and bowed to the ladies in the carriage. "General Morgan's compliments, ladies," he said, loud enough for his words to carry beyond the vehicle to the townspeople gathering on the walk. "Flag of truce comin' in, ma'am." He spoke directly to the elder of the two in the carriage. "Would you be so kind as to direct me to where I may find the Union commander?" "You're from John Hunt Morgan, young man." She shut her parasol with a snap, held it as if she was considering its use as a weapon. "Yes, ma'am. General Morgan, Confederate Army." She sniffed. "You'll find their captain at the inn, probably. Yankees and whiskey apparently have an affinity for one another. So John Morgan's coming to pay us a visit?" "Maybe, ma'am." "And where may I find the inn?" "Straight ahead," the girl answered. "You really are Morgan's men?" Kirby did not have a hat to doff, but his bow in the saddle was as graceful as Drew's. "That's right, ma'am." "My, did we know what we'd find in Bardstown now, we'd been ridin' in right sooner." "Sue." "Louisa." The elder lady's intimidating glare was divided, but Drew thought that Louisa got more than a half share of it. "No offense meant, ma'am. It's just that ridin' 'bout the way we do in ball, we don't get us a chance to say howdy to ladies." The Texan's expression was properly contrite, his voice all diffidence. "The inn, young men, is on down the street. Drive on, Horace." She ordered the coachman. But as the carriage started, she pointed her parasol at Drew as a teacher might point an admonishing ruler at a pupil. "I hope you'll find what you're looking for, young man. In the way of Yankees." "We generally do, ma'am," Kirby commented. "For us Yankees just turn up bright and sassy all over the place." Drew laughed. "Bright and sassy, then on the run." For the success of his present mission and all those listening ears he ended that boast in as fervent a tone as he could summon. "See that you keep them that way." She enforced that order with a snap of parasol being reopened as the carriage moved from the shade back into the patch of open sunlight. "That sure was a pretty girl," observed Driscoll as Drew and the Texan wheeled back into line with him. "Wish we could settle down here for say 2 or 3 days. Get some of the dust outta our throats and have a chance to say howdy to some friendly folks." "You'd be more likely sayin' howdy to a Yankee prison guard if you did that," Drew replied. "Let's find this inn and the garrison commander. That's the proper way of layin' it out, the inn and then business. Yankees and whiskey go together, that's what she said, ain't it? I maybe don't we a no blue coat regular, but whiskey sounds sorta refreshin', don't it, now? Just so you only think that, aunts, and don't try any tastin'," Drew warned. "We make our big talk to this captain, and then we move out, fast. You boys know the drill." "Sure," Driscoll repeated. "We're the big raiders come to gobble up all the blue bellies, lest they walk out all nice and peaceful, leavin' their popguns behind 'em for better men to use." "I'd say that Thea was the inn, Rennie." They saw their first Yankees, a blot of blue by the horse trough at the edge of the center square. And Drew, surveying the enemy with a critical and experienced eye, was sure that he was indeed meeting either green troops or militia. They were as wide-eyed in their return stare as the civilians on the streets around. Kirby chuckled. "Strut it up, roosters," he urged from the corner of his mouth. "Cutthroats, banditti, hoss thieves, just downright bad hombres, that's us. They expect us to be on the peck, all horns and rattles. Don't disappoint 'em none. Their tails is half curled up already, and they're ready to run if a horny toad yells boo." To the outward eye the three riding leisurely down the middle of the Bardstown street had no interest in the soldiers by the trough. Drew in the middle, the white rag dropping from the barrel of his carbine, brought the black a step or two in advance. Just so had Castleman ridden into Lexington earlier, and that had been at night with a far more wary and dangerous enemy to face. The scout's confidence rose as he watched, without making any show of his surveillance, the uneasy men ahead. One of them broke away from the group, and ran into the inn. "Wonder who's rodded in this outfit," Kirby remarked. "That fella's gone to rout him out." "Do your talkin' like a short-trigger man, Drew." They pulled rein in front of the inn and sat their horses facing the door through which the soldier had disappeared. His fellows edged around the trough and stood in a straggling line to front the Confederates. "You." Drew caught the eye of the nearest. "Tell your commanding officer General Morgan's flag is here." The Yankee was young, almost as young as Boyd, but he had less assurance than Boyd. Now the boy stammered a little as he answered. "Yes, yes, sir." Then he added in a rush, "General who, sir?" "General John Hunt Morgan, Confederate Cavalry, Army of the Tennessee, detached duty." Drew made that as impressive as he could, whether it was worded correctly according to military protocol or not. It was, he thought with satisfaction, a nicely rounded, important-sounding speech, although a bit short. "Yes, sir." The boy started for the door, but he was too late. The man who erupted from that portal was short and stout, his face a dramatic scarlet above the dark blue of his unbuttoned coat. He stopped short a step or two into the open and stood staring at the three on horseback, that scarlet growing more dusky by the second. "Who are you?" His demand was expelled in heavy puffs of breath. "Flag from General Morgan," Drew repeated. Then to make it quite plain, he added kindly, "General John Hunt Morgan, Confederate Cavalry, Army of the Tennessee, detached duty." But Morgan was defeated, at Cynthiana. He was broken. Slowly Drew shook his head. "The general has been reported defeated before, Sue." "No, he's right here outside Bardstown." "And I wouldn't rightly say he was broken either, not with a couple of regiments behind him." "Couple of regiments." The man was buttoning his coat, his red jowls sagging a little, almost as if Drew had used the carbine across his unprotected head. "Couple of regiments." "Morgan," he repeated dazedly. Well, sullenly he spoke to Drew, "What does he want?" "You're a captain," Drew spoke crisply. "You'll return with us to discuss surrender terms with an officer of equal rank." "Surrender." For a moment some of the sag went out of the other. "2 regiments, and you have maybe 80 or 90 men." Kirby gazed with critical disparagement at such Union forces as were visible. 125, the officer repeated mechanically and then glared at the Texan. 125 then. Kirby was willing to be generous. "All ready to hold this here town." "I don't see no artillery neither." He rose in his stirrups to view the immediate scene. "Goin' to fight from house to house maybe." General Morgan, Drew remarked to the company at large, is not a patient man. "But it's your decision, Sue. If you want to make a fight of it." He shrugged. "No. Well, I'll talk, listen to your terms anyway." "Get my horse," he roared at the nearest soldier. They escorted the captain with due solemnity out of Bardstown to meet Campbell, a well-armed guard in evidence strung out on the pike. The Union officer picked up enough assurance to demand to see the general himself, but Campbell's show of surprised hauteur at the request was an expert's weapon in rebuttal. And the other not only subsided but agreed without undue protest to Campbell's statement of terms. The Union detachment in town were to stack their arms in the square, leaving in addition their rations. They were to withdraw, unarmed, to a field outside and there await the patrolling officer who would visit them in due course. Having agreed, the Union captain departed. Campbell was already signaling the rest of the company out of cover. "This is where we move fast. You all know what to do." But much had to be left to chance. Drew and Kirby surrendered their borrowed carbines to the rightful owners and prepared to join the first wave of that quick dash. Yahweh, there were no words in that, just the war cry which might have torn from an Indian warrior's throat. But which came instead from between Kirby's lips, the famous yell with all its yip of victory as only an uninhibited Texan could deliver it. Then they were rushing, yelping in an answering chorus, 4 and 5 abreast, down the street under the shade of the trees, answered by screams and cries as the walks emptied before them. Blue ranks broke up ahead, leaving rifles stacked, provisions in knapsacks. And the ragged crew struck at the spoil like a wave, lapping up arms, cartridge boxes, knapsacks. For only moments there was a milling pandemonium in the heart of Bardstown. Then once again that yell was raised, echoed, and the pound of hoofs made an artillery barrage of sound. Armed, provisioned, and very much the masters of the scene, Morgan's men were heading out of town on the other side, leaving bewilderment behind. They pushed the pace, knowing that the telegraph wires for the couriers would be spreading the news. Perhaps the reputation of their commander might slow the inevitable pursuit, but it would not deter it entirely. They must put as much distance between themselves and the outfoxed Union garrison as they could. And Campbell continued to point them westward instead of south, since any enemy force would be marching in the other direction to cut them off. Even if men could stand that dogged pace, driven by determination and fear of capture, horses could not. And through the next 2 days the inference was very clear: fall behind at your own risk, there will be no waiting for laggards to catch up. Nor any mounts furnished, you must provide your own. Drew discovered the black gelding an increasing problem, but at least the horse provided transportation, and he tried to save the animal as best he could. Though when it was impossible to unsaddle, when one had to ride, and did, some 20 hours out of 24, there was not much the most experienced horseman could do to relieve his mount. Drew pulled up beside Kirby as he returned from a flank scout. The Texan had dropped to the rear of the small troop, holding his horse to not much more than a walk. Now and then he glanced to the receding length of the road as if in search of someone. "Where's Boyd?" Drew had ridden along the full length of the company and nowhere had he seen that blonde head. "Just what I'm wonderin', Dot." Kirby came to a complete halt. "I came back a little while ago, and nobody's seen him." Drew pulled in beside the other. His horse's head hung low as the gelding blew in gusty snorts. He tried to remember when he had seen Boyd last, and when he did, that memory was not too encouraging. "With Hilders, and Cambridge," he said softly. "Yeah." Kirby's thought seemed to match his. "Hilder's mare is just about beat, and Boyd rides light. That bay he got is holdin' up like a corn-fed stud. They were talkin' to him when I went out on point." Drew followed his own line of thought. "And he won't listen to me. It don't foller that because you advise a hombre for his own good, he's goin' to take kindly to your interest in him," the Texan observed. "You tell him Hilders and Cambridge are wearin' skunk stripes, and he's apt to claim 'em both as compadres. Suppose he don't come in when we bed down, he coulda just cut his picket rope and drifted, as far as we can prove." "Not if his bay turns up with one of them on top," Drew replied. "Them two are of the curly wolf breed." Kirby shifted his newly acquired Enfield. "No tellin' as how they would join up with us again did they make such a switch. Might figure as how they could make it better time driftin' on their own." The Texan had put his own fear into words. Drew pointed the gelding back down the road and booted the animal into a trot. A moment later he heard more drumming hoofs behind him. Kirby was following. "This ain't your trouble," Drew reminded him. "No, maybe it ain't. But then, I'm just a rough string rider from way back, and this may end in a smoke-up. Odds seem a mite one-sided now. Hilders is easy on the trigger. He won't take kindly to anyone tryin' to hang up his hide for dryin'." Drew studied the hoof-churned dust of the road. He could only hold a very slim hope of some trace along its margin. The gelding stumbled and tried to cut pace. Drew hardened his will, holding the animal to the trot. He knew that under saddle and blanket, sores were forming, that soon he would have no choice but a trade such as Hilders might be forcing now, though not at the expense of one of his own fellows. Kirby was reading sign on the other side of the road. His sudden hand signal brought Drew to join him. Hoofprints marked the softer verge. Turned off not too long ago, Drew commented. Kirby nodded toward the brush. They were facing a small woodland into which a thin trace of path led. Good cover for trouble. Looping reins over his arm, Drew walked forward, Colt in hand, using scout tricks to cover the noise of his advance into the green shimmer of the trees. The trail led ahead without any attempt at concealment. The other two troopers must have tricked Boyd into taking that way, maybe they had even put a revolver on him once they were off the road. It was only too easy for a man to straggle from the company and not be missed until hours and miles later. Now, Sonny, there ain't no use makin' a big fuss. Drew dropped the reins and slipped on. You can see for yourself, boy, that hoss ain't gonna be able to get much farther. You can nurse him along and take it easy. Them blue bellies ain't gonna be hard on a nice little boy like you, no, Sue, they ain't, even if they find you. We just trade fair and square. No trouble. Course, another, harsher voice cut in, if you want to make it rough, well, that's what you'll get. We're talking that hoss, no matter what. You ain't. There was a short snap of sound, the cocking of a handgun. Pull that on me, will you? I'll shoot. I'm warning you, touch horse, and I'll shoot. Boyd's voice scaled higher. Drew ran, his arm up to shield his face from the whip of branches. He came out at a small stream. Boyd was backed against a tree while the two others advanced on him from different directions. That's enough. Drew's Colt was pointed at Hilder's. The man's head jerked around. Get going, the scout ordered. Cambridge blinked stupidly, but Hilders took a step back to catch up the reins of a horse that stood dull-eyed, its head bent, pink foam roping from its muzzle as it breathed in heavy gasps. I said, get. Drew advanced, and Hilders gave ground again, towing the trembling horse. Now, we don't want no trouble, Cambridge said hurriedly. It would have been a fair trade. Sonny, he ain't got place in the company anyhow. Get. Drew's weapon raised a fraction of an inch. Cambridge's protest thickened into a mumble and he went. When both men had disappeared, Drew turned to Boyd. Put that away, he flicked a finger at the other's Colt, and mount up. We'll have to push to get back to the troop. He watched the other lead the bay away from the stream side. Kirby was right, the horse was in better condition than most of the others in the company, and sooner or later someone might again try to rank Boyd out of it. There were a good many in that hunted column who would see that in the same light as Hilders and Cambridge did and would say so, with the weight of public opinion to back them. Campbell had set their course for Calhoun, and in that town Boyd and the raiders must definitely part company. 6. Horse trade. What's this here Calhoun like? Kirby watched Drew loosen the saddle blanket, lifting it from the gelding as gently as he could. Not much, Drew was beginning, then he sucked in his breath and stood staring at the nasty sight he had just uncovered. He slung the blanket to the ground as Boyd came up, leading the bay. It was the younger boy who spoke first. You ain't going to try to ride him now, Drew. That protest came spontaneously. Drew thought that Shawnee's end had put the last bit of steel over his feelings, but he had to agree with Boyd now, no one with any humanity could make the gelding carry so much as a blanket over that back, let alone saddle and rider. Here. Roughly, his face flushed, Boyd jerked on the reins of his own mount, bringing the bay sidling toward Drew. You can take Bruce. He stooped, reaching for Drew's saddlebags. You have to ride Scout. I'll walk this one a while. Maybe he can carry me later. I ride light. Drew shook his head. Not that light, he commented dryly. No, I guess this is where I do some tradin'. How's smoke yonder? Kirby pointed. They could see the thin trail of smoke rising steadily this windless morning. Best make it fast, the captain is already thinkin' about pointin' up and headin' out. Drew loosened his side arms in their holsters. He always hated this business, but it was part of a day's work in the cavalry now. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to do his impressing at gunpoint. He entrusted saddle and blanket to Boyd, but made the other wait outside the farmyard 20 minutes later as he shepherded the gelding into the enclosure where chickens squawked and ran witlessly and a dog hurled himself to the end of a chain, giving tongue like a hound on a hot scent. Drew skirted that defender, moving toward the barn. But he was still well away from the half-open door when a woman hurried out, a basket in her hands, her face picturing surprise and apprehension. She stopped short to stare at Drew. "Who are you? What do you want?" Her two questions ran together in a single breathless sentence. Drew looked beyond her. No one else issued from the barn or came in answer to the dog's warning. He took off his hat. "I need a horse, ma'am." He said it bluntly, impatiently. After all, how could you make a demand like that more courteous or soft? The very fact that he had been driven to this made him angry. For a moment she looked at him uncomprehendingly, and then her eyes shifted to the gelding. She came forward a step or two, and there was a blaze of anger in the gaze she directed once more to the man. "That horse is galled raw," she accused. "Don't you think I know it?" he returned abruptly. "That's why I have to have another mount." A quick step back and she was between him and the door of the barn, holding the basket as a shield between them. It was full of eggs. "You won't get one here," she snapped. "Ma'am," Drew had his temper under control now, "I don't want to take your horse if you have one. But I'm under orders to keep up with the company. And I'm going to do what I have to." He dropped the gelding's reins, walked forward, hoping she wouldn't make him push around her. But apparently she read the determination in his face and stood aside, her expression bleak now. "There's only King in there," she said. "And I wish you the joy of him, you thief." King proved to be a stallion, stabled in a box stall. Drew hesitated. The stud might be mean, harder to handle even than the gelding. But it was either taking him or being put afoot. If he could back this one even as far as Calhoun tomorrow, or the next day, he might be able to make a better exchange in town. It would depend on just how hard the stallion was to control. Making soothing noises, he worked fast to bit and bridle the big chestnut. His experience with the Red Spring stud led him aright now. He came out of the barn leading the horse while the dog, its first incessant clamor stilled, growled menacingly from the end of its chain. The woman had disappeared, maybe into the fields beyond in search of help. Drew departed at a swift trot to where he had left Boyd. "That's all horse." Boyd eyed Drew's trade excitedly. "Too much so, maybe. We'll see." He saddled quickly, glad that so far the chestnut had proved amiable. But how the stud might behave in troop company he had yet to learn. He mounted and waited for any signs of resentment, remembering the woman's warning. King snorted, pawed the dust a bit, but trotted on when Drew urged him. Kirby whistled from where he rode with the rear guard as they rejoined the company. But Captain Campbell frowned. And King put on a display of fireworks which almost shook Drew out of the saddle, rearing and pawing the air. "Makes like a horny one on the prod," commented the Texan. "That stud's a lotta hoss to handle, amigo." "Too much," the captain echoed Drew's earlier misgivings. "Keep him away from the rest until you're sure he won't start anything." But that order fitted in with Drew's usual scouting duties. And when he did bed down for one of the fugitives' limited halts he was careful to stake King away from the improvised picket lines. Drew was eating a mixture of hardtack and cold bacon, the last of their captured provision from Bardstown, when Driscoll sauntered over to the small mess Kirby, Boyd, and Drew had established without any formal agreement. "The boys are plannin' a high old time," Driscoll announced. Kirby's left eyebrow slanted up in quizzical inquiry. Drew chewed energetically and swallowed. It was Boyd who asked, "What do you mean?" "Calhoun, that's what I mean, sonny." Driscoll squatted on his heels. "They low as how they're gonna do a little impressin' in Calhoun. The town's not very big," Drew observed. "A couple of stores, a church, maybe a smithy. Driscoll snickered. Oh, the boys ain't particular long 'bout now. They won't be too choosy. Only thought I'd tell you fellas, seem as how you been ridin' scout and ain't maybe heard the plans. If you want to load up, better get into town early. Some of them fast workers from B Company are gettin' set. The captain know about this? Asked Kirby. Driscoll shrugged. He ain't deaf. But the captain also knows as how you can't be too big a gold lace officer when you're behind the enemy lines with men on the run. We're gonna take Calhoun and take her good. He grinned at the two veterans. Just like we took Mount Sterling. Kirby was sober. There was a take Thea which warn't no good. Somebody cleaned out the bank, or else I wasn't hearin' too well afterward. I can see some impressin' stuff an hombre can put in his belly as pad din, and maybe what he can put on his back. That's fair and square. The Yankees do it too. But talkin' a gold watch or money outta a man's pants, now that's somethin' different again. Driscoll stood up. Ain't nobody said anything about gold watches or money or banks, he replied stiffly. There's stores in Calhoun, and there's men in this here outfit what needs new shirts or new breeches. And since when have you seen any paymaster ridin' down the pike with his bags full of bills, not that you can use that paper stuff for anythin' like shoppin', anyway. Thanks for the tip, Drew cut in. We take it kindly. Driscoll's ruffled feelings appeared soothed. Just thought you boys oughta know. Me, I have in mind gettin' maybe 2 or 3 cans of them peaches like we got from the sutler's wagon. Them were prime eatin'. General store might just have some. Yankee crackers are right good, too. Say, that Thea stud you got, Rennie, how's he workin' out? So far no trouble, Drew remarked. Only I'm lookin' for a trade, maybe in town. Trade? Why ever a trade? We got a couple of river crossin's comin' up ahead, the scout explained. And one of them is a good big stretch of deep water, you don't go waddin' across the Tennessee. I don't want to beg for trouble, headin' a stud into somethin' as dangerous as that. Driscoll seemed struck by the wisdom of that precaution. Now I heard tell, he chimed in eagerly, as how a mule is a right sure-footed critter for a river crossin'. And a good ridin' mule could suit a man fine. A mule. Boyd exploded, outraged. But Drew considered the suggestion calmly. I'll keep a lookout in town. Maybe swap pin for that mule yet, Driscoll. You'll have to pick up my share of peaches if that's the way it's goin' to be. There were more plans laid for the taking of Calhoun as the hours passed and the harried company plotted or spurred, depending upon the nature of the countryside, the activity of Union garrisons, and their general state of energy at the time, southwest across the length of Kentucky. Days became not collections of hours they could remember one by one afterward, but a series of incidents embedded in a nightmare of hard riding, scanty fare, and constant movement. Not only horses were giving out now, they dropped men along the way. And some, like Cambridge and Hilders, vanished completely, either cut off when they went to trade mounts, or deserting the troop in favor of their own plans for survival. The remaining men burst into Calhoun as a cloud of locusts descending on a field of unprotected vegetation. Drew did not know how much Union sentiment might exist there, but he judged that their actions would not leave too many friends behind them. Jugs had appeared, to be passed eagerly from hand to hand, and the contents of store shelves were swept up and out before the outraged owners could protest. It had showered that morning, leaving puddles of mud and water in the unpaved streets. And at one place there was a mud fight in progress, laughing, staggering men plastering the stuff over the new clothes they had looted. Drew rode around such a party, the studs prancing and snorting getting him wide room, to tie up at the hitching rail before the largest store. A man in his shirt sleeves stood a little to one side watching the excitement in the street. As Drew came up the man glanced at the scout, surveying his shabbiness, and his mouth took on the harsh line of a sneer. Want a new suit, soldier? He demanded. Just help yourself. You're late in gettin' to it. Drew leaned against the wall of the store front. He was so tired that the effort of walking on into that madhouse, where men yelled, grabbed, fought over selections, was too much to face. This was just another part of the never-ending nightmare which had entrapped them ever since they had fled from the bank of the Licking at Cynthiana. Listlessly he watched one trooper snatch a coat from another, drag it on triumphantly over a shirt which was a fringe of tatters. He plucked at the front of his own grimy shirt, and then felt around in the pocket he had so laboriously stitched beneath the belt of his breeches, to bring out one creased and worn bill. Spreading it out, he offered it to the man beside him. To loot an army warehouse was fair play as he saw it. Morgan's command had long depended upon Union commissaries for equipment, clothing, and food. And a horse trade was something forced upon him by expediency. But he still shrank from this kind of foraging. "A shirt?" he asked wearily. The man glanced from that crumpled bill to Drew's tired face and then back again. The sneer faded. He reached out, closed the scout's fingers tight over the money. "That's just wastepaper here, son. Come on." Catching hold of Drew's sleeve so tightly that the worn calico gave in a rip, he guided the other into the store, drawing him along behind a counter until he reached down into the shadows and came up with a pile of shirts, some flannel, some calico. And one Drew thought was linen. "These look about your size. Take 'em. You might as well have them. Some of these fellows will just tear them up for the fun of it." Drew fumbled with the pile, a flannel, the linen, and 2 calico. He could cram that many into his saddlebags. But the store owner thrust the whole bundle into his arms. "Go ahead, take 'em all. They ain't goin' to leave 'em anyway." "Thanks." Drew clutched the collection to his chest and edged back along the wall, avoiding a spirited fight now in progress in the center of the store. Mud-spattered men came bursting back, wanting to change their now ruined clothing for fresh. Drew stiff-armed one reeling, singing trooper out of his path and was gone before the drunken man could resent such handling. With the shirt still balled between forearm and chest, he led King away from the store. "Over here." That hail in a familiar voice brought Drew's head around. Kirby waved to him vigorously from a doorway, and the scout obediently rehitched King to another rack, joining the Texan in what proved to be the village barber shop. Kirby was stripped to the waist, using a towel freely sopped in a large basin to make his toilet. His face was already scraped clean of beard, and his hair plastered down into better order than Drew had ever seen it, while violent scents of bay rum and fancy tonics fought it out in the small room. "What you got there?" Boyd looked up from a second basin, a froth of soap hiding most of his face. "Shirts." Drew dropped his bundle on a chair. He was staring, appalled, into the stretch of mirror confronting him, unable to believe that the face reflected there was his own. Skinning his hat onto a shelf, he moved purposefully toward the row of basins, ripping off his old shirt as he went. Where the barber had gone they never did know, but a half-hour later they made some sweeping attempts to clean up the mess to which their efforts at personal cleanliness had reduced the shop, pleased once more with what they saw now in the mirror. They had divided the shirts, and while the fit was not perfect, they were satisfied with the windfall. Before he left the shop Kirby swept a half-dozen cakes of soap into his haversack. Boyd was already balancing a bigger sack, full to the top. Peaches, molasses, crackers, pickles, he enumerated his treasure trove to Drew. "We got us some real eats. Hey, you, Rennie." As they emerged from the barbershop Driscoll trotted up. "The captain wants to see you. He's on the other side of town, at the smithy." Boyd and Kirby trailed along as Drew obeyed that summons. They found Campbell giving orders to the smith's volunteer aides, some engaged with the owner of the shop in shoeing the raiders' horses, others making up bundles of shoes to be slung from the saddles as they rode out. "Rennie," the captain waved him out of the rush and clamor of the smithy, "I want you to listen to this. You, Hart, come here." One of the men bundling horseshoes dropped the set he was tying together and came. "Hart, here, comes from Coddy's. Know where that is?" Drew closed his eyes for a moment, the better to visualize the map he tried to carry in his head. But Cadiz, he couldn't place the town. No, Sue. It's south, close to the Tennessee line and not too far from the big river. There's just one thing which may be important about it, it has a bank and Hart thinks that there are Union Army funds there. We still have a long way to go, and Union currency could help. Only, Campbell spoke with slow emphasis, I want this understood. We take Army funds only. This may just be a rumor, but it is necessary to scout in that direction anyway. You want me to find out about the funds and the river crossing near there? It's up to you, Rennie. Hart's willin' to ride with you. I'll go. He thought the bank plan was a wild one, but they did have to have a safe route to the river. You'll move out as soon as possible. We'll be on our way as soon as we have these horses shod. Drew doubted that. What he had seen in the street suggested that it was not going to be easy to pry most of the company out of Calhoun in a hurry, but that was Campbell's problem. I'll need couriers, he said aloud. It was an advance scout's privilege to have riders to send back with information. Campbell hesitated as if he would protest and then agreed. You have men picked? Kirby and Barrett. Kirby's had scout experience. Barrett knows part of this country and rides light. All right, Kirby and Barrett. You ready to ride, Hart? The other trooper nodded, picked up a set of extra horseshoes, and went out of the smithy. Campbell had one last word for Drew. We'll angle south from here to hit the Cumberland River some 10 miles north of Cadiz, Hart knows where. This time of year it ought to be easy crossin'. But the Tennessee, he shook his head, that is goin' to be the hard one. Learn all you can about conditions and where it's best to hit that. Drew found Hart already mounted, Kirby and Boyd waiting. Hart says we're ridin' out, the Texan said. Goin' to cover the high lines. Scout, yes. South of here. River crossin's comin' up. No time for shot-in this man's war, Kirby observed. Shot-in? Boyd repeated as a question. Sittin' nice and easy under a tree while some other poor hombre prowls around the herd, Kirby translated. It's a kinda restin' I ain't had much of lately. Nor like to. They put Calhoun behind them, and Hart led them cross-country. But at each new turn of the back country roads Drew added another line or two on the map he sketched in on paper which Boyd surprisingly produced from his bulging sack of loot. The younger boy looked self-conscious as he handed it over. Thought as how I might want to write a letter. Drew studied him. You do that. He made it an order. There had been no chance to leave Boyd in Calhoun. But there was still Cadiz as a possibility. He did not believe this vague story about Union gold in the bank. And the company might never enter the town in force at all. So that Boyd, left behind, would not attract the unfavorable attention of the authorities. It began to rain again, and the roads were mire traps. As they struggled on into evening Kirby found a barn which appeared to be out by itself with no house in attendance. The door was wedged open with a drift of undisturbed soil and Boyd, exploring into a ragged straggle of brush in search of a well, reported a house cellar hole. The place must be abandoned and so safe. We'll be in Cadiz tomorrow, Hart said. And how do we ride in? Kirby wanted to know. Another bearer of the flag stunt? Is Cadiz a Union town? Drew asked Hart. The other laughed. Not much, it ain't. This is tobacco country, you seen that for yourself today. And there's guerrillas to give the Yankees trouble. They hole up in the Brailsford Caves, 6 or 7 miles out of town. We can ride right in, and there ain't nobody gonna care. Nice to know these things ahead of time, Kirby remarked. So we ride in, lookin' for what? Hart glanced at Drew but remained silent. The scout shrugged. Information about the rivers and any stray garrison news. You have kin here, Hart. Some. But the other did not elaborate on that. Drew was thinking about those gorillas. Their presence did not match Hart's story about the Yankee gold in the bank. Such irregulars would have been after that long ago. He didn't know why Hart had pitched Campbell such a tale, but he was dubious about the whole setup now. Better make this a quick trip in, and out, of town.